And somebody said, "Oh, he's doing dice, 30 years ago," because he like kind of is real offensive, but it's not. It's different, and he's on it too. He's great.
And it's this Saturday.
Yeah,
Are you proud?
Friday. I am proud. I'm the only chick, kind of. Bigger balls than most of those guys, but it's 5 comics and me, and I'm excited. I just excluded myself from it. I don't know why, but I'm really excited. It airs Friday night, 11 o'clock on Showtime.
Yeah. Is your first time on TV?
Second, first time nobody noticed. That was Stand Up in Stilettos. I'm surprised you guys didn't know that. And on the TV Guide Network. But you had to be clean for that. And you had to write the whole set out. You ever have to do that?
Oh, please.
That's the worst.
That's impossible.
Dude, that was the worst.
It's the worst.
Do you know Jeff Singer?
Oh, my God.
Yes.
I love Jeff Singer. I showcased because I got cocky the first 2 years. So I had my friend Stacy Mark over at William Morris call and get me in for a showcase from Montreal.
Is still around.
Oh my God, she's like the VP at William Morris Comedy Department.
Oh, that's right. Stacy
Mark she's
is Joe's.
Yes, sure. Joe Rogan's agent.
Right, that's right.
Joe's one of her favorite clients. Sells the most tickets and the least. He's not a bitch. You know what I mean? She loves Joe Rogan. So anyway, so she got me an audition for Montreal. 2 years in, the nerve of me. But I did really well. And everyone from the showcase remembers me. So Jeff Singer, I just didn't get to Montreal, but Jeff Singer called me up 2 years later and said, "Hey, you'd be good for this Stand Up in Stilettos. Why don't you submit your stuff? You have to write it all out." But I met him through the showcase. Rachel Roush was also a judge or whatever. And now she's an agent at ICN. And so I did it. He called me. I had to write everything out. It was the fucking scariest thing. Because you can't say, like if I had a joke with tit in it, you had to change it to boob or whatever the political, those 7 words you can't say on television kind of bullshit. And oh my God, the first I sent it, I was sweating. I was at a FedEx all night because, I don't know. I grew up in a typewriter store. I don't know what the fuck's happening. So I'm in a FedEx store all night. I must have spent $100 of all the money I was making with dice in Vegas that weekend just to type it up, scan it, and send it to Jeff. And then he'd send it back telling me what I had to correct. And then thank God there wasn't a lot of corrections, but I did really well. And but I got a little bit cut off in editing. So some of the jokes, that's a problem when you do TV and a short set. You're like, "Oh, I killed. And then they're like, "Oh, we needed more time. So we cut that punchline." And then the joke doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? So that tape isn't my favorite, but I use it still a little bit of it because they did cut out a couple things. But I had a good set and it was a great experience. That was like 3 years ago. And now this. But this is just me being me, which I love. I curse. It's dirty. I talk about vegans. I fucking hate vegans. It feels great. It feels great.
Feels good to be
it
a
feels
gangster,
fucking great to be a gangster. I feel like a kid again. Like I'm on my own street gang. I got my corner jacket on, 12th and Wolf. You know what I mean?
Nobody knows when you've just had a great set and you've been doing it for 3 or 4 years and things are going your way in your life. And
yeah.
You're not really broke, but you are broke.
Mm-hmm.
But you really want something. Like just to want it.
Yeah.
There's nothing like the want. Like you had that want when you were a child. Like I want this. And nothing. I had nothing like that as an adult except for cocaine. I wanted cocaine. But then when I got into comedy, you just want to be so good.
Yeah.
So fast. And you have all these disappointments throughout the way. You have 200 fucking disappointments before you even feel good about yourself. That's tough skin.
Oh, yeah.
See, right there in that development right there, if a guy wants to hit on you, that ain't nothing because you've been told no from agencies, like all those names you mentioned. Stacy Mark, nice lady, she fucking hates me.
One of my favorite people in the world.
She fucking
really?
hates me.
Oh, your stand-up or your person?
I think the whole package. Rachel Rouse fucking hates me from A to Z. It's hysterical.
Every one of them were so nice to me.
These are the comedy people that run this town, and they fucking hate me. Rachel Rouse, every time she sees me, she just turns her back.
Let me tell you, ladies, get your shit together because this is the fucking man right here, Joe Diaz. That's crazy if they hate you.
Oh, it's just, and I don't listen. I am in this bubble right now that I love. I do comedy. I go on the road. I'm happy. I don't, they want to give me work. They give me work. If they don't, it doesn't matter. I've been here for 20 years. Just the point that I survived.
Yeah. Yeah.
When I came here with all the no's, because there was only one person who dug me. Her name was Mitzi Shaw.
Yeah.
And that's all that
'Cause she
mattered to me at
gets
that time. She got it.
gets it.
She got it from the beginning, where everybody else threw everything else in to tell you no. Oh, no, he does coke. He's too old. He's too fat. But you didn't say he wasn't funny. You didn't say that. You didn't say he couldn't act.
That's
You
right.
didn't say none of that. You threw everything else in, which I understand. We'll just shake hands and part friends, and you never really have to deal with me. I get that. But it's just so weird when you do have, like, when you do book a Marin, and the guy from IFC comes up to you at a show and says, bro, I watched a lot of, and that was great. I can't believe people don't know what the fuck, you know, that makes you feel good. And I can't imagine how this Blue show makes you feel.
I can't, and I wished it went the way we wanted it in the beginning. Everybody we wanted on there was on it, but you know, you have to deal with some shit, and that's just how it goes. But you know what? If it goes well, if it generates good heat, he wants to do more. So, and that's other comics get an opportunity to be themselves, because not a lot of us fit into the cookie cutter things that you're talking about like that. I don't think I'd ever be on Comedy Central just because I don't think they'd put me on Comedy Central. Because I'm elderly, considering, you know, according to their bullshit.
Right.
But it doesn't mean what they have on there shitty either. Amy Schumer's one of my favorite comics. Her show's great. She fucking hits everything. I love her. You can't get any better than that. And she puts all her favorite comics on there, like the Nortons and the Attels. All of them are in that. Like she puts them on her, the Inside Amy Schumer. I couldn't think of it. But yeah, so that I love. Comedy Central does take certain chances, but they wouldn't with me. And I don't think they would with you either.
No,
I would never
wouldn't.
get an hour. And I don't care either.
You move on.
I am going to do an hour. And I'll
with
put
them
it
without
on
with them. Yeah,
wherever the fuck I want to
You know
put
what?
it.
In this career, you're going to do 90 hours.
Yeah.
It's going to be with them or without them.
That's
so
right.
They either sign on or you're going to do whatever the fuck you do. Yeah.
Because I am doing an hour and Dice is going to produce it.
Are you?
Yeah. Because they offered it at Showtime. The guy said, let's do an hour with her.
And, little Arab dude.
Well, actually, it was Montoya. But he was like, you know, everybody loves her.
Yeah,
so let's
little
do
Arab dude at Showtime. I did a movie for him. Montoya.
Is it Gary Garfunkel?
No, it's a little guy.
Because we also have a show. Dice sold a show to Showtime, straight to series. And it's kind of about, we were going to do it as a reality show, but then we wanted to do it like a hybrid, like a scripted. And we used to pitch it together. And then Scott Armstrong came on board, who did like Old School and Hangover. So he was like, let me fix this. And so he did with the same idea and the same shit that Dice wanted. And it went right to series. So it's 6 episodes on Showtime. So Showtime's like big in our corner, if you will. Yeah. So, and good. So now everything changed. So I might have to audition for the part that I kind of created, you fuckers. But you know what? I will.
That's even better.
I will, and I'll get that fucking part.
You have to.
Yeah.
People do that just so they're safe, and I get it. You know,
and that's cool because Scott Armstrong's the real deal. The other guys that are writing it, the First brothers, Sean First and his brother, are fucking amazing. So I will I'll do flips. I'll do whatever they need me to do. I'll do head, whatever. Oh, that came out wrong.
Whatever.
You know what
I mean? Last night I had a good set at the
Laugh Factory. You killed.
And as I looked to the left-hand side, the first person that was there to say hello was you.
Yeah.
And that was the last topic we want to touch on. You know, you're a fan of Ari's. You're a fan of mine. We're fans of yours.
Yeah, I love it.
We've all been part of a family for 20 years almost. Yeah. And I think one of the basic things in growing as a comic is cheering your friends on. You know what Ari is right now? Ari's shooting a fucking movie in Atlanta with
really?
What's his name?
I don't know.
I'm so happy.
Hangover.
Oh,
Zach
Galifianakis.
Oh, Zach.
And the dude from Mad Men.
Good.
John Hamm.
So last night I had a spot at 8:30. I had a spot at 10:45.
Right.
And
can people know that?
I had a spot at 8:30.
Oh no, about Ari.
Shut up.
Okay.
So I went over to kill time. I didn't want to go to the store at 9 o'clock. I walked out of Laugh Factory at 9:04.
Yeah.
And I got in the car and I went down Crescent Heights. I went up. I walked. So I
had
Galifianakis.
Zach.
And the dude from with Maria's right.
Yeah.
last night I had a good set.
The Laugh Factory,
Laugh
you
Factory.
killed.
And as I looked to the left-hand side, the first person that was there to say hello was you.
Yeah.
And that was the last topic we want to touch on. You know, you're a fan of Ari's. You're a fan of mine. We're fans of you.
Yeah, I love it.
We've all been part of a family for 20 years almost. Yeah. And I think one of the basic things in growing as a comic is cheering your friends on. You know what Ari is right now? Where? Ari's shooting a fucking movie in Atlanta with
really?
What's his name?
I don't know.
I'm so happy.
Hangover.
Oh,
Zach
Galifianakis.
Oh, Zach.
And the dude from Mad Men.
Good.
John
Hamm.
So last night I had a spot at 8:30.
Uh-huh.
I had a spot at 10:45.
Right.
And
can people know that?
I had a spot at 8:30.
Oh no, about Ari.
Shut up.
Okay.
So I went over to I had to kill time. I didn't want to go to the store at 9 o'clock. I walked out of Laugh Factory at 9:04.
Yeah.
And I got in the car and I went down Crescent Heights. I went up Fountain and the phone rang. It was Ari. And I pulled over. Like, what's up? And you're in Atlanta, right? And he goes, yeah. And he goes, I just want to tell you something. He goes, I went on the set today. He goes, you know what the first thing I thought of? Because he didn't work today. He just wanted to get wardrobe, and get a haircut, and they trimmed his beard.
Got it.
And he goes, I thought about when I came to see you on the set along the yard, and you got me the pastrami sandwich, and we went over and talked to whatever, how cool you were to me. And man, I want to thank you. 10 years later, because it is exactly 10 years.
Wow.
So we've all, listen, man, to grow as a human being, to grow as a comic, you know, I always say that if you walk past a piece of paper and you don't pick it up, you got no character. Like, nobody's watching it. That's when character is what you do and nobody's watching.
That's right.
You know? And with a comic, your character has to be big. I improved as a comic when I started working out and taking care of myself. Believe it or not, just going to the gym and watching what to eat. And you know what? I don't need to watch Sons of Anarchy till 2 in the morning.
Yeah.
Let me go to sleep at 11 and get up at 6 and read this. And that part of being a good comic, you know, writing is part of being a good comic. Getting on stage is part of being a good comic. But you know what the biggest part of being a great comic is? You know what the difference between good comics and great comics are? That they really have happiness in their hearts.
Yeah.
For the people around them, you know.
Because it's not easy to be happy.
There's a lot of motherfuckers. I'm not going to sit here and tell you, Lee's my witness. There's a lot of motherfuckers I don't like. And I wish they get hit by a fucking train.
There's
but
a lot of
motherfuckers that I do like, that I breathe for.
That you're happy.
You know, it's funny. I already had a situation a couple of weeks ago where people were attacking me. You know, and I got a couple calls in my house. Let me just.
I got a million calls.
Let me just tell you guys where my head is at. I'm gonna tell you to your face. I'm gonna tell you to your fucking face. Nobody in my planet could come to me and tell me something about Lee. Do you know what that means? I don't give a fuck. You want to complain to Lee, throw a beating on Lee. But don't you ever come to me and tell me about Lee. Same thing when it comes to Eleanor. Don't come to me and tell me about Eleanor. You know, for years, people come to me and tell me what Rogan did over the weekend. And, you know, Tommy, that cunt Caparulo, would come to me all the time and tell me when Joe comes back, he's not. And I would say to him, you know, first off, you tell me again, I'm going to smack both of you. Don't come to me and tell me about my fucking friends.
Right.
Don't you ever come to me. When I was a kid, I was a fucking criminal, Eleanor. And I would borrow. I'd go up to Eleanor at a bar that hung out with dice and wheels, and they all hung out the comedy store. I'd go up to Eleanor and go, Eleanor, I want a kilo of coke, and I wouldn't pay you. Yeah. And the next day, you'd say, he's coming to the store. You go to the store, and Joey wouldn't be there. So who would you go to? Lee, and go, what the fuck is your punk-ass friend?
Right.
And my friends used to say, number one, you watch how you talk about him. I don't care what the fuck went down.
Yeah.
And number two, don't come and talk to me about my fucking friends. Don't you ever come and disrespect me about my friends. Go tell them. I don't give a fuck.
Just go right to the
because
source.
in my world, Lee, you don't do nothing wrong.
Right.
I don't give a fuck if a chick is about to die,
you're on
pregnant, you kick her in the fucking stomach and she dies and aborts. In my world, you did nothing wrong. And that's how I was raised. When you got friends, they don't do nothing wrong. When you live and die for a motherfucker, because there's a big difference between acquaintances and a friend and your brother.
Goddamn
big difference. Yeah. Big difference. I'm talking about my brothers. Well, since I've been 20, nobody can come up to me and tell me a story about my brothers. Not any time in my life. They're my brothers and I love them, and my sisters. Listen, you're barking on the wrong tree. I don't give a fuck if they shot your mother in the head point blank range. In my eyes, my friends don't do nothing wrong. So take your fucking magic elsewhere.
Right.
So when I see you doing what you're doing, when I see Ari in the movies, dog, My dick gets hard.
Yeah.
And that's what people don't understand. To be a great, great comic, you got to be happy for your friends. You got to sincerely be fucking happy when they make a positive move. Me and Lee talk about 10,000 stiffs that get opportunities, and we say how they're going to fail. They're fucking douchebags because they're douchebags. That's how they're thinking about when me and Lee started the podcast. I know them.
Yeah.
You know, when I left the store, I didn't leave the store because I left the store because I had neck surgery.
Yeah.
And they took a fucking ball out. I'm Cuban, number one. I'm superstitious. They took a fat ball out. And when the doctor said to me, "You want to see it?" and he showed it to me, first thing I thought about was the store. You know what I thought about? When you get off stage and you have a good set, and there's comics that come up to you and they give you a hug and they go, "What's up?" But there's motherfuckers that come up to you and you can see as the words are coming out of their mouth, it pains them to say it. And as you say, "Thank you, man," they go, "That joke, we loved it." And you turn away, they go, "It's probably on fucking coke, that piece of shit." You know that. You know what comics do that, and you know what comics are really happy for you.
Yeah.
And when I saw that fat ball, that's all I thought about. That fat ball was all the negativity on my back. I'm never going to the store again. That's what happened.
Yeah.
Once I saw that fat ball, I'm like, that's the fucking store. That's that people looking at you going, "That's a great joke, Joey."
So many phony fucks.
If it wasn't for fucking Rogan or Dice, that motherfucker would be nowhere.
Yeah.
So, you know, so I got to tell you, and I told my wife last night, and I told my wife this morning, I'm having Eleanor on, and I'm very fucking proud of it because you were slinging drinks.
Me and Terry.
And I'm sure that when you told people to be comics, they looked at you and said, "Whatever."
Yeah.
You know, and look at you now.
Mitzi first.
Now you're on fucking Showtime. Mitzi first.
She was like, "Oh no."
Oh,
That's what she said. But I showcased for her and I didn't bomb, and she liked it.
You back here?
No, Tommy did technically, but she stopped coming in. That's why. Because, you know, I didn't start this till 2008, 2007. I just hit 8 years, February.
February
So,
what?
I want to say like around the 12th. I have to look it up, but it's something like, I still have the paper from Adam Barnhart's room in the belly room. He used to hook me up a lot. Remember Adam Barnhart? He's still every Sunday night.
Good guy.
Every Sunday
Clean
night
sober?
he's in there. Clean sober. He also had a class. So he let me take the class, and he knew I was broke. So he let me take that class for free. And it was like stage time. And everybody else in the class paid. And I used to feel so guilty because I didn't, you know, so I would help him with his music or whatever the fuck he wanted. If you wanted free drinks at the store, I could get you that. I still have shift drinks. I haven't drank 12 years on the fucking job. You know what I mean? So I got like 7,000 drinks left, I think. And so I would get him whatever he wanted, waters, anything he needed at the store, you know. And Mitzi, you know, said he never gets to, because he's such a good guy. So she's like, just leave his show alone. And he does team up with other producers and try to fill that room. But for the most part, every Sunday night he's there. Working his ass.
What time?
I think it's 8 to 10. And
You
he
go
now,
see him and give him a big fucking hug.
oh, he's the fucking
Anybody needs a
greatest
hug.
guy. He's the greatest.
He was a great fucking
He
guy. man.
helped me so much. And when I had to go on the road with Dice, I was only doing stand-up 3 months. And I did that. I got booed off the stage. He helped me with that first 8 minutes big time.
And he
in
knows.
his class.
He knows. He's a coach. He knows
Yeah.
really well.
He's
He used
so
to give me some
good.
great hugs. People used to say, "Well, you let that gay guy hug you like
Oh,
that."
he's the fucking
Fuck
funniest.
you
and
guys.
He's the
His
best.
fucking gay balls. That motherfucker will fight. He don't give a fuck. That dude will fight you. He'll stab you. I love Adam Barnhart.
That's my boy right
I want to
there.
go see
man.
him. I didn't even know he was back at the store.
He's been there. He's never, every Sunday night he's there. And he also, like, he helps people in halfway houses and stuff.
Right.
He
He's
does
big.
a lot.
He's
He
big.
does
He's
a
big
lot,
with that
lot, lot.
community. He
So-
went down there. He went down hard. He was on that meth for a while. But
Oh, yeah. Him and his brother. How fucking weird is that? How weird is that? And they're both gay. And my favorite joke is how he tells his father that because he fights with his dad because both of his sons are gay. He's like, your balls are like the gay factory. You know, I'm not doing it perfect, but the way Adam does it, it's like the Willy Wonka gay factory you got in your balls. You're shooting out faggots. And he does this whole thing. It's the best. He's so funny.
how are you over there today, my brother?
Lee, are you
I'm
all right?
great. Oh yeah.
There's a good eye today, huh? It's a smooth.
I mean, they're all fun. I mean, there's never a bad one.
We'll
It's
smoke
just
some hash now. Get you cooking with gas, cocksucker.
I'm cooking with gas.
This weekend, I will be at the Tempe Improv starting tomorrow night with my man D'Agostino. Eleanor will be at
I will be at the Hard Rock Hotel, Las Vegas.
Thursday, Friday,
with
Saturday, or Friday,
Thursday,
Saturday,
Saturday, Sunday.
Okay.
And then also Dice's kids are there playing, and their killer band, LA
Right.
Rocks. You guys got to start playing some LA Rocks.
I saw them on Conan, whatever they want,
killed
whatever
it.
show
Yep.
they want.
The Late Late Show with Billy Gardell. Yep.
Billy Gardell,
And
I
then
saw them.
they're going to be playing Thursday and Sunday in Vegas at the same room, but late night, like 11 or 12 or something like that.
Good.
So it's killer.
So I'm in the Tempe Improv Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Wednesday night. Jessica Testaments is back at the motherfucking Ice House, 8 o'clock, Wednesday night the 29th. Also, for you bad motherfuckers that are sitting at home scratching your ass, not doing nothing this weekend, Iron Dragon TV is still there for you. IronDragonTV.com is the leader in motherfucking classic martial arts films. Brotherhood of Blood, Enter the Fat Dragon. They got them all. They got them fucking all. You understand me? All you gotta do is go to Iron Dragon TV right now. You're thinking of watching some classic martial arts right now. Go to Iron Dragon TV. See what they got to offer. They got some great fucking classic martial art films. The Ip Man series. They got Jackie Chan. Go on there, pressing the code word.
Joey.
Boom! And get 2 free fucking movies on the arm like that. That's how we roll. 2 free fucking movies, all right? Just in case you're looking for optimization to the total fucking max. You want the best that you could be. Let's say you're lifting, you're not getting the gains you want. Let's say you're not writing, your clarity's a little off. You know, I'll tell you, I got the answer for you. On it, Alpha Brain. 100% guaranteed, nootropics. They don't even want the fucking product back. That's how strong the product is. Sometimes I can't write. I don't do them every month. I try to go on like Alpha Brain cycles. That's how strong they are. Do me a favor, go to Onnit.com right now and see all the great products they have for you. Supplements, tremendous. New Mood, they got Shroom Tech, which gives you more energy, and they got the immune. If you're on a plane, you don't want Ebola, you take the motherfucking Shroom Tech. They've got Hemp Force Protein. I mean, they've got the tea oil that you put in your smoothies. It's that fat that everybody's talking. I mean, they just got so many things. I'm not giving them any justice. Go to Onnit.com right now. Look at the supplements. I can't help you with the weights and the fucking kettlebells, but as far as the supplements are concerned, I get you 10% off. Get the hemp protein, the acai vanilla, or the chocolate. You're going to fucking love it. Go to the box and press in.
Church.
Boom! And get 10% off. CHURCH, you bad motherfucker, you. So go to Onnit.com for optimization to the fucking max. Stop being a fucking mutt. Listen, you're sitting there with those rotten fucking underwears. By the way, MeUndies sent me a little cargo bag last week. I got some stuff here at the house, Lee. They sent me a long sleeve fucking shirt. They're like rash guard, growing a little lighter. They pull the sweat and the heat from your body. I mean, their underwear are sensational. They got men and women selection of underwear. They got little boxer shorts. They got fucking shorts like sweatpants they cut off. You look like a runaway slave. You know those little slave shorts they had in the fucking 1800s?
I think you're talking about the boy shorts that you hate so much.
No, these are longer. They're sweatpants that they cut at the knees with a little string around them. I've worked out with them both days. Comfortable as shit. I had the blue pair and the pink pair. That's right. I wore a pink pair. I don't give a fuck. It's a rough pink. What do I give a fuck? I'm 52. I never sucked a dick in my life. What I got to be unconscious about? Anyway.
Wait, hold on one second.
I have, and I don't even wear pink.
Well, that's you, because you're a fucking boutage. Me, I'm the king of swing. I've been slinging dicks since 78. You know what I'm saying? Anyway. Go to MeUndies.com right now. I got a pair of MeUndies right now, and they feel comfortable as fuck. They pull away the moisture. Your balls don't get sweaty. Your balls don't pop out of the side when you're exercising. Sometimes you're on the bike and you can feel your ball drop, and it's just hanging there. Like, what the fuck is going on in my world? I'm by myself. Where's my twin? You don't need that with it because your nuts are compact. They stay right in there. Go to MeUndies.com right now and press in the code word Joey and get 20% off plus free shipping, right?
In the
United States and Canada. That's MeUndies for you. So we're not fucking around. Listen, you're sitting there going, Joey, you sent me to this movie site. I'm jumping up and down with Onnit. What am I gonna eat tonight? I'll tell you what you're gonna eat.
In your clean underwear.
Naturebox.com. Dietary to the fucking max. You understand me? 100% satisfaction guaranteed. I'm talking from the chocolate hazelnuts to the double berry fucking fruit strips to the salt and pepper pistachios. They just keep coming at you. These fucking flavors. It's the sriracha cashews, the fucking almond cocoa. I mean, we don't stop. And they're all nutritionist approved, fresh, no gluten if you don't want. Tremendous fucking snacks. You want a snack. You're sick and tired of eating those fucking potato chips that taste like ass. Your fingers are greasy like you fucking finger banged the monkey or some shit. Who needs that shit? Go to right now, naturebox.com right now and get snacks sent to your house for free. I'm going to give you a starter package free.
Sample pack.
Sample pack. You got 3 little bags. and 2 big bags. You understand me? For free. Right now. All you got to do is press and what in the box, bucko?
Joey.
Joey, Joey, and get your free sample back sent to your house. Shipping's going to cost you about $1.90. Why are you crying, bitch? Why are you crying, bitch? I'm sending you $40 worth of snacks, nutrition, straight to your house. So I want to give another shout out to IronDragonTV.com, TheUndies.com, and NatureBox.com. All right, cocksuckers, and that's it. It's going to be a beautiful week. Houston, I miss you guys already, but it's Tempe's turn. I'm going to go down there. We're going to fucking rock the house, me and D'Agostino, and that's it. That's how it ends, you bad motherfuckers. Do not forget, Saturday night,
Showtime.
11 o'clock, California time.
11 o'clock. Oh, yeah.
Is it Friday?
Yes, Friday.
Friday.
What'd I say, Saturday?
So that
Oh, I'm
means
sorry.
it comes out at 3 o'clock. in the East Coast?
Showtime. No, 11 o'clock.
In
11
the East
o'clock
Coast,
on the East
so
Coast.
8
Yes.
o'clock in California. 8 o'clock in California. Listen, if I know you're out getting your dick sucked, I don't expect you to sit there and watch Eleanor, but do me a favor. DVR it.
Yes.
Come home that night with your girlfriend, then you watch Eleanor.
Yeah.
Okay? Do me that favor as a personal. Andrew Dice Clay was one of the guys that helped me realize I was going to get into comedy, which means he saved my life in a way.
Mhm.
So I'm not here just talking shit about people. That every one of these comics, man, they spark a new fucking comic, and that means you've done your job, you know. So please support Andrew, support my girl Eleanor and Colin, and Jason Rouse and Wheels Parisi.
And
I love you
Eric
guys. We will
Miles.
be back Monday night with Dennis, the fucking pimp of pimps, to promote his new book from the Bunny Branch. You'll be here Monday night at 8 o'clock at night with some freaks.
Did he have the same girlfriend?
I don't know. A different one's coming. Lee, he says he's bringing a chick that they call her Judy One Tooth. She's gonna suck Lee's nut right out of your fucking asshole.
Wait. Before we go, tell them why you like the 1 tooth.
What?
That's a big thing for you. You like having a chick with 1 tooth suck your dick.
Did you stop already?
This thing is like put it in
The
the hole.
scrape?
No,
I don't know what he's talking about. He's high as
Oh,
fuck. Don't
man.
listen to this fucking guy. I love you guys. Stay black. Eleanor Kerrigan, I love you. Where are you gonna be beside Vegas this week? Where else can they see you? You have a webpage?
Yes, I do have a
What is it?
website,
Eleanor
Eleanor J. Kerrigan.
.com?
Yeah.
Okay, .com. Go check her out. She's a dear friend, and she's got balls of steel to do what she does. Never complains. A lot of people, when I walked in last night, was like, "I'm gonna rush. Can I hang out?" No, she hung around. She did her job. That's why she gets the utmost respect from me. Thank you very much, motherfuckers. Thank you for supporting the church. Thank you for supporting Lee and his podcast. And if you want consulting on your podcast, please hit Lee up on Twitter. He'll call you up. He'll come to your house. He'll fix your wires. He'll stick an electronic microphone up your ass if you need to and get that podcast out of you.
Oh.
But Lee's available for consulting. I love you guys. Stay black. Have a great week. Monday night, 8 o'clock.
I survived.
How
I
did you
survived
recover this
yesterday.
morning? What time did you fall asleep?
Oh my god, I fell asleep right around like midnight. But I always do this. I'll pass out when I'm super stoned, and then I'll wake up. So I was so high that I like just forgot the shows I was watching. Like a couple of them ended. Like I tried to watch Josh Blue's new special, and when I saw the beginning was good, but then I just like passed out. And I turned on one of these TV channels that just has movies constantly running, and the beginning of The Longest Yard had just started. So I watched that, believe it or not, and I went to the gym this morning. I could only do like 40 minutes.
You were tired?
I was still high. So
we got them fucked up last night.
oh my god! But it was like fun. Like that gummy and like just a little bit of the Chiba Chew was really fun.
It was do it again?
Not really.
Okay.
Well, we're gonna do it tomorrow.
Tomorrow, the next day, the next day, the next. No, tomorrow we got a deep night at the Ice House.
I know.
What's the story, you beautiful?
You guys talking edibles? Is that what you?
Yeah.
Yeah. God, it's such a different world.
Gets you fucked up.
When I was a kid, we didn't have. I hate starting
And
sentences
you grew up in
like
San
that.
Francisco.
Yeah. Oh no! Don't get me wrong. We built bongs out of an apple core and a toilet paper roll, but all the gummy bears and the Funyuns, that was because you were high, and now you're eating them to get high, which seems like a vicious circle.
It really does. Sometimes
Because-
I have an edible, like a cookie.
And then you need a snack.
No, and I'll eat the edible, and then I'll say, "What the fuck do I have that sweet in the house?" My wife didn't buy nothing sweet. Ooh, I got that peanut butter cookie from Anarchy Edibles.
You're the
Here I am-
only person who does that.
Here I am, fucked up to the gills,
Right.
and I'll eat this cookie because I know I'm just going to dream in color.
and
That's
then,
it.
And then, did you guys get high because of the Bunny Ranch people were here?
No, we just got high because it was
okay.
Monday. You know,
Okay,
us,
got
it's
it.
fucking
Monday, sure.
Are you allowed to do that when you're pregnant?
No.
Oh God.
I don't know.
No.
It's just a plan, no?
Oh, I
No.
can barely have coffee. They like really frown upon that. Have you ever walked in with a big old pregnant belly into a Starbucks? Alarms go off. Woo, woo,
Oh,
woo.
those fucking Gentiles.
I know the yoga moms and and I'm addicted to coffee. That's definitely my addiction. But I feel like a crackhead sometimes. Like I want to sneak some. Like I'll lie about it to my husband.
You can drink non-caffeinated.
You can even drink regular caffeinated coffee. No one cares. But you know, when you live in LA and everyone's a little bit more crunchy granola than everyone else in the country, and they're like, it goes straight through your placenta into the baby's heart. Makes you feel terrible inside. So I try to cut down.
Fuck it, the baby will be a drummer. You know what I'm saying?
My 4-year-old already is.
Is he really?
Oh my God. Shirt off. He wants his shirt off and just underwear, and he just sits there drumming.
That's my boy.
I love it. I
shirt
love
off
it.
and underwear on.
Yeah. It's like he knows he needs to get his like armpits loose. You know, he doesn't want anything constricting him.
Does he get drum lessons?
No, we don't have lessons
He
because
just fucking
I'm not
plays.
spending money
No,
on that
no.
bullshit, because we give him swimming lessons. He can barely concentrate on that. But we just let him drum. He has a little drum kit. He's been drumming since he was 1.5 years.
Does it drive you crazy?
A little bit. Yeah. I tried to sneak some, what are those brushes? Instead of drumsticks, brushes to make it a little bit, a little bit quieter. And he's like, what? He looked at me like, what the fuck is this?
What the fuck is it? Yeah.
What is this?
We gotta make noise.
Yeah.
We gotta make noise.
I tried to sneak other drumsticks, like there are these special ones that are bad, and every time I try to sneak something in, he's like, nah, just give me like a big wooden block.
I was reading this article yesterday about like stuff that will remind you about when the decade you went to school. And when I was going to school, everyone took the recorder. And then I also did a year of the violin. So I can only imagine, like, the recorder must sound just terrible.
What's a recorder?
Like the little flute,
it's
almost like
like
flute thing.
The cheapest flute. It's like one long penile looking instrument. I played the recorder too. Hot cross buns. Cross buns. Like that's the
You
first
just blow
instrument
into
you
it.
get.
It's
Yeah.
like,
There's like 5
I
holes.
never played no fucking recorder, right?
Yeah.
I
Well,
played the bass, and I was in a band for a while, and
you played upright bass?
yeah, upright bass. I got a band, like.
Okay. No, so electric.
Like electric.
Yeah.
bass.
I went to cello camp.
Oh God,
Ridiculous.
that's brutal.
Why? I don't understand how my parents, I don't know, they just want to get rid of me. So anytime there was like a camp, they could get rid of me for the summer, they would send me to that camp. But one summer was cello camp.
I didn't really go to a lot of camps early on. The camps I went to as a young man was come home camp.
What?
Like in the Bronx, you went
Just
to like
day
a camp
camps.
for the day. They took you swimming.
Oh, right. Yeah,
You went,
yeah.
You know, at the end, I think you fucking camped one night at some shit in some national park in the
Yeah.
Bronx or something with animals, with Puerto Ricans dressed as bears and shit. But that I never really went to camps till later on. It was interesting when we were starting the podcast. Before we started, we were talking about the hot thing on Facebook today. The mom beating the fuck
Yeah.
out of that kid. Great smacks to the head, and you know it's. Some people on Facebook are all for it, like they understand where the mom was coming from.
Yeah.
Some people on Facebook are just fucking lost.
Really?
Like, oh my God, this is what's wrong with America. Blah, 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 blah. You know, I grew up in a house where my mom's word was the law. I didn't have a dad. My dad died when I was 3. So my mom remarried, but we didn't give him too much control over that thing. That was my mom's basic. And I remember, as I was watching it, I actually remember, I exaggerate to you, I actually remember 5 ass kicks that I got that way. A couple punches to the head,
Right.
a couple smacks, a bloody lip.
What did you do? What did you do to
One
deserve
time,
one of
I
those?
really remember one time when she beat me up with a purse because I wouldn't get off the mule on 86th Street in Broadway. There used to be a Citibank right on the corner. Where I don't know what it was. It could be something different. This was years ago.
Yeah.
I'm 52, so this was 47 years ago, 48 years ago. And right on Broadway there, crossing the Blimpie base on 86th Street, there was a guy that let you take pictures of him with a fucking on a mule.
Okay.
And I wouldn't get off the mule. And my
Yeah.
mom asked me like 10 times, and she beat the fuck out of me on the mule until I got off the mule. But she hit me with the purse. And there's a guy that I still talk to, a friend of my mom's in Miami, that said, I could live to be 100. And I'll never forget that day, driving in Broadway and seeing your mom whacking you with that purse all the way home. One time when I wouldn't make my bed, she came to a barbecue and yanked me out of there. I remember that beating.
Yeah.
And that was 14, 13.
Uh-huh.
I definitely remember a smack to the face she gave me a week before she died for fucking missing my curfew. Not the curfew. I didn't have a curfew for missing.
Uh-huh.
I remember her pouring the milk over my head at a restaurant because I kept fussing with the fucking food. And she's like, you're too skinny. I was sickly. And she goes, you got to drink this fucking milk. And I go, I want a milkshake. And they go, they don't make milkshakes. But what they'll do for you is they'll get milk and they'll put the ice cream on top of the milk, the
Right,
float. They
like
put
a
whipped
float,
cream.
yeah.
And I didn't want that. So as I drank the milk, I put it down. And she goes, you're not going to drink it? No. And she took it in this fucking restaurant. Now, granted, I'm sick. I had like a little bit of a temperature. And I had to go to Catholic school. Because in those days, we would go out to dinner as a family. And then she would drop me off at Catholic school about 5 o'clock on Sunday. And then she'd pick me up Thursday. This is a Catholic school I went to straighten me out, like early on from third.
Wait, so it was like a boarding school?
From third to fifth grade, I
okay.
went to boarding school.
Okay.
So when I'm sitting there at the table, I wouldn't. Now here I have my suit to go back to boarding school, the whole fucking thing. And she's going back and forth with me on this. We're going back. I'm not going to fucking drink it. And she goes, you're going to drink it. You're going to drink it. I'm telling you, you're going to drink this fucking thing. And I go, I'm not going to drink it. And I'll never forget, she took the milk, poured it over my head, and the milk went down my face, but the ice cream sat on my head. And I cried for like 2 minutes, and little by little, I could feel the ice cream shifting. And it finally just fell on my suit. Then she took me in the fucking bathroom. She made me change. She washed, and while she was washing me, she goes, you got a fucking temperature. I go, okay. And she goes, hold on. She went in her purse. She took out a syringe with penicillin, and she shot me in the fucking bathroom because I was really sickly when I was a kid. And my mom would always have penicillin with the fucking needles right in the fucking purse. The doctor I had, Orlando Del Valle, see, this is how much this country has changed. In the old days, when you had a doctor would come to your house.
Yeah. Yeah.
For an extra $20. Who gives a fuck? Come to my house. He would come to your house. He'd give you a prescription. They didn't call it in those days. They didn't zip it to CVS. You had to bring the piece of paper to CVS yourself or whatever. But he would shoot penicillin, and then he would give my mom a penicillin in the syringe. Because after they usually give you penicillin, your temperature goes up. You have a weird reaction to it. Kids, I would always get that reaction. So the next day, my mom would have to stop what she was doing and haul me to the doctor. We were so close with the doctor. He was a Cuban doctor that the doctor finally said, fuck it, I just leave you a syringe and penicillin. So my
And
mom
she
would
would
blast
just...
me. She would bend me over and just blast me in the fucking ass. And I'd have a lump on my ass, like a blood clot. She don't give a fuck. Humans don't give a fuck about blood clots. That don't affect us.
Oh my
swear to
God.
God,
But you never got syphilis after that.
No.
Because that's what they give you if you have syphilis. It probably made your body immune
No, when you have a
to
cold.
any STD.
When you have a cold.
I've
you
never
get
heard of
penicillin.
penicillin for a
Yeah,
cold.
when you have a cold in the 70s, they give you a shot of
Cold
penicillin.
in the
When you had
70s.
a throat, I would always have throat problems.
Right.
They give you a shot of penicillin.
Wow.
And
Okay.
then the penicillin would offset it. You'd get a temperature even higher overnight.
Right.
So my mom would be prepared with another fucking shot in the ass.
Unbelievable.
I went to give blood today, and I didn't faint. I had to leave my house at 6 to get to Hollywood by 6:30. I went and got breakfast.
For something specific, or were you giving blood for?
I was giving blood because they on prescription. They wanted to see what the range was.
Uh-huh.
But I owed them for 2 blood tests. I owed them for one from November, which I never went down there and got. This I got the call in February, in January, and I just went down in April. I was telling Lee, tomorrow I'm going to go for the. I hate fucking needles.
Yeah, I can
I
imagine.
fucking hate
Because
needles.
you associate them with penicillin in your
But
ass.
no, this doctor, the crazy thing with this fucking doctor was he was a cokehead, right? Dr. Del Valle was a bad motherfucker. I knew Orlando since the time I was a little kid to the time I was in high school. When I was in high school, even after my mother died, I still went to see him. But when I was a kid, Orlando knew that I didn't like needles. So whenever my mom and stepdad called him and said, Coco's sick, he would love it because he would always make that his last stop because he knew that my mom and dad would offer him a drink or whatever. So he would have a drink with my mom and dad. They would come in, take my temperature, and he'd go, Jose Antonio, I have to give you a needle. And I go, let me think about it. So he'd go, great. He'd go out in the living room and have drinks with my mom and dad, like 3 or 4 drinks. He'd do a blast. This guy did blow. He'd do a couple. I didn't know it at the time. He'd come back with his jaw going all crazy. And I'd look at my mom like, why is this fucking jaw going? I didn't know. I didn't know until later on as I got older. I saw him in a club one night, and he was all fucked up, and he asked me for Coke. And I asked, he asked me for Coke, and I told him I had aspirin. He goes, what do you got for the head? And I go, aspirin. He goes, oh, don't tell me that. This guy was a freak. Towards the end, I was trading him cocaine for steroid prescriptions for a friend of mine. I would just go up there, give him like an 8-ball, and he'd give me like 10 steroid prescriptions. And then finally, his kid stole his prescription, Brooke, in the 80s.
He got busted.
And he lost
He
his
lost his
license.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's how crazy this was.
Unbelievable. Now, would you ever give your kid just a shot? Like, could you ever do that? Just come over here. Let me give you a shot in your ass. I don't know if I could handle that. That would be too much for me.
I can't. But I know my fucking crazy wife could do it.
She would do it.
Yeah, she's from Tennessee.
I had a house call from a doctor 2 weekends ago. He had an earache or an ear infection. We couldn't even. I've never heard this kid scream for so many hours at such a decimal. Am I saying that correctly? Decimal,
yeah.
Like for hours. I called the doctor on a Saturday, and he heard my kid in the background. I was in a different room. I went to a different room so I could make the phone call. The doctor's like, I hear your kid screaming. I'm coming over. So we had a house call.
They charge you?
Yeah, I don't care. And this doctor is also an acupuncturist because he does like everything. Like he's homeopathic. He put 2 acupuncture needles in both my kids' ears, and it drained. And in an hour, he was calm. I couldn't believe it. It's like, thank God. I will write you 3 checks like this. It's so worth it because I could not do that. And when I was a kid, if I was screaming like that, my parents were like, shut up and sit down. Like they had no patience for any kind of your kid's not feeling good and 0 patience. 0.
Immigrant parents.
Yeah, they're just.
You know, there was a rule in my house. My mom had a rule. I understand you get sick.
Yeah.
But just do me a favor. Go to school. Go to school.
Oh my
if you
God.
puke in school, I know you're sick. If I wouldn't go to school, I wasn't allowed out at 3. But if I went to school and got sent home from school, I was allowed out. My mom had weird rules.
Yeah.
You know?
Your mom probably didn't have that sawdust that they had in our school, so she didn't want to have to cover the puke up herself. She's like, go puke at school because they can cover that up with that. Did you have that when you were a kid? They sprinkle this dust. Do you remember that?
Yeah, my mom didn't let me do anything. Like if I didn't go to school, there was no TV, there was no like I couldn't watch anything. I couldn't do anything. My mom only hit me a couple times, and it was mostly just spanking. Like she never like hit me. But you brought it up before the podcast. I went at my friend's house and they would yell at their parents, and it's like, what are you doing? Like, and my dad, I don't think my dad ever hit me, but my dad was loud. My dad was on the radio. He knew how to get loud. So, like, I up until a few years ago, I was still scared of my parents.
But you probably grew up with a lot of kids that did get hit as well, right?
Oh,
all the kids in the neighborhood, right?
Launched.
See, I didn't.
Launched.
Yeah. And so I was always embarrassed. I felt like I had to hide it, like live undercover the fact that I would get smacked. So if a friend of mine was coming home with me and we were past curfew, I had to prepare her for what was about to happen. She was not used to the wrath of my mom. My mom would swing the door open and just grab me by the hair. And I had these like white scared friends that are like, what the fuck is happening? And I had to like make excuses. Because it'd all be in Russian too. So I was like, oh, she's just giving me like a list of things I have to do. No, she was swearing at me. She was cursing me out. But because it was in Russian, I could like make up a story and cover it. Because I was embarrassed. But your friends were probably all getting smacked around too. None of my friends got hit.
Oh, all my friends got fucking punched.
Big difference.
I had a friend that his dad would punch him at the school and like he'd fucking get up bleeding. His dad would talk to the teacher with crossed arms. And then he'd be standing right there, and then, okay. And he'd just backhand him, bam, and the kid would go down, glasses busted. He'd get up again, fucking pound him again. When I went to Catholic school, there was a kid, Leslie Rubero, who bailed me out when we attacked a nun. We got beat up by a nun. I did, so we attacked a nun. Leslie helped me. His father used to throw fucking bombs at him. Now, when I got into that altercation with the teacher, I was in the 5th grade. Leslie's father was already throwing bombs at him, guys. I'm talking from fucking men bombs, bam, in the chest. Carmine Balzano, who I'm going to talk about tomorrow night in the thing. He used to pulverize fucking kids. Left hooks. You know, do I see the need for that? Do I want to beat Mercy and my daughter like that? I don't think so.
No.
If I had a boy, I think sometimes it's parental frustration.
Yeah,
You know?
a lot of the times.
Yesterday's beating was classic. That was no frustration. That was a mom saying, "You're fucking slipping. I don't give a fuck what the rest of the kids are doing. You got to be an individualist."
Yeah.
You know, and she smacked the fuck out of him. And those are the beatings I got.
I think because she was also wearing a cop's uniform, the irony of it. No, I'm kidding. She wasn't. But can you imagine?
Well, it's just sometimes
Police mom brutality.
if you see like a kid getting beat up, like you had an issue a year or so ago where you saw a kid getting beat up, it looks like it makes you feel bad. But that watching it yesterday, that was like a teenager, and like the mom was hitting him, but she wasn't like punching him. She was just like hitting him in the head.
Fucking smacking him, man.
Yeah.
Some good fucking smacks to the head.
You know, also, that was more to embarrass him, too. You know, because he was probably there with his other friends, and they probably had a plan. We're going to loot this. We're going to do this, whatever. And look, I get it. They're all frustrated. Fine. But there was also, like, a lot of the times, I think the parents do it to send a message, like, don't try to act out. Don't think I'm not going to find you and do this to you in public. Because hitting your kid is one thing. You know, you didn't make your bed, and then your mom smacks you. You go into your room, you make your bed. But that's all done
It wasn't,
in privacy.
but if you think about it 30 years later, it wasn't about me making the bed. It was about her telling me something and me
Right.
telling her, fighting with her.
Right.
That got under my mom's craw.
Of course.
That used to, and that's what gets under every mom's craw. The why.
Absolutely.
The why. Why? Because I fucking said it. That's
Right.
why.
Right.
You know, I see these kids today that say shit. If in my neighborhood, if you were 16 and you went home and your dad said, all right, before let's say a prayer. Like I went to somebody's house 10 years ago and the father said this at a party. And the father said, the kid goes, we don't pray because, you know, there's an atheist God. In my neighborhood, if you said that to your dad would reach across and beat the fuck out of you. You know, or dad would say, you know what? Since you don't believe in the same God I believe in, get the fuck out of here. You ain't eating my fucking food, bitch. You know, that's tough love, but it's also, you know, the beatings that I got, I remembered why, and I never did it again. You know, like.
But you just did something else.
My mom didn't want me to. She didn't like the talking back.
Yeah.
She didn't like the. I think of the immigrant mom. When I was 5, I had this, not this gold chain, but I had something this thick and the same.
Yeah.
My mom would put this gold chain on me in New York City when I was 5 and say, "Come home with that. Don't let nobody touch it." I remember one day I was getting an ice cream from Mr. Softy, and she was watching from the window. And the guy goes, "Can I see your chain?" And he touched my chain. My mom flew downstairs and almost fucking killed me. And from because my mom, I didn't have a dad.
Yeah.
So my mom was wearing 2 hats.
Right.
You know, 4 years ago, I went to the YMCA one night and I was hitting the bag. And I wanted to hit the bag, but I couldn't hit the bag because I was on an Indian mom, American Indian, a Hindu, not the boo-boo, but the other one, had her kid in there with hand wraps, not even hand wraps, but towels. And she was teaching him how to hit the bag. And I could hear her. You know, I was wondering why. Why would a mother take her son to hit the bag? I mean, and at the end, the mother goes, "You keep doing this, and those kids will not tease you in school anymore." What mom in today's society says that all they're doing is making documentaries on how my kid is getting bullied, but they're not teaching them how to fight back, how to stick up for themselves?
Right.
Kira, I got no reason to lie to you. It brought a tear to my eye.
Yeah.
I couldn't.
Of course.
I got overcome with emotion because that was my mom. My
Yeah.
mom used to say, "This is what needs to be done." Something like this. I still remember going home one day getting beat up at the park, and my mom finding out about it. And the next day, me getting home, and I'm going, "Get dressed. We're going to the park." I'm like, "For what?" And she's like, "We're going to go see what happened yesterday. We're going to go take care of it." She made me walk up to that kid and smack that 17-year-old in the face when I was 14. And then let the kid beat me up. We fought again, but my mom goes, "You never come back to this house hit. Never in your life does a man stay hit. Not in this fucking house. You get onto a beef, that kid hits you, you hit him back, then you come home. Don't ever stay hit. Even if you get beat up, go home, get a sandwich, and go back tomorrow, next day, and fight this motherfucker again, but don't stay hit. Because then everybody will beat up on you.
Yeah.
You know, but if you fight for your shit, they won't."
So what would you say what would your mom say if you started the fight?
If I
If
I was 17 and whatever,
Yeah.
my mom would say, "You're a little bigger than him." You know, my mom was one of those people. My mom understood. I remember coming home from Catholic school and having an attitude like I would leave on Sundays and come back I remember my mom telling me on Thursday nights, there's some kids that want to fight you tomorrow. Get ready to fight at her bar. At her bar. My mom would make me fight, dog. Get out there. Get out there. What are the options? What do you do with your kid? What the fuck do you do?
Yeah.
A couple of weeks ago, I went to this jiu-jitsu tournament. There was a guy's tournament, but there was these two 12-year-old girls. And they were jiu-jitsu, and one girl had the other girl like by 7 or 8 inches. But that little Asian girl was holding her own. I got so over fucking whelmed with emotion because I know even if I die next year, if my daughter gets into jiu-jitsu, she'll never be raped. She'll never. This jiu-jitsu is a great way for women to empower themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Your strength is on your back, where women never want to be, unless you're a dirty fucking whore. But if I throw you down, Kira, that's what jiu-jitsu is. You're back. How do you get? So when I go to rip your shirt off,
Right.
from now on,
Yeah.
you're gonna break my fucking elbow because jiu-jitsu is not for a big guy to do to a little guy. Jiu-jitsu is constructed for a little guy to work on a big guy. I went yesterday to jiu-jitsu and I seen what John Salami weighs 165 pounds. He was throwing me around like a fucking kettlebell. He swept me one time. I went 4 feet in the air because they use technique. So you're gonna get these young girls. They're gonna keep drilling arm bars, like fucking Ronda Rousey. That's what you're gonna get now. Ronda Rousey is open. Ronda Rousey is a UFC star and everything, but she's also letting women know that the party's over for a while. If a woman really doesn't want to be a victim no more, she doesn't have to be a victim. I'm gonna rest better as a father if I know my daughters can take care of themselves.
Yeah.
I know if a guy pushes my daughter back on her back, guess what? You just went into her world, jerk off. Jiu-jitsu is you between my legs with my guard. Go ahead. Try my heads off. I will break both your fucking elbows, even if you have me over 100 pounds. Because I'm going to make that little girl drill that fucking arm bar like they did with Ronda Rousey, where she could catch it from everywhere. She could catch it in her sleep with one arm.
So the woman, if the woman is the victim in the situation and she's on her back, that's actually beneficial.
That's jiu-jitsu. That's your world.
Got it. Okay.
You're learning how to sweep men, how to choke people out from your back.
Oh,
How to triangle motherfuckers. So let's say the guy wants to rape you and eat your pussy. Boom, that's your world. When he puts his head between your legs, you're going to triangle this motherfucker. And with that triangle, you're going to choke him out. He's going to lose consciousness. And then you're going to go get your knife out of your purse.
Well, let's not get carried away. Let him finish what he started. If he's any good, we'll let him finish. And then you son of a bitch.
You cocksucker breaking into my window and eating my asshole. But it gave me, nobody wants their kid getting hit. Think of how you felt with your child with an earache. You were helping.
Oh.
Think if your child comes home and says, "Mommy, this kid hit me." What are you going to do? Call his parents and studio?
No, I don't. I tell him.
Come over here. This is what needs to be done.
Yeah.
Next time he hits you, knock him out. Don't tell Mommy told you. Don't tell Daddy Mommy told you either. You knock that motherfucker out.
Do you know what my mom used to tell me to do? This is just so ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
Old school. She, you make a V with your fingers, and she's like, "You take fingers, you put them in eyeballs." And I'm like, "Mom, I'm not going to do it. You take your fingers into their eyeballs. And if they do that to you, you put your hand up to your nose and you block the..." Like that was her Russian style martial arts. You can block with your hand on your nose. That's how their fingers can't reach your eyeballs. I'm like, what are you teaching me? Like, the Three Stooges self-defense? She's like, it worked every time. That was her go-to thing. To this day, she'll still say that. The fingers and the eyeballs.
I laugh at moms. I laugh at moms when I go to like Studio City events. And
like farmers market?
Yeah, like all that. I just laugh at moms because it's like, I can look at these kids and go, this kid's going to have a hard fucking time later on in his life. The mom's a half a fruitcake. The dad's got sandals on, walking around like life is beautiful. You ever see those dads at the farmers market? They walk around like,
Can't believe they wear sandals.
And they hold their babies and the wife and her friend that can't get laid or be arrested. I'm like, oh, you have such a good man. And he's bouncing around. Meanwhile, this guy's thinking about fucking going home and watching the New England Patriots fucking game. He's living in hell himself because it's Sunday fucking morning. He wants to be walking around a farmer's market. I like the farmer's market. I don't give a fuck about football. I go there, I get a pizza with the wife. We go there quick, though. It's quick.
Yeah.
I go to the farm. I don't
they have
walk
good
around.
Breakfast burritos.
Do they? At that farmer's market?
Yeah, Studio City.
And tamales.
Yeah,
good
the
tamales. Oh, my God, Lee. They got good tamales.
Yeah.
But they're not tamales like the mother-in-law makes. They're, like New Age, like
they're a little
spicy green pork. And and Gouda cheese with goat cheese sprinkled on it. Get the fuck out of here. Mexicans don't eat goat cheese. They eat the goat, bitch.
But they're still good.
Yeah,
I'll still put some of them down. Yeah. You let a lot of things slide in LA. They try to mix things up. You know, they'll try to. I went to a place where you just want to get like some Chinese food, just some greasy Chinese food, and they're like, well, you know, it's tempeh, and I'm like, oh, just whatever, just throw some sauce on it, and I'll eat it.
You know who's got good Chinese food? I forget.
I cannot find good Chinese food in LA.
Well, it's not good Chinese food, but you know who's got really okay Chinese food there? Interesting. Across the street from the Laugh Factory.
Oh, really?
That little mall. It's like all natural.
I've ordered from there before. Yes,
it's
it
not
is
world class.
It's not great.
But she tries hard. The pork fried rice isn't bad. The Chinese, and they're real Chinese.
Yeah, that's
So
important.
that's a plus.
I grew up in San Francisco, so I've had the best Chinese food, and you can't find it in Los Angeles proper. You have to go out to what is it? It's out the 10. You got to go east of LA and
Monterey Park.
Thank you.
Yeah, Monterey Park.
You.
That's they got good. They got a good what you like.
Dim sum.
Dumplings.
Dim sum on Sundays and dumplings.
Yeah.
When in '85, I used to go to a place on Van Ness on San Francisco, and it used to be called North Star Chinese Restaurant. It was Szechuan style, and I get the shredded beef with the carrots and with the cucumbers, or not cucumbers, the celery over white rice. Fucking tremendous. I never liked the Chinatown food in San Francisco.
You don't need to go to Chinatown.
It was a little too real for me.
For tourists.
For tourists.
But you go into a Chinese restaurant in the Sunset, like the inner Sunset, and everyone's Chinese. That's the place you want to eat. That's the place you want to eat. Yeah. So that's the Seven Immortals. That was where we went.
You know, I lived in the Tenderloin, right?
Did you?
1985, Rich Ramirez was up there.
Oh my God!
This is when the Tenderloin was real. I lived at the Virginia Hotel, which is now what's across the street where they do comedy in different languages on Schrader. The hostel. It's a hostel now, the Virginia Hotel.
So when I was in high school, my dad had a warehouse. He's a plumber in the Tenderloin. And so sometimes I'd have to take the bus and then go meet him there. And I got so used to walking through the Tenderloin. Nothing scared me after that. Nothing. It's not a big area, but it's just even those 4 city blocks. I mean,
I used to live by Original Joe's.
Yeah.
The worst bloodbath I ever saw was outside Original Joe's. 2 guys stabbed. The blood was brown.
Oh my God.
They were on the street.
What's worse, Skid Row or Tenderloin?
In 1985, the worst place I had ever seen in my life was San Francisco.
Wow.
1985.
It wasn't cleaned up.
It was fucking wild, guys.
Yeah.
I saw some violence, man. I didn't see fist fights. I saw sticks, knives, nunchucks. I saw some. I used to work on Haight-Ashbury as a bartender on Rockin' Robbins. At the end, all the way at the end of Haight-Ashbury by the Golden Gate Park, across from McDonald's, there used to be a bar that was all Cadillacs on the wall. And whenever somebody would tip, they would press a button. All the lights, the headlights would go off on the
There was a bowling alley.
There was a movie theater that had couches. And I told Lee about this. They had popcorn, and they push fresh sticks of butter. And you could see the butter melting. And they made chocolate chip cookies, fresh chocolate chip fucking cookies, Lee. No candies, no nothing. Fucking popcorn with real butter and chocolate chip cookies.
That sounds amazing.
San Francisco, for me at that age, was a paradise.
Why did you go there?
I was running for the feds. I was running for the cops for credit card fraud in Boulder. And that's the only place I knew. I had a friend in over the bridge.
Oakland?
No.
Hayward?
All those money places.
Yeah.
They were selling coke. They were from Jersey. And what they had was a coke business.
Oh, in Marin? Marin side?
And they were detailing cars. So they did all their coke transfer. And that's when you got $160 to detail a car. So I helped them out a little bit. I was just running, and I always heard it was great. And I went up there. I got off the bus, and because I took a flight to San Francisco, but a bus from the airport to the Tenderloin. I didn't know.
Yeah. And
I got a hotel room there, and that's when my crime spree started, right there.
It's frightening. I can't believe you lived there. Cannot believe that.
Coffee Runs, the place that had topless coffee waitresses. So you went to get coffee.
That sounds like a terrible idea.
Coffee fucking runs on the corner. And then the 50 steps
extra
from
cream,
them,
that's where the topless came from.
50 steps from them, there was a pawn shop where I took all my stolen shit. Anything I got, anything me and a bunch of thieves got.
And the irony is, it's right next to Union Square, which
Right
is a
next to
really
Union.
nice area and shopping and highfalutin.
Right. Up by Macy's.
Yeah, the Saks Fifth Avenue,
Saks
the
Fifth
whole
Avenue,
Union Square.
where all the
is
Chinese
beautiful.
people doing Tai Chi
Yes.
outside in the
yeah.
mornings. I lived right there. I lived 2 blocks down.
But then the Tenderloin, oof.
God.
What streets did you live on? Eddie? Turk?
I lived on Death. That's where I lived, on Death Street. Fucking. And then Rich Ramirez was up there
Yeah.
killing people.
Oh,
He went into
Jesus.
somebody's house, killed an old man, took his eyeballs to go.
Oh my
He
god.
killed 2 sets of people.
To go?
To go. Took his eyeballs because Satan said to take his eyeballs for strength.
Oh,
So he, yeah, man, I'm not kidding you. He
really
went to,
frightening.
he was buying weed in the Tenderloin. So there was a place where we all bought weed in the hotel. And I remember going up, and that's where they confiscated the door. That's where he wrote this thing to from AC/DC, Night Prowler.
Yeah.
And then remember when the feds went, they took the doors because he was writing in the room. He had really bad teeth,
Yeah.
supposedly. And then I went up to that building to get weed, and they were all feds. I go, I'm looking at cop weed, and they're like, they showed me a badge. They're like, get the fuck out. They didn't catch him. They caught him down here. He got on the bus at
Yeah.
Union Square
Yeah.
and went down to fucking LA, and they beat him up in LA. They beat the fuck out of him on the streets of South LA. But San Francisco was bad. I left there going, I loved it. I loved the food. I loved everything about it. I loved the waits and everything I was doing, the bartending and the stealing and the fucking drugs. I was doing shit that I sit back now and I just giggle, but it was great. It was great. It was
That's how the city was founded, the Barbary Coast. It was like everyone was either running from the law or they were trying to find their fortune with the gold rush, or it was all, hookers. And I mean, it was like transients and crooks and robbers. I mean, that's how the city first came about, was just a place to go and raise hell, wreak
What a
havoc.
great city. Now it just seems overpopulated.
It's a completely
It's
different
just
place
over
now.
fucking populated to the gills. You can't do anything.
I mean, everyone's 25. Everyone wants to be a millionaire. Everybody wants to go and get that next big app and work in Silicon Valley. And just, the tech craze has changed the entire city. When I was a kid, it was like a town. It was a really big town. I lived in the city, not in the suburb. Yeah, inside the city. And you knew everybody. You'd go downtown, you'd run into someone because it's 7 miles
What
long.
high school did you go to?
School of the Arts.
School of the Arts.
Yeah. It was inside another high school called McAteer, which was such a bad high school. The other schools in the area nicknamed us Blackateer. We had mostly Black and Hispanic kids. And then we had a School of the Arts inside of it, like Fame in New York. That same thing. We were dancing on cafeteria tables, breaking out in song at the lockers, all of that. But it was inside this really, really rough school where we had gangs and violence and drugs. And
When did you think about stand-up?
when did I think about it? I knew at 6 years old.
Really?
6. I didn't know what it was. I didn't know it was like a job or a career or you get paid in chicken fingers on the road. I didn't know all of those things, but I knew at 6 for sure. And I'd beg my mom, help me be a stand-up comic. She's like, go sit down, shut up. Like, it was always just sit down and shut up. That was my entire childhood. And I say this with love because I love my parents.
You got brothers and sisters?
I had a brother. He died. He had a heart attack at 38.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
But you grew up with somebody else in the house.
Yeah, he was much older. So, he was 8 years older. So when I was, let's say 8, he was already 16, got a driver's license. He was out of the house. We hardly saw him. Then at 17, he decided, I'm going to get a GED. I don't want to be in school anymore. At 17, he graduated basically from high school and then moved, left and got out. And then came back. So then he actually, the picture right here, I just keep looking at it with your fro right here. Yeah, that's my brother. He had that big fro, that big curly Jew fro in his case. And it's just, when I see that, it brings back a lot of memories, those years, those eras. But, I grew up like an only child, basically. And then he came back and moved back in with us and lived with us. But I always felt like he was more of a second father. And then when I got older, he kind of accepted hanging out with me more. But it was hard for him because I was so much younger than him, and he looked so much older. He had a big mustache too, And I had a boy haircut for a little while. And so people thought he was my dad. Like, they were like, oh, your son is so adorable. And it was really, it was hard for me. I was called a boy all the time. And it didn't help that I liked dressing like a boy.
Now, you tried San Fran for the first time. You got on stage up there.
No, down here.
Did you?
Yes.
How old were you?
Right after college.
You came right down.
Right, yeah. No, I went to college in San Diego, so I literally technically came up. So I'm a typical California girl, even though I don't look it. San Francisco, went to San Diego State, and then LA. Now I live in LA. I've lived in LA now the longest I've lived anywhere else.
18 years?
I've lived here 17 years, yeah.
So we both kind of moved. I lived here. So
Yeah.
That's where we met, at the Comedy Store, pretty much.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny. Ari told me a story this morning. He goes, this is why I like Kira, whatever the fucking name is. He goes, because he goes, I would always see her at the store. And one night she just came up to me and said, do we have a problem? And he goes, what are you talking about? He goes, no, I walk past, you don't say hello. You got to say something. He goes, ever since that time, I fell in love with Kira. Because you don't fuck around. You don't pull punches. It takes a certain woman to make it in this. You guys are all have one quality.
Yeah.
And I can't put my finger on it. But the girls that have stayed, because you and I have seen people
Come and go.
They were going to be stars.
Yeah.
Went to Montreal.
Yeah.
Passed us up. We sat there and going, holy shit. And all of a sudden, God.
Yeah.
You go on Facebook, they're married, they sell insurance, and you're like, you had this passion for this. Where did it go? I don't think the passion I have for stand-up could ever just shut off. I have my moments with like anybody else. When Lee was editing, he didn't like it. But I bet you now, you're like, I bet I could go I'll edit the shit out of some shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But when you're doing it, you don't, when am I going to get out of this business? But I was in it for good. Once I knew I was in. Like, once I came here and I go, well, it looks like fucking Wall Street is out. Except felons, we've seen them all. But all you women that have stuck around all have one quality. I can't put my fucking finger on it. And then I read Georgia Jean's post, like I told you, that said, men hit on me. That's why I had to get out of comedy. Men hit on every fucking thing.
If you work at Kinko's or if you're, a plumber, men are going to hit on you. And I'm being honest when I say this to you. I might be oblivious or naive. I don't think I was hit on that much. And I'm not talking about because I'm married now, because I've been married only since 2008. So, and that, trust me, a wedding ring has never stopped a man anyway. But before, if you count from like the end of 97, basically 98 to when I started doing open mics, Kindness of Strangers down here on Lancashire, right down the street is where my first stand-up was. Right here, Kindness of Strangers. It's gone. Vargas Mason was there the first night I was there.
What was Kindness of Strangers?
A little open mic that I would go to.
Lancashire?
Okay, so Moore Park and just 100 yards south of Moore Park, right there on Lancashire.
Right down the street from where the McDonald's is. And like there's a tower.
Ernie's? Ernie's? There's a church. Ernie's Taco.
Yeah. Oh my God, I do remember that.
Yeah.
I was up there.
Yeah.
Vargas Mason. He lived on Vista, and me and Josh Wolf went up there on a Saturday night.
I would go there every week. That was my first open mic. But I don't think I ever got that hit on before. Maybe it's the vibe I put out. I think I put out a vibe of, I'm like kind of like, 10% dude. You know what I mean? Like, I think I put that out. So maybe that's not attractive to men. I don't really have a vulnerable quality when you see me on stage. Maybe that's it. But Georgia Jean, beautiful girl and fantastic. I never got hit on so much that I was like, this is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, I gotta stop doing that.
I can't do it. I never. And also, because I started at the store every Sunday, and for 3 years I was there, I think that does something to you as well. That's like a boot camp, the Comedy Store, when you're first starting out. So for 2 years, I just did shitty open mics. I mean, talk about hostels and laundromats and basements and women's shelters. I did a women's shelter, I remember, every Thursday.
What was the place on Barham? Right before you went to hit down to Highland.
Yeah.
If we were on Barham,
right,
we're going to make that fucking left onto Highland.
Yeah.
Boom, we're going to make that left. Right there, there's a building there now. It's been 20 things. When we first moved here, that was a place that was a coffee shop. They did comedy there, but they also had scripts in there. So let's say you want to read Breakfast Club. You go get Breakfast Club. Do you remember?
Yeah.
And it went out of business. That was there. I mean, there was so many comedy
I can't
things.
remember the name.
You know, I was talking to this kid the other day, and he was asking, he goes, you know, I'm having a struggle and whatever. And I go, let me ask you something. Look me in the eye and tell me you really went out when you got. How long have you been in LA? He goes, about a year and a half, and nothing's going my way. I said, tell me the truth. How many times a week do you go out? And he goes, well, I usually try to go out like 2 nights a week. I go, there was your problem. I go, when you move to LA, or when you get into this as an open micer, it's like getting out of a rehab. When you get out of rehab, what do they tell you? You got to go to an AA meeting every fucking day for 90 days.
Yeah.
When you move to LA or anything like, when you're going to commit to this,
Right.
it's every night. They don't care about your girlfriend's asshole. They don't care about your cat dying. They don't care about fucking nothing. Like tonight, I got to go do comedy. My cat died today. I had to put the cat to sleep today. It affected me a little bit, but I got to go do fucking comedy.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck. That's what a comedian does. Well, before I was telling you that I located my daughter. I found her on Lincoln, whatever the fuck it is, Lincoln, you know. When I first, when I lived in Boulder, I was going through all the hell with her mother. I would have a joint in my ashtray because I knew when I dropped her off, I'd be so heartbroken. I'd smoke that joint, but I had a promise to myself that no matter how bad I felt, I was going to do comedy.
How did you find her?
Who?
Did you just search in LinkedIn? Or like,
No, something happened. I went to read for some. You know, listen, guys, I may be down, but I'm never fucking out. I called her 8 weeks ago and I told her the truth, and then she never called me back. So I called her again last week. I was a little angry. I woke up and I called her up and I go, hey man, she never called me back. I go, listen, I don't know what you think is going to happen. I just want to say I'm sorry. I love her and I'm here for her. That's it. I understand she got a family in place. I'm not here to disrupt it. I got my own shit going on. I don't believe in disrupting nobody's life. She called back with some fucking story that she just had a breakup and she's still grieving over her grandfather. Her grandfather died in fucking December. So I called a private investigator to find her. He goes, you know, they have her hidden so much, they changed her name. Her name was Jacqueline Michelle Diaz. They changed her name to Jackie, Jacqui, Michelle. They rewrote Michelle, and they changed her last name to her mother's remarried name, Ball.
Oh.
Without my permission. I never signed that paperwork.
Yeah.
I'm really thinking of going to an attorney. Like, I'm going to contact an attorney in Denver, and I'm going to tell him my story. And if something's kinky, you know what? I'm thinking about suing them. You know, listen, you could go somewhere and slice somebody's fucking throat. You go somewhere and punch him in the face and call him a cunt and express whatever you can. She'd already know she's a miserable cunt. You know, I would love to have the balls to put like a fucking Santeria spell or something on my ex-wife.
the mother, yeah.
The mother, but I know that backfires. I don't believe in any of that shit. But I tell you what I do believe in. If you want to hit a motherfucker, you hit him in the pocket.
Yeah.
That kills a motherfucker. Not when you're 21, but when you're 50 and you're trying to put away money for your fucking future, that kills you with some mother. Because I had a loose end. This is the way I looked at it. I had a couple loose ends in my life.
Right.
This shit that was floating out there that I had to get. I got that after 35 years. It was these boxes I had. And I had calling back my wife, my daughter. I just one day said, I can't do this. I can't be a comedian and be at war with these people. I can't do it. So I'm just going to fucking walk away from the situation. I'll be back. I'm down right now, but I'll be back. So I had a loose end. But after I called her and I admitted and then she still fucked with me, guess what now? Now she's got a loose end.
Right.
It's not my loose end no more. Now she's got a loose end because, like, I called her and told her, I go, listen, I called you as a courtesy. She's 25. I don't have to fucking call you.
Right.
See, the last thing my ex-wife wants is for me to grab this kid's ear because then she'll find out the truth. Why would she hide her so much? She's hiding it because she doesn't want to know the fucking truth.
Yeah.
Did you ever file a police report for them beating you up? Because that could be an issue because you don't really have proof of that.
No, I don't need proof of that. I need.
Well, if you're going to
they
sue
lived
them.
in London for 3 years when she was 16 years old. They took her out of the country
No.
without my permission. In a divorce, you still have to get written permission from the child.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah,
absolutely.
I'm not talking.
Even state lines, I think.
I'm not worried about that beating. I got the best of that beating. That dude is not walking around today. Trust me, something's not right with his insides today. So I don't get. They broke my rib, but I caught one of the guys. There's 3 guys that jumped me, and I caught one of them. And I'll tell you what, everything that bad that's ever happened to me in my life, I took it on that guy when he was on his back. He didn't know jiu-jitsu. And I got a size 13 foot.
Did he try to eat your pussy?
No, he tried to hit. He hit me with a 2x4. He hit my dog. He hit the German Shepherd with a 2x4.
What?
And I caught this motherfucker by the collar and threw him down. He punched me, and then I started punching him. And I was just really angry. I mean, I wasn't even myself that night. This is all the things they did over time to me. And then when I caught the guy, I wanted his wallet. He was from Idaho. Her boyfriend was from Idaho. So they were friends of the boyfriend. So I had this cop that was off duty. I called him up, and he was a friend. And I called him. I told him the truth. I go, what should I do? He goes, don't call the cops. Where's the guy you caught? I go, right here. He's home moaning and groaning. He came over. I took my car. I put fucking wrapper in it. And we drove to both the hospital. We threw him out in front of the hospital. I never heard a word again.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
See, once they sent somebody to me, they sent me a warning.
Yeah.
But they couldn't capitalize on that warning. That's my world. You send somebody to my house and you're a civilian, you just entered my world.
Right.
They better shoot me or kill me, because if not, you just entered my world. Now I got a green light on your ass, and you don't know how to deal with my world. I don't know how to deal with your world, but you definitely don't know how to deal with my fucking world. So it just escalated. This ugly thing was over a love of a child. This story I'm telling you is over a love of a fucking child. And I'm not doing it. I'm doing it away from me. If I go after them in court, I'm doing it for all the other guys that this gets done to, because this is called legal kidnapping.
Right.
And I have a friend that did this also. If you divorce your husband tomorrow, and his family's got money, and they say you're a comedian, you drink when you go out, because everything you used. Like that drink that you do at the comedy store and then do your set, you're an alcoholic. You're at dark places every night. You're this, you're that. So that guy, if he's got money, he's going to get sole custody. Then they're going to fuck with you a little bit until you slip.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're gonna put you in a bad position until you slip. And then once you fucking slip, bam, now you don't get the kid. But me and you might have a war. I'm still going to let the kid see you because you're the child's father.
Right, right.
She didn't want me around since day one. It was 2 years of hell for me, but it was 2 years of hell for her. Remember, I made her life a living hell. I caused hell for her at the house. And then after I beat them in court finally, that the judge said that if they didn't give me the child, it'd be a
Contempt of court.
Contempt of court.
Mm-hmm.
Outside that day, I just ate her alive. I just said things to her in front of her husband that nobody would ever say to somebody's, because I had to. I had to. This was 3 years of them unloading on me, giggling, you know, like making remarks, like trying to be cute. And I'm not from that cut of paper. I don't know how to work that. I come from a different world. You fuck with me, I fuck with you. We get sticks or whatever the fuck. We just had. I didn't know, and they didn't know. Then I went after the boyfriend. And once I went after the boyfriend, then they knew. But I had 2 felonies in Boulder.
Oh.
So when I assaulted him, they were going to put me in jail. No. He called me a spick. So you can't use a racial slur in the city limits of Boulder. That's how liberal they are. So the judge had to throw it out. He's sitting there with a black eye. His eyes all bloodshot. So trust me, I was no angel in this either. But she's the one that just wanted to take the baby from me. And I couldn't figure out why. And she was using, well, you went to prison. So what? I pay my debt to society. No, man, I just want to be a dad.
Yeah.
So for a long time,
power she had.
It was power. It's legal fucking kidnapping. So I'm sitting here going, I have to do something. I mean, what I really want to do is go to Boulder, slice her throat, and rub salt on her for 3 hours and break her kneecaps and drain her blood, then give her a transfusion and keep that cunt alive. And then shoot spitballs of salt in her pussy. And I mean, I could torture somebody for fucking hours. Like I said to you.
Are you pitching me a movie?
No, that's my world.
I feel like you're pitching me a movie.
I could torture
right now.
this bitch for hours.
Don't forget the eyeballs.
Because that'll be like everything bad that's happened. From my dad dying, I'll just sit in a room smoking pot, spitting fucking gasoline balls at her pussy. I'll burn her pussy from the inside out. There won't be a placenta when they find that bitch. There won't be a fucking uterus. There won't be nothing. I mean, that's the hatred I really have for her, because she tried to cut my legs off with my loved one. She knew I had no family. I had nothing in this world. Now you're taking the only blood I have from me. She knew it. She was being spiteful. You want to be spiteful, motherfucker? I can be real spiteful. And guess what? I have nothing to lose because I had nothing. I got no family. I got nothing. I was prepared to go to prison. I'll write jokes for Jay Leno. That was my thing at the time. You believe that? That's how sick I was. That I was prepared to go to jail, buy a fax machine in jail, so they could have it in the office, and I could just fax Jay Leno jokes every fucking day. And hopefully he would buy some, and I could be a comic working inside jail. When you get to that point in your mind, that's why I left Boulder, because I knew. And when she called me that day back, after I called her, she was talking to me. I said, she goes, listen, man, somebody was going to get hurt. Somebody was going to get hurt.
To her?
Oh, yeah, I told her. She knew. I go, somebody was going to get hurt. Somebody was going to go to jail. I had already beat them. That day in court was the worst day of their life. But when I got in the car, I said I won. But what did I really win?
Right.
I won nothing.
Yeah.
Kira, I won nothing. I won. Now, every time I have to pick up my daughter, she feels the tension. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, what do you think? Kids don't feel tension?
And how old was she at the time?
5.
Oh my God.
So I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to go pursue my career. I'll keep in touch with her. I'll pay child support. I'll do the best I can. She doesn't want me around. I already knew I was never going to get invited to graduations or, she started a new life with a dude and they drank coffee and, they probably gluten-free and, they played ping. Anything to be different. They rode bicycles and,
Right. And she still is in Denver?
I still feel as in both. I couldn't compete with that. That's not who I was. I couldn't compete with that. So I went and got my life, and I was just my whole game was just to stay alive, to come back and tell my story. That was my whole fucking thing here, just to stay alive. What are you doing? Interview me today, Kira?
I love it.
I love it.
I just love listening to your voice.
I love listening to yours too. You want to put that air on? Sure.
But I want to really quickly just go back to that one thing that Ari said about me, which I don't even remember, to be honest with you. But if I ever sense that someone might have a problem, I want to approach them in a way that starts a dialogue. So, I did feel like Ari had an attitude with me, was treating me like the typical guys that treat female comics like, you're a joke, whatever, it doesn't really matter, your sets don't matter, you're not funny, we're the real comics, you're just trying to, get on TV. And so I always will approach someone and just make sure, my exact words were probably, hey, I want to know, have I done something to offend you? Have I done something? I want to know. Have I done something to, because then it doesn't put them on the spot of like, what's your fucking problem? Because if you start a conversation like that, people are going to automatically say, you're my fucking problem, because now you're in my face pointing your fingers like your mom taught you. What do you want from me? So I'm sure I probably started it like, I just want to make sure, have I done something? Just let me know. I'm just curious. And it's usually either yes, you have, or no, why? Oh, because whenever I walk by you, you just ignore me and I say hi and you don't say anything back. That's why I'm curious if you're doing that because I've upset you. So I try to make it civil, and he probably never had that phrased that way to him before. Because it's usually like, it's very, the Comedy Store especially can be an aggressive place. It's not all lovey-dovey. It might be now. I think it's changed a little bit now, but when I was back there around 2000,
it was very aggressive.
Very aggressive. Yeah. Competitive, aggressive. Even though some women had paved the way for us, not the most friendly place. You know what I mean? For chicks.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Fucking breathe.
Do what you have to do.
I'm not a comic, but to me, just the female comics who I've met and then the ones who are very famous, more so than men. Like, men can kind of be like kind of a stupid comic. Like, they can be a little bit more goofy. Maybe not goofy is the right word, but they don't have to be really intelligent. It seems like a lot of the female comics are super intelligent and they're aware of it, and it makes them more confident. Like, I'm just trying to think of female comics.
Yeah.
And anywhere from the one who just passed away, I'm blanking on her name right now. Joan Collins, and then Joan Rivers, and then people like Amy Schumer and Eleanor was just in, and just it seems like female comics and Sarah Silverman, it seems like they have to be like kind of really intelligent and then aware of their intelligence. It seems like that's a common thread with comics.
I guess that's part of it. I think it's just you have to just want it so badly that it doesn't matter what anyone says or what kind of set you have or what else is going on. You have to just want it. Just
desire
like
is desire.
That's
whether a woman has desire, whether a man has desire to be something or a goal,
right,
or they want it so bad that you could, you wanted comedy so bad.
Yeah.
I don't want to sound crazy. I didn't want to be a star as much as I wanted to be good at comedy. Right. There's something at a point in comedy when you're stuck at the 3-year mark that you can't wait to be good.
Yeah.
And it hurts. It hurts. You want to be so good so fast, and you think about quitting because you say to yourself, I'll never be as good as Kyra. But, Kira, But Kira,
It's a New York thing. Every New Yorker calls me Kyra.
you stick with it.
You know, also, when I was first starting out, I knew I would suck. And I knew that was okay. And some male comics, they have a real fucking problem sucking. They don't want it. It somehow affects their manhood. I don't have a penis to worry about, so that's not a pissing contest for me. I want it to suck. That's when you learn. That's when you're growing. You're figuring yourself out. To say that I have figured it all out is actually bullshit, because I haven't. I figure something new out every day. I'm getting better. I feel like after having my kid about 4 years ago, I figured I definitely heard my voice for the first time. You know, like they have these things on Facebook. Oh my God, they make me cry every time. Where it's like a deaf person gets some sort of special hearing aid and now they can hear clearly now for the first time ever. And then they capture that shit on Facebook and you watch it and you're just like melted. Do you ever see
I've never
those?
seen one of those.
Have you ever seen one of those?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
They have like little kids who can hear their mom's voice for the first time.
Forget it. I'm done. The kid like looks up at the mom and it's like, I hear you.
The soldier one's coming home.
Oh, come on. There's a soldier and there's a woman that hears her husband for the first time and just like loses it, and I'm just crying. But that's what I felt like as a comic. After I had my kid, something shifted, whatever it was, and I heard my voice to myself for the first time. I was like, oh, there you are. There's Kira's comedy voice. Now it's still changing all the time. I hope I don't.
How long was it till you heard your voice?
It was about 10, 12 years in comedy. All the other shit I did before that was
garbage. Yeah,
bullshit.
that's like me. It's just
bullshit. And then look, people, they responded to it. I had a Showtime special before my kid. Everyone was like, that was a great Showtime special. Yeah, fine, but it's all garbage when I look back now. I mean, it's good, but it's not. It's the past.
It was fit or fat. It wasn't really who you
the
are.
past. It's now. I have a different goal and direction.
I remember being at the store in the belly one night. It had to be maybe 99. It was 99. And I was doing like I didn't know what to do, a one-man show. I didn't know, you know. And my friend says, you just go up there and tell a bunch of stories. So I called it Stories from a Cuban Street. And I went up there and a bunch of like comics came out and like nobody had money. Like a bunch of us didn't have money. It was me, John Wesley, Ricky Cruz, Jody, Ralphie. It was just a bunch of us that got together. And I remember we bought a bottle of tequila and we snuck it to the store and we drank shots in the back before I went up there. And that's the first time, not that I heard my voice. Yeah. It was the first time that I could breathe on stage where it didn't affect me if I didn't hear laughter. And it broke a wall for me.
Yeah.
Like when you're starting, you always want to get laughter. You know, you always want to tell a line and get laughter. But that was the first time 9 years in that I said something. And in the pauses, there was complete silence. And I was fine with it. And I'm like, I like this. I really like this.
Well, yeah, that comedy, you know, people joke about like, you guys ready to get this comedy train going? But really it is. The comedy train is, the laughter is like the coal. You just got to like keep scooping it in and putting it in, and it keeps your comedy going. But what you want to do is then at some point allow just to coast, just to be in neutral, and the pauses are the neutral, the coasting between the laughs. You don't have to constantly rev the engine.
Thought it was constant.
Yeah.
For me, it had
when
to
you
be
start
constant.
off, of course. Yeah.
You know, it's like when I go to jiu-jitsu, I'm in a rush to get to it. They're like, no, guy, relax, breathe. You got the guy on his back, breathe. Now decide what you want to do. I didn't know that. I thought that you had to go up there and get laughter, but it took about 8 or 9 years, closer to 10 years to hear my voice, like what I really wanted, I tell you what it was. I had a showcase for APA, and I had this shit fucking material written out. 8-minute showcase. You know, one of those things in the improv on a Wednesday night, and I'm in my room, and I'm smoking cigarettes, and I'm smoking pot, and I'm drinking coffee, and I'm trying to write this brilliant fucking act. But I'm not a brilliant comic. You know what I'm saying? I got the mentality of a fucking kid. And I wrote something, but as I'm fucking leaving, they show a lady getting carjacked in Oceanside, a Samoan. It was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. So it's like this little guy driving a truck, like a Ford little old truck. Not even the big trucks, but the little ones that you see driving around.
Right.
And all of a sudden he stops at a light. This big fucking Samoan comes up to him, punches him in the face, opens the car door, takes him out and throws him. And then he gets in the car, and as he's stepping away, they show his sister. This is on national TV. Well, it's on ABC, whatever, Eyewitness News. And then they show the sister who, if he was, what does Samoan weigh? What's the average weight of a fucking Samoan?
250.
Yeah.
250. His sister had to be 450. She's running down the street, yelling at him, "Hey, come back, come back." And as he's driving away, she goes to jump on the flatbed and misses and just lands on her fucking face.
Oh,
Right? And I'm sitting there watching this, and then they go to another story. Right there, they go to, and I'm like, oh my God. And then they go to another thing. They go in East LA today. They show a fat kid got stuck in the sewer because he threw his car down there, so he got stuck in the sewer. And they show him in the fucking sewer crying, and the mother, they're all
Which side was stuck? Like the butt or the face?
everything. All he had was his head sticking out of the sewer.
Oh, that
He was
yeah.
Mexican. He was a fat 8-year-old, like a 400-pound Mexican kid stuck in a fucking sewer. And they finally pulled him out. They had to cut the fucking sewer plate and pull him out. It was hysterical. And then they had him, and he's like, "So would you do it again?" He's like, "I had to get the kid the fucking thing for a little friend." And I'm watching this going, oh my God. An hour later, it's 9:20. I'm on the stage at the Improv. Guess what happens? Get ready to go on stage. First joke.
Nothing.
No.
Shit.
APA is there. Callum. This is when the whole brass was there. Second joke. Nothing. Third joke. Nothing. It's going to be a long night, motherfuckers. I was just about to steal a joke. Like, I was that desperate at that time. I was just about to drop a stolen bit. I would have dealt with the repercussions later. I just didn't even know who to steal from. It's like getting punched in the face 3 times. And you draw out 3 jokes, and nothing happens.
God.
Were there jokes that you've done before and people liked or not? No.
Whatever. I just tried to be fucking Jonathan Silverman or something. And all of a sudden, I'm dying on stage, and I go, did anybody happen to see the fat Samoan go for the truck tonight? The fucking place roared.
So
Like
everybody
everybody
saw
must
it?
have been home. Did you see the fat fuck running for the thing? And if that wasn't bad enough, how about that fat little fuck that got stuck in the sewer? Roar! Did you see it? What was he looking in the sewer for? Candy, you fat fuck. What the fuck is wrong? And I just went off. APA came out. They didn't sign me. But that was great. Talking about the news. We saw that. We were in the office. It was tremendous. So I found that was my voice.
Oh.
Fucking looking at shit and seeing it for what the fuck it is.
Yeah.
A lot of people can't. A lot of people look at shit and go, oh my God, I see some shit. I don't know, oh my God, that quick. I oh my God a little later if it's really that bad. But at first you're like, something fucking interesting happening. This is fucking funny. So that was my voice that night. I had to find something that, I don't know. I don't even know what it is. Make it fun. I don't even know what kind of fucking voice.
But you had a breakthrough, a
breakthrough.
revelation.
Yes. The same one you had.
Yeah.
How often does that happen though? Because do you realize it over the first 10 years? Do you realize you're terrible, or do you just have like a bunch of different? Oh, here's this is happening, or because I would have to imagine it happens a few times.
I think it's like when you first start having sex. Look, you're probably terrible. It's not really fantastic. It feels good, but it's not really bringing a lot of joy to a lot of people. You know what I mean? I'm assuming more for guys than girls because you guys have a lot more pressure, right? Do you remember the first time you had sex?
It's terrible.
It was terrible. But you have to convince yourself. You have to almost like you're in denial. Almost
I had sex
like
last night. It was terrible. 50 years later, I'm still having terrible
But see,
sex.
sometimes
Terrible,
as a
terrible.
comic now you have a bad set. Although I doubt it's that often for you now.
No,
but
always. I look for bad sets.
it happens if you
I
put
wanna
yourself
have
out
it,
there.
yeah.
Yeah. So I think there's a part of you that has to be, again, that passion, but also a little bit in denial. Because if you start taking it too seriously, like, I bombed, this is the worst thing, I should just quit, then yeah, you should. You should. Because I wasn't one of those people that had a great first set. Some comics are like, first time I went up, it was magic. I destroyed. I did 20 minutes. I had a standing ovation. I'm like, holy shit. The first time I went up, it was Silence. There was a
Silence.
guy with a leg missing in the front row heckling me. And he was right. And I should have said something to that one-leg cocksucker, but I didn't because I was like, you're fucking right. And I don't have a leg to stand on, and you only have one, and you are right. But guess what? It's my first time. And I'm going to try to put my comedy penis in more audiences. That's all I can do to get better. That's all
That's all you can do. Listen, the breakthrough you talked about, I probably had 2 a year. As a comic, when you're starting out, you probably have 2 a year. What's a breakout? Joey, how much time you got? Really? Tyler, I probably got about 18 minutes. But then Kira meets a guy she likes. She's watching the clock, right? It's her show. Kira's watching the clock. So she's going to give me a line of 15. I told her I could do 18. But guess what? Kira meets that guy that she's been flirting with. So she goes outside to smoke a cigarette with him, and I run the light. And all of a sudden, after making out with the guy, she runs back in and goes, Joey, you went over. And I get off. And then later on, she'll come over to me and go, you know how much time you did? And I go, no, you did 43 minutes. That's a break.
So now you know you have 43.
And you stayed up
Push
there
comes to shove, yeah.
You know, when I go to jiu-jitsu, I tap out after a minute. I can't breathe. But sometimes I go, and even if I'm huffing and puffing, I stay on the bottom and I just protect myself. And even if I make another 30 seconds, that's a breakthrough for me. Yesterday, I swept salami for the first time in 2 years. Guess what? I left there with a big day. Because it's little things that you do. You know, it's like sometimes I'll throw a line out, and Leo will go, what'd you throw that line out for? Because it's been on my notebook for fucking 2 months.
Yeah.
I just want to get it out there, so now I know I got it out there,
Yeah.
and now that's it. That's it. When I go to jiu-jitsu sometimes, I'm horrible at knee on belly. But until I don't do it, I'm not going to get better on it. So I'll knee on belly and then go back to side control and hold them just to try it. Did I submit it from knee on belly? No. But it was a good day for me. It was a positive day because I went up to knee on belly. I tried something.
How often do you have a bad epiphany? Like, let's say you think you did something great and you're like creating bad habits. That must happen too. Like, you've talked about doing crowd work a little bit too much at a certain point. Like, that must.
When I started, you know, crowd work is not having material. Crowd work is for people who are lazy, that don't want to write material.
Yeah.
Or you write material, and that's your backup. You have some strong material, but you fuck around. If it doesn't go anywhere, then you hit them with the material. If it goes somewhere, guess what? You're a fucking star. You keep improvising. Every minute that you keep improvising, that means your last 30 minutes are going to be death.
Also, I do crowd work, so I have a callback. So my crowd work that I do is I want to, figure out where you grew up, and then if I make fun of a city, or not make fun, but talk about something, I go, well, at least it's not Albuquerque or something. Then I have a callback and something fun to play around with. But I think sometimes bad habits are comics that just do the same type of room, the same type of audience, and never try anything. Yeah, absolutely. It's like me telling a joke to my grandmother. Of course she's going to think it's fantastic. It's your grandmother. She's going to give you a kiss and a smile and make you feel all warm inside. Why don't you go try to do a room that not everybody looks like you in the audience? If you walk in and you have a big beard and an alt sweater and horn-rimmed glasses, and everyone in the audience is wearing, recycled clothes from, Buffalo Exchange and horn-rimmed glasses and have big beards like you do, if everyone looks exactly like you, then what are you doing? Go do an all-black room. Go do a room that you would never do. Go do a room full of people that don't have kids if you're going to do your kid material. If it works there, then it's going to slay. Like, my special that I'm shooting is mostly marriage, kids, my parents, my in-laws, my childhood. But I can't just try that out on people that I know for sure are married or have kids or are Russian immigrants, or, you know what I mean? Like, it's not gonna happen. So I go and I try that in just crazy ass rooms that I know, look, this is not my demographic. But if I can make you guys laugh, then this will kill for the right people.
How many jobs did you have before you had comedy?
A lot.
Okay, me too.
A lot. And lots of different crazy
shit.
Fucked up jobs.
If you put as much effort into any of those jobs as you did to comedy, like when I got into comedy, I knew one thing. When I got into comedy in 91, I didn't really know what it was. And for 3 years, I just dicked around and asked stupid questions. And then when I was mind ready, it was 94. But I knew that if I went into this, I had to go into it a certain way. and I had to attack it from all angles. I never wanted to get comfortable. I started when I was 28, tooth already, so I knew that I had to fucking get to it. I have worked, I work hard. You know, I hate to say this, but yeah, I have worked really hard on trying to be funny or learning to be funny. I never wanted misunderstandings. I never wanted to have a TV show and for somebody to say, well, I don't think you're that funny. I paid my dues.
Yeah.
I never wanted anything to go back on me. Remember that commercial when we were growing up, Fran, oil filters? The guy would come in on the way out. He goes, you can either pay me now or you can pay me later.
Yeah.
That's comedy. You know, just because, hey, Lee, you might come out, you might start comedy next week. Then a yearly, you might book a series. And you might work 7 years and become a millionaire. And you'll look at all of us and say, you're an asshole. And then that's what happens after 7 years. Now you can't do any more TV shows because you've been overexposed. So you call your agent. You know what your agent says? Lee, do stand-up. How hard is it to put, I love how they do that. How hard is it to put 45 minutes together? And you, the sack of shit that you are, not Lee Sayat,
yeah.
but that stupid actor that thinks he's God's gift, goes on the road and tries stand-up and gets his fucking head handed to him. Gets your head handed to him. All around, they've been calling you a comedian. You're not a fucking comedian. You're a comedy actor. When they call those people comedians, it gets under my fucking skin.
Are you kidding? When I see the top funniest female comedians and Cameron Diaz is on there, Reese Witherspoon.
That's a comic actor.
Yeah,
That's
very
a
different.
comic actor. What her and I do is sweat and blood and tears, and the work ethic is supreme. You know, I talk Lee starting a business of consulting.
Yeah.
And I talk to Lee sometimes. Lee's like, I never thought of that. Because I have thought of every angle for stand-up. We have thought of every fucking angle. I have attacked this with a passion that has been, and I attacked everything like this when it comes to this. This is my business, whether it's a podcast or it's a fucking audition or it's a fucking game show, whatever. I'm doing a game now, one of those 2K games, and they sent me the sides the other day. They're fucking tremendous. Fucking bitching at me now.
So I'm obviously visibly very pregnant.
Right.
Went to a club recently. There's a comic who broke his arm, and he was like, "What are you doing here? You should be at home. Put your feet up. Relax. Why are you still doing sets?" I'm like, "You fucking broke your arm. You should be at home. You should be relaxing. Why are you here? Are you saying I have a disability? You're the one who's fucking disabled. You're hobbling around." You know what I mean? He had a thing on his foot. I'm like, I'm not, this is my job. This is what I do. I will do it until I can't do it. I'll have my kid, and then I'm going to do it again. It's just my job. It's just what I do. But male comics, sometimes their minds get blown if they think like, what are you trying to prove? I'm not trying to prove it. It's like if you were to go to work and you work at a law firm and people are like, come on, what are you trying to prove? I'm a lawyer. Come on.
It's amazing. Work that people question. Today somebody called me like, I'm having a party. Can you swing by from 5 to 10? Both of these people are comedians.
Yeah.
And they're always crying about nothing happening. And I'm like, who's going to go to your party from 5 to 10? It's Tuesday. I'm working today.
Yeah.
I'm doing a podcast at 2:30. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, you know? And that's the other thing. People misinterpret the work ethic.
Right.
Oh, we need a break off. We don't need there's no days off. I don't know what you're talking. What days off?
Yeah.
What days off are you talking about? What society are you talking about? Even these dudes that are filthy fucking rich that you see them, they're fucking, that's why they're rich. Because they work time. Go talk to them about a baseball game. Go ahead, I dare you. Go talk to them about going swimming on Sunday or they don't give a fuck. They're on their own agenda.
Yeah.
When their wives come in the room and go, and that's something for the fucking monkey. Get the fuck out of here. I'm going to make a fucking... Get the fuck out of here. Let me get some shout-outs real quick. Get you the fuck out of here. My main man, Bobby Sharon, his girl, Crystal, I love you guys. Name may be Dead Squad Nashville and all the other Dead Squad affiliates. Kevin Furman, Constantine Rain, Norlin Soto, Alex J, Ali Musa, you bad motherfucker, and my new girl, Bree Ari, down there, new listener. What's up with you, Cock Licker? How you doing? You still look fucking stoned.
I'm still a little bit stoned.
How the fuck can you be stoned?
Because you gave me, 300 calories. milligrams of the red one, and then we split a Decadose.
And you're still high.
Yeah.
How can you?
Not very, but I'm still
you
high.
sit
He's a cheap date.
Yeah.
He's sitting
Well,
there.
he gives me so much of those edibles, but no, I'm great. I'm having a good day.
I'm going to talk to you about a few things, my love. So,
Let's talk.
I love you to death. I mean, something about a pregnant woman moving around has always riled me up. I never knew I had something for pregnant women until I moved to Boulder. And I was shopping one day and I saw a girl. I saw 2 feet of fucking snow. And I saw a girl with yoga pants on, with whatever the fuck pants on, with a belly out to here, with Sorels, you know, those winter boots.
Yeah.
With like a hood, and she was carrying shit. I looked at her like, holy shit. She is the prettiest fucking woman in the world right now. If she only fucking knew how sexy she was with them fucking Sorels on with her belly walking down the street. And I've always admired that. You know, you see these women, oh, I can't move, talking shit. That's you in 2 months. The last 4 weeks are a fucking
the last
nightmare.
4 weeks.
But whenever I see a woman that's, you know, I used to swim in Boulder. I jumped in the pool and I thought I was doing something to change my mind. I'd see these women huge swimming past me. Fucking doing, what's that shit?
Butterfly.
When they do the butterflies
Yeah.
and shit, I'm like, what the fuck are these women thinking? It's always done something to me. So when I saw that picture, you carrying the thing, the fucking car seat,
Oh, yeah,
you're
yeah,
really
yeah.
pretty. You have sunglasses on. I go, look at fucking looking sexy as shit. But you had a thing on there. You're doing a special.
Yeah.
And on Mother's Day,
Mother's Day, May
9th,
10th.
May 10th.
Sunday.
It's fucked up.
I'll be very pregnant.
My mother's birthday is May 9th, and every year I used to get double wham because I'd have to get a birthday present and Mother's Day. I get fucked up, so I always think Mother's Day should be the 9th. And you're shooting it where? At the old place where we used to do comedy 10 years ago, right?
Did you ever perform at the Coach House?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah. The Coach House
Who
is,
used to book that?
I don't know, a long, long time ago. I only started doing it maybe 4 or 5 years ago.
Now, guess what? I
So-
did that room with Rogan.
Oh, shit.
Maybe 4 years ago. It was tremendous. And Rogan,
Yeah.
I don't remember it. And they used to book it huge when we first lived here.
Well, I mean, it
In
seats
98,
500.
in 98, that was huge.
Yeah.
That booked huge.
Yeah.
I remember they used to do 4-man shows, and it was like 3 headliners. I remember going up there one time, and I worked with 3 guys that were killers. I did like 10 and bombed, and there was 3 guys that were all like had HBO specials. I mean, they really booked that room
Yeah.
on Wednesdays or something.
Yeah.
The Coach House. And they
Coach
used to
House.
have ads for it
Yeah.
in Westward and all those magazines. That's a great place to end.
It's a great room. Look, I wanted a place, like I said, that my material will have some resonance, you know? I mean, I shot my half-hour Showtime special up here in the Valley, El Portal in North Hollywood. It's a great theater. It's
Down the
beautiful.
corner.
It's just down the street.
Down the corner.
But everyone's from LA. Everyone's like, I wrote a screenplay. I'm not impressed. I mean, they came out to support, but still there's like that feeling of, yeah, I mean, I work in the business too. You know what I mean? Like everyone has seen behind the curtain. So I thought, let me go to a place where it's the closest to being, you know, in the middle, not the middle of the country, but just somewhere that people are civilians, parents, families, they have kids. They're not in showbiz. And so when the Coach House offered me the venue, by the way, they're not even going to charge me. That's how kind they are being to me. So I'm so grateful for that because I'm producing it myself. So I had an investor. Get this. I had an investor. The investor pulled out. So now I have to crowdfund because hell or high water, I'm shooting on May 10th. Doesn't matter. The ball's rolling. I'm already in production. So I started doing a crowdfunding. And I don't know if you've ever done crowdfunding.
That's why I got you here, so you could talk.
Yeah.
I got you.
But I did Corolla's show and I learned about what he did for his movie. He just rode hard. He just crowdfunded that whole thing. He raised like millions of dollars. I'd never done it, but I was like, what do you do? I don't even know what this world consists of because you have to do like little perks and rewards. Have you ever contributed to someone?
Yes.
Yeah, I do all the time. People are like, oh, someone, needs funeral services. I always, give money for that always or whatever, or we're shooting a movie or we're shooting this. And so they're perks, but I've always just given like $50, and that's like, you get some minimal stuff, but the big perks, what they call rewards, like if you donate 20,000, 30,000, things like that, they said all of those should be very personal, like amazing, something unique. Like you got to blow people's minds. So I was like, all right, fuck it. I'll let you. This is ridiculous. I'll let you for 25,000. I'll let you fucking cut the cord to this kid. When this kid comes out, cut the cord. 25 grand.
Anybody give you 25 grand?
No, but get this. Not yet. 20,000. I'll let you choose the middle name. 20,000. I know. It's crazy. So guess what? Someone called my publicist and goes, all right, we want to talk business about this middle name. So someone might be donating 20,000 to my special, which thank God, because I need to pay camera ops. I need to rent equipment and lenses. Fucking a camera lens costs so much money. I want to pay people to edit. I don't want favors. This is professional.
Yeah.
I want everyone to get paid and it's fair. Sure, and I have producers and I have a sound guy and everything, so that would be awesome. I don't know if it's going to happen yet.
How much have you gotten so far, if you don't mind me asking?
I don't mind. I think we've raised about 25%. It's not enough.
What's the total? What's the grand number?
The grand is 30,000.
And that covers everything?
Yes.
And then you charge...
I don't get paid, by the way. No. I don't get paid. Just so everyone's clear. That's, yes. But that's, techno crane. That's editing. That's getting a permit. We're doing it by the books. We're getting insurance. We are paying people workman's comp, everything. We got to do it by the books. I don't want to fuck around. Someone falls off a ladder and it's like my whole career goes down because I didn't want to pay a couple thousand for workman's comp. All that stuff. Yeah, no one takes into consideration. So we're raising money on Tube Start. I didn't make up the name for the website, but it's a comic who started it. He's got his crowdfunding going. And it's TUBE, like YouTube, because he also puts it on YouTube.
I'll put the link in the description.
Yeah. And if people find it on my Twitter and Facebook, they can link. It's all over my social media. But that's what I'm doing. That's where I'm at right now. And it's crazy because you have to be the producer and the talent and the craft service. Everything. You've done your own shit. It's like, it's nonstop. It's insane. I wish I could just focus on the set. But I won't be able to. I have to focus on everything else. And I'm selling tickets too. So your listeners though, if they email, call in, whatever, they get on my guest list. That's not a problem. So if anyone
and this is what destroys me, Kara. This is what really gets me about this town. You paid your dues.
Oh yeah.
You've been on Girls Behaving Badly for a while.
Tonight Show for 8 years.
Tonight Show for 8 years. You even did stand up. That's okay, right?
Well, I have a story about that if you want to know it.
Yeah, what happened?
They said we'll put you on a list. Like they always say there's like a short list. But in the meantime, you can't do Conan because Leno had that beef with Conan. Can't do Letterman.
Really?
Obviously.
They said he couldn't do Conan?
No. Can't do Letterman because of their history. Can't do Kimmel because then Leno and Jimmy Kimmel had a thing. So they wouldn't let me do any other late night. Except for I did Carson Daly, things like that, but none of the big five is what I call it. And then they never put me on as a comic. Then on my podcast, I have Jack Cohen, the head writer, who's a great guy, very sweet, very nice guy.
Very funny. He's been around for a long time.
He comes on my podcast and he's retired now. Jay's down on the Tonight Show. He can speak freely. He's like, yeah, they just didn't want to give you those opportunities. It broke me. It really broke my heart. And he saw me at the Ice House, and he said, after I saw you live, he said, I felt like a bad person. He goes, I felt like I could have helped this person I was a good soldier. 8.5 years I was on the Tonight Show. I did whatever they told me to do. I never made a kippish. I never got in anyone's face. I was always I want to be friendly. I want to be nice. I want to do my job. I want to make people laugh. That's all I want to do. But I also want opportunities because that's why we do stand up. To get to that next level. Okay, great. Now I got here. What's next on my list? Oh, this is a dream. Now I'm going to check that off. What's next on my list? I've always wanted to do that. That's only human nature.
Do you think that held you back? Because the first place I worked out here, America's Funniest Home Videos, the same editor has edited literally every episode.
Right.
And no one ever moves up there. Occasionally someone will get a promotion, but not really.
Right.
My thing is, when you start somewhere, you kind of have to leave because they'll always view you in one way.
Yeah.
So do you think it hurt you to do it for that long?
Probably. Probably, but they also dangled carrots
Yeah.
in front of me. So I thought,
They don't
well,
want
if
you
I
to leave.
Yeah. So, yes, it did. But was it a nice, steady gig?
Yeah.
Fantastic. You know, money was great. It was kept me in Los Angeles. And people started to recognize me. And, I mean, it was important to do, but at the same time, yeah, they kind of fucked me, and they knew it. What are you going to do? You live and learn in this town.
Next time you'll say, fuck you motherfuckers, I do what I want.
I'll send Joey
And then-
Coco
No, and
Diaz.
then they'll say, okay, we'll put you on. You learn so many different control levels that they have in this
Yeah.
town. And it's not till you tell them to go fuck themselves that they go, oh, we get it now.
You know what? And
Sometimes.
you're right. And I
Sometimes.
should have.
Sometimes, and not all the time. You know,
Not all the
fuck you
time.
doesn't work all the time. But if you know anything about Los Angeles, these people are. I was a criminal, and I used a gun. Did you read about Vinny Favorito last week?
Don't get me started on
In
Vinny
Vegas,
Favorito.
okay. He borrowed $80,000 or.
I went to Israel with him, with Avi Lieberman.
Oh no!
So I know Vinny.
He fucking borrowed, money from this 80-year-old woman. In all my creepiness, I would never beat an 80-year-old woman. I was always somebody who I showed up and I go, Kira, you have a kilo in the safe. Guess what? It's mine. If you don't give it to me, I'm going to shoot you. I wasn't really going to shoot you, but you thought I was going to fucking shoot you. So I've always been straight up with people, and that's hurt me in this town. That's hurt me. This is the only town that if you say something to me and I pull you aside like a man and go, hey man, I didn't appreciate that. The next time I'll throw you out the fucking window. We're going to have a problem. They don't go for that. You can't call them. You can't call on there. I'm the type of guy that I'll claim responsibility. Hey, I fucked up the other day, Kira. I'm sorry. Hey, Joey, don't worry about it. These people here don't believe in that. And when you say something to them, they don't. So sometimes you live and learn. You're in this town a lot. I think it snapped for me when I stopped doing coke in 2007. That before I became a comic, I was a man, and you have to treat me like a man. I'll treat you like a man. And that the fuck all this calm, ha ha ha. Before anything, I'm a man. Don't you ever fucking forget that, because I'll never forget you're a woman. You know what I'm saying? Like just on the sets and stuff,
Right.
the way people would talk to you. So I had that situation happen where people told you. I remember there was a group of guys that kept coming to the store for a Stallone movie. I'm talking 10 years ago with Gabriel Byrne. And these guys like, dog, you're the motherfucker for the first scene. I mean, one guy came, then 3 guys came, then 6 guys came, then 8 guys came. They're like, you're the guy. We're going to shoot in March. We'll get a hold of you. Then March comes and you don't hear nothing. But you get caught up with your life.
Right.
And all of a sudden one day the movie's getting released. And you're like, what the fuck happened? 8 people came, And I didn't say nothing. I bumped into the guy one night at El Compadre. And he tried to grab me and go, I'm really sorry. I just don't understand that. I'm from a different society.
Yeah.
I'll tell you right now, Kira, it's not going to work for you here. They're looking for names. They're looking for, D.L. Hughley's and Joe Rogan's. Anything to tell you instead of saying that to you. This is a town where you go meet with an agent. He tells you he loves you. They're really interested. And then you can't get an answer out of them because nobody can look you in the face and say no. Because if you become a star years later, they don't even want to be responsible for that fucking no. They don't want you to come back and go, I'm the type of guy, I just tell you right off the bat, this doesn't work like that here. And it affects you. It affected me. I thought I was doing something wrong. I thought I was a bad guy. Then one day I go, what? I'm the type of guy when I look you in the face and I shake your hand, that's it. You're good. You're good. I'll tell you if I can't help you. And you'll say, okay, I got to make my decision. I'll leave. I bullshit you, Lee? When I tell you I told you, Lee, do I bullshit you?
No.
This is what we're going to do. This is how much money we're going to make. This is what we're doing on the move. I tell people, I'd rather you know and you make up your fucking mind. Not this town. This town's always
It feels like they're holding on to it more, like they're getting worse because they see it slipping away. Because years ago, if you didn't get on the Tonight Show, you wouldn't get the special. But now you can do your own special.
Right. That's why I'm doing
I
it.
feel like now they're holding on a little bit more just because they know in 5 years.
Yeah, but how come
they're
she
going to
doesn't
be
have
gone.
a Netflix special? How come she doesn't have an hour on Comedy Central? This is what I'm getting to. That these are the things that fucking burn, And then some guy go to Montreal with 30 minutes of them a Netflix special. Meanwhile, you've been busting your ass for 20 fucking years doing this. I never understood that. Everything is what works for one person doesn't work for another. For 5 years, I saw Marilyn Martinez do the dirtiest material in the fucking world. Nothing happened. I saw Lisa Lampanelli walking in the store one night doing the same fucking thing, talking about black dick and Filipino balls that you could suck them on your lip. They thought she was fucking brilliant. You never know what the fuck could happen, man. I just have a lot of respect for you, or you wouldn't be in that fucking chair. I have a lot of respect for women that have balls, for women that, you know, I just don't want to hear crying no more, man. I'm 52 years old. This is a comedy camp. We all got into it. We all knew what the fucking parameters were for this.
Yeah.
So I don't want to bump into you and for you to tell me that you don't have any success because you didn't suck no dick. I don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to hear that shit. Hard work replaces everything. Hard work. If I came to you and then, Kira, I got a tour, we're going to go to fucking Mars. Jesus is going to be at the show. You got to suck my dick every night after the show. And you say, go fuck yourself, you fat fuck. I'm going to keep working here.
Wait. How much is it paying?
$3,200 a night plus fucking expenses. But I got a lot of respect for you. And just give them the GoFundMe again so we can help you out with this. I really wish you helped Kira out with this because I wouldn't have put her on here if she was just some Johnny come lately. She's the real deal. I mean, she apprenticed for Adam Barnhart, which is my motherfucker's motherfucker. I might even go down there on Sunday and see Adam Barnhart.
I was just there this past Sunday.
Adam Barnhart was very good to me. And, you know, when he was going through his drug stuff, he was always there for me when I was going through my drug stuff. We used to call each other high as fuck on the phone, promise each other we're going to go to rehab together and all this shit. And I'm going to go see him and say hello. But I wish you, I'm out of town on the 10th. I'm in Michigan. I wish you, I'd be down there to support you. I get back like that afternoon. By the time I come back, wash my pussy and head to Orange County. I got the baby and shit. It's not going to happen. But I really wish you a lot of success. That's why I had John here today. You're proof that everything's bullshit. You just keep putting your nose to the grind and keep getting prettier and prettier and having babies.
Look, the baby's middle name could be Coco.
Joey. Now let me ask you this.
So I'm just saying,
I must have cut the umbilical cord to finger you. Let's break that out.
I was going to put 10 grand. You can watch me breastfeed.
Oh my God.
You're just thinking about your finances tree, like, well, spend the 10 grand.
Go talk to your financial planner. You get back to me.
Oh my God, for 12.5, you squirt them while you're feeding the milk. You go, hey, what's this? Bam. And put that back in this. Have you seen how? No, you've seen
somebody will do that.
Oh,
I have never done crowdfunding, but when someone told me you got to make it personal and you got to make it interesting, I was like, all right, that's what I have to offer right now.
You have anything left over from girls behaving badly? Any memorabilia you could sign? Anything from the Tonight Show? People like Ari gave away grinders and lighters with his picture on it. You know, and then he moved up 10 tickets, you know, all that shit, a VIP dinner.
Oh, yeah, like I have all those stuff. Right. Yeah, I have all that stuff. I'm talking those are the two big ones. And then all the stuff in between. Yeah, for like $500, you know, for $1,000, you know, I have all these different levels. Absolutely, I have all that stuff. But I had to make it interesting.
You're a bad motherfucker. Let me give the sponsors and we'll get the fuck out of here. First and foremost, onit.com for what is it?
Optimal optimization.
Optimal optimization. Start with Alpha Brain, the best fucking thing going in the world. I took 2 of them this morning for my blood test. And you go onto the New Mood, which enhances you. You go onto the Shroom Tech. I mean, there's just so many fucking things. The T Plus, the testosterone elevator. They have the tea stuff, the coconut oil, the healthy fat to put in your smoothies. They just have so much. Do me a favor. Go to onit.com right now. Look around. I can't help you with the weights and the fucking body vest and all that shit, but I can help you with the supplements. So go to honey.com right now and press in.
Church.
Boom! CHURCH. That gets you 10% off. Do you like what you fucking got? Go on the Stay On It program. They'll mail it to your house every month on the 1st. You don't have to leave the fucking house or reorder or lose your mind. Also, my main man, Dave Foley, over there on Iron Dragon TV, dropping it with his classic martial art films. You can get 2 free films. Just go to Iron Dragon TV. Look around. They got weight stuff. They got Joe Rogan videos. They got
on it videos,
jacks, on it, nutrition videos, plus a ton of classic martial arts available to you there. Listen, he's a leader in 4K technology.
Yeah, the leader. Yeah.
The fucking leader. Did you watch the UFC this week? How good it looked? That's him.
Oh,
that's
cool. Yeah.
Him. So do me a favor. Go to IronDragonTV.com right now and press in.
Joey.
Boom. I get
2 free
fucking rentals. I got all confused here. I got a little itch under my wing. Also, listen, last week I got a new box of shit from MeUndies. Fucking Mendes. A couple t-shirts that work like rash guards. some underwear that are so fucking great because the MeUndies material pulls the sweat away from your nutsack. So your nuts don't smell. They're fresh all day. If you're a woman, they got to work even better. No fucking little pads you got to put in there. It just pulls the moisture out of your fucking monkey. They have the shorts for men and for women. Go to MeUndies.com right now and press in,
Joey,
and get
20% off.
20% off and free motherfucking shipping. And I'm talking about the most comfortable underwears you've ever fucking worn in your life. I don't have them on right now with jeans. With jeans, I go commando because I don't like the way it feels. But when I go to fucking jiu-jitsu, I wear my little fucking MeUndies and my balls stay in there intact. You know when you wear white underwear and your balls pop out of the side? I don't have that problem with MeUndies. You don't need that problem either. Go to MeUndies.com right now and press in,
Joey,
boom, and get 20% off your first order plus free shipping to Canada and the motherfucking United States. And while we're at it, you're going, Joey, what the fuck? Anything for free? That's right, bitch. I got something for you. Naturesbox.com. Naturebox.com. Nutritious, delicious, healthy fucking snacks. Forget about that machine with all the potato chips and pretzels in. That shit will fucking kill you. NatureBox delivers right to your house. Nutritious, delicious, dietitian approved, fucking gluten-free, sugar-free, whatever the fuck you want. From the cocoa almonds to the French
kettle
toast,
corn sticks.
corn sticks. I said a bunch of shit last week that they sent me. I haven't got a new box. We got to get a new fucking box from these people because they got a bunch of new products. Anyway, you put
Sriracha almonds.
You're sitting there, the Sriracha almonds, the Sriracha cashews. You're sitting there going, Joey, what the fuck? Go to naturebox.com. Pick out 3 things that you like. They're going to send you 3 small bags and 2 big bags for free. What's that? You said free, bitch. Free, free, free. Right now. Who gives you something for free? Nobody. They're going to ship it to your house, but it's going to cost you like $1.97 or something like that to ship, so don't quote me on the fucking price. Go to naturebox.com for nutritious, delicious fucking snacks delivered right to your door. You don't have to leave the house. You can bring them to work. You can have them delivered to your fucking job. Whatever you want to do, but it all starts with you, and this box is free, bitch. Go to naturebox.com. In the box, and press in,
Joey.
Oh, shit. And you get 1 free sample box from NatureBox. 3 small bags and 2 big fucking bags. How's that for you? So you got Onnit.com, you got naturebox.com, you got MeUndies.com, and the leader in martial arts, Iron Dragon TV.
That was beautiful. That was poetry.
I think it's time for an edible. We didn't do an edible.
Already, it's over.
Yeah, just to send you. I don't want you to go home and say fucking Joey held that on me today.
How could I say that to you?
I don't think his eyelids have been fully open the entire time.
I don't understand this. How can you fucking still be stoned?
Because you give me enough for like okay, for example, when they were asking about it, you said cut it into 4s, and you gave me
4
3/4 of it.
I didn't give you 8. What is it? I gave you maybe milligrams.
Oh, okay. Oh, only 30.
That's it. You want a little piece with them?
Not really.
We can't do a podcast.
How dare we?
How dare we do a podcast without fucking a little piece of something? Kira, who loves you, baby?
You do.
So, once you shoot the special, how long do you think?
Oh, it's not going to take a long time. I'm editing it right away. What is that, like Jell-O? What is that?
It's a gummy bear.
Oh, my Lanta.
Oh, my God.
It's going to be fast. It's going to be fast. We're going to get it out there.
You sell online?
Yeah. No, Netflix. Netflix and Showtime.
We'll definitely buy it.
Yeah.
Netflix will take it from you?
Look, they better not go back on their word.
Then we'll have to beat them up and the fucking motherfucker.
I'll send them your way.
Kira, I love you to death. When do you do?
July 30th.
Okay, and we're going to put the crowdfunding on, so please give what you can, help her out. I mean, a lot of you people don't want to see her tits, cut the umbilical cord. You just want to give her $50, that helps too. We have a big church family, and we all help each other. When Izzy Rock's house burned down, a lot of people came out. Please do the same for my girl, Kira. She's a real comic, and this will be good for her, and you'll be a part of something.
Absolutely.
There's nothing like being a part of something. You can go all through your fucking life being dick. All of a sudden, you donate 50 to Kira, and you're a part of something.
One of the rewards must be like a copy of the...
For $20.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get a download.
So that way...
It's like you're basically just...
pre-order.
It's a pre-order of a comedy special.
So they give you $50 to get it done.
20. The $20 perk, as they call it, is the special for free. Digital download.
Well, I hope
so. It's not for nothing.
And you're just shooting one shot.
One. I did just one for my Showtime special, and I liked it. I know people do like 5-6 shows in a week at a club, whatever, a club or a venue. One time, you get that adrenaline rush. You're doing it. You're having a good time.
And it fucking works out perfectly.
I loved it.
Lee, we got this. We'll be back on Friday.
We'll be back tomorrow too.
Yeah, a live podcast at the motherfucking Ice House. It's a Testicle Testament / live fucking podcast tomorrow night. We've never done one of these before.
No, that should be fun.
So it's going to be fun. We're going to be fucked up. No guests, just old Lee and Joey, old school. Do a nice little 30-minute Testicle Testament. We'll get you out of there early, all right? Thank you very much for being a part of this today. Thank you, Kira, for being beautiful and for having the balls of these fucking half-a-fags in Hollywood. You got more balls than them. And to my little brother, Lisa, yeah, and shit. And R.I.P. Sissy, my little cat.
I'm sorry, man. So we're just done? We're done?
We're done.
All right.
That's it. It's over.
Oh, that was tremendous.
You know we don't fuck around here.
Now that the show's over, don't forget to go to naturebox.com and sign up to get your free sample box of great tasting healthy snacks. Forget the vending machine and start snacking smarter with delicious treats like barbecue kettle kernels. Go to naturebox.com/Joey. That's naturebox.com/Joey. Also, don't forget to go to meundies.com/Joey. When you go to meundies.com/Joey, you're going to get 20% off of your first order of the most comfortable men's and women's underwear. They have shirts, they have socks. Anything you want to wear, meundies.com/Joey has it. You're going to get 20% off of your first order with free shipping in the United States and Canada. Go to IronDragonTV.com and use code word Joey to get 2 free rentals of all of their great martial arts movies. They have On It Lab videos. They're the leader in 4K technology. It's IronDragonTV.com/Joey. And go to onit.com and use code word Church to get 10% off of all of their optimization products. Alpha Brain, New Mood, ShroomTech Immune, ShroomTech Sport. It's code word Church to get 10% off.
Okay. Wait a minute. Give me.
For our guest, he's running a little late, but fuck it, we're still going to take it to the hoop.
Were you excited because of Star Wars?
Yeah, oh yeah, can't you see me jumping up and down and give a fuck about
I know what you
Chewbacca?
did all day. You
I'm
watched Star Wars.
52 fucking years old. I was telling you what I was watching tonight when I left the goddamn house. I was watching that Nirvana, Kurt Cobain documentary.
What is it on?
It's on HBO.
Okay.
And I think it's on HBO Go, but it's on again tonight at 9. I was taping it from the beginning. I watched like 35 minutes of it. My wife was watching. The baby was in the room. She was watching some TV on her thing, laying back, you know. And my wife and I were watching. I was getting ready for the podcast, and my wife said to me that she had never seen 2 people more consumed in drugs. Like, she was getting high when she was pregnant with that kid, whatever. She was doing heroin, and they was showing all this shit. And it's funny because I was sitting there thinking to myself, you know, I looked at my wife and I go, I don't know if you knew this. I was just as consumed in 2006 and 5 and 4. And she goes, no, well, how do you mean? And I go, there's people who do, you know, who are hobbyists. They get high on Fridays. There's people who do drugs who might get high on Thursday and Sunday. And then you have hobbyists, you know, they're people that are hobbyists. They don't know what they're getting themselves into yet. And then you have people that it surrounds their thought. You know, I don't know how I made it forward in comedy because cocaine was always surrounding my thoughts. Cocaine and comedy were always neck and neck. You know, I woke up thinking about where I was going to do a spot tonight and what jokes I was going to say, but in the same way, I was thinking about where I was going to get $60 for a gram of coke.
Well, don't you think it held you back?
Absolutely. Fucking absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely it held me back. But think of it, I mean, there's a lot of people who get high and can't even fucking walk around.
Right.
I was still making progress. I was still making forward steps in many directions.
Oh, no. And
just
I mean,
to stick it out.
And Kurt Cobain was one of the biggest rock stars ever. So if he wasn't on it, maybe he would have been even, like I'm just saying.
Well, it's the funniest thing. When he got into it, he wasn't that much into heroin. That's what the ladies are saying.
Oh, God.
That he wasn't. He got into the heroin after everything came, you know, the handling of it, how to handle. Well, I mean, they were fucking huge. You know, somebody told me 10 years ago that I got pissed off and I was wrong for getting pissed off. I don't know who it was. I got into an argument with somebody because they said that Nirvana was as influential as the Beatles were. And I was like, are you fucking crazy? And I think I called him an asshole or something like that. And I went home and thought about it and I was wrong. You know, the only difference was that Nirvana did the same as the Beatles in a shorter amount of time. They really changed everything. Everything died like that. Heavy metal died up to that point, that sound. And then that whole sound got consumed. I mean, from Alice in Chains to Soundgarden to fucking, to, you know, Hair of the Dog, whatever. whatever.
And I was
Pearl
too young.
Jam.
How long were they around? I was too young for this.
This thing started in '92, probably, with them. It
Okay.
started in '92 or '91. You heard Mother Love Bones and the shit like that, and you were like, damn, this ain't fucking bad.
Okay.
But I still remember clearly, like I was all in. I think Nevermind. I don't know what album I was in. But once I heard Bad Motorfinger, I was fucking in.
That's the one.
Once I heard the first Pearl Jam, I was pretty impressed. I was like, damn, I didn't hate any of it. Like I understood it was a time for a change. But once I was all in, once Soundgarden Super Unknown came out in the spring of '95, I think.
Okay.
Maybe '94. I could be wrong. I was all in.
You're probably right.
And then I moved to Seattle. And like I was telling Terry, I don't want you to think I lived in Seattle because I was cool and hip. I just moved to Seattle because I heard there was a great comedy scene up there. And it was something different. I was a fan of the Seattle Supersonics when I was a kid. Like I liked when they went to the championship in '77 or '75 or whatever. So something about Seattle I just always liked, and it had an allure to me. So when I went up there, the music was just a cherry, on the Sunday. Did I go to see a lot of live music? I'm not gonna lie to you. Maybe a year and a half. I went to see 3 live bands. I had a great time. It's not my cup of tea.
You were only there for a year and a half?
I was only in Seattle 18 months, maybe 20 months.
That's a jam-packed 18 months.
Yeah, it was a jam-packed 18 months. A lot of comedy, man. But I met these 2 lesbians that lived in Josh Wolf's building when I lived in the building. I'll bring Josh on and talk about them. They were 2 hot girls. One of their parents had money. And these girls basically got heroin, stayed in, got high, and ate each other's pussy. And they were hot as shit. And I became friends with them because they were pot smokers. So I became friends with them. I never disrespected them. I always spoke to them the right way. And one night they asked me if I had ever gotten high on heroin. I said yes. And they were telling me how they didn't take showers with soap.
Why?
Because it would unclog their pores. And you want your pores to stay clogged so perspiration doesn't come out of it. So the heroin always is in your system. So when you eat chocolate or something, it activates it. Just a different world.
You never did it with the needle, right?
No, I did not. I don't think I could. I would have died. I think I would have died if I was to shoot heroin with a needle and have to pull out the blood and shoot it back into your vein. That's too much for me. Just that little spurt of pain, I would have fucking passed out. Did you see my arm from last week?
No.
It was still a little black and blue. It still is, I think. No, it went away. Oh, no, there it is. You see it? You see the arm? Do you see it?
Oh, yeah. Oh, Jesus, yeah.
It's still, that little pain, and that wasn't the blood test. That was the stress test the day afterward. Because they put a needle in, they put a little catheter in or something, in your arm, and they shoot ink. And they shoot
so
ink
they can see everything or something?
Yeah, it's like an intravenous thing. And then they just shoot ink into it without the intravenous. And then later on, when I was in the stress test, they actually shot this type of speed. It's not really speed. I'm sorry.
Adrenaline.
It's like an adrenaline into your vein to see if they can raise your heart rate up to 170 or 180. They wanted to get it up to. So that left the bruise. I'm surprised I didn't pass out on that fucking. I am very in shock. I did not pass out on the elliptical. Not the elliptical, the treadmill they had me on.
Yeah, 170's high. I know that's kind of around where you're supposed to be for fat burning. But I'm usually around 140, 150 on the elliptical.
It's something that they had to push a little bit because they want to see where your heart can go. It determines your age or something. I didn't ask them for the equation. She was just explaining it to me that it's something to do with your age times 2.
And how did you get the results yet?
No, but he hasn't called me, so I look like I'm dying any fucking day soon, unless I eat 10 pizza pies.
I'm kind of nervous. I have my first doctor's appointment in 4 years next week.
What are you doing?
Nothing. I haven't had a physical since I moved out here.
You're doing a physical?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm paying for insurance. I might as well use it.
Where at?
This place in North Hollywood. I don't know. I pay $300 a month for insurance, and then a lot of people still think it's like Obamacare or something. So I don't know. You're gonna laugh, but I was on my insurance and I just started Googling names, and they have Yelp for doctors. So this guy got a bunch of good reviews, so I'm going to him. Let's see what happens.
Okay, God bless you. I'm not gonna stick a finger up your ass. I'm gonna do some lab work.
Yeah, I don't
Good
know.
for you. That's good, Lee.
I mean, I'm not.
You're gonna see your numbers and
Yeah.
where you're at. You're 26. Just to see where your numbers are at. He might come back and say, "Dog, you got no cholesterol.
Oh, I'm
you
sure
got
I
no
do.
fucking problems." But if he comes back now, you know what you got to work on. You know.
Yeah. No, and I don't think anything's going to be wrong. But I don't know. I've never really liked the doctor, and I probably won't get a needle, but it's after 4 years, it's like kind of grown into something. So I just need to go.
I didn't go to the doctor from. This is fucking crazy. I probably didn't go to the doctor from like 1982 to like 2000 when I started dating Terry. Terry made me go to the doctor.
Wow.
She had to fucking drive me. My legs were wobbling. For the sleep apnea, my legs were wobbling. Like I was scared, and they told me there's no needles involved. I'd have to do a sleep apnea test, and the doctor told me what to do. Yeah, it was great.
Was any part of it like embarrassment about the weight?
It's so when I walked in there,
Yeah.
no, you know they see different people every day. Listen,
Right.
you want a doctor that's honest with you, okay? You don't want a doctor that candy coated.
Right.
The reason why I go to Dr. Soleimani is because he was honest with me. The reason why I go to fucking Waxless because he's honest with me. You know, the reason, you know, was very. I watch a lot of personal trainers when I go to different gyms and shit. My hobby is to watch personal trainers and how they help people and if they're even helping people, you know. And the guy where Hegan's at, the guy that teaches the Sistema, this Russian stuff.
Okay.
The English guy, he's a great guy. But I liked him right off the bat when I was working out down there because one day him and I were talking Sistema is an art built around breathing. It's like a Russian thing created by monks, and they didn't know how to heal themselves, so they started breathing, just breathing. So Sistema is a martial art that's very breathing control.
Like Kung Fu, or like what is that thing where they do in the park?
Tai Chi. This is when they do different things for energy. So when they drop to the floor, they blow out their energy. They get up by breathing. So everything is controlled by their breathing. A lot of movements. It's very interesting. But I remember talking to him and then going, yeah, maybe I'll take a private with you and talk about breathing. He goes, for starters, let's not fuck around here. You got to lose some major league weight. Somebody else wouldn't say that, a personal trainer, and somebody else would take that wrong. I liked him after that because he didn't tell me, oh, no, let's just do this 3 times at $4,000 and you'll breathe more.
Did it hurt your feelings at all when he said it?
At all, not at all. I liked him even more. I like a person more when they're frank with you. You don't want somebody to candy coat your fucking health.
Right.
You know, you don't want somebody to candy coat you when I'm trying to learn jujitsu. I don't want. And you don't see no progress. You're not going to do nothing for the guy. The guy's not going to come back to you in 10 days. Why is he giving you $95 to walk around fucking sore?
Right, yeah. That's, I think that's, you were joking around with me when I came in, but I think maybe once I've lifted weights at the gym since I've been going since June. And it's just, the doctor's a perfect example of it. Whenever I have to do something like that, I procrastinate and I get in my head about it. So, I like the elliptical, and yeah, it's just, but it's, at some point, I don't know if it's fear or what it is, but I don't know what I'm doing with weights, and I know what I'm doing with the elliptical.
Well, like I told you, listen, you're a smart guy, you know, and the thing that you guys have that I didn't have, this generation has, is you have access to the computer. Everything is on there. We can have a discussion right now about a topic. And when you go home, you get a cup of coffee, get a joint, get your boxer shorts on, and you go online with a notebook and write everything you needed to do.
keeps dying. This is the problem I have with basically everything on the internet. Even when I was trying to just do a diet, if you read 10 articles, they're gonna tell you 10 different ways, and they're gonna say every other way is wrong. So for someone who doesn't know anything, it's like, oh well, what am I supposed to do then?
Well, go to 3 articles. Don't confuse. We have. Sometimes we think ourselves out of a decision.
That's all I do.
That's all people. That's not just you. It's many Americans, and I learned that when I was selling cars. I'd say, all bullshit aside, what are you looking to do? And they'd start rattling off, blah, 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 blah. And I go, listen, first of all, I want you to look for a car for your needs. What are your fucking needs? Well, my needs are, I'm really not making a lot of money, and I got to keep my payment at $140. Okay, so we got that need. Okay, what else do you need this car for? I need it to go from here to there, point A to B. It's not much, 22 miles a day. I got your needs, Sorry about that, people. Allergies in California are to a fucking uptown. They're just off the chart.
Oh, really? I don't get them
I
out
just
here.
bumped into a lady.
I get them out
walking her dog, and she said hello. And she goes, "What's the matter? Why is your eye leaking?" I go, "Allergies." She goes, "Please, I'm back from the pills." I'm not kidding you, people. Allergy. God, I'm sorry. I had an all-time fucking high the last 2 or 3 weeks. Yeah.
But it's tough, especially when you're buying a car, because like let's say you say I need my payment to be at 140, and the first thing they come back with is 180.
Well, because they know you're bullshitting.
Oh.
They know you're lying as a consumer. You're trying to rob them too.
Right. Yeah. I actually had a fucked up sort of thing happen on Thursday, and it's kind of embarrassing, but I don't know. This is kind of what the podcast is about. So when I moved into my place, the electricity was just on, and I tried to switch my account online, and I just never did it, and it wouldn't work. So I never went down to the office, and I worried about it for like almost the entire year that I was there, and then I actually lied to you, and I felt bad about it, which is why I want to talk about it. On Thursday when I got back, I was helping Paula out. My power was off. I never experienced that before. It's fucking terrible. And I didn't have AC, so I came here and I just hung out here. I did some work, and then I went home to go to bed. I almost slept here, but I didn't want to get someone get here early and hear me. But I went down to the office the next day, and I was really worried about it. Like I actually got paranoid because she took my license and she went to go take a photocopy, and like a cop came down from the back, so I thought she was calling. I thought I was going to get arrested for not paying an electric bill, and they came back and it was like $700, and it wasn't. I don't want to pay that much right now, but it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be, and I kind of wish like I had just paid it. Like I had just called them because I called them and they don't answer, so like I gave up on it, but not having power for that one night was fucking terrible, and I thought I was going to have to do it for a whole weekend. That would have sucked. But no, they turned it on that day. But I was there.
You have to look at your room and say to yourself, what would I do without power here? What's going to happen after an earthquake? You have no power for 4 days.
It gets hot really quick. And then I felt like I felt terrible. Like when I got there, the woman in line next to me, like I was literally first in line. The woman behind me literally said she didn't have power for 30 days. And they won't take a plan, and they just want all of it. And she hasn't got paid for like 3 months or something. And it's I grew up in a very white town, a very like an affluent town, but I purposely worked in like more working class towns. Like when I was in line, 4 or 5 people came up and talked to me. One guy, he just thought like I'm making enough money to pay my electric bill. He just thought I was broke. And he's like, he was giving me numbers to like a place that will help you pay your bill, and I was just like, people are like, that's like the last place I wanted to be. But like I met some like really like they were just like genuinely nice to me, but it was fucked up, like not having power, and I felt bad about myself for a little bit. But then I paid it. They turned it back on, so it was only like one night. But look,
you went back and slept in the dark like a mook.
Oh yeah. What else am I gonna do?
Right there on the couch.
There's people here all the time.
Who gives a fuck? They live here too.
You think so?
I know, Phil. These people are fucking creepy people.
Oh, okay.
I came here about 2 weeks ago one night, And there were fucking people here. You said you came on a Sunday and you smell weed.
Oh yeah, they're always here, but I never
Yeah,
knew
what the
anyone
fuck you
lived
think
here.
that way? They hear TVs and shit and cannons and people taking baths with buckets. These people are fucking animals.
Yeah, but it was just it was crazy.
Listen, man, there's
Yeah.
no shame in fucking making a mistake and getting your shit turned off. I fucking lived without a shower curtain for a summer. Every time I take a shower, the bathroom looked like fucking Titanic was in there floating. You know, who does these things? That's what it is to be young, you know. You go through different fucking phases in your life, and
I'll never do it again.
oh no, you'll never fucking do it again. It's horrible. Think of it what happened in August.
I know.
It was 100 degrees out. You know, it's just a horrible, helpless feeling.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
Helpless, you know, and people go through it all the time, man. They're in between paychecks and they lose their electricity for 2 days. It's time to use those fucking candles.
Yeah, like I've never had my cell phone turned off, and like, because I've been every once in like I haven't had Paula for like the last few weeks. She's just been studying, so every once in a while I'll get high, or even if I'm not high, I'll just go on Twitter and start talking to people, like people who haven't had jobs for months, and it's just crazy to me. Like I've never been that broke, and it's scary to think how you can imagine. Yeah.
I've been very broke. I've woken up broke. I've gone to bed broke. You know, I was broke for a long fucking time, man. I was thinking about my 21st birthday, how I robbed a Chinese restaurant on my 21st birthday. Like I was by myself. No, I'm sorry. It was my 22nd birthday. I was by myself. And I robbed the Chinese restaurant.
Did you rob like the cash register? You just ate and left.
I robbed the cash register. I didn't fucking have a gun or anything, you know, to use. You know, who does something like that? That's an animal. But
It's a terrible birthday.
I have to laugh at it now. You know, you think I like telling those stories? I mean, I lived in an office half the size of this in Seattle. You think I like telling that story? You think I like even thinking about having to get up and shit out the window and piss out the window, and fucking the cleaning people would come in the middle of the night and I'd be in there all coked up and I'd turn the lights off and lock both locks and shit, and they'd try to be getting in to vacuum the office and empty the trash. Are you fucking kidding me? And I'd be on, I didn't even have a couch. I had a blanket on the floor with a blanket and a fucking pillow that I would sleep on, with a desk and my clothes hidden under the desk in boxes like this. So if anybody did come in, I had a 1-800 number because I was selling fucking sports information out of their head. You have no idea. This is what I did for comedy, but this is also what I did when I was consumed by the blow. That was part of the consumption. I dealt with that lifestyle so I could still get high 4 times a week.
Wow.
Fuck. If I didn't get high 4 times a week, that's $200. That's $800 a month.
At least.
I could have had an apartment and food in the refrigerator. I said, fuck it. I'll live in the corner so I could do my little addiction fucking thing.
It's amazing how quickly stuff piles up, like bills, and there's always something unexpected. Like the day before, I was looking at my credit card bill. I was like, oh, I've kept it pretty low this month. That's gonna be cool. And then it's amazing how hard it must be for people who get in that position to ever work their way out of it. I mean, that must be what happens when people decide to be drug dealers.
Listen, I was pretty much broke from 1992 to 2005. When I got the longest yard, all the longest yard did was put Band-Aids on the debt that I had acquired already, like over the years. Okay, so when I came out of here, I had this chunk of debt, right? Then I got the Taco Bell commercial, and I paid like a quarter of it off. I paid a couple credit cards that had been bothering me. I paid a couple creditors off that had been bothering me. I paid a couple personal loans from people that I owed money to for drugs or people who had helped me out in a bad time. I sent the check and then I apologized and I skipped town. I did whatever bullshit I did. And then from 99, I was broke. I went on the road with Jody Furdy. We did those 10 weeks. This is after I lost all my clothes with Carol.
What happened to your clothes?
My car got towed with all my clothes and headshots and boxing stuff and tapes and everything I owned got towed in that fucking car. So I went to Miami I told you people lived here. And I had to start from fucking scratch. Actually, $350 a week working as a house MC in Miami Improv. $350 a week, Tuesday through Sunday. Okay.
How many shows?
A fucking Tuesday through Sunday. 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 9 shows for $350 fucking dollars for you people who want to know.
That's like $30-$40 a show.
Okay, exactly. They gave me the condo, so I would snort half of it, and the other half I would buy clothes at TJ Maxx, one of those dumb places. What's the other one that sells like pants for $8 and a buckle?
Ross?
No, the other one that
Kohl's? Walmart?
No,
Kmart?
I forget. Anyway, that's what I did for about fucking. I just went on the road and I chiseled away money, a little bit of money here, a little bit paying child support some months, not paying fucking child support. I mean, it just did not fucking end.
Does it create? I mean, this is kind of a stupid question, but like, how much stress do you go through with that? Because I go through a little bit of just.
Here it is.
For
You ready for
tiny
this?
bit
By that time, I wasn't getting stressed no more. I had given it up. In '93, I knew that you're dead. You're in debt. I'm a comedian.
Right.
This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to become a comedian. In '94, I said, all this debt that sucked my dick. There's no debt is prison. I'm going to start doing comedy. And this is what I'm going to focus on. I don't have a phone number. I have a pager. I don't have a website. They can't find me.
So you never got worried about, like, especially the taxes thing? Because they put Wesley's. Is it just Wesley Snipes made so much money for you they didn't even care?
Right.
Okay.
Listen, when you're making, $10 million, you better pay taxes. Okay, but when you're making $8,000 a year, they're not looking for you. You're not going to jail.
But you didn't feel like you weren't constantly worried about it, like it would come up
No,
once or twice a day?
when I got into comedy, I made a decision in '93. Like in '90, like I told you, I just got my American Express card.
Yeah,
for 20 years. When my American Express card got canceled, listen, I came from money, and then I lost money, and then I became nothing. And then I went to college, and I started getting loans, so I started getting credit cards sent to me. My biggest job then was to keep those credit cards paid. I paid those cards before the bill came. Like, I'm one of those motherfuckers. I didn't even wait on the bill. If I went out on a Monday and I spent $100 on that card, by Wednesday I was sending $150 back. I'm one of those guys. When those cards got taken from me, Lee, I got to be honest with you, that was one of the biggest heartaches of my life. I had 10 credit cards calling me at different places.
Oh, no.
I go to Rouse and I get a call at Rouse. Joe Diaz, line 1. Hi. Hey, this is Joe from Discover. I never got your payment. What? It was that heavy, Lee. They were calling me at comedy places.
No way.
Yeah, man. They were calling me at my fucking comedy place. My first, you know how embarrassing that is.
No.
I would come in, the bartender said, hey, Joe called for you 3 times. He left an 800 number. He wants you to call him back tonight. He's going to be there till midnight. You know how fucking embarrassed I would fucking be, guy? Do you have any idea? And I did that. And then finally I just dropped off the radar in like '94. And my friends were getting letters. Anybody I put down for a loan were getting letters. Oh, it was horrible. So I disappeared from '94 basically to '98 was when I got back on the books with that fucking Taco Bell commercial.
Were you thinking I'll just hide for the rest of my life, or were you thinking at some point I'll get money?
I knew they were going to come out of their head somewhere. You can't hide forever, especially with computers. I just hope I was prepared by the time they showed up. Right. That was what I was praying for in that time of my life. And I just kept doing comedy, kept doing comedy. And then I would get bumps and bruises here and there. Like somebody would reach out and they took $80 from your checking account or something. And Bank of America. No, at that time I was with the other one, Wells Fargo. Somebody got me for like $3,000, some credit company and stuff. And then from 2000, when I moved in with Terry, the reason why Terry is happy today, the reason why I look at Terry, because when we moved in together, there was 2 salaries coming in, and they weren't even equal to fucking $30,000.
For both of you?
Yeah, she was a waitress, and I was a fucking comic making $15 a set. Some nights I'd make 60, some nights I'd make 85, but something pushed me. You know, something kept me alive in the game. A little movie here, a little TV role here. And we just, but I didn't make money with Terry till 2008. We starved together for 8 years.
It's amazing.
Even the money I made from the longest yard got paid out.
Wow.
In 2006, Terry took a loan out for $30,000. We were $30,000 in the hole, and we paid $650 a month to Bank of America. We consolidated all the credit cards. That was all the debt I had put her in from the cocaine all those years. We were just in debt, and we took $30,000 loans from Bank of America, and we paid it in 2 fucking years, $600 a month or something.
Jesus.
We started sending like fucking triple payments. I would go on the road and just fucking. Once I stopped doing blow, the house started making money. So I stopped doing blow in 2007. The house started making money in 2008, like profiting. Like we were just sailing. Each month we were losing $400 a month, probably.
Yeah.
You know, borrowing from Peter to pay Paul. And then once I stopped doing blow, I went on the road heavy. I booked a couple of movies. We started eating okay, the cats. And we started buying clothes. You know, I lived off free clothes. I lived off Fat Daddy, Big Daddy used to send me clothes and boxes. It was amazing. Terry used to make $40 a fucking night at the Comedy Store. On the weekends, $100, maybe $120. You know, but during the week we lived off $40.
It's amazing you didn't give up, because I heard this. I don't know the exact number, but I was some news story. They were saying they say unemployment's 5%, but they don't count the however many people just stop looking for work. Like, I don't even know what you do at that point if you can't claim unemployment anymore.
What would I do if I gave up? So you're telling me right now there's no jobs. So here I am as a comic. I'm struggling. What do? Try to get a fucking job? No, you keep believing in what the fuck's in your heart, and you know eventually you see the people around you starting to snap. You're like, okay, I came up with Steve Renzi's. I came up with this guy. They're starting to see some daylight. And all of a sudden, little by little, instead of working once a month, you start working twice a month. You know, instead of working twice a month now and booking one TV show every 4 months, now you book a TV show every other month. I mean, if you look at my fucking IMDb, I got some work on that.
Yeah.
It ain't no fucking joke. I worked for a long time. So I know, listen, man, I know what it is to be broke from fucking drug abuse. I know what it is to be broke just because you have a bad month. That's why, what do I say? You got no time to fuck around.
Yeah.
You got no time. Listen, in this life, you got no time to fuck around. That's great. I mean, you see somebody who's doing it, you cheer for them. That's great. Yeah, go have a good look at me. Okay. You're going to pay for this, and you're going to lose the week's salary. And, you know, everybody wants to party and be fucking Johnny Rotten. And, you know, you pay for everything. I think when you're young, I feel you should jump on it. This is what I didn't do. If I could do it all over again, I would have jumped on it. By the time I'm 29, I would have had a business. 27, 26, I would have had a couple businesses because it doesn't matter, even if they fail. If you start 3 of them, 2 are going to fail. You're going to get 1 of them.
Right, yeah.
So that was it. That's your college fucking degree. And you make your own hours. And it's easier said than done, but it could be done. People have done it.
I really wanted to go see the new Avengers movie this weekend. I really wanted to see it, and I tried like 2 or 3 times to go, but finally, like the stuff I've started doing is starting to take off, and I just couldn't get out. And I was thinking about it last night. I was like, I really wanted to go see it. I saw tons of movies last year. Looking at my credit card statement, I don't think I've been to a movie yet this year. It's crazy making those choices.
It's not choices. You make sacrifices sometimes, and you weigh. What am I getting from this compared to, we all need entertainment in our lives, and we all need to put something else in your mind beside what's in front of you. But I don't know, as Americans, I think that there's too much party time, and then there's too much fucking complaining. Like, everybody wants to party. I'm like, it's always something, you know. And then when I ask you to work on Saturday, you cop a fucking attitude. It's like office space. The guy would cop an attitude. But everybody's looking for money, but nobody wants, it's the same thing that we deal with every fucking day. Everybody wants to go to heaven, but nobody wants to fucking die. You know?
Right. And everyone's complaining about the fight that just happened last week, or the end of last week, and each guy made over $100 million. So, I mean, you're contributing to that. Like, they were selling hats for $500. People were spending thousands of dollars on seats for that ticket.
When I was in high school, I got this job at Masback Century Hardware. When I was in high school, there was a job. I quit high school in my senior year. I said, fuck it. And I got a job boxing stuff for Masback Century Hardware for orders to get shipped. So when Lee's hardware store wanted 22 feet of chain and this, I'd box it. And then there was an opening for night shift. It was 7 to 4 a.m. And I remember thinking, that's crazy. As an 18-year-old, I'm going to lose my nightlife. So guess what I did? I took the job just to prepare me for the future. Just to prepare me to let me know that I wasn't missing anything. You know, and there's times I would work on a Thursday and my friends are going, what are you going to do tonight? We got an 8-ball. We're going down to ladies' night. There's whores are down there. They're going to suck your dick. And I go to Masback Century. And I wake up the next one, I call those guys. And they tell me how they were hungover and how much of a great time they had. And the next night I see them and it was like, we survived. Nothing happened. So then as a discipline, I started staying in nights. Even on the nights I didn't work, as a discipline. Like as a fucking discipline. I'd just stay in on a Friday night just to prove a point. And it would drive my friends crazy. They didn't believe me. Where were you last night? I stayed in. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You out doing blow. Somebody saw you in the city at 4 a.m. Lee, I swear to God, I was in bed at 11 o'clock, stoned to the gills. Or sometime, I'm not lying to you, I would get a gram of blow and stay home. Stay up till 4 a.m, jerking off and calling people and breathing heavy on the phone and shit. And I did that too. I ain't gonna bullshit you, man. I did that plenty of fucking times too. It would drive my friends crazy. They could not fathom the idea that I would stay in. And then once I moved to Ashland, I stayed in. And I had to watch TV with Jimmy Perkle, who just gets stoned. So the nightlife, I eliminated out of my life just to prove to myself I wasn't missing nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like just to prove to myself I wasn't missing nothing. Both times I left Colorado in '83, I can't look you in the eye and tell you I didn't miss my fucking friends and went and snorting coke and going to the city and going to Seaside Heights and going down the shore. I fucking missed it like hell. But I knew I wasn't going to get nowhere doing that. I didn't know why at that early age. As much as I missed it, I didn't miss, I never missed cocaine. I always did that shit. That was like my thing. If I got to be away from them, at least I'll do coke. And that'll keep me fucking together, So, I don't know. I love movies, Lee. I grew up on movies. It's not going to the movies for a guy like me that makes it special. For a guy like me that makes it special, it's the movie comes out, it's getting released at 11:45. You get up at 8. You do what you got to do. You make some calls. Maybe you go for a run. In those days, I'd go for like a run. And I get back to my house at 9:30, and I'd roll a joint. I'd take a shower. And I'd roll a big fat joint. I'd get fucking stoned. I'd roll another one to go. And I'd drive to the Chinese restaurant. I'd get the lunch special. I'd say the restaurant opened up at 11. I'd get there at 11:05. And I get the lunch special plus an extra order egg rolls. And I'd sit there and eat it by myself. And then I'd walk out to the car and I'd smoke out of the joint. And I'd go to the movie theater and go in and buy popcorn and some Raisinets. And I'd sit there.
Raisinets?
Fuck yeah. And I'd be the first one in the movie theater. You know how much pride you have to do? I did that for fucking Trading Places. I did that for The Evil That Men Do with Charles Bronson in '82. I did that for Trading Place. I did that for the other one Eddie Murphy did with Nick Nolte, 48 Hours. I did that. You know what the best celebration I ever had for?
What?
Goodfellas. When Goodfellas came out, I was in a fucking halfway house. And I didn't give a fuck. I did the same thing. I smoked 2 joints. And I went to see Goodfellas by myself.
Is it scary high?
What, Goodfellas?
Yeah.
No, it's sensational high. You just fucking sit there and enjoy everything. But that's not the point. Okay. The point was it was an event for me. You know when the last time I did that was?
No.
17, 18, 19 years ago. It just went away. So nobody appreciates the movies more than your Uncle fucking Joey, you know what I'm saying? Girl, I want to be around and go downstairs and open the door for this fucking dude. Monday, cocksuckers, light a candle for the fucking dead people in your life. Let them know you're thinking of those fucking spirits that are surrounding you, cocksuckers. Nate, let's do this shit. And hurry up, cocksucker. I can't keep him down. Look how high you are. You're front. You should be ashamed of yourself. Don't forget, cocksuckers, this weekend, Grand Rapids, Michigan. Then I got the week off. Then Memorial Day, Las Vegas. kidding me or what? Old time podcast here. Lee and I started off a little bit. And then we have a guest tonight, Nate Moyer. Green Beret, motherfucking got drafted by the Seattle Seahawks Sunday, Saturday. He's an unrestricted free agent. So I'm going to have him on the show to talk some shit with us tonight about his days in the fucking Army and all the shit that goes with it. You know what I'm saying? Nate Moyer, have a seat, my brother. What's happening? Look at him with his fucking longhorn pants on and shit. We're ready to throw down here and shit. What's happening, buddy? Put the earphones on. I'm sorry. Put the earphones on and stay close to the mic. Don't worry. They don't have earwax in them. We just had a crack in here.
There we go.
There you go. What's up, my brother?
Oh, man.
Thank you very much. No. It worked out just fine. We're not mad at you. Nothing like that. I pulled into Unbreakable last week to work out with Dave. I'm looking at you. Well, this guy looks familiar. But I see so many fucking different people there. I didn't know if it was the movies. I didn't know if it was football. I didn't know what the fuck it was. Then when I go in, French Dave pulls me aside. He breaks it down. I'm like, oh, all right, Dave. And then I went home. I think I told my man Lee. Did you meet Nate Moyer?
I did, yeah.
So this is like one of the best fucking stories I've heard in a long goddamn time.
Appreciate that.
This is one of the best fucking stories ever.
It's not a story to me, It's just my life.
I mean, who would have fucking thought that, I tried to read some stuff on you. It was just bullshit, what I read. It was like two people did a publicity thing. But then I just started thinking about the things you did. You were an actor, it says. You tried to be an actor.
For a little bit, yeah. I came out here, I'm from a long line of boys that aspire to do some different things. My grandfather is from the Northwest, actually. He's from near Seattle area, which is kind of ironic because that's where I'm heading in a couple of days here. But he kind of set off on his own, and he used to just kind of jump on trains and backpack around and sort of like a vagabond for a while, And then he ended up, being a successful businessman. And then my father, he after college, he didn't know exactly what to do, so he went and tried to raise oysters in the Bay Area. He ended up being a racehorse veterinarian. And so then, I get out of high school and I'm like, I don't know. I just had this adventurous spirit or whatever. And so, yeah, it's just led me all kinds of just crazy places. But I love attacking things, I mean, it's just like, we do in the gym, you get in there and it's like all business and you just get after it. And so that's just sort of how my personality is,
Now, in high school, what did you want to be your senior in high school? Now, let's get this straight. You did not play high school football.
No, I
You
didn't play.
didn't have a team at your high school.
Right, yeah.
So what did you play in high school?
I played baseball and basketball.
So when these other mooks from your neighborhood were playing football, what were you doing? What were you talking
Well, my school didn't have a team.
Right. So,
But some of the other,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, the other ones that, I mean, in the Bay Area, it was a little. So when I went to school in college in Texas, and it's like football is everything.
Right, football's everything.
But there, it wasn't so much so. Actually, at my high school, so I went to two different high schools. The first one I was at, we actually had a football team, but basketball was a sport. So what everybody did, football was cool, but our basketball team was really good. And our basketball coaches were kind of like discouraging doing both because the seasons ran into each other. So, but I always looked at the football team, and I looked up to those dudes because you get to run into people, and it's a physical game and it looked like fun, you know what I mean? And I'm not the most athletic dude. I can't dunk, you know what I mean? I'm a good shooter, but football probably made more sense to me at the time there. But I wanted to play with what was the best sport at our school, and so I just stuck with basketball. But I regretted it. I regretted never playing. It just ate at me. It was something. You aspire to do great things. If you would have never went into the entertainment business at all, you had that heart. But I'm sure there was a time.
I wanted to try it. I'm
sure there was a time in your life.
The whole thing is when you have that little thought, the light bulb goes off,
right?
And you're like me or with like the same. We sit there and go, what are the chances? They're slim to none. But what if I don't try?
Exactly.
What if I don't try? What if I'm 55 one day even if I'm fucking filthy rich, but I didn't try what was put in front of me? Lee, did we not talk about this subject last week? The what if?
Yeah.
That always bothered me. That was always the thing that made me go, no, that's it. I'm like you, dog. I got up one day and I knew my junior. Here I am from a Mecca. I'm from New York fucking City. I'm from Hudson County, New Jersey. I'm a stone's throw from New York City.
Yeah.
You talk to anybody. Where do you want to live? I want to go to New York City. That's 90% of the people. And I couldn't wait to get the fuck out of there.
Right.
I would look at the kids around me and what was around me, and I go, they're great kids. God bless them, but this isn't for me. I was like you.
Right.
What's this? What's in Colorado? How come whenever I watch fucking TV, they always say Eastern time, this, and then Mountain time? What's these fucking mountains they're talking about? So, do you follow me? I'm like you. And all of a sudden I end up in fucking Denver.
Right.
I'm a Cuban kid in Denver. Like, oh my God, what is this shit? You know, I'm from Jersey where nobody leaves, Nate. They go to Atlantic City and then they go to Miami. And then, we're taking our yearly trip to Atlantic City. It's beautiful. They're closing it because it's a fucking shithole.
Right.
But you wear your white shoes. You got to see those Jersey people. So I get when you say you got to get the fuck out of there.
Yeah.
So now you're in LA after high school. You're not an athlete at that time.
No. So right after high school, I actually moved to San Diego for a year.
Okay.
I worked on a fishing boat down there. And I just had to get outside. You know, I wanted to be outside, and I wanted to.
No college in your future at that point?
Not yet. I was actually taking. I took a couple firefighting classes. I thought that was maybe something I wanted to get into. You know, it was all. It was all like I wanted to work with my hands. I wanted to be outside. I wanted that adventure. I wanted all that. So, you know, I thought maybe I'll be a firefighter. So I took some classes, and it just wasn't for me at the time. You know, so I kind of lied my way onto a fishing boat, you know, telling them I had all this experience, which I didn't have, and just sort of BS'd it. And then I loved it, though, you know. I mean, you're out there on the water all day, and, you know, you don't have to think that much, you know what I mean? But it's refreshing, you know. And at
What did you do?
18, you know. Say again?
What did you do?
I was a deckhand. So it was like a charter fishing boat. But we'd go out like 100 miles out, and we're fishing for, you know, these big tuna. And so I'm like, I mean, I'm rigging people's lines up. Then I'm also running around with the big, you know what a gas pole is?
No.
So it's this long, like, bamboo pole with a big hook at the end. So people bring these huge fish in, and the boat's, you know, 10, 12 feet off the water. They can't pull it up over. So you have to, you know, reach that rod into the water and then, like, try to hook the fish under the gills, hold it into the boat. It's pretty cool.
And this is what you wanted to do right after high school?
Yeah. I mean, I didn't even know what I wanted to do.
No, he didn't know what the fuck. He just got in the plane and said, he looked, he goes, there's jobs.
Yeah.
That's what I did. I looked in the classified, there's jobs. We'll find something. I don't know. Today I may shovel snow. Tomorrow I might be an electrician. That's it. You just lie yourself onto the gig.
Fake it till you make it.
Yeah, fake it till you fucking make it. It's really, when you don't have a job after 2 weeks at a new place, and people are cheering for you, and you're like, yeah, I'm going to give it a shot. And your friend's like, you're going to fail. You're going to hate it. You fucking determined. You get whatever the fuck you get just to bail you out until something you want to do opens up, you know. Right. But fuck it, I'll get on a fishing boat. What the fuck?
Exactly.
So how long did that last?
I did that for about a year. All right. Yep. And then I came up here. Yeah. And, you know, I wanted to do a lot of things. I mean, this industry, in this business, the film business, just was exciting to me because not just the, you know, the glitz and glamour of it, but just I love stories, you know, I love inspirational stories. And I don't know, it just was, I think people in this industry too have the capacity to do a lot of good things for the planet. You know, people like revere these guys, you know what I mean? And now more and more you're seeing these people, these celebrities and film and television, not all of them, but some of them, you know, that have some sort of organization they're pushing forward, and they're trying to, you know, do things for the less fortunate, and that's great. So that was kind of exciting to me, you know. So I came up here and I wanted to go to film school and I wanted to act and do all these things, but you know, you can't just walk into that. It's a little competitive. And I had no, you know, I was 19 and I had no idea what I wanted to do. I didn't have nothing, man. I came up here like $300, and I started working at a movie theater and living out of my car for a while. You know, I think a lot of people had that story.
I lived in a car until we got towed. I was just telling Lee, my apartment got towed.
Oh, by the way, my goodness, creep right out here.
Yeah,
okay.
On the red there.
All right, good. Yeah, so, but then, you know, then 9/11 happens, and then everything kind of just went from there. It just completely changed, you know, me and what was important to me, and but still, that adventure that never left, you know, and that was a lot of it. And a lot of it pushed me in that direction.
9/11 made you join the army?
Yeah, it did, and I didn't join right away. I didn't join right away. It was a couple years after, 3 years actually after.
I was way too young. Like I was in 7th grade when 9/11 happened. Yeah, but I'm not the kind of person that would see that and be like, I gotta go over there. And that takes like a fishing boat kind of person, I guess. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't, like I said, I didn't go right away because I didn't know where I stood politically about it. You're fed a lot of stuff at that age. At 19, at least for me, I was very, easily swayed. I guess I didn't think about things sometimes. I just, if it was interesting to me or somebody, all into all these conspiracy theories and all that stuff, And but then I decided to take a trip I went to the Darfur in Darfur in
Africa.
Yeah, in Africa, in the Sudan region, between Sudan and Chad, and did some relief work there for a couple months, and that completely changed me. That got me, like I gained my patriotism over there because those people, the way they looked at us, and just revered what we stood for as a country. And
what did you see that made you just say?
Okay, what I saw was it's all women and children. The men are already killed or off fighting. For me, you know what I mean? They were generous. They wanted to just put me up and like hear stories, and were so grateful that I would come, to their place. And I had guys that joined the American Army. How do I be a soldier in America? Like, I want to fight for, people in countries such as ours that they don't have anything like you guys do. I want to be a part of that. So it just, man, I just became so patriotic in a short period of time, and just so I finally realized how lucky we were. I grew up very comfortable. We didn't always have a ton of money, but my parents were able to provide everything for me. It was never really a tight time where it was like I had to worry about anything. Whatever I wanted to do, they would help do. And so it's not like that everywhere, obviously. And so I came back and I went straight to the recruiting office and signed up.
Did you know you were going to be a Green Beret, or you just said, right there?
Right there.
Did you look into it? Did you go online and see what their duties were?
So I started looking at that as soon as I got back. I was like, what can I do? I still wanted to work with the indigenous people. I wanted to, to free the, de oppresso liber is the Special Forces motto, and it means to free the oppressed. So that's what I wanted to do. That just hit me. And, I wanted to work with these people. I didn't want to just go into, someone's country and not actually understand the situation through the people there. And that's the main thing the Special Forces does is we're fully embedded with them. We train with them, we train them, we live with them, and then we go fight missions and go on missions with them. And it's cool to see that side of it when you meet, there are a lot of people in their country that are, that want to develop and they want to change and they want to get better and they want to improve their quality of life, and you don't have to, and they're smart enough to realize you don't have to, throw away the traditions and religion and all that to do that. It doesn't mean you need to become an American. You can just adopt some of the values that we have and let us, if we're there trying to help you, And so it was great to see that kind of stuff. And so I knew, I read a little bit about it. I knew it was a long shot, but I was like, man, I'm just going to go for it.
So you where was the recruiting station where you went?
That was back in the Bay Area.
In the Bay Area, and then you got stationed where for basic?
In Fort Benning, Georgia.
Okay, that's where you go if you want to be a Green Beret, or if
anybody in the infantry. It's like infantry school.
Fort
Yeah.
Benning.
So you go there for basic, and then you go to airborne school also there, and then trying out for special forces. Then you go to Fort Bragg, North Carolina, and go to selection. And you got to pass all these steps. It's
how long did the whole process go?
About a year and a half.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then you're a full Green Beret.
Yep.
And then where'd they ship you to first?
First, I was sent to Okinawa, Japan. That was like my duty station.
I had a cousin there.
Did you?
Yeah, she was in the Air Force.
She was at Kadena Air Force Base.
Yeah.
Yep. There you go. So yeah, I was out there.
How beautiful is Okinawa?
It's amazing. It's amazing. It's so first of all, that base is the smallest. It's the smallest army base in the world, I believe. It's called Torii Station. It's just Special Forces Battalion and some MPs. And but yeah, the island's gorgeous. I mean, it's like it's the Hawaii of Japan, I guess. You know, there's a lot of weddings out there and all that stuff.
You have to have permission to move there. Somebody has to sponsor you. People live there too. There,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you just can't move to Okinawa. For me to move to Okinawa, let's say you decide to stay there after the base there, I have to go through you, and you go, yeah, let Joe, and you have to sponsor me. It's the place where people live the longest. I think the average age is 90 something.
Yeah.
The diet, they fuck till they're 90. They suck. They do the thing, and they ask this lady, how many boyfriends do you have? They say, I got 2 boyfriends. They have bodybuilding competition for the Japanese. They have a 65 to 75-year-old league, and they were interviewing the 74-year-old guy. And he goes, so what happens now? And he goes, well, now I go into the 75 to 85-year-old league. And those guys are fucking savages. And they showed these guys. I mean, they're 82.
Where did you see this?
Oh my God, online. And they have like old man skin, but no, they get tested, no juice.
Right.
This is just off the fish, off the island.
Right.
And they're little yoked guys, you know, and they're still doing crabs and double bangs and, you know, Latimer's Dorsey. But they have fucking 80-year-old skin, but it looks a lot better than not having it.
Right.
You know, so I saw something one time on Okinawa, and I looked into it, and it just looked very interesting to live there. It just looked, I didn't know they had Army bases and Air Force bases there, too.
Yeah, there's a ton of them. It's like covered in them. Oh, yeah. There's Marine bases all in the north part of the island, too. It's a lot ever since World War II. They've had a presence there. But, yeah, it's amazing. That I knew they had that long life expectancy. I didn't know about all that. But, yeah, it's got to be all that diet because, they all smoke and drink, you know? No, they all do.
Oh, yeah.
They all smoke and drink.
Yeah.
And they just live forever.
So what do they eat that's special?
Fish
and vegetables all day long. And rice.
But there's something that, you know, I heard that the Chinese smoke more than we do, and their cancer is less than ours.
It's interesting.
And they blame some of it on Tai Chi, some of it, you know, they have different, you know,
ways of life.
It's the same cigarettes, same like filters and all that stuff too.
I don't know, maybe they're even fucking stronger. You know, those Chinese people, they smoke those things for the fucking finger.
Yeah.
So now, do you get deployed out of Okinawa?
So you can. I was actually going to. I was going to go to the Philippines for like a year, and I really want to go to Iraq and Afghanistan, you know, because that's where we are needed most, and that's where. I wanted to go to the most austere environment possible. You know what I mean? I wanted to like get after it. I had all this training, and so right before,
That's so scary to just think about.
It's great though, man. It's great, but yeah. So I was about to go to the Philippines for a year, and I was kind of bummed out about that. So I actually tried out for another unit, and we can't really name, and. I made it into their selection and did some of the training there. I didn't have any deployments under my belt, so they didn't deploy me with that unit. But what they did was send me back to a special forces team in Colorado Springs that was going to Iraq in like a month. So I kind of just, over the course of a couple months, kind of got my way on a deployment, which is actually what I wanted to do. And then, so Iraq was the first place I went, first deployment.
How long were you over in that area of the world for?
I was in Iraq for that first time for 10 months.
And then you came home for a while?
Yeah. So I came home for a little while, and then I went back out there, and towards, I guess, the end of my last deployment is when I kind of decided I've been in for 5 years, and I was like, coming up soon, either I re-enlist or that I go back to college, you know, finally go to college. And so what I did at that time was I started applying for schools, and I got into Texas. And then when I went back, I stayed in the National Guard. So like while I was at Texas, they would deploy me in the summer times while I was playing football and doing all that, and then so I could keep serving but go to school. It was kind of a now or never point.
You started to go away one week in the month?
No, I would do in the springtime. I would do that. I would do the training in the spring.
Okay.
In the fall, they kind of let me go because of football and stuff like that. And then I would, as soon as spring ball's over, you know, the way we do it, in college and probably high school doing that too.
Yeah, the high school.
You know, they got that. You
Well,
got spring ball for
league.
about a month.
Your
Yeah.
coaches can't be on the thing. Just
No, for
coaches.
us, we could.
you know, head
in the
coaches or something.
Yeah, in the NCAA, you get like 15 spring practices or something.
Okay, right.
15 of them, and then you get a spring game. You know, you play offense or defense. You know. So after that game,
Now what fucking Texas? Like
Yeah.
you couldn't go to Auburn, you couldn't go to Jersey City State, you couldn't.
I
go
could
to,
have.
Buffalo University. You go to fucking Texas.
Yeah.
Now, how old are you when all this is going on?
29.
Jesus fucking Christ.
29-year-old freshman.
I'm 25 and I'm in Colorado. I did the same thing. I was like, you know what? First off, today, and this is something you'll appreciate if you get married and have a child, and your child comes to you when they're 18, they're going to go, hey, Dad, I don't want to go to college. Are you going to be pissed off? After what you've done in your life?
Yeah.
I look at my daughter, I have a 2-year-old. I'm 50 fucking 2, so it could happen at any time. My wife's 46. You know, that bullet, that fucking gun's always got bullets. Don't let them lie to you. If you eat cake, that fucking nutsack is always ready to impregnate some freak. So it really is. That nutsack, there's no rest for the wicked. There's nothing good. Those nuts never do nothing good. They never go on humanitarian missions, right? Your nuts never wake you up and say, we're going to go feed fucking little kids with fucking nut. No, your nuts only work for one thing, to keep you fired up and to shoot fucking loads in people's necks and shit like that. Fuck it. This is an American soldier. We're talking real shit here. Why become a soldier if you don't want to shoot loads on people? Right or wrong, right? So here's why I love your story right there. So you're 30 fucking years old. You could have gone anywhere. You go to like the best place in the world. You go to Austin, Texas. You know, you're standing online eating barbecue, right? You're fucking going out downtown. You're in college. You know, I've been from stand-up. I travel. There ain't no better looking woman in the world than Austin, fucking Texas. I mean, I was just there in February. I went there. It's a beautiful place. So here you are in Texas. You know, you walk on. Never played football before. No. Are you fucking kidding me? Did you have to try out?
It was that regret thing like we're talking about.
Right. Okay. So when did you get the itch that? So somewhere in this fucking Sudan jungle, you're sitting there and you go, you know what? This is getting boring for me. You know, I'm going to go to Texas and play football with those savages.
But I never got bored.
No. You know what I'm saying?
No, so I was coming towards the end of my deployment, and it was like, you know, it was like now or never moment as far as going to college. You know, I had to go. It was like, you know, I'm 29. I'm not going to go any later. If I don't go down, they're going to go. So it was like, I'm going to go back to school, and you know, if I'm going to go to school, especially at UT, you know, Texas had some of the best like veterans benefits, like GI Bill and all that. It's different from state to state. So I kind of shopped around this thing and found out that Texas was kind of the best. And then, you know, I'm in Iraq, and I noticed that you see that Longhorn emblem more than any other logo, really, you know, from on the soldiers, obviously. The dudes are always wearing their, you know, Texas Longhorn hats and shirts and stuff like that. And so it was sort of like the military team, you know. And so I applied to school, I got in, and then I was just like, all right, man, I'm going to walk on. I'm going to try out at least, see what happens. And so towards that, you know, before I go, I'm still overseas. And so I started like training out there in the desert, you know, like on base, but, you know, I'm out running routes and I'm looking up YouTube videos on how to like, you know, how to backpedal and proper weight training for football and all that stuff.
Wait, you can just go and try out for like one of those Division I teams?
Yeah, I mean, so typically you have like typically they want like you're like a high school kid is gonna have like film that sends up, and like they're gonna get a referral from their coach, and you know all this stuff. For me, I was coming out of the Army. I didn't tell them I hadn't played before, but what I did say was, you know that. You know, I just got off, you know, active duty. You know, can I try out? And they assumed I played in high school. They're just like, oh yeah, of course. I didn't tell them I was 29 either, you know. And they're just like, oh yeah, sure. How long were you in the Army? And I was like, I was in about 5 years. So they were probably like, she's probably about 23, 24, you know. And why not? So they let me work out with the team, and I just, you know, busted my ass and went 100% on everything, 110%, and just beat everybody's, you know, as much as I could on every drill, every lift. I was doing an extra rep and everything, and so they let me on the team, on like the scout team, you know. And then it's only then when they kind of figured out when I'm in the locker room the first day and I'm having to watch the other guys, put their pads on so I can figure out how to do it. You know what I mean? So, a little bit of lying there too, like the fishing boat. Comes back to that. That's how the whole Africa thing happened too, though. I had to lie. I I just flew over there on like a commercial ticket. I wasn't even with an NGO or anything.
What?
Yeah. And I just talked my way
I'll
onto
find a group.
Yeah. I talked my way onto a UN flight and then flew across to where the refugee camps are and just kind of showed up. And then it was like, just sort of talking your way into a job. And, of course, a few people were upset about that, but it's all good.
I am very happy right now. I have tears in my eyes talking to you. Just there's so many things about your life that make me happy. But the number one thing is that you just don't give a fuck. You're a nice guy. You came from a nice house. But for some reason, some of your DNA has the same DNA I have. I just never gave a fuck.
Yeah, you can't.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't.
People,
nothing matters.
Nothing matters. I was telling somebody today that, when I was young, there was a show called Cheers. I'm 52. It was called, and people watched that show, and all of a sudden they started going to bars and having these bar families. And I remember talking to a friend of mine. I'm like, "Where you headed?" And I said, "Oh, it's Nick's birthday." And one day you stop going to the bar and you realize that nothing matters. Your life moves on. Why not go for shit?
Right.
I never gave a fuck. I never really did. Once those people that come to you and go, "I'm thinking of getting married in the spring of 2017. You look at them and go, "I feel sorry for you. What's all this fucking planning?
Yeah.
What are you waiting on?" Or people go, "I'm thinking about being 55 and having a kid. What's the deal? You want to do something, fucking do it." Thought just makes you. What does
psychs yourself out?
What does thinking do, Lee? We're just talking about that.
Kills you.
Yeah, it talks you out of it. It talks you whatever you were going to do out of it. One day I was sitting there, nothing was going on in my life. I walk into a fucking bar and I see a kid that was at the Air Force Academy.
Yeah.
And I go, "What's up?" And he goes, "I got out and I got nothing going on. I'm moving to Colorado in a week to join my brothers. My brother went to Brown.
Yeah.
They're garbage men and something else out in Colorado just skiing." I said, "You know what? You looking for somebody to help you drive? Yeah. I'll be in that car with you." That's how quick it was. There was no real thought,
Yeah.
I mean, you always have $200 hidden under a pillow.
Yeah.
That's enough to get you somewhere. That and the fucking bikini, and you'll get to wherever the fuck you got to get there, I never understood all the thought, all the fear. This podcast is about fear, man. This is it. The longest yard. They told me they were looking for a star name.
Right.
I went and made a tape and sent it to Adam Sandler. A week later, he called me.
Right.
That's it. I don't give a fuck what you're looking for. I'm telling you what the fuck we're doing.
Yeah.
Today we were talking about something Friday. Some lady hit Leah and wanted all these numbers about the podcast. And I told Leah, I don't give a fuck what she wants. We'll get it back Monday.
Yeah.
But I know Leah, it's like, Jesus, Joe, you use the money. We got to slow them down and play them on our fucking field.
Right.
You always got to slow people down and bring them to your home field advantage. And that's when you always win.
Right.
And that's what guys like you and I've always said, you know what? So what? Fuck it. Bring this to my fucking field. When I walk in there, I know one thing. That I got to have the biggest dick in the room. Even if I don't have the biggest dick in the room, I got the biggest dick in the room.
Fake it till you make it.
Because I'm fake it till you make it. That's it. Fake it till you make it. And then after that, you worry about the next fucking thing.
Yeah, exactly.
So now you're 20 years old, 29, and you're on this fucking team as a scout. Now what? Now on the scout training team.
Yeah. So, I'm on the team. I dress for home games.
Okay.
Coach Mac Brown, who's the head coach at the time, great guy. He's the one who gave me an opportunity. And he'd have me, run out of the tunnel with the American flag before the games. Everybody on the team, every team has a guy that does that, and he would have me do it every game because of my, background, obviously. That was great, but, I wanted to play. And so I kind of looked around at the different positions and, I was a safety at the time, and, a defensive back, and it's tough to play at that level unless you're pretty fast, and I'm a decent athlete and I work really hard, but I'm not it's like gifted, speed David like these guys. And so I noticed that the guy who was long snapping the ball was a senior and his backup was a senior also. And so I was like, maybe I'll just learn how to long snap. I didn't even know what long snapping was before I got to the team. You know what it is?
I know what it is, but that's just a crazy way to choose a position.
Yeah.
Hey man, he's a survivor. This fucking guy.
Yeah.
He knew that was it. That's it.
Is that or nothing? I can't.
That's my quick fucking way. I'm not gonna run up against these 18-year-olds coming out of high school.
Yeah.
They've been DBing for fucking 4 years. You know, tackling gorillas in Group 4 football. I'm not. You know, it's just at least you're honest with yourself.
Yeah. So it was just like I had to find my niche.
And then who taught you how to long fucking?
This guy.
You taught yourself.
Yeah.
Tell me you went on YouTube so I can strangle Lee.
That's exactly
You
what
see what
I
I'm
did.
saying, Lee? We were just talking
You can
about
learn
this.
anything on the internet.
There
Right
you
now.
go, Lee. But you look at 20,000 things because of your Gentileness. I don't know why. You're a fucking Jew. Take it to heart, cocksucker. Go to 2 pages and make your decision.
Okay.
I told you before. We were talking about
Yeah.
this. And he goes, I go on the computer, but each one has a different story, so I get confused.
Like for like referencing what?
Like let's say, how many videos did you watch to learn how to long snap there? You probably watched like 10, and one guy would say, put your foot here, and then one guy said, oh, well, those guys are idiots because you should put your foot here.
Well, I turned the sound down first of all.
Oh, okay. So you just
And I would just watch, you know, and I'd watch it because I don't want to. Just like you're saying, people they all have their own opinions. Everyone's got a different way of doing something. But I would watch whichever ones looked the best to me. Like this guy's snapping the ball faster. You know what I mean? He looks the most consistent. And I would just watch his body, and then I would go try to emulate that. You know, sometimes I'd be in front of a mirror, just like getting in that stance. You know what I mean? Oh yeah. And then I would have people grab a cell phone and like videotape me, and I'd watch myself and be like, "Oh man, that looks terrible," you know. But I know what to fix. So it was just self-coaching off of imitation, really, you know. But I don't know. I mean,
See, I have balls to do that, but I'm also scared. Like after I joined jiu-jitsu, I knew that I had to start doing kettlebells to get that everything going.
right.
And I went online, I looked at a couple kettlebell things, but I got scared because I knew I was missing something with my posture. And that little thing might ruin a disc. Or it could ruin something. And that's what I don't want to do. So that's why I took up. But for some opinions, whatever, if I'm stuck, you know, like I said, I remember having to go to an encyclopedia. That's when everybody had the same opinion because you only had one fucking person to read from. That's it. It was, I forget the encyclopedia company. But now, Britannica, those people don't know dick. But now you could go online and you get so many different opinions, and at least you could make the same hypotheses they're making.
Yeah.
You know, you'd come to the same conclusion they're getting with just a couple things. I believe that. You know, I believe at least you could read and get some fucking knowledge.
It's an amazing time. I mean, without the internet, I wouldn't be here as far as the football stuff. I don't think. You know, I really don't. Because that's
Who was
how I learned to do all
teaching
my stuff.
Who was teaching that online? Do you remember who was teaching it?
It's a bunch of different guys. I would watch. So I would look up the NFL rosters, look up the NFL, you know, snappers and stuff like that. There was a guy that played for the Bears for like 17 years. He just retired last year named Patrick Manley. And so he was kind of known as like one of the gurus. So I would just watch him do it. There's a guy that snaps for the Eagles named John Darrenbos, who's got an amazing story. What he had to overcome and go through. And I would watch him. And there's videos of these guys like snapping footballs through the windows of moving cars. You know what I mean? And stuff like that. So I'm like, these guys are obviously pretty accurate. They know what they're doing. So then I would go back and watch their game film, go back and watch their, back when they were coming out of college, you know, and they had like footage of their snapping that they send to the, you know, their agents send to the scouts and stuff like that. Just watch all those little things. And even young high school kids and college kids that are just highly recruited or whatever, I'd watch them too, you know, because they've all been coached on it and trained and, you know, spend all this money and go to all these like snapping camps and all that stuff. So I got the free way, you know, cheap way.
Pretty fucking impressive, man. So here you are playing for a Division I football team, not no semi-pro, bunch of fucking washed up alkies.
Yeah.
This is, you know.
Yeah.
They're
just alkies, they're not washed up.
Yeah, these guys, well, you're in Texas, you know, you're at one of the best schools, programs in the fucking world of football. I mean, that's prestigious enough. You're there. What are you thinking? I mean, this is your second year. You're starting.
Yeah. So I started on a field goal and extra point that year. Just field goals and extra points, snapping for that. And then the next year,
who is your quarterback? Colt McCoy?
This is after Colt. This was Case actually, and Case McCoy and David Ash. They kind of split. They went back and forth. Yeah. So both good guys. But, yeah. I'm good friends with Colt though. So he's a good dude. He's on the Redskins now.
Yeah. He had a couple good games last year.
He really did.
That's crazy. Like the long snapper, it's like kind of like a punter's like overlooked, but when there's a bad snap, like in a playoff game, it ruins the game.
It's the most thankless job in sports, probably. You know, they expect perfection every time. No one ever says good job. You know, but if you mess one up, you're the bad guy. You know, that's it. Probably fired in the NFL. Honestly.
Yeah.
They don't really mess around with it. Just one snap. That's why no one else. That's why there wasn't a ton of competition with it. No one wants that pressure, you know, and the lack of glory. It's not a sexy position, you know. But
it's kind of
making it sexy.
It's kind of crazy. There's like an article. They fired a huge part of the Jets scouting today, and like with all of sports, it must be kind of crazy that when you get fired, everybody knows about it. And it's like really like if you had one bad game, the next day the headline, so and so's cut, and they signed 2 guys.
But there's always an excuse, and there's always somebody who could say, "Well, I worked at that organization. They're fucked up anyway. Come over here. Right. We'll do the scouting here." That's what you have. That's, you know, nobody looks down upon you because it didn't work out with a certain organization. Maybe you weren't, and the people, you know, they fired 5 people. So at least it wasn't one particular guy. They fired.
But like right after the draft.
Well, when do you want to fight? You want to keep him for another 2 fucking drafts?
Well, no. Then what's the point? What's the point?
Oh, maybe they gave him a shot and they didn't like what they drafted. You know, listen, man. When you're talking about that type of dollars, that type of organization, that type of pressure, just being in New York playing football, are you fucking crazy? They've been getting tortured in the press, the Jets.
Really?
Tortured. Since Mark Sanchez, they've been getting fucking tortured. Listen, you know, I don't understand. It's as much pressure as you want to put on yourself. I guess those markets are just horrible to play at. Those New York markets where it's everything to that city. Right?
Well, it could be great.
Or it could be great if you're winning.
Yeah.
If you're fucking winning, everything's good. Oh, yeah, it's a parade, people jumping up and down. But, you know, now you're losing and you're going to the dry cleaner. You still got to go pick up your shit at the restaurant, you know, where they used to say hello to you. Now you're 0-8. You think people are still saying hello to you? Fuck no. As a matter of fact, by that point, you're wearing a disguise. You got a hat on with glasses and a fucking beard and a fucked up nose.
Ordering delivery.
Yeah, ordering delivery. So, hey, man, listen, it's you know, look at these UFC fighters. Look at all this shit that goes on. Yeah. You know, every time you skip a level, you're going up against the elite of the elite. You know, when you go to trial in Texas, it's a bunch of fucking guys that were playing frisbee. These guys have been touted. High school football in Texas is all they fucking have. Friday Night Lights. Isn't that Texas? They don't fuck around down there. So the people who go down there have to go down there with this attitude, you know. This is it. You're going up against the best of the fucking best, you know, and then you go to the pros. How much pressure is the fucking pros? That's a complete. And I did The Longest Yard, that documentary that's on right now with Brian Bosworth. I heard that whole thing, 2 days in the fucking jacuzzi, 10 years. I really did. I asked him. It was just me and him for the weekend. When the movie first started shooting, nobody knew what was really going on. Nobody knew the rules. Only a couple of people stayed for the weekend. He was one of the guys that stayed. You know, the first hour, we talked about acting, the movie he did. After that, we talked about Oklahoma. And after that, we got, you know, after a fucking day or two, we got into the meats and potatoes. So they were fining him for his game shirt because he'd leave it out. They were fining him $55,000 for fucking his whole game shirt. You know, just, you know, he had to go to the therapy afterward. But it was the whole move. It started in Oklahoma with the bars and the fucking juice and the, you know.
Oklahoma was crazy. That was great. 30
oh, did you see that? That was
my God.
30 for 30. You know we don't fucking.
That's crazy.
You know I'm not gonna have my man here insulting with some fucking hardly talking about football. So now you do 4 seasons with that.
Here we go.
4 seasons.
Jake Future 27.
And what's the next move now? So you graduate. What kind of degree?
I finished my undergrad. I got a kinesiology degree, undergraduate, and then I'm just this semester, I finished my master's in advertising. And so, but yeah, at the end of the season, I got invited to play in an all-star game in Charleston called the Medal of Honor. And you know, one of the reasons I got invited was probably because I was a soldier. It's, you know, there's Medal of Honor recipients that came to the game. And, like, you got to money and stuff like that.
Amazing.
So, that connection with the military probably helped me get that invite to play in the All-Star game there. But I went out there, and once they saw me snap, and
There's one.
okay,
That's an amazing one.
And there was a bunch of scouts that come to all the practices.
Two. You got two amazing clips. Good on you, dog.
At the time, I weighed about 190 pounds because that's what I played at in college with all the
Very
deployments and stuff like that. I had
All right.
to keep my weight down.
Anything
So
else? Yeah, I'm going to check
they're
out
like,
his TikTok.
if you can put on like 30 pounds, you should just
All
go
right,
for it.
What are you now?
Right now, I'm about 220. I put on about
Jake
30
Future.
already. So I came out here and just
Huge. Dude, give me a shout
started
out.
eating and
Why?
then training.
I stream my life
Blazers players
24/7,
and Unbreakable.
365 for World Peace.
And,
Jake Future 27. I'll make you a
training
trillionaire.
and eating
I'll
and
make
training.
all your friends
Finishing
and
my
family
masters and just kind
trillionaires.
of
I have more
went
content
for
on
it,
the
you know.
internet
And I
than
got
any
an
person in
agent.
global
And then,
history.
If you're an
Bill
agent,
Gates
when you're
did
here, you got to make
1990s,
sure
the
for
content is king. I have more content online
no,
than any
here,
person in
I got
global
it here.
history.
And now,
which
what was
makes
this agent
maybe
telling you
one day
about the
make you
draft
think.
with your
The
age?
Economist
Were there
magazine
negatives
stated in
involved?
2018.
Oh, yeah.
Say
Obviously, the
Data
agent
will
side
overtake
with the two
petroleum
things,
and
you know what I
number
mean?
one
And the lack of
I
experience.
have more data
But he
on
was
my
like, but the
archive
story,
than
you got
any
that
person
story and you
ever,
can snap
which
the
may make
ball.
me
You know,
potentially
you're a pretty good
an
athlete for a
influential
position.
individual. So check it out. Type
So-
Rabbi in YouTube
You know, he was like,
or
let's
any
do it. Let's
search
go. I mean,
engine.
he's got nothing
Instagram,
to lose. If I don't
TikTok,
make it, it's not like
filter
he's
my life.
spending money on me.
And you'll see it's the biggest event.
Some
I
agents
have
will.
more
You know, some
content
agents
than
will
any person
do this and that. But, you know, we had a lot of help
That
along the way.
Jake
A lot of
Future
people like
27, you have a
Jake
great
Lance,
channel. It's amazing. You have great
people that
content.
are
You're
willing
going to
to,
continue to be
you know,
amazing streamers.
do me a few
Peace out
favors.
to you. Peace
you
out
know,
to Rabbi.
and really
Stay
advocate
back,
for me as
everybody.
well. And then it just worked out. So it was a good day Saturday.
And you got drafted.
I didn't get drafted. I was right after the last pick in the draft. I got a call from Pete Carroll, the Seahawks coach, and I picked up the phone, you know, and he was like, "How's it going there? You know, we'd like to sign you as a free agent and as an undrafted free agent, invite you out here to camp and you know to compete for a job. You know, I still got to go win the job. That's another. I haven't even thought about that yet because you know we don't want to plan too much. You know, just one day at a time. So,
Do any teams keep two long snappers?
None of them do. Nope. One. No backup. If a guy gets hurt, there's usually another guy in the team that can do it for the rest of the game. And then on Monday they'll sign another guy. You know. So there's only 53 man roster. So for kickers, punters, snappers, they don't have any backups.
This is I've been blown away in a couple of different levels here. You missed the Army?
Yeah, I do. I actually just got out February 23rd. So I missed it, but I keep those relationships up, and I'm still going to be so actively involved with, you know, veteran organizations and nonprofits and stuff like that.
Anything happens that you could still go back?
I could, yeah, I could.
Anything it gets hairy, you could still make a call and listen. I'm sitting here scratching my nuts in Seattle, throwing a ball for a bunch of momos.
Yeah.
Let me come down and party. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Let's get down and party, and again, let's get the helmet on, the night scope.
Yep, it could happen for sure.
Fucking tremendous. So you have nothing to fucking lose, which is what life is
Nobody does.
Oh my God.
Nobody does. You know, people think we do, but we just make that shit up. It's not real. You know what I mean? There's not really any barriers or obstacles.
You know,
They're just imaginary.
They really are. I started comedy at 28. I got out here. People like get too fucking old. You know, you'll last a couple of years. 18 years in.
Which people told you that?
Just stupid agents and people.
People that aren't doing probably what they probably want to do what you were doing. They're probably jealous.
Yeah.
You know, that you had the balls and the heart to go for it.
I've always loved deferring odds. I always loved to hear the word no.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a walking
like
salesman.
too.
Yeah, I'm a walking salesman. I love to hear the word no. Then I go home and I eat a roast beef sandwich and I look at the mirror and I remember what God gave me 2 sets of balls for. You know what I'm saying? Again, I'm not going to go and fucking play the drums or nothing like that. Nothing useful. So, and then I do what the fuck you do. I mean,
Fucking balls.
yeah, balls don't fuck around. They don't, you know, they're only here for one good thing, to get you fired up. That's it. That's all your nuts do. They get you fueled up for the fucking day. But I love all this shit. I love all this. Now, Lee was saying, who else got drafted?
The Patriots. I think it might have been a long snapper too. Actually,
Was it a long
from
snapper
Navy?
also?
Yeah, he got drafted actually. He was in the 5th round. Yeah, he went to Naval Academy, and so he hasn't served yet. He went out of high school into the Naval Academy, you know, to be an officer. And so he's, but yeah, the Patriots drafted him. I think they worked out some sort of a deal with the Navy so that, you know, he doesn't have to get deployed or something. I'm not sure how it works, but he's going to be like more like a PR person for them or something like that. So it's good recruiting for the Navy.
Now, while you've been here, have you gone for movie auditions and all that shit?
No.
Any pitch deals for you? Like, nobody wants to hear this story?
Yeah, no, a lot of people do. So
Yeah,
I'm kind of being, I'm slow rolling that. I'm focusing on football right now.
Fuck yeah, no, one thing at a time. Sell a Rocky
that's
later.
cool. That's
Yeah.
that's interesting. And if it's done right, I think there's something there, definitely, because I know how much it has inspired other people. And so, but it's something that's it's down the road.
I'm just sitting here going that for years I've been selling that. I've been selling that an 18-year-old cannot make a fucking human decision. I've been selling this idea for 20 years that I know from experience that it's too much to put an 18-year-old at a Division I school and make them fucking learn and girlfriends and sororities and fraternities and just it's just too much. You're in your third year, you've declared your fucking major, and you get your degree now, and you're like,
I had a buddy call me today about this.
Look,
today.
But guess what? Dad's a dentist, and Grandpa's a fucking dentist. So now you got to smell bad breath for fucking the rest of your fucking life because your dad thinks it's a career of a lifetime. So now what do? You marry a college girlfriend. She spits out 2 kids. She gains 80 pounds. She ain't Miss America no more. She's got blood clots on her leg and shit. She wants you to rub her thighs. You're smelling bread. One of your kids plays the, whatever the fuck. And I tell you, man, think about it. Now, what's the average fucking college kid coming out to the O? What's the fucking average college kid coming out to the O? I read that a year ago.
I say it's at least 100,000.
Oh my God, what the college kids. So now, you know what? Now I have to take a job. Now I have to I have to be a junkie. I have to.
They only give you 6 months from graduation.
Right, they give you a 6-month window until you get a job. Then you get this job and you got to pay back these fucking loans, and they're raising the interest rate. And you know what? This is why you see alcoholism. This is why you see depression. I could see it. I fucking was miserable. At 24, being married and somebody telling you have to do something, you fucking crazy. That's just rough. And I love this story because of that. Then all of a sudden you're on a shrimp boat, fucking killing fish out there with Gentiles in San Diego. Then you're like, fuck it, 9/11. It took you 3 years, but you went over there and you got to see that. I mean,
you should have Joey read your audiobook, like for when you write your autobiography.
Oh, please.
Just have him read it.
What do you want me to say?
Just what you just said. Just like have that be the audiobook.
God almighty. And then you fucking over there and one day you decide, you know what? I'm going to give landmines a break. I'm going to go fucking play football for a while with some people down in Texas. Why? No. Let me, somebody else would have said, well, let me go to junior college and start slow. Give him a key here, Lee, so he could run over real quick. While he's in the bathroom, I'll read the fucking address and we'll come back. No worries, bro. You got to do what you got to do. If I was about to fucking try out, I'd be drinking everything. Gasoline, everything. Let me give some shout outs here real quick. While my man Nate goes to the bathroom. My girl Jamie Stanley, Joey P, Justin S, or Justin G. I don't fucking know.
One of the Justins.
Yeah, one of the Justins. Rich Machine. I think that's Machine. Mr. Gonzo, Paul Lynch, Michael Harrison. Happy birthday, cocksucker. DJ Thero, I love you too. And Matt Willis, stay black. Like I told you earlier, I'm at Dr. Grin's Thursday through Saturday. I'm also at the South Point motherfucking casino Memorial Day weekend.
Oh, shit.
At Oklahoma City on the 30th. I don't know what the link is for Oklahoma City. I give it to you, cocksucker.
Is that JoeyDiaz.net?
I have no idea. The way you torture me with questions. You see, I'm as high as you are. And you want to fucking ask me questions. Pretty interesting night tonight.
It was a great night.
We had a nice little chit chat. We got a couple fucking highs.
You got me really high.
I gotta get you high, Lee.
Why do you gotta get me high?
Sometimes at night you sit there like I have to fucking, like one of the people we went to help out in Africa. All dizzy with flies on you and shit. Put the camera away. What do you take?
It's Periscope.
Why are you doing a Periscope? I'm over trying to read these fucking things for people.
Yeah.
While he's in the bathroom, let me do a little shout out to the sponsors also. On it. Number one in optimization. You understand me? We ain't fucking around here when I'm it. I've been telling you motherfuckers for years. You want to get in tip-tight conditioning, physical, mentally, spiritually, You want to be all soul and mind. It all starts with Alpha Brain. 100% money back guarantee. We don't even want the fucking product back. All right. Shroom Tech, I use it before every fucking jiu-jitsu roll. If I got to lift weights, whatever, I used it today. I did 35 on the elliptical, and I did the upper body just like that, okay?
Shroom Tech Sport.
Shroom Tech Sport. They also have Shroom Tech Immune if you move around a lot, if you shake hands with a lot of shady people. Shroom Tech Sport. They also have New Mood. They also have supplements. They have the T Performance to raise your testosterone levels. On it, just go to the fucking page. I've been telling you people for 2 years now to stop fucking around. Go to onitRightNow.com. Look at I can't help you with the weights or the battle ropes or nothing like that. You want to be Spider-Man, do that on your own time. I can just help you with supplements, all right? Go to onit.com right now and press in.
Church.
Boom! And get 10% off your order. They also look into the Stay On It program. It's a great program. I wouldn't fucking lie to you people, all right? They got so much stuff. They got the little fats that you put in your smoothie, the coconut. It's tasteless, odorless. I've been using it lately. I feel good. My skin's not dry like it used to be. It used to be itchy at night. No more itches. Anyway, On It. Press in. Church. And get 10% off your first order. Look into the Stay On It program. It gets delivered to your house on the 1st of every month. Iron Dragon TV for you martial arts enthusiasts. You bad motherfucker. You bump into Tim Kennedy down in Austin?
Oh, yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah, good guy. Iron Dragon
He's
TV.
Special Forces dude.
Yeah,
Same
he's
unit.
sponsored by Nanotech, the people who created Iron Dragon TV. My man, Dave motherfucking Foley, putting pieces together for you. Go to Iron Dragon TV right now if you like martial art films, classic martial art films. Not Jet Li, but the other guy. Jackie Chan, what's his cousin's name? Whatever.
I don't know.
They got them too. Ip Man, Yip Man, the Fat Man series, Enter the Fat Fucking Cat. They got all your classics. Go to IronDragonTV.com right now. Go to the box and press in. Joey, Joey, and get 2. That's right, 2 free movies. Free. Gratis. You know what I'm saying? I'm speaking fucking Latin for you people tonight. Also, for my main man, Dave, NailedItLife.com, a.k.a.
Let's give me some honors.
The best gummy bears out there. They will fucking kill you. 250 milligrams. They put hash. They put these special Cuban minerals. They get off the boat from Fidel. These things. Even Lee's scared of them. Lee don't mess around.
Because you always make me eat the head.
What do you want to do? You gotta eat the head.
Oh,
the
that's
Chinese
like
eat the fucking head. They eat
You're
the
already
head.
high.
And they eat the eyeball, the whole thing. I make you eat a gummy bear head and you get fucking all crappy on me. Go to NailedItLife.com for the best wax pen out there in the market.
And
What do you press in?
Press in Joey Diaz.
Joey Diaz and get 20% off. So it's a $50 pen. So if you get 20% off, that knocks it down to
40.
Oh shit! There you go. For the best wax pen out there right now.
Oil and wax.
Oil and wax. I'm sorry, Lee. Go to NailedItLife.com right now. Also to my main motherfuckers over at Hitty Cigs, the best electronic fucking cigarette out there. They got cigarettes. They got cigars. They got non-flavor. They got stuff with 0 milligrams, stuff with 8 milligrams, nicotine with 16, 24 milligrams. You can pick your fucking nicotine level. Quit cigarettes. You can use a cigar in Las Vegas. You understand me? You see this? You should be having 10 of these when you go to Seattle, just blowing smoke in people's face. You know what I'm saying? What are you here for? You trying out for what, bitch? Come back tomorrow. Anyway, go to hitty6.com right now and press in.
Joey's Church.
Boom, and get what?
20% off.
20% off these little fucking tremendous 1,200 guaranteed Hitty Six. Guaranteed puffs. Where are you going to get 1,200 puffs from? One of those cigarettes at 7-Eleven, they ain't going to do shit for you but get you sick and put that ISIS electronics in you. You don't want to deal with those motherfuckers. Stay with hitty6.com right now. Go to the page and press in.
Joey's Church.
And get 20% off. All right. So one more shout out to On It, IronDragonTV.com, Nailed It Life, aka those Goomies Hermanos, and hitty6.com. Yeah, scratch my ear. Anyway, what's up, my brother? So when do you blast off? When is it?
Thursday.
You go up there Thursday, and what starts?
Over the weekend, we got a rookie mini camp. So it's just the rookies out there. We got like 3 or 4 days of practice. And then we go right into workouts with like the full team for, I think, till the end of June. And then I think I'll be back here for a couple weeks and then back out for training camp and preseason games and all that stuff. And then, trying to hang around as long as I can, hopefully all the way through the season, So, I mean, it's just one day at a time, one snap at a time, really.
Well, I am blown the fuck away by the story. And I have been from the other day. You know, like again, I'm blown away at the age. I'm blown away at the football, not the football, but the Army Green Beret stuff. But then again, I'm blown away because you don't fucking stop. You know, and if everybody was like you, holy fucking shit, nothing would exist. There would be no terrorism just because we get up and go in the morning. There's no thought. It's like automatic. You know what I'm saying? I've done this. I've been here. I like it. I enjoy it. I'm gonna try something else now. Right. You know, some people have a hard time trying one fucking thing. Yeah. And I relate with you at being 18 and just getting the itch. And no matter what, all we got to do is hear a certain story about our relatives to really just push us over the edge. Well, Grandpa fucking did it. I could do it. No, but times were different. You know, there was no roller skates then. I don't give a fuck. Grandpa did it. I'm fucking doing it too. All right. That's the biggest mistake they make, is let us know that somebody in our family had the balls to get up and leave. You know, you always had that one uncle. Your crazy uncle went out to California to hang out with those gay people. You know, what are you talking about? Yeah. So what? They don't want to walk around without sandals. Yeah. People always look down at that. I've never ever, when I was a kid, I was confused when I was in high school. Right. I knew I didn't have a family. I knew that I would probably not get a football scholarship or a basketball scholarship. I knew that I would have to get maybe like a Division IX school, like a junior college to take me on a financial aid and maybe a Pell. Right. So I didn't have options. So I looked around, and I looked around at friends of mine that even went to the service. But when they came back on that first leave, they told you how they loved it, and things were great, and they couldn't wait to go to fucking wherever. And then you saw them back, and you're like, "What's up?" "Oh, that fucking place sucked." You know, and I always go, well, then why join the service if it's so rough on so many fucking people? But then I realized the friends I had were kind of like fucking weak. Like they went there and they came home for that first leave and they just missed mom after that. Yeah. Like some people cannot fucking take it after that. It's a certain time. I know a friend of mine called me today. He goes, "I'm really disappointed about it. I just found out after 20 years that our friend had been, what's when you discharged? Dishonorably. And I go, you didn't know that? I go, he was living in San Diego hiding. When he got cut, he was working in Redondo as a bartender." I go, "I knew that. They were my roommate, and they would talk. Meanwhile, he was telling you guys." So I saw him back in Jersey for the holidays, and I'm like, he's like, "I'm back home from the Marines on leave." And I'm like, I felt like ratting him out, but I felt bad. I didn't embarrass somebody. But it's just amazing. So I was never, you know, a lot of people just, especially where I grew up, those people don't like leaving that area. They fall into a comfort zone. I couldn't fucking wait, man. And I didn't know where I wanted to go. I ended up in Colorado because of the mountains, I guess. And then once I got there, I did the same thing. I took 6 credits at the Colorado Mountain College just to keep my knowledge on top of things, you know. I was always, I was ready to fucking join. What's this?
It's a quote. My buddy texted me that today because it's the buddy I was talking with. It's kind of like,
life begins at the end of your comfort zone. I don't know who wrote that, but somebody should look this guy up.
I think it says it from Neil Donald Walsh.
That's a beautiful thing. Yeah, life begins at the end of your comfort zone. You know, when you saw me the other day, I go to train with Dave for jiu-jitsu. I know Dave since he's at Egan's, and we're tight friends, and he gives me a great deal. And sometimes when I'm in a bind, like on a Sunday, my wife goes to church with the baby, and I'm Catholic, so I run down to Dave. And my biggest fear is being on the bottom and not breathing. Right. And that's why I kept going to jiu-jitsu. Right. Now I move a lot fucking better. You know, I go to him, I try to catch a jiu-jitsu class. As fearful as I am, that's what's driven me, you know. Tomorrow I got to follow your fear. I fucking faint every time I see a needle. That is the reason why I didn't get up and go to the Army recruiter when I was 18. I told the guy I'd fucking be there. He was a friend of a friend, and we were talking. He goes, "Joe, you don't need this shit in your life. Well, forget about everything. I'll get you on a plane. You do whatever the fuck you want." I was like, "Okay." I go, "What happens?" Because we give you a physical. Oh my God. At that time, I was telling Lee I couldn't handle needles at all. Yeah. Like now I go and I put an iPod on and I look the other way and I breathe. At that point, I just couldn't handle it. And I never showed, and I gotta tell you something, mate. I
What's
was
up, you
always
sexy babies? It's
sad
everybody's favorite
about
pimp
that,
here.
but I never showed for
Next
that.
up on
I didn't join the service over a fucking meeting. How embarrassing was I, you know? I didn't join the service over a fucking blood test, you know? So I applaud you, dog. You're a fucking savage of savages. And I don't know. There's something about you that I really want you to make it. You got this.
Me too.
You got this. Like I can feel that you got this. I know we're gonna all get
You know
good.
about Lil Scam Live?
You know, it's
Wow, Lil's here. I'm big ass Rabbi.
it's like a win-win, you know, at this point. I mean, even if I don't make it, it's not failing. You know, if you look at what how this all started, and where I'm at, I've already won. You know what I mean? I already climbed the mountain. You know, so
I want to go to Vegas with you. I feel like if we went to Vegas, we'd make like $400,000.
I don't think that's a good idea.
I feel like you're like that kind
You
of
can't make your luck in Vegas like you can make your luck in life.
But you just tell me about you. I feel like we'd get it. Like
Okay.
you have like some sort of story.
I don't know, man.
No, Lee, this is just one of those stories you talked about and we discussed it. This is the stories that we like to hear. This is it. This is all because of you can't put your fingers on it. You can't say whether you just didn't have fear or didn't have.
Oh, I definitely had fear. Just like you were talking about, though. About, you got to follow it. You got to chase it. You got to go after your fears. There's a reason you're afraid of it. And a lot of times it's because it's interesting to you. It intrigues you. You know what I mean? And some of that, at least with me, it's that, it's a fear of it. A fear of looking stupid or a fear of failing, or not working out the way you envisioned it. But if you don't do that, I mean, my biggest fear is regret. You know what I mean? That supersedes all that other stuff. So,
Were you scared going into basic?
No, I wasn't scared. I was excited. It's the same with this thing. I just was having a talk with somebody tonight, and they were saying, are you scared? And I was like, are you kidding me? Like, this is a great opportunity. You know what I mean? This is what I want to do. I'd be stupid if I was scared of it. Obviously,
I don't see it. Am I missing something?
I care about it. So I'm, it's that good kind of nervous energy you have. Like when you probably went on stage the first time to do stand-up.
I still get
it.
I still
good because that's because you love it.
Yeah, I love it.
And you still, and that's like that good kind of fear, that good nervousness. That it's not holding you back in any way, but it just lets you know how much you love it.
Shout out to Lil Suze. Shout out to being a kick streamer. Shout out to your stream.
You don't have that in life,
If
in my opinion. If you don't have that feeling, you need to do something else.
Tomorrow morning I wake up
No one has more data on
and my morning isn't complete.
Check it out,
I
Rabbi
find out whether or
Rothschild.
not
Type
I have
Bible
a spot
Rabbi
at
in
the school.
YouTube, filtered by life. Biggest event in
Do you know that, Lee, about me?
Peace, baby.
That when I wake up tomorrow, I
Shout
do
out to
the
Lil
usual
Suze, shout out to
things.
Rabbi. Stay
I
black,
walk
everybody.
the baby to school. She comes back. Sometimes I go to the ward, but I'm not settled till I see the Comedy Store retweet the lineup. And then I call to confirm my time. And then the whole day I talk myself out of it. Like why I'm not going to go to the store tonight. Lee knows I have a spot. I always say to you, I have a spot at the store, but I don't know if I'm going.
You never know if you're going anywhere.
I swear to fucking God.
Have you ever not gone?
A couple weeks ago, I got stuck in Long Beach. I got caught in traffic. In Long Beach.
I mean, have you ever talked yourself out of going though?
A couple of years ago.
Really?
A couple of years ago.
Probably bothers you.
Still, yeah. Like you have this opportunity to play for the fucking Seahawks, and you don't want to show up to fucking Seattle because you don't feel good or whatever fucking excuse. At that time, I had problems, but even now, I don't have those problems. And as soon as 7 o'clock starts, I'm trying to make an excuse because I know I only have an hour to cancel. And then by like 9, I go, fuck it, I'm going to go down there. And as I'm driving down Laurel Canyon the whole fucking time, I'm like, I hate this shit. I hate this shit. You know what I'm going to do? Tomorrow I'm going to wake up in the morning. I'm going to fucking call my agent and tell them to cancel the rest of my fucking work. And I'm just going to do 10 podcasts a week with Lee. I'm going to do sports and jumping and hunting fucking humans. I'll do every fucking show imaginable. And then I get down there and I've been working on something all day. Like I've been working on a joke. But about a week ago, I wrote something in the back of a page sideways. Like I didn't even write it correctly. I just was talking to Lee on the phone. I wrote it sideways. And for some reason, at the 6-minute mark, like the previous shit last week, I remember that I got home the other day and I was so frustrated on Burbank Boulevard. I didn't get stuck behind one Prius. I got stuck behind 2 Priuses, which is hell about 3 o'clock when you gotta pee. And the whole way I'm cursing at them, and they're pulling. It's like they were playing a game. One fucking fruitcake would do 45, and the other guy would do 48. They were tormenting my fucking life. By the time I got home, I'm pissing and I'm writing. And I got into the bedroom and I caught myself how mad I was. And I wrote Prius down. And I never spoke about it again until last Tuesday. So on the way home, I'm thankful that I went down there.
Yeah.
You follow me? Yeah. And I'm always thankful. There's mornings I get up and I'm like, listen, I never wrestled in high school, so I'm a horrible at jiu-jitsu. Right. So my friend's class is at 9:30. My lungs aren't ready for nothing at 9:30, you know? And I go to jiu-jitsu and I get on the bottom. And after 3 minutes, I think my head's going to explode. And I tap out and I get up and I run around. And I go back in and I do it again for 2 or 3 times. I keep getting choked up. Yeah. But as I'm walking to my car, I always tell myself, Jesus Christ, thank God I didn't let myself get talked out of coming to this class today. Exactly. Because I wouldn't have learned that move. Or I wouldn't have learned where to put my foot, you know? Right. So every time I don't want to do something and I talk myself into doing it, it's been a great thing that happened to me, you know?
Always. I've noticed that more and more with my life, too, every time and it's hard for me because more and more, you know, you got to learn to say no in life. You can't say yes to everything, you know? But at the same time, some of the greatest, you know, opportunities in relationships and friendships and whatever you call it, it happened because I just was like, oh, screw it, I'll go, you know, I'll go have a beer with that guy that said you wanted to buy me a beer or whatever. You know, you go out and you realize that this guy really needed you there, or, you know, he has this great idea that you've been thinking about and he's got the way to make it happen. You know what I mean? Just a little thing like that. Just taking that little step, and it just leads you down a whole other path you never even thought you'd been on. You know? It's just crazy. Life's crazy. But yeah, those little things like that, you talk yourself out of that, you know, and it's just one step backwards instead of one step forwards, you know.
Well, it just goes to show you sometimes what you miss in life by not just trying.
Yeah.
You know, it's
yeah.
I'm very happy I tried different shit. You know, my hometown is very political. And I used to see people, all they lived by was every 4 years, they would back a politician. And that's it. And even now today, I see those same people backing politicians now, making videos and posting them on Facebook. Oh my God. And I'm like, I'm so happy. Even if I lived here and I was fucking starving, it'd be better than being in that position, kissing somebody's ass every 4 years for a fucking job. Right? You know, just me taking the chance. I live in fucking California. I get up. I've been here for 18 years. I get up. I'm at the green light. I'm at a red light. I look around. I see a palm tree. And I'm like, I can't believe I'm in fucking California 19 years. Like, I still remember coming here and looking around and going, I'm only going to be here for a month. Yeah. I'm not funny enough to be here, you know? Right. But I'm happy I fucking tried. Lee, you got any questions for this fucking hero or what? You going to sit there? You want a brown fucking star? You going to sit there?
Yeah, that's crazy. It's just, there's been like a lot of stuff going on recently, and I haven't even watched the videos because I just don't want to. But there's people that are like stomping on American flags.
Where'd you see that?
It's all over the news.
They've been doing it for 30 fucking years.
No, but they're doing it like a lot right now.
I'm talking about football and going to fucking jumping out of helicopters, and you're talking about stamping American flags.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
Wait. I want to hear about this.
I don't know what.
What's the reason behind it?
I don't know. I couldn't.
You didn't read the fucking article.
I didn't want to watch that video.
Who sent it to you?
It's like
Get him on the phone right now.
I think it's because like there's some of the Baltimore stuff, like something like that stuff.
Okay.
So it's just, I mean, I have 2 cousins in the military, and I just found out that one of them has to get deployed again. She's in the Air Force, so she's not going into like actual like dangerous places, but she's a little daughter, so it's like fucked up.
All I got to say to that, the flag stompers, is you're welcome for the privilege and the freedom and the right to stomp on the flag that gives you the freedom and the privilege and right to do that. It's a circle.
I'm talking about football, jumping on fucking helicopters. And you bring me down. I'm talking about stomping on flags. That brings me down. I got to go home and light a candle. fucking stomps on flags. They haven't done that shit in years.
It's fucked up.
Is the
That's why.
Baltimore thing over?
I don't think so. No.
Well, they arrested the 6 cops. Anyway, who the fuck knows? Brother, this has been one of the greatest fucking nights for me on the podcast. As I was talking to you, I went through a lot of emotions because I thought about the things I haven't done while I was talking to you, you know?
Still young.
And I hope that people also got that, you know? I just felt that I hadn't done a lot of things. I couldn't even remember them. I just thought of 20 things I wanted to do when I was talking to you, and I talked to you, and we're talking about these shots that you took that were just enormous, brother. So I love you. You're the last of the real Mohicans, and hopefully, if everything goes well, we'll be watching you on NBC this fucking winter on Sundays.
All right.
Fucking yelling and screaming for you, man. It's been a pleasure to have you. I know you're busy.
It's been an honor.
I know you're leaving Thursday, so I just didn't want to keep you here all fucking night talking about, you know, the Battle of Evermore. I don't want to hear about that. I wanted to hear about your struggle, man. So, Lee, no questions for the man?
No, that's it. Well, good luck, man.
I got one last one.
Okay.
If everything worked out, who did you really? No, well, that's a fucked up question. Who did you really want to get? Did you have any? Did anybody talk to you at the All-Star game that you left there going, I maybe end up in Tampa Bay?
You know, I talked to a few scouts from different teams and coaches, and you know, in the end, there, you know, I had a couple of options, but it just made the most sense. I mean, you know, apart from Seattle being a great place, like that's the best team in football right now, and it's a great organization. And
Where is it?
What? How are you doing?
I'm missing something. Oh, I'm a Patriots fan.
Okay, well, you guys won. You guys won again. You know, you guys are very good. But you know, this is you know, if I make the roster, I'll be the oldest player on the team as a rookie. In Seattle, their oldest active player is 33. You know, I'm 34. So, you know, they're on the rise.
But it could be good for you, like preseason, right? Like if you have a good preseason and another team needs a long snapper.
Exactly. You never know. Exactly. So, just gonna go out, and all I can worry about is, you know, me and things I can't help, like my age and my size and all that stuff.
Fuck that.
There's no reason to dwell on that stuff, you know.
You got heart, man.
Yeah.
And that overtake heart and fucking mind and soul fucks all this shit up dramatically.
Right.
Because just the posture, the confidence in you, the air that you have.
Right.
So I felt it when you came in the room, and I felt it the other day, man. So I wish you all the fucking luck in the world. Lee, I want you to start looking into the Marines. I could see Green Beret in your future. You know what I'm saying? You take a little deployment, deploy you for 5 years, and you come back and we do the church.
Sounds good.
We'll have the man take you. He'll walk you right in tomorrow.
Yeah.
You'll be on a plane by fucking Cinco de fucking
I could
Mayo.
never last.
Yeah, you would. Who
No.
knows? Lee, are you listening to this? Right now, we could sign you up tomorrow. You could be in Iraq by fucking next Tuesday doing jumping jacks in the heat.
When I left college, I considered moving to Israel. The reason I didn't, one of the main reasons, was I didn't want to have to join the army. I would not be good in the army.
Yes, you would.
No.
You ever see Stripes?
Yeah, I just
When they
watched it.
asked John Candy why did you join, he goes, "Well, I figured I'd lose a couple pounds."
And he doesn't lose any weight during the
Oh my God,
movie.
hysterical.
He doesn't go
Well,
down
he
at
didn't
all.
know. He didn't go on a fucking diet, you know. He didn't let the army help him out. But you're a young man. If I was 26, I'd go over there right now for a couple of weeks, see what's cracking, let them shoot at you a couple of times.
That sounds terrible. That's why I'm glad there's people like you.
Nah, there's people like you. You're a savage. I've been working with you for 3 years. You got this.
I got this.
I could see you jumping out of a fucking plane with a backpack.
Well, who pushed me out of it?
No, they're not gonna push you out. You know,
I've seen it happen. They do that.
they push
See?
you out.
See, I told you.
If you don't go, if you hesitate,
Who's gonna push this sweet face out? They do
They
that
put
to
you-
animals like you, not this. Look at this.
they
boy.
will put a sole of a boot in the middle of your back and kick you right out.
That's why I push you out. Thank you again for driving up, man, for
course.
sharing your story.
My
It's a
pleasure.
beautiful story. We'll close it out, Lisa. Yeah.
All right.
How long is this going to take now? What happened now? Jesus.
I'm just getting the music ready. You guys can go.
Happy Cinco de Mayo. The church will be back tomorrow.
Oh, we are?
I hope so.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Go to honor.com, use code word church to get 10% off of all the great optimization products. Huh? What did I say?
I don't know.
I said honor.com.
What's the music?
I have to do this
All
for.
right, hurry up. He's in a rush.
He can go.
He's in a rush.
I'll do them after the music.
Fuck it. Wednesday, May 6th, a beautiful fucking day to be alive. We're here at the studio Det. Lee Sayat. What's happening, baby?
Loving it, dude. I love
hear
Bob
you.
Seger.
I hear you. A nice little jam for you. Egan Machado's in the house promoting the World League happening this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, or just Saturday?
Just Saturday,
May
May 9th.
9th.
Yeah.
At what hotel?
It's gonna be in the Cox Pavilion Center.
Look at you.
Yes.
Ain't fucking around. You went from Irvine right to the Cox. Fuck it. How many people that seat?
We signing competitors. We have close to 1,000.
Wow.
And we expect like maybe between 5,000 to 8,000 people come to the event. It's going to be a big event. It's the second one we're doing. We're picking up the number of athletes. It's doing very, very good. I'm very excited for the Vegas one.
A lot of people coming to this one. I've spoken to a couple different schools that are sending people street sports.
We have a lot of support, but we've been working very hard. We've been visit every academy in South Bay, in South California. We've been talk to everybody. It's almost like I believe you start a new organization. You play the politics. You visit. It's like a new government. We the new kid on the block. In basically, we play the game right. The intention is very good. But the only way people going to know the intention of the organization is good by we go to the academy. I want to have a personal relationship with every academy because more I know people, the academies, the competitors, and the coaches, more I can help them.
Hey, what's up?
That's why I think sometimes I don't want to just put an event. I want to be sure I create a good relationship with the community. To understand what they're looking for, what they want, how this organization in future help them. That's why I think we're doing amazing work. It's the second event we're doing. And I believe we're going to be, in the future, one of the biggest organizations in the sport.
I hope so.
I hope so.
It doesn't take a genius or a Wall Street guy to tell you that jiu-jitsu is going to be on TV in 3 years.
No, before that.
I give it 3 years before you're doing it the right way. You're figuring out the humps and bumps in an arena before you bring it to TV.
Yes.
An amateur would have gone to TV already, and it would have been off in 3 months while they're figuring out what the fuck they're doing.
The key is like this. TV is a different game. TV is about short fights, a lot of actions. The fight can be too long, can be boring. The point system have to be very aggressive. That's what I'm doing. Everything I do in my organization is to build one day to be pro. The pro is the one who's going to be on TV.
So you're going to build it like a regular baseball team. You're going to have farm leagues in the World League, and then you're going to
we're gonna build the UFC in sports, like jiu-jitsu sports.
I get home from doing comedy 11:45. I make some coffee. I call him up. I feed the cats. So at 12:30, I'm switching through the channels, And sometimes you see I got 19 ESPNs. Right or wrong, I don't know how many Fox Sports.
At least
5 ESPNs and 4 whatever. They could be a midnight jiu-jitsu show on Wednesday nights, just to break the audience in into the, it's going to take a long time to explain the point system.
Now, the point simple you get is better. More you complicate the rules, more difficult for people to understand. But one of the things about jiu-jitsu people don't know is one of the fastest sports growing today.
Yes.
Jiu-jitsu right now, over 30,000 academies around the world. We have over 5 million competitors around the world, over 195 countries, and growing so fast right now in Europe. is every event in Europe is have least like close to 1,000 competitors, and the sport is going to be really, really big because the fan base is getting bigger and bigger. Because before, you put the event of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu in TV 20 years ago. People don't know nothing about grappling. People are gonna watch what's triangle, what's armbar. This is boring. I don't want to see it. Let's put these guys stand up and fight. But UFC did a big help for Jiu-Jitsu. They help UFC. They kind of teach the people understand grappling. Because when this Joe Rogan is amazing because when people go to the ground, Joe Rogan explain like, hey man, look, he's doing the armbar, this and that, he's doing the neck cranky, blah blah blah. This guy's a black belt under Hickso. These guys are. It basically like people start to understand the ground. If people start to see a lot of submission, and people now know Jiu-Jitsu, and that kind of help us to come closer today to put a show which a lot of these people who know the grappling we want to start to see just grappling events. Like I give you an example. Have a Metamoris now. Metamoris is an event who have match fights. Like they have a special pay-per-view online, and they getting good numbers. And a lot of people watch Metamoris. That is a good sign because the moment you start to see the fans in this sport grow, that when I realize the timing for put something on TV. But my organization is a sport, is a league, same like football league, same like basketball league. I created a Jiu-Jitsu league because it's time for athletes to get paid. That's the bottom line. Because I spent 20 years of my life fighting and winning events and stuff like that. The only way you're going to make money is teaching Jiu-Jitsu at the academy, doing seminars, and few little sponsors. And I think it's not right because you see the new generation of athletes today, they can't survive as a competing Jiu-Jitsu. They reach to a higher level in this sport. The only choice they have is to go to MMA. Because MMA, the UFC, the Bellator, they pay well the fighters. They come success, they can make a good money. But I try to change that. I try make a sport to grow in TV. Because like this, you can bring big sponsors, bigger ticket sale, and that's you can start use that to help to pay the fighters well. And that's my intention. That's my goal. That's why Jiu-Jitsu League, I work very hard to reach to that level. I don't want to be just amateur. My whole 100% intention is to get to TV. And I feel very lucky because my partner, he used to own Fox before. He sold his company for Fox, and he specialized in TV sports. And he have all the relationship with distributions and things like that. But to get to a level we get to TV, we need to establish the Jiu-Jitsu League. We need to prove we are a strong organization. We in the phase 2. The phase 2 is to establish Jiu-Jitsu League around the US and around the world in different countries, which we start building a great relationship. But I believe in the next year, we're going to get a year, maybe a year and a half, we will be in TV.
Now,
I'm 100% sure.
Is the World League broken into teams or academies?
No, the Jiu-Jitsu World League is about the athletes. It's not about academies. It's not about teams. It's about the new generation of champions, like by weight class. We have 5 weight classes I believe 5 weight classes right now. And in future, we're going to design more weight classes.
What are the weight classes, Jim?
We have the same like all the organization. We just don't want to do too many weight classes in the beginning. We're going to kind of keep it more simple. And from there, we build up to a point We add more class, more weight class. We build more master division. We're going to build more weights for masters, add more ages. We're going to do everything bigger and bigger. But in the beginning, we want to keep simple. We don't want to. We want to reach to a level before we start growing the weight classes in the competition.
And I got to ask you something. I don't mean to start a war here. I just noticed it. You know, I go on Facebook and I love jiu-jitsu and I read a lot about it. In this World League, and this is fucking hysterical, but it's what's going on right now. The biggest UFC star right now is who? Who's the biggest UFC star, guys?
It was Jones, I would
Who's
say.
the biggest UFC star, brother? Who's the biggest UFC star?
I like it all. You know what I mean? I like
Who's
Jose.
the biggest
I
UFC
think
The biggest UFC
Jones.
star is
John
fucking
Jones.
Ronda Rousey.
Ronda
that's-
Rousey.
Okay, so
Oh yeah.
does the World League, maybe? I mean, I know a school in Van Nuys, Alder, 10 Planet Van Nuys, Alder, the Brown, Eddie's just gave him a black belt. Wednesday nights, he started women's night. And the first week was 4 girls holding hands. The third week was 16 girls. And they took a picture last week. They got to move to a fucking arena. They had 60 girls up there. This is growing. You know, this is the next fucking, you know, jiu-jitsu is growing. But every time Ronda Rousey gets a fucking armbar, 6 women walk into the academy on Monday morning. It's just the way, it's like every time Machida won last year. When Machida was winning on Mondays, 6 karate kids walked in. Nobody wants to learn karate. All of a sudden, 6 people. This is the fucking future, Egan. The future is the leagues, what you're doing on TV, and right behind that, you know, either you do it or Ronda Rousey's going to start a fucking league, and everybody's going to be dead. That's the money right there.
Ronda Rousey is amazing.
It's amazing.
I'm
It's
a big
fucking
fan
amazing.
for her because she's the pioneer and opened the doors for the next generation of women in this sport, because what she's doing right now as a fighter, what she did at the UFC is amazing. The base, like she proved, is a space in fighting for girls all over the world. Because when you come from Brazil, like I grew up in Brazil, these 30 years ago, we didn't believe women do jiu-jitsu. I remember everybody come, oh, my daughter want to train. Nah, put your daughter to do ballet. This is not for girls. And after a while, women start doing jiu-jitsu and start doing fighting, and people accept that. This is amazing feeling to see now the women have the same rights to fight like a man in any sport, like jiu-jitsu, MMA. I think Ronda Rousey was a big plus for that. I think she helped a lot to open the doors for women everywhere to become a fighter.
You know, anytime you go on, every time you wake up in the morning, you go on Yahoo, right? That's the first one that opens. Or Google. There's an article about Ronda Rousey. It's a fucking article about Ronda Rousey. So I went to a competition a couple weeks ago, Eddie Bravo's, and they had 2 little girls fighting, a 10-year-old and a 12-year-old. The girl's name was Grace Gundrum, and she fought some other little purple belt. It was the best match of the night. And I mean, you know, Gary Toman was there. There were some people there. It was the best match of the night, you know, and it opened up my eyes because I'm 52. I have a little girl. Jesus Christ, you know. If my little girl joins jiu-jitsu, who's the fuck's gonna fuck with her in 10 years? She's gonna be breaking elbows. You know, an arm bar is in their fucking future. So, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No. I agree with you 1,000%. I think today we need to open the doors, because I believe the evolution, women doing martial arts, women become a fighter, is very important for them to come able to defend themselves well. I believe women like that have the power to defend themselves in any situation. I think that's very important. I'm very impressed with the evolution of women in fighting.
You know, listen, let's face it. I'm married. You got a girlfriend. Everybody got a girlfriend. Whatever. On Saturday nights, when the UFC used to be on, and it was 8 sweaty, fat fucking dudes, and you said to your girlfriend, "Honey, my friends are coming over, and we're gonna eat pizza," and they look at you like, "What the fuck?" Now there's a female on the card. Now they'll sit and watch. So that, you know, who
Exactly.
when you fucking buy a car, I sold cars in college. When you show up, Egan Machado shows up with his wife, and they want to buy a car. Egan's a what, 10-time fucking world champion? You know who I talk to when they come to buy a car? I don't talk to fucking Egan. I don't give a fuck about Egan. I talk to his wife because she makes the fucking decision in the house. You know, 70% of the buying decision goes to the women. That's great. That's great. Egan throws motherfuckers out windows. I'm talking about that pocketbook. That wallet is hers. So I talk to her. You know, I as a salesman, I talk to her. For the leagues to fucking work, for these leagues to get people to really watch them, you got to throw some chicken in.
One of the 3 things important, the Jiu-Jitsu League, we focus in the male division to be pro. We focus the women to be pro. And we focus in feature the kids. Because the key in this league, the kids is the future. We focus on that. To invest in a lot of campaigns for kids and stuff like that. And we focus on the girls to create a team to make the women's pro. We focus on the guys to be pro. It's very important to balance in this community today. The female is a big plus. I have an example. Ronda Rousey competing in my organization on the Jiu-Jitsu League. Is going to help the sport to grow. I want to make the future girls like Ronda Rousey. You know what I mean? I wanted them to represent the sport well. I wanted them to show the next generation, the new kids on the block, like we have a door open for you for your future, for in case you're a female, you want to be in this sport. I think these 3, the kids, the male for competition, the woman for competition, is the 3 who are going to make this organization success. And that's why this Jiu-Jitsu World League, I open space for kids, because I want to build the next hero, the next follow-up kids superstars. Kids for me is so important for us. That's why every event I do, I want to have the space for kids, because I think kids is very important for the future of the sport.
Well, it's gonna be hard for you. I read an article today about people are mad at Meta Morris because they only had like 1 female fight, and what you have to do as the head of the league is you have to find a balance between getting everybody involved, but you also have to have entertaining fights. If they're not entertaining, no one's gonna watch, no matter how many women you have on there. So it's one of the things that's gonna be tough for you. Is yes, we need to have some women, but we also need to have 10 really, like, we can't just have a women's fight that is no one's gonna like, and they're gonna turn off the show. So it's gonna be hard. You have to find the balance between having them, but making sure they're good enough and not just putting up a women's fight to have a women's fight.
My friend, I believe it like this. When you do a competition, right, is brackets. You put the brackets. The brackets have the first phase, will have maybe the number of people. After this, have the second phase, who's the semifinals and finals. The first phase, you're going to see who is who.
Right.
And when you get excited to watch, when they arrive in the semifinals, because that's when you see a battle. That's when you're going to see the real champion in the finals. That's why I want to create the league, because the first day of the competition, the first phase, you're going to see a lot of girls who so, some girls good.
And some guys
girls,
so.
The same with the guys. But that's why in the future, when they do a show, I want to show most like semifinals and finals, because the first day is going to be to select who is who. Because sometimes you get 1,000 competitors, it's hard to know who is good, who is not. You don't know. Have come fighters from all over U.S. But after the first phase of the event, which going for the second phase, that's when you start to see the good people. And that's what start get excited. That's why in future when they start doing like online pay-per-view or things like that, or going to TV, anything like that, I want to start showing more closer to the semifinals and finals for people watch a battle, watch good fights. You're exactly right. You want to be sure anything go on the screen, people start watching, want to see excitement.
Yeah, it was this. I watched. I'm a but like just barely above amateur UFC fan. I don't know anything about jiu-jitsu, and I know zero about boxing. But I watched the fights this weekend just because it felt like you kind of had to. Everyone was talking about it, and it's amazing. There's definitely a market for all kinds of fighting. They want to see good fights, but when it's bad, the internet exploded like almost immediately with just anger.
Did you like the fight? Or?
I'm not a boxing fan, and so I watched it just as a totally like first time. To be honest, no. It was kind of like, you know, how when Nick Diaz gets mad at people for running around, and granted that could just be a defensive boxing strategy that just worked for him, and then you can't really get mad at him. But as a fan of just excitement, it wasn't an exciting fight. It might be the most technically perfect boxing match I've ever seen, but it wasn't exciting, which is probably an issue you're going to have with jiu-jitsu, is that's why you have the point system.
Yeah, I agree with you exactly. Everything I'm doing for Jiu-Jitsu League is to have excitement.
Right.
That's why the rules, I give you an example. Today the rules from few other organizations, they do a lot of details like vantage, doing this, that. Sometimes you see a fight for 10 minutes have maybe a couple vantage. I take all this out. My event is 100% points in submission and a lot of points. Like example, you do big throws, you get 4 points. You know what I mean? You do like couple techniques together, you do bonus points. And pretty soon you see 20 points on the board. And for people who get excited to see he have 10 points. Now the other guy have 10 too. The other guy is like almost like you get excitement to see this chess match and to see the points on the board. That's very important. That was something who I spent a lot of time putting together with some of the top 20 referees, people who know the rules, and come together. And I got advice from some of the top clubs to give me points, how I can make that very good for TV. And I believe the rules we have right now is the best rules in the sport for excitement.
And I can just see, like, this isn't the first thing you're going to do, but it could be really amazing where, from semifinals on is where the excitement is, but have like a UFC Fight Pass sort of thing where when the lowest seed is actually defending against the 1 seed, and maybe they might throw an upset, you could watch it online, and it could be very exciting.
For me, I believe it's going to take a little bit some numbers of events for you establish the organization 100%. I believe it's going to take me between 6, maybe 10 or 12 events to master these events, to be sure the organization established. We already doing very good with the second event. We're doing amazing. We already tripled the number of competitors we have from the first event. And continue like that, we believe we're going to be one of the top organizations pretty soon. But everything for me is to get to TV, because I want to be sure the athletes make money. Yeah, I'm going to do everything in my power to go to this next level. We're going in the right direction, and I believe we're going to reach there. But I want to talk about something else too, Joy. One of the things I'm focused too, when I train Jiu-Jitsu at the academy, I have a lot of problems because sometimes I want to be sure, I don't know, I'm very clean when it comes to training. I want to be sure I have the mats in my academy I clean 3 times. I want to be sure when they train, I protect my skin with creams, and as soon as I finish training, go take a shower with a special soap for protect from bacteria and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm very proud because I met a friend of mine, which was taught to him like, the worst thing for me when they're training and some do seminars or go someplace and I get the ringworm or get some little infections because the mat's dirty or people don't protect their skin. And I wish I find some products to protect myself. I met one of my students. I want to protect his identity. He came to training and I talked to him. He would start brainstorm, and we talk about like, poor man, I wish I have something to protect my skin. He said, I can do that. He helped to develop these rash guards, which I recommend everybody to train because it's so important today because it's so much sweat back and forth when you do the jiu-jitsu to protect yourself even when you train every day because you never know you get some staph or some things. Yeah, I'm very proud to help. He even helped me to design some of my clothes for my students. Yeah, I recommend people to train to be sure they clean themselves. They use products like this friend of mine own a company called Sanabu Sports. I think the website is sanabusports.com. I'm very proud to help to create these products to help people to protect themselves. I'm very excited to be involved in this company.
And you have the gis from Sanabu.
We designed a gi. I was talking to him. I said to my friend, I need something. I want to protect myself. He have this rash guard, which is antibacterial and protect yourself from. I start out to him, why you don't put that inside the gi? Because I want to be sure to protect my skin when I train. I don't want to get things. He developed this gi, put the rash guard inside, which protect myself from bacteria. I love it. For me, it was one of the best products on the market. I think it's very important talking about people to use products for protect themselves. In case you have a little ringworm or anything like that or anything, don't come to the academy. Give some time to heal. Tell the academy. The instructions the same. Be sure clean the mats. Use products to be sure because it's so easy today to get a ringworm in case you don't protect yourself at the academy. I remember one time I was training. I have this story. I went to train this friend's academy. He had this girl who is a supermodel come to train a little bit, and she got ringworm in the face. And when they look, she came like, Higan, what's that in my face? I looked to her and said, oh. I didn't want to say it's better to talk to your teacher because I don't know what it is. I said, I don't want to get involved in my friend. Oh, it's a ringworm. He pretty soon the ringworm grow, get infected. Oh my God.
I had ringworm when I was a kid. I used to hang out with this dirty motherfuckers. And we used to play in the dirt in New Jersey. And I had ringworm on my fucking leg, my arm. I didn't know what it was. It looks like a worm in your skin, like it's just got these little marks, these little circles.
It's circular, right?
Yeah,
It's
very.
That starts at the house, though. Don't blame it on the mats, Egan. That's filthy motherfuckers who don't take showers at the house, and they come to jiu-jitsu and sweat.
No,
don't blame it on the fucking mats.
No.
These filthy people think because there's a drought. Oh, there's no water. I'm not gonna say you gotta take a shower. I don't give a fuck about water.
I think the worst is when you train with no gi. I tell the student, try get a rash guard to cover your arms, cover your legs, because you protect your skin from contact.
When it's open like that.
Yeah,
it's
when you open. It's very important to sometimes have a little soap, antibacterials, or sometimes have a little things you put on your skin before you're training. You do things like that, you'll be okay. And you always be sure the place you're training, to be sure the mat is clean. Consult with the guys how many times you clean your mats, which product you clean your mat with, which antibacterial. And when you have stuff like that, it's kind of good because they clean the academy well. The academy is good. Yeah.
I had a good time in your class today.
My friend, I'm very impressed with you. One of the things that I love about you, Joey, you're consistent, and the day you came to my academy to today, the difference between you in the beginning now blow me away, because I love people with consistency. Because I tell a story. I have 10,000 students through my academy in this period of time, 20 years. And probably have only 300 black belts in my school. Through this 300 or a little bit more, a little bit less. But it's amazing to see the 10,000 people. The biggest problem with people is consistency. And it kind of blow me away when they see people who come to the academy and have that consistency. They have a goal. I want to be in good shape. I want to reach to a level. And I'm very impressed with you, because when you came to the academy, you have the consistency. And I love that. I know the only reason sometimes you don't come to the academy, when you have to travel doing your shows, you get busy. But you are very impressed me so far.
When I don't see you now, I still train.
Yes.
I just can't come down there sometimes. In my car, I have kettlebells.
Wow.
I have a 15-pound dumbbell to do sit-ups at the park. I got tape. I got everything in my car. I have a gi in the car. So
it's like your samurai sword.
So I get up in the morning on Mondays. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what the fuck's going to happen. I got a 2-year-old. I don't know what the fuck's going to happen. She calls sometimes. She can't come till 10. I got to make a move.
Yes.
So my buddy over here has a place. He's a brown belt, Cabrinha, a white kid, John Evan. Nice place. Couple people go there in the mornings, 9:30. So I shoot in there. If I have an audition, so I got to go where I could go. Sometimes he doesn't have class, and I have to go to 10th Planet with John Salami. And me and Salami go in the back, and he throws me to fuck around for an hour. Or I come to you on Wednesdays down there. But I keep going. And if I don't, I still go lift weights. Every week I change it up.
Amazing.
So some weeks I do, like a bench press, squat, deadlift, curls, shit like that. I do sit-ups, and I do the elliptical for 40 minutes. And then other weeks, I just go to the park and do kettlebells. Yeah. 10 sets of swings in 20 minutes, cleans, some fucking sit-ups, some squats, and I'm out of there. 30 minutes. I'm 50. I got no time to be out there, because that's when you get sore, and then you don't come back the next day. Everybody thinks they got to do it for 2 hours. That's bullshit. I'm 50. I got no time to be out there. Like today, when I was leaving, the little old brown belt, the old guy, came over, and he goes, "That's very good. You know your limits." Because I know, Tom, I deadlifted yesterday. I worked out Monday at the Y. I did bench presses and shit. If I stay there for 2 hours with you, when you're 50, you get breathing. Once you start breathing, you go, I could do this shit. It's when you stop for gasoline 2 hours later and you fucking can't walk out of the car. You get all stiff. So tomorrow I got to fly, right? So tomorrow's my day off. Tomorrow I just take off. I go to the hotel. I take a nap. I order some salmon. Nobody gets their feelings hurt. You know what I'm saying? And then Friday, I do the elliptical or weights, whatever they have at the hotel. I bring the bikini. I bring the goggles. Whatever the fuck they got,
you look good in bikini.
So you try. Every day you try a little more. And you know what, bro? Some days you go on a diet, and some days the diet works. Some day you go to this place and you have a salad. After you train, you have a protein shake with a banana. But some nights you go to do comedy, you smoke a joint, you eat a fucking cheeseburger and some fries. That's it. You can't beat yourself up. You got to get up in the morning and do 10 extra sit-ups, and that's it. But you got to do something every day.
What's your favorite food?
My favorite food? The last 3 weeks. Want me to tell you what I've been craving? Because I don't eat that shit because it scares me. See, the food that I know is going to give me a heart attack is my ethnic food. Okay?
What?
Cuba.
Cuba.
I'm from fucking Cuba. So that food.
What's Cuba food? It's rice.
Cuban food is black beans, white rice. That's very
same
good
like
for
Brazil,
you. Right, same like Brazil. That's good for you a little bit.
Yeah.
Not every day with a fucking steak. Okay? Cubans will eat it every day with a steak.
I got it.
You follow me? Cubans don't know what oatmeal is. Cubans don't know what oatmeal is. I don't care how poor they are in Cuba. They eat eggs every day. Even if they got to eat the eggs.
There's a lot of fried food.
A lot of fried,
croquetas.
What is it? Croquetas. They have good appetizers. But the Cuban sandwich, for example, that's fucking...
Cuban sandwich, butter,
Hold on, I need the bathroom, brother. Cuban sandwich, a lot of butter, pork, cheese, it's 7,000 calories. You know, so my favorite, like right now, the last fucking 6 weeks, you want me to tell you what I really want to eat? I want to go to Silver Lake and go to a place called Cochinito on Sunset and get the pork chunks with the white rice, the black beans, and the fried bananas. And then you come and stab me in the fucking neck. Right there. That's the best. No, today training was very good.
No, you're amazing.
And it's funny that you go to these places, like I was at home before I came here, and I was playing with the baby, and she had the little thing. She was looking at so I could watch the TV, and I was watching Moneyball. You know Moneyball?
Yes.
With Brad Pitt.
It's a great movie.
I'm watching Moneyball, and you know, everybody talks shit about Brad Pitt. Everybody has something to say about Brad Pitt. I'm gonna tell you something. Don't talk shit about Brad Pitt around me, dog.
I never met him.
Oh,
you met him?
Yeah. But no, I'm talking about when you see him as an actor. Like, look, when I can't, you know what I'm going to tell you? Like, I remember the Valachi Papers, and I remember Her Majesty's Secret. You know, when you come from another country, explain to people when you come from Brazil and you come to the United States and you see a movie from the United States, what's that feeling like?
It's amazing.
It's fucking amazing. You know, Americans take that shit for granted. When you're an immigrant and you come from another country and you go to 42nd Street and you see a fucking movie, even if you don't know what they're saying, how fucking your heart's beat.
Where are they, like a hero or like?
It's America. It's fucking American. This is what you came here to do. He came here because he saw a fucking John. See a movie is fucking it's tremendous.
It's amazing.
So I saw Brad Pitt and I'm thinking to myself, you know, the Fight Club is good, but the movie he made with the devil was good. Meet Joe Black.
I didn't see that one.
And the movie he did was The Legends of the Fall. You know, you got to give him $20 million. And then you see your buddy Tom Cruise, right? Scientology. You see Tom Cruise. You ever see the movie? What's the one he does with Jamie Foxx?
Oh, Collateral.
Collateral. When he goes into the Chinatown, he starts shooting Japanese people.
That's a great fucking
How
movie.
fucking good is he in that scene? When he goes down to a military stance. You know why you pay $20 to see him? Because you know he did the work. You know he went away for 8 weeks and learned how to shoot military style. My buddy was his body double in Miami. And he goes, the guy, bro, you can see why he gets $20 million. He's not just some fucking bum.
You know who person I really, really like is one of my favorite action stars.
John Wick.
John Wick.
That's my boy. I saw that movie with the Russians.
Yeah. I have a partnership today with Chad, who directed John Wick. And I was talking to him because I was very impressed because Keanu Reeves did a lot of the training, the fights. One thing about Keanu Reeves, I like, when it comes to start, get ready prepare for the film, he the first one to arrive, the last one to leave. And that's when I'm very impressed with the dedication of the actor to get the best of the best for the performance, to see guys like Tom Cruise, Keanu Reeves, these big action stars, to what they need to go to months and months before start shooting. People don't have no idea. Yeah, I have a lot of respect for Tom Cruise, for Keanu Reeves, and for a lot of these action stars who put the time for get all this action and try to do the most actions. They want to show his face. They want to do it. They want to do the right performance. And I have a lot of respect for that because come to a point sometimes for protect the actors, you need to have doubles or stunts. But I respect the actors who try to do most the action, the fights, the stunts of the film. And I have a lot of respect for guys like Keanu Reeves and Tom Cruise.
No, but what I was going to say was that when you see those guys, you see why they get $20 million. It doesn't, you know what I'm saying? Fuck the dude from Taken, Liam Neeson. Fuck that dude.
You don't like him?
Fuck no. I don't want to see him do martial arts and shit. Nah. They move the camera around and you don't see him do shit. You know, when they're too fucking old. It's like Charles Bronson in Death Wish 4. Did you ever see Death Wish 4? He's 74. You're chasing people down the fucking street. I can't deal with that. But my point being that when
74 Chase People.
you fucking put on Death Wish 4. He's got
Now I have to watch that.
He's got all right. He was 53 when he did The Mechanic, and he was 51 when he did. No, he was 51 when he did The Mechanic, and he was like 53 when he did Hard Times. He was in good shape, Charles Bronson. Go ahead.
He's my favorite actor.
The bet.
of all
Look at the
time.
picture. Look at the picture, Charles Bronson.
I love it.
But watch it, Death Wish 4. He's 150, and they got him chasing people down the fucking street.
Which one do you want to watch?
The one, I don't give a fuck. Whenever he's chasing
Death
people.
Wish 4.
Death Wish
You want
4.
to watch the ending scene?
Whatever you want. It's embarrassing. I had to walk out of the movie theater. And Charles Bronson is my all-time favorite. The Valachi Papers, Red Sun with Toshiro Mifune. You ever see Red Sun with Toshiro Mifune?
Yeah.
When he gets to fly with his hand and shit. Look at him chasing down the street and shit. Charles Bronson embarrassing me. Look at him. He's a fucking 100. He couldn't even get that machine gun is made out of plastic. Where the fuck's Charles Bronson?
There he is.
Oh, Jesus.
Told you.
Look at
I
him.
warned you. I tell her. I warned you. I tell her.
Well, at least he shot the motherfucker with a grenade launcher.
I love Charlie Bronson.
No, I love this man. This was when I saw Death Wish the first time, I almost
Death
lost
Wish,
my mind.
the
Yeah.
first and the second.
The first and the second one is tremendous. Look at this.
Kersey,
Look at Paul Kurt. Look at,
down the gun.
yeah, because he shot the first cop. Oh, I will hope he's got a grenade left in there. Jesus. But anyway, what I was trying to say to you, brother, was that when I go tramping, when I went to your class today, it was just very. Everybody teaches you the Kimura, but nobody talks about the wrist lock. Do you know what I'm saying? Like you just saw right through the move. The Kimura off the mount was beautiful.
One of the things I loved in my teaching, the reason I believe I'm always 1 year book advanced in seminars and things, because one of the quality I have, which I been in relationship with the first generation. I have opportunity to train Carlos Grace, the founder, Helio Grace, Gastão Grace. I have a chance to train the second generation, Carson Grace, Ross Grace, all these generations of superstars at the time to today. And basically, one of the things I try to explain for all, it's very important to not just know the techniques, but to understand the history behind the techniques, to understand where these techniques come from, why people do these techniques, who is the person to master these techniques first. And I like to explain every detail where it's come from, who was the person who did these techniques, the name. And I think it's very important for people who get involved in this sport to understand about the history, to understand about the people who built the sport for you to learn today all these techniques. Go back a little bit, try to understand a little bit where these techniques come from, who is the person behind, which is very important. I believe this is something I feel very proud to know. That's why sometimes I teach, I spend some time talking about the history of the techniques before I even teach the techniques.
Like today, you spoke about a
Yes.
Japanese guy, Kimura. Now, what year did all this happen when this guy came to Brazil?
Kimura, Helio Grace was the champion in Brazil at the time. And they started to have people from outside Brazil come to fight him for test his grappling abilities. And start coming a lot of fighters from Japan. And they sent few champions from Japan, and Helio ended up beating them. And so like they said, let's send the best of the best to go to Brazil to fight this This guy, the best guy at the time, was a guy named Kimura. Kimura was actually Harry was in his 160 pounds or 155, 160 pounds. And Kimura was around 220, 230 pounds. He was a big different weight class, in world class in his style, judo throws and submission. And he, the whole time he fight Helio, he keep trying these techniques, this army lock. When he finished the fight and everything, he ended up winning the fight. Everybody in Brazil start out the techniques he try applying Helio, Kimura, and become very popular still years after the fight. Everybody, when they teach their techniques, they call Kimura. Come the name, the nickname of the techniques, because at the time he fought Helio, he tried to do the techniques. That's why it's called Kimura. We call Kimura. It's amazing. The history of techniques is something who fascinates me, because you see why they try to do, like when they start doing the time, and it's amazing. It's amazing. We people, some of the instructors keep the history alive. Yeah, I love that.
When you say they used to send like the best of the best to go fight Helio, was it like in like a fight at an arena, or was it like in a jiu-jitsu school? That sounds really badass. Like
was a badass. Was thousands and thousands of people, a big arenas.
Really? Okay.
National TV cover. Was like it was not MMA. It was a grappling match, because Helio start like submitting the best grapplers in the world, and they try to figure out why this little guy able to fight guys like Kimura, who was like almost twice his size, you know what I mean? And Helio did an amazing job, because at the time nobody come close to beat Kimura.
Now, when you were growing up in Brazil, when you were 6 or 7, were you already involved with jiu-jitsu?
I have a lot of problem growing up. I have a problem with a little bit dyslexia and asthma. And my mother's sister married the founder named Carlos Gracie, who is the founder of the sport. And Carlos and my mother come close, because my mother's sister married Carlos. They come very close. And Carlos want to help me to overcome all these little things, like the dyslexia problems I have and the asthma. And Carlos, after a while, I start coming and treated by Carlos. And Carlos wanted me to do jiu-jitsu for help my coordination, to help things, put me to do a lot of swimming, to help to open my lungs. He had nutrition to help to improve my health, and that's how I start, because Carlos pushed me to do a lot of jiu-jitsu. I ended up getting very good, and Carlos always checking how you're doing. He start seeing my progress. He come to a point, he invited me to live in his house. I stay in his house for 10 years. That's how I come very close to my cousins. That's when I have opportunity to train for Helio, Gaston, and the whole family, because I live in his house for 10 years with my cousins.
Now, when you were growing up, soccer was still the number one sport in Brazil.
Soccer is the number one sport, not just in Brazil, but all over the world.
All over the world.
Soccer in Brazil, Pelé, Zico, Garrincha, a lot of these guys is the national heroes in Brazil. And we love soccer. We live for soccer in Brazil. But it's amazing to see, because jiu-jitsu today is the second biggest sport in Brazil behind soccer. The second biggest sport in Brazil. We have more people in any other sport doing jiu-jitsu. It's the second biggest sport in the country.
Is it on TV there yet?
In Brazil, they have a big covers and things like that, but outside Brazil is not on TV yet. But we will be there.
But that proves that it could work when it's like that popular. People do like it.
The question is like, who's the next person who's gonna do that? Yeah, I hope it's gonna be me, because I will do my best to get to TV.
If anybody could pull this off, it's you. I mean, you've had the experience.
I believe. It's not me. It's like anybody can try push the sport to get the TV, but I've been trying that for 9 years to come out with the right team, because everything is the people around you. Who is the people around you? Who is the people who have this experience in sports to go to TV? And today I have a great partner, which helped me to get ready to get to TV. Have the relationship, he know how to do it, and we're doing. We will get in TV. I'm 100% positive. This is going to be one of the top leagues in the world.
I know you can pull it off, but I know that. Tell it what do we got? 600 fucking channels, 500 fucking channels now. You pay for cable. You turn the TV
That's like the minimum. Yeah.
You're like this for 2 minutes, looking to see what the fuck you want, and there's nothing you want to watch. That's 500 channels, and you sit there half the time. Out of all these channels, I could see not a whole channel right now, but I could see like Friday night fights for boxing. I could see something like that for jiu-jitsu.
Yes.
Thursday night with whatever. You could see this. This doesn't take. This is what I was telling you in the beginning, that I could see an hourly, weekly show. 6 bouts, 7 bouts. People become fans of the people little by little. And yes, UFC helps it.
Yeah,
UFC
helps so much. I mean, UFC changed the world for jiu-jitsu. I'm very thankful for UFC, because UFC is the best for us, because when you watch UFC, you see a lot of grappling on the show. You see people try arm bars, people try chokes, and everybody talk, oh, this guy is a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. He trained with this guy. He tried to do these techniques. He going for the Kimura, now he going the choke, blah, blah. And basically, like, it's kind of nice, because people start to understand the grappling. That's the type of people who are going to be the same people who are going to watch what we're going to do. I'm very excited about that, because the future is very big for us.
You know who's going to watch it, Hegan? Guys like me. Guys that are 40 that want to get in shape. What do you think I watch when I'm writing jokes? You think I listen? Sometimes I listen to music with the earphones on, but most of the time it's, what's that guy in New York? Marcelo Garcia versus Raphael something and 1220 AC/DC. I don't even know what the fuck they are. I don't even know what they're fighting for. I just watch jiu-jitsu. And sometimes I go, oh, shit. That's what Hegan taught me, the arm drag. Oh, shit. That's what you're supposed to do. So a lot of white belts will watch that fucking league and go, oh, it opens your eyes to things you could do and what you can't do. Sometimes you go to...
We were talking about with Nate the other day, how he learned how to long snap on YouTube.
Yeah, on YouTube.
You can watch thousands of jiu-jitsu matches.
Listen, man, people will watch it because there's a market for it. Like I said, I get home at midnight. There ain't dick on TV. The other night, Wi-Fi always on. No, Mission Impossible, old school, fucking tremendous with the bongos. Dun, 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 fucking tremendous. But besides that, there's nothing on TV. I don't watch Sports Center. But I would watch jiu-jitsu at night. I really would watch jiu-jitsu. And you'd have to have an announcer, but you'd have to have somebody who go, look at Rafael Dos Anjos going for the armbar. He needs to have his leg over a little bit more.
Because, my favorite person to watch in UFC is Joe Rogan.
Me too. I enjoy
the reason I love Joe Rogan, because he knows so much details when he watched the fights and stuff. And he's a big part of UFC for me, because he talking about it's amazing to see his knowledge in this ground fighting, because he know everything about the submissions. He talking about, like, my brother he going for the armbar, this and that. He go to electrical chair.
But it's the third round. He's a little slippery. You know, he'll say it's a little slippery right now. He should have gone for that.
He's very good.
The most important thing about jiu-jitsu, the most important thing if you want to have fucking ping pong, naked ping pong, is to cross it over into the American household. To explain to them what is going on,
very important.
While it's happening. You can't tell them later. You can't call them later at 11 o'clock and say that guy in the third round was trying an armbar. It's too fucking late. You have to cross it over into the American public. I hate to use this term. And you know, we discussed this. You have to assume they're stupid. You have to assume they're all like me. You have to assume they're all white belts. They're coming in for knowledge.
Or less than white belts.
You can't pass. Like, you can't, that little part of that submission or whatever the guy's doing, because you're a black belt and you've been doing it for 50 years. You can't not mention that. That arm, if he flattens it behind his ear, he's got to come over. You know what I'm saying? But if he's over there like this, he needs to put that elbow down. If he puts that elbow down, we got a submission, ladies and gentlemen. So he's crossing that bridge. That bridge for jiu-jitsu is going to be the crossest bridge ever, because you have to explain it to them from scratch. They've been watching football. They've been watching basketball. Now, because of Sunday's fucking boxing match Saturday, after people paid $100, that's it. Listen, you pay $100 for a bad piece of pussy. You don't call that piece of pussy back, right or wrong. You take a chick out for lobster, she costs you $110, and on the way home she tells you "fuck you." You ain't calling that bitch no more.
Did you see any of it?
I didn't watch any of it.
But that was part of the thing about Joe Rogan, and even just the production quality for the UFC is it's super exciting. There's a lot of quick, and it's like a lot of rock music. The boxing seemed really like old school, and then the announcers were like 70 years old.
Why the fuck was that dude singing the national anthem? Why is, you know, everything now has to be a Hollywood star? Why? There's nothing. No, everybody was busy. Fucking Mariah Carey was fucking busy in Las Vegas. Anybody, they could have picked the fucking black girl from the street. Why? You know, it's just too much. We didn't need all that. Jamie Foxx is singing the fucking national anthem. You know, what the fuck is going on here? We didn't need all that shit. And that's what I don't know. I didn't even give a fuck. I think I was in bed at 10:30. I didn't even give a fuck.
Oh, no, but it's just what you're talking about, Joe Rogan. The other thing that he does is it's entertaining. And when it's boring commentators, especially for something that could be a little bit slower with fighting or jiu-jitsu, where it could have like lulls in the action, if they're not entertaining, like that's the main thing with anything. If you have to listen to people that you don't like, then you're just going to turn it off.
Fuck them. If you paid $100, you got beat, bitch. All right, go fuck yourself. You should have known better. You should have taken $100.
That's a plan.
You know, how can you fall for something like this now? I'm not into it anymore. I just can't no more.
Enjoy it. I love your show so much. I want to give a special deal for any person who listen this show, who want to come and train in my school in Beverly Hills. You mentioned you saw the show, you heard about, you're going to have a big discount in my academy to train.
Yeah, they can.
You can try the classes for free for a couple times. I give a big discount, but you have to mention about the show. You go to the academybeverlyhills.com, and you have the address, all the information. And when you come to the academy, mention the show, and you're going to have, actually even going to do better. You mention the show, you're going to have a private lesson with me.
Beautiful.
For free.
For free.
And try the class for a couple times.
You'll learn the Hegan trap.
I love your show.
Thank you.
And I think your show is an amazing show. You're talking about everything. And it's amazing because I went to Canada and I didn't know your fan base there. And people talking about, oh, I saw you on the show and I love it. I said, wow, it's amazing to see how big you are. It's an amazing show. I love it.
Well, we're consistent.
It's consistency.
Like you said.
I saw your eyes light up when he said that about you, because like that's the biggest thing you always talk about.
What's that?
Consistency.
You have to, on time. You got to do it and get it over with. And that was the biggest part of my day, going to jiu-jitsu today. You know, I knew I had to do it. Yesterday, I had to go to the Y at 5:30 to take the baby swimming. So I said, fuck it, I'll go at 4:30 and do some deadlifts and do leg presses. And
keep it going because you look amazing.
No, bro.
I watch you run around the mat today. I look, wow. Yeah, look, the first time you came to the academy, you did all the drills, you did some light training. I was, wow, Joey take this very serious. I'm very impressed.
You made some very good points when you were here last time. We spoke about the guy that you got on top of, and you said to get me off you because he got anxiety. And you spoke about that jiu-jitsu is a way of life. You know, I've been on this diet for like 4 years. And in those 4 years, I hit the bag. I do everything. I go to kickboxing class. And it was time for me to join jiu-jitsu. I hang out with Eddie Bravo and I hear Joe Rogan in the back of the fucking car for 10 years. They won't shut the fuck up.
I'm going to tell one thing. I have one day opportunity to sit with Eddie Bravo and Joe Rogan. In case I close my eye, I think Joe Rogan and Ed Bravo is like they are brothers or something because they speak exactly the same way.
Exactly.
They so funny together. I was listening to them talk. I said, man, they exactly look like brothers or something because they talk the same way. They have the same vision about life. It's amazing to see a good friendship like that between Ed Bravo and Joe Rogan. But I have a lot of respect for both because I remember the first time I met Ed Bravo, to see his progress on the sport, which is not easy to get space and get respect. And to see what Ed Bravo accomplished, I'm very proud of Ed Bravo. I was like, wow. I remember he came to Jean-Jacques, this skinny guy who don't look like martial artists. But you see he start competing, doing well. And I remember even to see these guys' friendship from that time to today, and what Joe Rogan, his help on the community of Jiu-Jitsu, always talking about the techniques. He always mentioned what I like about Joe Rogan, even like example, he talking about like a guy is going to fight. Oh, he's a black belt from this guy. His instructor is the best in the business. He don't understand when he do little things like that. The next day, there's an instructor have 30 new students, and that's a big help for the community. And the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu community, they love Joe Rogan for that, because every time he mentions something about the sport, you too, is help the sport to grow.
I'm blown away. I am blown away by this sport. I am blown away by the support. When I was going to the kickboxing place and I would come on the podcast and talk about it, and I would go to Rip, Michigan, nobody would hit me up and say, hey, you want to kickbox at the academy? With jiu-jitsu tonight, I'll go back and I'll have 10 messages. I own a school in Grand Rapids. Come on by, bring your gi. I'll teach you how to breathe. I'll teach you. Very open. Everybody wants to help you. When I first walked into jiu-jitsu, I was so embarrassed. I couldn't do a hip escape. And these guys actually picked me up and did it. And I was like, wow, I'll come back. And every time I go to fucking jiu-jitsu, I tell you 1,000 times, I used to hug the cats. I thought I was going to die from a heart attack at jiu-jitsu. Every time. And every time I'd walk out, I feel like a new fucking man. Jiu-jitsu has changed my life because it let me know how bad a shape I was really in. And I didn't want to fail. I don't want to be a world champion. I just want to go to jiu-jitsu and sweat and roll around. That's it. It's a beautiful thing for me. I don't want to black belt.
I have a good story for you. This story I remember growing up. I think Horace Gracie have different assistants. I was the youngest one at the time. And Horace Gracie have come and gave me a student. This student was the worst student on the planet, out of shape, and was like the worst student. I tried teaching these guys for months. I show him the techniques 100 times, 1,000 times. He asked him to show him the techniques. He do everything wrong. I started get upset. Yeah, I went to Horace and I said, Horace, I'm kind of upset. And Horace, why? Boy, You gave me the worst student on the planet. You gave it the other guy who was a water polo player to this guy. You gave this guy who's a natural bodybuilder to this guy, and you give to me this guy who's look like a chess player. You understand? Who's no muscles, like goofy, chubby. Yeah, I start thinking like, why? Give me a good athlete to work on him, making him a champ. And he started laughing. He said, "Higgin, listen here. All these guys here with me, being around me for a long time, they already proved to me they are very good instructors. You, the new kid on the block. But you have to understand like this. Why I give this student is a reason for." I said, "Well, what's the reason?" He come to me, because he's not a bad student, he's bad instructors. You were able to train this guy in making him a champion. That is what I want to see from you. Because you have to think every single day, how can I make the worst student to be the best student? And that's what's going to help you to become a good teacher, a good coach. And that's the test I have for you. I trained this guy for years. Nothing. It was a nightmare. It's like he couldn't learn anything. I started losing hope. I said, man, I think I'm going to fail my coach. I never seen, I teach this guy 1,000 times in one technique. And this, sorry to say, this motherfucker couldn't do shit. One day, something happened. He did a sweep. This weird sweep. I looked to him, whoa, wait, what did you do? He did the sweep again. It sounded like he swept the whole academy in that sweep. Don't think he know how to do it. I come to him and say, my brother, I'm going to throw you in competition. The only thing I want to see, pull people for the guard, he tried this sweep. He won 4 national championships. And that was the most amazing thing I ever seen in my life. He didn't know how to throw. He didn't know how to pass the guard. He pulled people for the guard and sweep the person. And that was the best lesson I ever had in my life, who changed my life as a teacher. Because everything's to find that techniques. Can take sometimes 1 year, 2 years, but you keep the consistent in the hope to find the techniques, you can make the person to be a champion. And that was the best thing happened to me as a teacher. And that was a fun story because the guy became a champion. He didn't know nothing else, but he knew one techniques well. That techniques made him a champion. That's the most funny thing I ever seen in my life.
What do you think, Lee? You think he can make you a champion?
No.
It's a lot of play. I'm going to play every day.
I can get to like 3rd place. I can get a bronze.
You can be a champion. Come on.
Let me do these shout outs and then we'll talk about the thing this
please.
weekend and then we'll get the hell out of here. Lee's got a hot date today with a Mexican chick.
Congrats, by the way.
He always got a hot date. Give a shout out to my man Matt Greco, Kevin Smith, Sean Barrett, Corey Layton, Richard Badula, Matt Walker, Paul Hello, Aaron Lemos, Nick Davis, A.E. Bob, and Bill Poley, whatever your fucking name is. What's up, dog? What do you got planned this weekend with your Uncle Joey? What are you going to do?
This weekend? Nothing. I'm going to try to go see the Avengers tonight. I figure since I'm so high,
Are you going
it'll be
to see the
super fun.
Avengers tonight?
Yeah.
You don't have a date tonight?
No, she's done. She got one more
What
final.
time is your Avengers start? You go to the movies, see the Avengers?
No, I didn't see it. I heard it's fantastic movie, right?
You still go to the movies here?
I love movies.
Really? You
I'm
still go a lot?
addicted. I go every chance I have.
I don't go. I got to go to the movies more often. Maybe I go see the Avengers with you this afternoon.
Okay.
My wife is going to dinner with my cousin. I don't get along with my cousin, so I'm on my mother's side, so fuck them. All right, so what's going on Saturday?
Saturday, we have the Jiu-Jitsu World League in Vegas. Is going to be the whole day. Have over close to 1,000 competitors. It's going to be a great show. By the way, anybody who watch this show, come to the event, I'm going to leave a note at the door. You come for free.
Mention the church at the Cox Pavilion.
Yes.
Now, what time does this start?
Just check jjworldleague.com and have all the informations over there. I'm going to be sure when I get over there, I'm going to put the name of the show. When you come to watch the event, you want to come and watch the event, mention the show, and I'll be sure I will pay for you to come.
It's a nice thing. What time does the event start?
I believe it starts around 9 a.m.
And what time are the finals? Do you know? It just goes all day.
They go all day, but
Okay.
probably the finals, semi-finals and finals start after 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. For
Really?
Sure. Yeah.
That quick? Wow.
Yeah, because you have like a lot of mats and we keep no stopping.
Irvine was beautiful.
We're going to finish around, the whole day is going to finish around 5:30, 6 o'clock.
Irvine was beautiful.
Oh, it's amazing. It was a big
beautiful. The
success.
mass, beautiful.
And I want to mention one more time about the Academy in Beverly Hills. Anybody who mentioned the show want to have a private lesson with me or want to try out field class for free, mention the show, the Academy of BeverlyHills.com. You're going to have a free pass to try out, or you want to have a private lesson with me, let me know. But they have to mention the show. And the second thing, protect yourself. Be sure you always clean the mats. Always use products like sanabusports.com. Check it out. I have a complete line, Riga Machado there, which all antibacterial, microbes, protection, things like that. Great products, quality. Sanabusports.com.
I always thought you were Santa Bull. Like Bull had something to do with you. The fucking Brazilian bull.
No, Sanabu is the reason I get involved in this company because it's the best products on the market. Because my partner family owned the manufacturers in Pakistan. And the only thing I want to get involved is companies I believe, companies who have the quality control, companies like have something to help people. Sanabu have a good philosophy behind. They have products high quality, the best one, the best price on the market. Yeah.
What do you think, Lee? You gonna take a shower with some
Actually,
Sanabu?
anytime you want to come to train, I will give you a free gi and a couple months for free for you try out.
That's it. Now you're there at night
No, I
too.
kind of have to go now.
You're there at night
Now,
too.
you have to come. Another way, I'm going to come here, challenge you to a jiu-jitsu match.
I tap already. I preemptively tap.
You're there at night too, Higgins?
I'm over there every night. I have now 3 other assistants, black belts, who help me at the academy.
Okay, so you're there every night also.
The only time I'm not at the academy is in case I'm doing
Seminars.
a seminars or movie.
Or movie.
Yeah, because actually I have good news for you. In July, I'm going to shoot my first movie. My story, I create the story, I raise the money, and we're going to shoot here in LA. I'm very excited about it. The name of the movie is called Genetic Code. Is about asteroids for athletes who have side effects. This is the whole story. It's like a kind of sci-fi horror type of film. I think you guys are going to be. Actually, I want you to play one of the stars in the movie.
Perfect.
You have chance. I will have you.
Are you gonna make a
film.
robot, or what is it gonna be?
I want to make him the teacher, one of the teachers at the school, which is the story is about these doctors who create drugs for enhancing athletes. Because you have a lot of problems right now with your steroids. You see a lot of UFC fighters, even jiu-jitsu guys, taking drugs to get a better performance, to become these super athletes. And that's why I come out the idea, so why not create these drugs who have a big side effect? And the side effect, because it's a mix between animal DNAs, and the side effect, people start have like a animal instincts and attack peoples, and one have a gorilla, the other one have the cheetah, and that's movie I hope come like a serious movie, not a comedy, but I'm gonna try to do my best to be a good sci-fi or horror film. But let's see, man.
You're a great guy, Egan.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here.
Your energy, even when you teach, I love everything. I love everything with you.
Thank you very much.
Let me finish up here and we'll get you out. If you want to go ahead. We're just going to yell at responses.
I want to say thanks one more time. I love this show. I'm a big fan. Thank you, Joey, for giving me the opportunity to be here. And I'm going to see you soon at the Academy.
I'll come down.
I have your gi, Sanabu, waiting for you over there.
Thank you, brother.
Okay? Take care, my big brother.
Thank you, my brother. What's up, Lisa? Yeah? What the fuck you doing?
I'm feeling great.
You going to go to movies after this?
Yeah, I think so.
Good.
I think I might watch 2. I haven't done that in a while.
All right, stay and watch too. You deserve to do whatever the hell you want. Let me give some shout outs to some sponsors and we'll get this party started. First and foremost, Onnit.com. Best protein out in the market, the hemp force, the chocolate, and the vanilla acai. I've been dealing with the chocolate for the last couple of weeks. Just delicious, 32 grams, 16 grams a scoop. It's hemp protein, so it's easily to digest. I really like this protein. So if you're into proteins, I don't do the same protein all the time. I like to switch it up, different flavors. It's the best chocolate on the market. Go to Onnit.com right now. Besides that, the makers of Alpha Brain and New Mood and Shroom Tech Sport and Shroom Tech Immune. Please go to Onnit.com. See the opportunities they have for you with nutrients and stuff like that. I'm not kidding you. You want to be the best at the best at the best, try this shit. Even the Alpha Brain, 100% money back guarantee. Nobody does that. You think that when you go for your little fucking vitamins, they give you 100% back guarantee? No. You know why they do that? Because they believe in their product. Go to Onnit.com right now and press in. Church. Bam! CHURCH and get 10% off your order. And with the Stay On It program, you get 10% extra off your order and it gets delivered right to your house on a monthly fucking level. Number 2, classic martial art films. You're sitting there this week and you got nothing to watch. I don't think there's a UFC till next week. Uriah Faber against Frankie Edgar. What are you going to do? You want to watch some people getting spit on and kicked and shot? Iron Dragon TV. Classic martial art films. You understand me? Classic shit. Underdubbing, fucking new chuck noises, stars flying through the fucking air. This is where it starts. Iron Dragon TV, a leader in 4K technology. They've got titles that'll blow your mind. Jet Li, Doom Kun, they got everybody.
The Man series,
Jackie Chan series. But it all starts with you. Go to Iron Dragon TV and press in. Joey, and get 2 free films on the arm just to get you started. After that, you let me know what you think. I'm going to guarantee you're going to love what Iron Dragon does for you. Also, you're sitting there fucking bored to pieces, scratching your nuts. Your underwear's got holes in them like a fucking mutt. That's where I come in. MeUndies.com. Comfortable to the most. I mean, just unbelievable how comfortable they are. Under a gi, the MeUndies underwear, they have these blue little rash guards that look like rash guards.
Yeah, they're just really light t-shirts.
Just light t-shirts. They got some stuff that'll rock your world. Trust what I'm telling you. I have my little MeUndies on right now. My little black ones with the purple stripe. My nuts are cocked all the way. I'm like an opera singer. You understand me? No sweat. It pulls the sweat from your skin. Just a great product all around. Go to MeUndies.com right now. I'm not bullshitting you. Press in, Joey, and get what?
You get 20% off your first order.
20% off your first order and free delivery in Canada and the United States.
Right.
You can't beat that with a stick, guys. I wouldn't even ask you to do it. Go to MeUndies.com right now. See the fine line of women and men's underwear they got, the he-she products. They got the Bruce Jenner line. I don't even know what the fuck they got anymore.
I think that's coming. That's upcoming.
It's coming. It's got to be coming. Go to MeUndies.com. Go get some products. See what you like with the underwear line. What do they press in, Joey? Boom! And get 20% off, and your shipping is free in Canada and the United States. And you're saying, Joey, what am I going to eat? This is what you're going to eat. Naturebox.com. Free trial period. Free trial box. Who does that? When somebody does that, that means they have faith in what they're doing. When Higa Machado tells you to come to the school and he's going to give you a private, it's because he knows you're going to fucking leave there and your head's going to explode. You probably went somewhere else. They treated you like ass. And Higan's going to teach you one fucking simple thing, and your head's going to explode. That's what happens when you're dealing with professionals. Naturebox.com. They come at you with the best nutritionist approved, healthiest, gluten-free, fat trans-free products. What?
I'm just having yeast.
What's yeast? No yeast. I don't know if they got yeast in it. What I'm saying is go to naturebox.com right now. Look at all the great little snacks they got. I mean, fuck potato chips. That shit just kills you. Go to naturebox.com. See what they got to offer you. These snacks are tremendous. Like the French, what is it? the French
The
toast.
French toast granola.
Oh my God, the cocoa almonds, the figs. Every month they change. That's why. Go there, pick out 3 little things. They're gonna send you 5 bags directly to your house for free. The shipping might cost you $1.97. Whoop-de-doo.
That's what it costs in gas now.
Yeah, at least you're going to get 5 bags sent to your house. So do me a favor. Go to naturebox.com and press in.
Joey.
Boom! And get your free Nature Box trial package. 5 bags. 2 big ones, 3 little ones sent to your house. I want to give a shout out to MeUndies.com. Also to IronDragonTV.com. Also to Honored.com. My sponsors. I also want to give a shout out to Sanibel.com. Can you order the World League on the internet on Saturday? Can you order the World? Not yet. Okay, so you're either there or you're fucking square, cocksuckers. You understand me? That's all I got to tell you. I love you guys. We'll be back Monday afternoon and Tuesday afternoon because I got to go Oakland to shoot a video game next week. So I love you guys. Thank you very much for watching the church. Thank you for Hagen Machado and the BeverlyHillsAcademy.com. Go see their schedule and come on down. That's it. That's all I got to tell you. I'll see you bitches in Grand Rapids, Michigan this week, and in Las Vegas Memorial Day weekend.
Oh, snap. And go to Flying G Radio. It's my podcast. We had Cassius Morris on last time. It was great. Now that the show is over, go to naturebox.com and sign up to get your free sample box of great tasting healthy snacks. Forget the vending machine and start snacking smarter with delicious treats like barbecue kettle kernels. Go to naturebox.com/Joey. That's naturebox.com/Joey. Okay. Also, go to MeUndies.com/Joey and check out the pics of the men's and women's underwear they have. T-shirts, socks, all those great products. When you go to MeUndies.com/Joey, you're going to get 20% off of your first order, and you're going to get free shipping in the United States and Canada. Go to onit.com and use code word church to get 10% off all the great optimal.
You see, you're like a rejuvenated man. You're fucking hitting lunches,
Oh, yeah.
brown rice and fucking chicken.
Oh, that's really good, that Asian box. But no, she finished her second year on Saturday, so we ordered a pizza, and we got high, and we fucking ate dessert and just hung out, watched 3 hours of Shark Tank, and passed out by midnight. I had cinnamon rolls. I had those Pillsbury cinnamon rolls.
Did you make them fresh?
Oh yeah.
In the oven.
Oh, yeah, you have to.
And you got extra cream and smear up those motherfuckers.
Not extra cream, but just, yeah.
Just the shitty cream they give you.
Where do you get extra cream from?
Because you want to, don't worry. You got to make a few calls.
You joke that, like, my sweat smells like cheeseburgers, but on the elliptical today, I'm convinced I was burning, like, a McDonald's cheeseburger off.
From a long time ago?
Because it smelled like a cheeseburger, but you know when the pickles and the ketchup get hot and it, like, has it, I was on the elliptical, like, why do I smell like a McDouble?
You could smell the
pickle
coming. You could smell the pickle juice coming
the
out of your
pickle and ketchup, yeah.
That's amazing. This motherfucker smell. When was the last time you ate McDonald's?
Over 6 months ago.
So it's been in you. You just caught like a little piece of fat in the armpit that had the fucking pickle in there.
I think so, yeah.
Tremendous, man. I'm happy that everything's working out. You had a great weekend. I was in fucking Grand Rapids. Great club, great audiences. The food at this place. They got a salmon. They got a beautiful salmon on a bed of tortellini with green peppers, red peppers, little goat cheese cream. That'll put you in a different dimension, man. A little bit of tortellini, too.
I love tortellini. You know I like tortellini.
Man. No, it's gnocchi.
Oh, gnocchi. Okay.
With a little potato in it, and they're fucking just delicious. You understand me? Just off the fucking chain delicious. The shows were great. I thought my Thursday show was Men's and Mort, but it was good. Friday, my best show was Saturday early. Friday late, that crazy. I'm crazy. The timing's off, but fuck, we make it work, But I had a great time. It's a great little city. That is a great, great little city. I bet, I'm really happy because the places I go to, I really want to go to, and I really enjoy them. There's maybe 1 or 2 things. I don't even eat in these cities no more.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I think the last time I went to Buffalo, I only had 3 wings.
Yeah.
Like at the club one night. I just really don't, I've been there so many times. I see it. Remember I was telling you that I have the chubby state of mind mentality, that everywhere you go, the first thing you think of is food. Like some people think, oh my God, when I go to this place, the first thing I'm going to go is go to this library or go to this museum I like, or there's a coffee shop that makes my latte. Guys like you and I think about, fuck, there's a place on the corner that make barbecue. I'm going to go have 2 fucking barbecue sandwiches.
I'm going to try to go home for a weekend this summer to Boston, and my mom and I are already planning what I'm going to eat.
What are you going to eat? We're
going to go to Legals, which is one of my favorites, and then there's a really great barbecue place where I used to go when I was in high school that I'm going to go to. And then it's crazy how much I never like Mother's Day is great, but I wanted to talk to you about it because Paula's mom is like the first mom of any girlfriend that I've been like tight with. And like yesterday, I gave her a card, and we're going to a Dodgers game on Thursday. And she got really emotional. We can't really talk because she doesn't speak English. But like I can imagine Mother's Day for you, like after your mom passed away, must have been fucked up. But then you probably had other people who took that place.
Like yesterday, even when I was having a fucked up day, I made some calls from Mother's Day.
Yeah.
People who were nice to me growing up, and they got a kick out of the call. But it's funny, every Mother's Day, yes, I think about my mother, but I also think about the mother to my ex-wife. She was really, so that's why I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah.
I was thinking about a fight we had one time that could have really been bad. I don't believe in setting a crib up until the baby's born. It's just a superstition that Cubans have, maybe a couple of other cultures have. I'm just fucking superstitious.
Like you think something bad could happen?
Once the baby's born, then you build the crib. He's not going to be home for 2 fucking days anyway. You come home, you build the crib. It takes 1 fucking hour. No. That's the only beef we ever had, her and I. We had a beef about a crib one time that escalated a little bit, and I walked out of the room because I didn't want to blow it up. But my mother-in-law was very cool. When I got my first job selling cars, I didn't have clothes. She gave me her Visa card and said, go use it and just pay me what you can every week. And I paid off like $600. I had to get a couple suits and some shirts. She used to cook special for me. She knew I like pierogies, the sauerkraut ones. And
oh, wow.
So it's growing up, you always hear comedians and people on TV, the comedies towards the mother-in-law. You hate the mother-in-law. You hate the mother-in-law. You hate the mother-in-law. But once you have a mother-in-law, see, to me, like even Terry's mother and I are close to an extent. But I know when I'm with Terry's mother, I know that she likes me because she looks at her daughter and she sees a smile on her face.
Right.
See, that's why this woman loves you, because you're making her daughter happy. You're acting like a gentleman in her fucking home. You show respect in her home. Now, a lot of guys just, guys do it, but it's weird to date somebody, and it's weird to date somebody and become a part of their family. It's a complete different experience, especially when you're a young man and you always have thoughts about living with somebody. Like the first time I moved in with a woman, that was big for me.
Yeah, oh yeah, and you still haven't done it.
Like I was 25. It was like a different thing. You try to keep cool, but there's nothing you could do. It's just an evolution. You just evolve into a girl being in your house. Now you live with guys. And now you have this woman who lives with you, and you try to do things, and you become best friends with her, or you don't. But it always evolves, But that relationship with in-laws, I still remember my ex-in-law dad. He really dug me. Him and I had become a great relationship. He was a pseudo-father to me in a different genre. Carmine was a father to me. Mr. Bender was a father to me. Mr. Runny was a father to me. Mr. Holloway was a father to me. But he was a different father to me in a different genre. He didn't have that mindset. He made me read books. He spoke to me about history. When I got arrested for kidnapping, he came and bailed me out and spoke to me and asked me what happened and to tell him the truth. And I told him the truth. And it was weird because I had dated his daughter for 4 years, and we were always on a very 50-50 type relationship. And once I got arrested, he showed his true colors to me, and I could show my true colors to him. And it really changed our relationship. I would go up there on the weekend and help him cut wood, and we'd speak about his life and history and what my thoughts were and how I was going to achieve the things I wanted. And sometimes I think that the only reason why I didn't go off in Boulder was because of him. I didn't want to disrespect him and his wife for what they had done for me, because even though me and his daughter weren't together, they did a lot for me, man. I always respected that of people. When somebody does something, I never wanted them to feel like I used them. You know, that was always very important to me. If you've been used, you know the feeling. It's a shitty feeling. And you never look at that person again who uses you, Right. So I always wanted to give people, let them know that what they contributed to my life, I took into consideration in my future decisions. That's why I made those calls to some of my friends' moms yesterday.
And Paula's mom has been broke forever.
All her life.
And so, I got her a card, and I went to Porto's and got her a favorite cake, and I could tell that meant more to her than if I had, let's say, let's say I went and bought her like diamond earrings or just something I'm sure some guys do, and like you wouldn't cut wood with your father-in-law, you probably could have paid.
He had 3 sons.
Yeah.
And his sons overlooked that fact.
Right.
You know, maybe your mother-in-law has other boys, 2 other sons, and one of them couldn't show up because he went to the wife's house.
Yeah.
It's and that's what probably happened.
Yeah.
I don't even know this. It's really weird when and I see the change that Paula and her family has had on you. They've had a really great effect on you in the sense that it's brought you back to basics. It was the same effect that I had when I was growing up and I used to go to 148th Street. You see how the other side lives. Sometimes you have a bad day and and all of a sudden you think about Paula, how they didn't have an air conditioner. They don't even know what that world is. Like, they just didn't have air conditioners. They had fans.
Right. Yeah.
They had fans.
And they still don't even turn the AC on, but at least they have it now.
They don't even think about it. They lived so long without it.
Right.
That they've learned how to adjust. And when you see that, you see how spoiled we are as people. I've always talked about that. When you see a woman at 10 o'clock, you know, pull up with her Range Rover and I just left yoga. My day is so stressful. You know, I dropped the kids off. No, you didn't. The nanny dropped the kids off. You went to yoga with your Range Rover. And now you went to Latteville to tell them all what a big day you have. But what about that lady that's taking care of your fucking kids all day? What about the Spanish woman that, like I told you 1,000 times, on Victory and Vineland by the fucking Target over there? It's walking across the street pregnant with a kid in the bucket and one in the fucking hand, rolling across fucking Vineland with 10 shopping bags. You think she walks around saying, my feet hurt, yoga? No, fuck no. So it makes you humble and makes you see what people can do and how the other side lives.
Right.
And the things that you thought were just impossible, and now you see it. You never dreamt of living with 4 people in your fucking bedroom. Never.
No.
Never. When I was growing up, when my mother died, the thought of having to share a bedroom was incomprehensible to me. Like, it was incomprehensible. But that death brought me back. Eleanor's got a great joke. She says that that special, she says that rich people, you know, poor people don't have food allergies.
Yeah.
You know, poor people do not have food allergies, okay? You think you go over there and one of those kids are allergic to peanuts or cheese, juice, they just don't. You really see how the other half lives. You see what you can live without. This is what happened when my mother died. This is when I said to you, like, I always saw what I could do without. That's why I'm the way I am. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, I always thought you had to be there at midnight to watch the movie. What if you missed it? You wake up the next morning, life is still the same. Right? And you see life from a different perspective because you weren't part of a sheep fucking movement. It's really weird to say no and to go against something you really want to do. But when you do it, you see the other side. You see how the other side lives. You always realize what's important now. Holy shit, I see what's fucking important.
And what I found, at least, and
let's try. Listen, hold on 1 second.
What are we going to try right now?
Auntie Dolores sent us the new packaging today. She sent us cocoa cookies. She sent us caramel corn. This is the new packaging. And she sent us savory pretzels. As you know, Auntie Dolores is the leader, you know, in vegan, sugar-free snacks. And
she's the leader in death.
She also sent us 30 milligram edible that we'll eat right now.
Let's have the caramel corn. What are you going to take there? Oh, you want to do the brownie? Okay.
Yeah, that's a little brownie, though. That's going to be very special. It's just myself and Lee. So we're going to have a little fucking smorgasbord here tonight. And just talk some shit with you people. You know what I'm saying? Just very simple about what's going on. We've had Regan in here and the football play. And every once in a while, we just want to talk shit. And you guys just to tap into our conversation and see what the fuck we're feeling and what we're doing. I'm sorry, Lee, to interrupt you.
No, it's okay. Just thinking, I'm glad I Ubered. So you were just saying, like, what you realize you can live without. I used to go every year to my dad's friend's Christmas party. And they're super rich, and they had someone dressed up as Santa, and they had all this gifts and all that sort of stuff. And it was always fun. The best Christmas I've ever had was the first Christmas with Paula and her mom. It was me, her mom, and her cousin. We did gifts. We did food and tamales. and then we got drunk and played Loteria in their house in Inglewood, and it was great. Like
It's simple.
Yeah.
It's simple. There's no fakeness. There's no, I like Christmas. I tell you, one of the best Christmases I had was my Christmas in prison. It was the best Christmas I ever had because it broke it down to the simplest of what Christmas was. Then we exchanged gifts. Yeah, I gave one guy a comb. I gave the other guy like fucking batteries, But it was about food. It was about guys being together, locked up, and making the best of what they had. And when you do that sometimes, it's a different holiday. It adds a different fucking twist to everything. I've always been a spokesman against weddings. It's not that I hate marriages and whatever. I just don't, at a point, it becomes like you're getting married for somebody else.
Oh, yeah, totally.
I want you to get married for you. When I got married the first time, I got married for me, but it was for her parents. When I got married to Terry, it was about us. It was about what we wanted, how we wanted to do it, what we wanted people to wear, which was regular shit. We did it on a Wednesday. It was a wedding.
Did you get any shit? Like, how could you not be doing this? Or how?
People know better to say something.
With you, they don't care.
Yeah. I'll break it down for you. Everybody's here on Wednesday. Everybody's here. What's the busiest night in a college town? In any town? The night before Thanksgiving.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody goes out. Everybody wears their nice shirts. They're home from college. College is great. Where are you going to school? I took the semester off. Oh, yeah. What? And they make you feel bad. Biggest night of the fucking year, Thanksgiving. Biggest night of the fucking year. So that's why.
Oh, is that when you did it?
What's that?
The wedding, your wedding.
Yeah, I did it the night before Thanksgiving. The Wednesday before Thanksgiving. Did it on Wilshire in a little office building. And once you open it, looks like a fucking church. Filipinos and immigrants get married in there. Little pre-shows up. We took the third floor penthouse suite. If you were over 6'2", you banged your head on the ceiling.
But you had a great time. Like I've seen the pictures.
Mike Kessler walked my wife down. It was Red Van and Ari with a suit. Ari wore a suit and gave me a present. And we got married. And we raced up to the Hollywood Bowl and we got fucking white rice, black beans, and pork chunks from Silver Lake or Cochinito, and we got pastrami sandwiches from Langer's with a bunch of rye bread, and then we got fucking fried chicken from Rouse, and we got sodas, and we bought a bunch of booze. You can make your own drink, and that's it. I didn't care what you wore. I didn't care who you brought. My wife made a wedding cake overnight. She stayed up all night making it. My wife got high. She put a dress on. I put a suit on, and we got married. Her parents didn't show. My family didn't come. It was, I didn't care. I understand. I'm not there to get married for people. I'm there to get married for myself. I never held a grudge against people. Felipe didn't go. A lot of people, Ralphie didn't go. They were working. I got it. I wasn't mad. I had to do it that day. I did not want to do it on a Saturday and, make a big to-do. I just wanted to fucking get married. And look, we're still together. We're only going 15 years. I love him more than ever. I didn't get married. I remember years ago, the black chick from The View got married to some fucking black dude. And they fucking had Chris Rock there and the chubby black girl. What's her name?
Sherry Shepherd?
No, the one before Sherry Shepherd.
I'll look it up.
Okay. She got married. She lost a lot of weight and blah, 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 and blah, 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 blah. And the guy fucks some fucking whatever. The chick from Desperate Housewives. They had a $10 million wedding with the basketball player from the Spurs, the fucking black guy that lost his edge. And all of a sudden they got married. Everybody loved each other. And what happened? Boom. He fucked the housekeeper. A guy, listen, that's all that shit is to entangle glasses and for your friends to come and say it was elegant. At the end of the day, nobody gives a fuck. They're all there for the fucking free meal. So, and to be seen and to be heard, that's why that celebrity shit is bullshit to me. Every time I see a celebrity get married, it's garbage. It's like, I love him. And you don't even love yourself. You're fake. You don't even write your own fucking lines, you piece of shit. You expect to fucking love somebody. Get the fuck out of here. What's up, Lisa? You bad motherfucker. You.
This brownie hit hard.
Right away. Yeah,
I don't know if it's a Green Hornet or what.
We don't fuck around. We also have we're going to do a little caramel corn and sample that.
Okay.
The caramel corn is delicious. We're going to do one of these fucking black mambos, the cocoa sparkles.
And listen, people know I usually don't like brownies. Like anything with chocolate with weed is usually not my favorite. That is that brownie's I almost couldn't taste the weed. You can still
I
taste
could
weed.
tell on your face that you didn't fucking sour and pucker up. And one other thing, Lee,
What's
and
up?
let these people know, whether it's Anarchy edibles, Chiba Chews, or Anti-Dolores, they have always been my go-to edibles. I mean, I just discovered Anarchy edibles, and I think they're brilliant. I still got the star there. We ate all their fucking edibles. Great product. I like who runs it. I love his story.
Well, the thing that you taught me is you really have to switch it up because I don't know how many milligrams that brownie was. It's less than the star.
Yeah.
But since I haven't had anything like that for a while, it's hitting me fucking
Well, it's
hard.
a different batch. It's a
Yeah,
different
that's
batch.
what I'm saying.
When you eat Chiba Chew, they have that type of butter. I guess when you eat their stuff, they have that type
You
of
go on
butter.
rotations, dude.
Sure, because you don't ever want to. It's like working out. You want to run 1 week. You want to do kettlebells 1 week. You want to bodybuild 1 week. You want to go to jiu-jitsu 1 week. You always keep it up so your muscles are always. I swam on Friday, Lee. I went to the fucking thing. I put my fucking lifting suit on, and I went downstairs. And as I walked down, the pool was empty. I knew that Saturday the pool was going to be filled with fucking kids. I went upstairs. I went in my little utility bag where I got an extra sleep apnea. I got everything, like sugars, you know, those cancer sugars.
You save sugars?
Oh, I have to, just in case I go to a hotel room and I make coffee and they got no fucking sugar. So I have everything in there. Okay, I got everything fucking in there. I went upstairs. I got the goggles. I ran down. I jumped in the pool late. I was doing laps, breaststroking, kicking on the way in, and then just pulling myself on the way back. I would do that 5 times and then walk around the pool or run around the pool and throw side kicks. And the pool was 4'6", so it was from my fucking chest down. I did that for a half hour. I'm not gonna lie to no, but I stayed in the pool for a half hour and I stayed in the jacuzzi for like 20 minutes.
You can do 5 back and forth?
Yeah,
That's hard.
But I know how to breathe. I learned how to breathe with swimming. The first 2 times I did it, I almost drowned.
I don't remember the
But
last
then
time
you
I
have to,
swam.
because you have to suck in and breathe when your head goes in. When you do a breaststroke, when you do this one coming around, you twist your head on this arm.
Yeah.
And you breathe in, and as you throw that arm, you breathe out. So when you pop up again,
I never
you're
breathe
breathing.
out. You have to breathe out?
You have to breathe out when you hit the water. You breathe out in the water. You exhale.
Oh.
So right here, and as you hit, it's all timed. It's a beautiful thing. Swimming is a beautiful thing.
I love
when you
swimming.
see those guys fucking doing
I can't do
the
that.
butterfly, me neither. But when you see them doing the butterfly, when they're on the way up, they're inhaling. When they hit the water, they exhale. When they pop out, they inhale. They can't breathe under the water, so you might as well exhale it and use that power. You know, you have to put your fingers together to grab. So all those little intricate things when you do the little breath, because I can't do a regular breaststroke anymore because of my shoulders, but I could do the pull from the bottom. If I had the pulleys, I would put those between my legs. Then you float, and that gets your core. And you just fucking pull. Your shoulders get strong. It loosens everything up in here. You don't need no 20 massages from Chinese woman.
Obviously, I don't know much about toning, but I've heard like that swimming is the best thing for like building muscle.
Well, the problem with swimming is that it's a great exercise. You burn a lot of calories while you're in the water, and you burn a great cardio. But when you get out of the pool, that's it. It doesn't stay with you the rest of the day as if weightlifting would or running would. When you run or you weightlift, those calories burn throughout the day. The elliptical, those calories burn throughout the day. That's when you want to go early and eat your carbs for the day early, and it gets it out of the way. By the way, I'm down to 305.
Nice job, buddy.
20 fucking pounds on this little fucking diet. Fuck the. Somebody sent me another thing about the operation that after 9 years, you start losing your teeth because your body doesn't get the nutrients that it has to. You have to constantly drink milkshakes and milk and protein and this and that and get sun. So I think I'm going to stick with what I'm doing right now. It's working for me. I feel fucking great. I deadlifted today. I did all my upper lower end. I did the elliptical. Today I sweat like a fucking savage. It's very humid in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
What's up, baby? What are you looking at me like that for?
Because I'm fucking high as fuck already.
Fuck yeah. That's what we're supposed to be. That's what we do to church of what's fucking happening now, cocksucker. What else?
I had a fucked up thing happen on Friday.
What happened to my boy Lisa? Yeah.
I had ordered flowers for my mom to be delivered Saturday. And like 9 o'clock, I even told Paul, I was like, my flowers, they haven't been, I don't have a tracking number yet. And I thought maybe since it was in Miami, they were gonna just overnight it and deliver it that day. But at midnight, I got an email. So it's 3 a.m. their time, saying that they weren't gonna be able to get it out, and they refunded it and they're sorry. So I go crazy on Twitter, and then I just ordered flowers. What I'm gonna do from now on is just order flowers from a local florist. But
the youth of America, I told you before the podcast started, you guys jump on this shit that's cute, but at the end of the day, how effective really is it? I gotta stop and press a button just to do, like I told Lee, Uber, you go outside and lift your hand, the cab shows up. But you motherfuckers want to make everything
In
complicated.
New York, no.
Lee's a great kid. He's great. But Lee loves that fucking computer. He loves anything, and God forbid they're on Shark Tank and they don't get money. Lee really goes with them. So
Well, I used them the first time because they were sponsoring a podcast.
Right.
But yeah,
and
it
they
was
slipped.
just,
They corporate and they fucking slipped and they fucked up the flowers, or they got in too deep.
Probably.
They got in too deep. See, a lot of those services, what they do is they don't have shops. They call Lee in Boston. They go, "Hi, Lee. You're All Quick Florist. Yes, you are. You have a 3-star rating on Yelp. This is what we do. We're a company. We're going to come to you every month. We're going to give you 50% more business, but we want you to discount our flowers by 25%. And what we're going to do is we're going to keep 15. And since it's going to be 10% off or 15% off, we're going to sell more flowers than you are. What do you think? Can you do that? It's like people with that shit now. When you want a ticket to a show, where do you go? Groupon or whatever the fuck you do. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
So you go to them, correct? This is what you did with the flowers. But that's all great and dandy. That's the service they create. So when you call them, all they're doing is shooting a fucking email to one of their centers,
right?
Saying, "Can you send this?"
Hey,
it could be a mom and pop fucking florist, the same florist you're going to use in your neighborhood,
right?
That if you call, but the florist gives attention to his business first, because his business, he gets top dollar.
Of course,
he's cutting 15% off his services for his job.
Dude, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing on Kick. Just spreading peace and love on Kick. How was your weekend? It happens to the best of us. Dog, I know people who still like your, not to say no one, I've never met anybody who doesn't like your Discord per se, but I know people who still are using it. I know some people who are still using your Discord. Not Discord, your Telegram. You gave me my own? Okay. Very cool. That's very nice of you. Absolutely. I'm ready for it. Have you spoken with Apollo recently? How was he? Wow. Lot lizard in it to the stars. Joey Diaz said he never saw a lot lizard. Dog. I had a friend of mine who I just found out was murdered in the last 24 hours. Yeah. Well, honestly, this person and I had a falling out. He was a former owner of a startup. He was a owner of a startup that I joined within 6 months and launched the biggest app in car wash history. We just really blew this thing up. But he wasn't paying me on time, and so I just got another job. And while we didn't keep in touch, it's not that I wanted bad for him. I wanted only good things. But what really ended up happening is the state of California changed the law under which we were operating. And so basically we were legal until January 1st, 2020. And then we were operating in a gray area thereafter. And the gray area, number one, I was uncomfortable acting in that gray area. And I had made that aware very early. Yeah, when I say gray area, I mean it was like how we were classifying independent contractors. Like, you know how Uber and Lyft drivers aren't employees of Uber and Lyft? Well, this company was doing the same with car washers. But what happened was the state of California said you can no longer classify people like that, but we're going to make an exception for Uber and Lyft drivers, but not for car washers. That's exactly right. And so it made it really hard to be a truck driver in the state of California and some other things. But it also made it that this app that we developed, where at the push of a button you have a car washer at your house to clean your car or your work, was a convenience that was no longer, I felt, going to be legal. And I made that very clear. So I knew I had to find another position. Also, this boss was being really, really difficult on me. I worked really, really hard for him to ensure that I could have my religious holidays off, which meant I never took any vacation days and I never took any sick days over the course of years. But I just wanted what I was legally afforded for my religious holidays. And he started putting pressure on me, and I could tell things were just wearing on him. Anyway, the state of California ended up suing him for $37 million plus. Actually, it ended up being more. It's going to be like $50 million, or it would have been. So what ends up happening, I got this fucking app in Forbes magazine, which is a big fucking deal. And I left, and like 14 days after I left, the state of California sued him. So I left just in time. And I really had no idea. I don't want to say I had no idea it was coming. I sensed it, but it was just very good timing on my part. Anyway, so I go and I then get a contract working for the Fortune 500. And if you're familiar with Kimberly-Clark, and I worked for them for several years, and then went on this expedition of streaming my life, living off my savings. Well, I go to check on what was going on with that lawsuit, and I Google the name, and I read that the person with whom he was my friend, this is really unfortunate, but I can't say that it's all that much of a surprise. When I looked it up, an article comes up from Las Vegas that says that he was in a situation where it was a cocaine fentanyl overdose, but there was like a hooker who was going to rob him or was stealing from him, and there were like two other people. Anyway, so the only reason why this became news to me was because I looked this up, and I'm just kind of in shock about it a little bit. So I just wanted to share that. Yeah, and I was really looking. Let me say this: he was a really, really difficult person for whom to work, and a terrible boss. But he would have been a lot of fun to hang out with once we were at the same level financially. he's like a multi-million-dollar person, and it's just hard to hang out at the same level with that kind of person when you're a thousandaire. And so, but I just feel bad for his. See, here's the thing, too. I mean, he was. Here's the thing. They had a picture of the prostitute, and it's like, dude, your wife is so much better looking than this chick. Like, what were you thinking? And in his own way, he was like the head of the Armenian mafia in Southern California. He ran a bunch of chop shops essentially, and he legitimized them so that he was able to take the profits from that for this startup. Anyway, now I think they're going to have a trial and things for there were 3 people who are accused of murder, and honestly, I don't think they should be accused of murder, but they're really, really harsh on fentanyl, particularly when you have like a dealer involved. So they're looking to get 2nd-degree murder on all 3 people. Now, I've got to say, this is a different kind of quote unquote murder than like your typical murder where I might be really, really in shock. It could have been very violent, yada, yada, yada. I mean, I know this guy. He's asking for it, especially living the life that he was living. And yeah, exactly. So I can't really feel too badly for him, but I was really perhaps looking forward to, if this ever goes viral, once given enough time, I think if infinite time exists, then it must go viral, but then it must not go viral because infinity can cause a lot of things in the world. But I was really looking forward to, I don't want to say mending things with him because it wasn't like necessarily bad. I resigned in a letter to him for religious reasons, and then took another job the next day that I had set up. So it was like a really smooth transition. It hit him. I left and I was the backbone of his business. And then he got sued by the state for like $50 million. And then I think his like life just started kind of to unwind or unravel. But that doesn't mean he deserved to die by any means. I feel really badly for that happening. So I just wanted to share that. I'm just still kind of in shock about it. Yeah, dude, I don't agree with that. Dog. That's horseshit. Do they charge the bartender for the murder of someone if somebody gets a DUI that results in a fatality? No. It's like, how far back are you going to do this? You're going to take it back to the liquor company? Same shit. Right. But, can I tell you this? And I'm confused. I'm absolutely like dumbfounded by this, and I don't want to find out the answer. I've been on fentanyl at times of my life for long periods of time and had absolutely no issue with it. Now, I had that in patches. It's not like I was snorting it. And I had it because I had some surgeries on my legs. And due to the pain, that's something that they prescribed me, were these patches. And I recognize that, like, there's anything that could be in this stuff. I'm just saying that, like, I didn't ever have an issue with it. And so, like, it's surprising to me that my friend could, like, snort this, I guess, or whatever. Like, here's the other thing that's really unfortunate, I feel, for the people who are charged with murder, is the fact that if this person like if they find just like a little trace of fentanyl, or even if they're like they're gonna get like charged with it. Like, I don't know. I know my friend, and he was there for the cocaine. He didn't want anything else. Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, in my opinion, what happened is it was a cocaine overdose, and they just found some fentanyl in this batch of powder, and I don't know. I just the the situation. If you were to ask me, like, if this person were gonna, I remember having discussions with him, saying he was so intense of a person that I said, you're gonna drop dead before you're 40, and I'm gonna have to run this company with your family. And I don't want to have to do that. I want you here. And he's like, bro, that's not going to happen. You don't understand. And like, okay, so he died at 41. So I was pretty close. But he would, he was so over the top. He was a person who came from Armenia and was able to basically start a small business and in the automotive industry, and sell it for like $1 million before he was age 30. And then he made another business. And this was a really good business. When I said it was a chop shop, it was a legal chop shop, I guess. I guess that's not the right way to put it, because a chop shop is one that just steals cars and takes out the parts. It wasn't that. What he would do would be he would bid on auctions, and then he would only bid on really high-end cars. So here's what happens. Cat lover's driving cat lover's Ferrari down the 405 and totals it. Well, my friend would bid on that totaled car. He had a shop that would put it together, and then they'd sell it to somebody in Dubai like it was new. But since it had a salvage title, it couldn't be resold in the United States for the same price. But if you could sell it overseas without an issue. Does that make sense? So you have to understand, he was making huge amounts of money on these cars. Like, I don't know, let's say a $500,000 Lamborghini gets totaled and it's salvaged for like $50,000. He puts another $50,000 of work into it, so it looks like it's $500,000 again, and he sells it for $300,000. So he makes a profit on it of $200,000. Yeah, exactly. But only really high-end cars. So ones that they want in like Kuwait and Qatar and those kind of places. And then he would just ship them. Okay. So he made tons of money. This guy just lived a wild life. So he was able to turn that business into like somewhat of a real estate empire a little bit. And then he got into tech. But here's the thing. He didn't know anything about technology. He got a bunch of people around him who just didn't have a lot of leadership. They spent 3 years trying to launch an app, and they were unable to. And then when I got there, we were able to do it within 6 months. And it was a wild ride. I was on commercials. We created billboards. I wrote radio commercials, signed celebrity spokespeople. It was just kind of a wild time in my life. And to know that, like, this guy who lived really one of those hard and fast lives, it's all over for him. And if anything, he lived a fun life. I think he'd be happy about that. But I don't know. There's something about living a more normalized life. I would have loved for this guy to just have been a family man. He had 3 beautiful sons. He had a beautiful wife. He had a really nice family. And he would try to, on the surface, make it look like that was his life. But then he was always out, always doing something. And he had this really interesting way. So you know how I said he's in the automotive industry? Well, that made him technically an automotive dealer. or at least technically, I guess I want to say is he was an automotive dealer. So what he was able to do is to drive cars without license plates on the freeway, and then he had a dealer plate with him. But here's the amazing thing. He would always drive a different car because he was buying new cars every week. So he'd always drive like a new Lamborghini or a new Porsche or whatever it was. And whenever you have to go through the like HOV lane, and they take a picture of your license plate if you're not in there with a carpool, it would just take a picture, but there was no license plate. So for years, this guy got around the system. He would drive from Glendale to where we were working, which was in Long Beach, pretty close to Long Beach. He'd be able to drive it in like 10 minutes. Exactly. And he was able to do it being alone. And if he ever, if they ever took a picture of him, it just didn't have a license plate. So he had this way of like being able to travel throughout Southern California, like very efficiently. So he could be in all kinds of places. I would say that like not your average person could be. And here's the other thing too. He was willing to take more risks on the freeway than any person I had ever met in my life. The emergency lane, he would drive in it. So if there were any kind of backup in traffic, he would just take the emergency lane. And well, I'll tell you what, I mean, that's cool and all until you get caught. But here's what he would do is just pay the fine and there was no issue. And he would give a good excuse like, oh, and like this one time he had a good excuse. We were, this is a humble brag, but all right, it's going to sound like one. I wasn't even thinking of it for this situation. We're talking about driving, but we had just shot this commercial. I was in this commercial that was going to air and did air on like a Sunday afternoon. And we were in Beverly Hills and we had to drive back to where we were in Long Beach. And we only had like an hour to drive back in heavy traffic from Beverly Hills. It was going to be a really tight window. And he had to get back to make sure everybody got paid. He basically had everybody's paychecks. And it was like looking on the GPS, it said we were going to be like 2.5 hours. And this person just drove literally like 30 miles just to the emergency lane and didn't fucking get caught. And I was like, you mean to tell me you're going to drive this entire trip in the emergency lane whenever there's any kind of traffic backup? And he's like, yep. Like, what do you do if you get caught? Like, what do you do if the police stop you? He says, this has happened before, and I tell them that it's an emergency, that there's several businesses of people who aren't going to get paid, which means that they have babysitters who won't get paid and food that won't get made. I'm a business owner here, and it's an emergency. I have to get there. And he says 9 times out of the 10, the police just let him go. And if they don't, he just has to pay a fine usually. Right. The fact that that is ballsy. What? No way. You were really fortunate. Being in the tri-state area. Yeah. I understand that. Well, it got you where you needed to be. He was definitely an interesting guy and someone who I'll say like I had really high good times with him, and at the end of the day though, do I think he was a good person? Not really, actually. Like he fucked a lot of people. There were really good elements of him where he could be really nice, but he would only be nice to get something out of it. You know what I mean? Like for his own benefit. And so it's interesting to me that so he actually died in 2023, in March of 2023, but there was no obituary, and I hadn't worked there in like 3 years, so I didn't really have contact with anyone from there, and so there was no obituary. The only way that I found out about it, and because it happened in like another city, you know, he's based out of the LA area. It happened in Las Vegas. There wasn't an article or anything about it until May of this year, because there's going to be a murder trial, 3 murder trials or something. Which again, I don't think that those people should have to go to jail for that. But I know that the law says differently. I just disagree with that law. So yeah, it's ridiculous. I could see that. It's wild. It depends on your relationship with the DA and all kinds of other things. What kind of attorney you have. Well, I agree with you. I have been using these robots on Kick, as you know, and I had an interesting conversation with someone just the other day. They're a big streamer, and they were like, "Hey, Rabbi, do you know who XYZ is?" And I'm like, "No, who's that?" They're like, "XYZ is one of the main moderators who's paid by Kick. They're a Kick employee, and they did an interview the other day, and they talked about you in it." And I was like, "Oh, okay, well, do tell." Exactly. And so they were asked the question, what is Kick going to do about this Rabbi Rothschild? Because obviously Rabbi is a very motivated individual and is not stopping, and there doesn't look like there's an end to sight. In fact, it looks like it's getting worse, because now, in addition to just following us and spamming us, he's now has an even worse little system that creates a clip and clogs up all of our clips with his advertisements. What can we do? And this head moderator of Kick, who I expected to name one of like 15 different things that which I could think to stop this, was like, yeah, we're defenseless against this. So I was pretty proud of that, and I do my best to stay behind VPNs. I'm live streaming my life, so they can watch me do it. So they could literally just watch what I do and build defenses against it. But for now, I'm getting out the word. And let's say I don't know, for some reason I can't do it on Kick anymore, I'll just go do it on another platform. Did you know this? Well, you probably don't, but when you stream as long as I do, I have literally, my stream has been going longer than like some platforms on which I've been using have had lifespans. There's this one that I was using called Caffeine that was like a gamer site that was for live streaming. And I went and checked. I had all this content on the site until a certain day, until like I don't know, like June 15th or something. And I went to look what was going on with this. And I go to their website and it was like, we're so sorry, but after a 2.5-year journey of providing the best service possible in the gaming industry, we no longer can continue to provide, we can no longer afford the hosting services. And for these reasons, we have to close the doors. So it's like, wow. So that's a service that I was using that isn't even in business anymore. Exactly. And that's why I multi-stream on so many different platforms, because if what is cool today on, say, Snapchat might not be for tomorrow, or what's cool today on Twitch might not be for tomorrow. So I do my best to stay as to have as many different streams as going as possible, to stay as uncancelable as possible, and to have redundant streams in case anything ever happens to my streams. I don't think I'm going to pass away, though. Okay. Like when I do my mind uploading technology ceremony or something. Dog, do you know that I talk about that all the time and it is real? And if you don't mind your P's and Q's, if you don't, you never know. The powers that be could use that technology to punish people eternally. I know, you just want to straight up die like a normal person. But they can revivitize you and basically resurrect you, and then the revivification would cause you to be reborn or restarted your consciousness, and then you could be tortured endlessly. Well, they might, because of all of the filth that you put in the world. Dog, I'm going to now tell you everything I know about Joey Diaz. You ready? All right. Dog. I'm not going to tell you everything I know about him, but I will tell you this. I've been watching his podcast, and while it's not like his humor is different, it's very, to me, his humor is like this. It's the kind of guy you hear at the corner of the bar just telling stories, and you just kind of pull up a stool next to him and listen to what he's saying. And how much of it can be believed, who knows? Has this guy lived the most moral lifestyle in his life? Most likely not. He's probably done a lot of bad things, but that's some of the reasons why we like his stories. So I listened to him. I mean, these are like old stories of his. This isn't like modern podcasts of his. I mean, these are like 5 or 10 years old. But I really think that, he's going to die. And when he dies, his podcasts are going to be huge. Like, there'll be this archive of his stories and all this other shit. And I think he is a very underrated storyteller. I think, from a comedic standpoint, he's a bad boy of comedy. So that means that major agencies and stuff don't want to fucking touch him. Especially because, he was accused, and I probably think actually did it, of a lot of sexual assault. In order to get up on the stage at the Comedy Store, he used to basically say he had to finger you as a girl or you weren't going to get up. And like, that's terrible. So that's why like, if you're ever wondering, like, why isn't there a Joey Diaz show? Or why doesn't Joey Diaz get a Netflix special? He'll get like some little shitty special, but why doesn't he get like a really big special? It's because anytime anybody's like, oh, this guy's great, then all these stories start coming out about, you know, he went to prison for kidnapping and all this other shit. And he's got an open warrant in Washington State, like a Class C felony, and he's just dodging that. And so basically they're like, look, for as much fun as he may be, we can't get all that much behind him. However, to hear him and to just be like, what I'm doing is just like watching these fucking computers. Oh, I know what I wanted to tell you. So I do these computers. I've got these fucking robots going, and I do these shout outs to people. And, you know, honestly, when you said to me, that's a good idea, when I did that, when I showed you that meant the world to me, Ass Munch, because I don't get a lot of feedback when I do this that is positive. Usually it's all negative. Hey, you suck cock, dude, go fucking drop dead, all this other shit, just because people are so sick of what I do, which I understand. But to get positive feedback is great, and especially get it from my friend Ass Munch, and to know that if I do those for basically every creator, I mean, it's possible, not on the internet, but every creator on Kick. It's just a matter of time until someone's going to be like, what is this? You're always streaming. You're a weird person. I know they're going to be like, this person is fucking weird. They have all this content. It's like they have all these cameras going. But if anything, I'm going to share it with my friends because we can make fun of it. And we'll make fun of it for a little bit and we'll see what happens. And then people start to find out, hey, you know what? Like normally when you find someone and you want to make fun of them and you're going to troll them, you go to their content and then you basically find all their content and then you're done. But in this case, it's like you're going to spend years looking at my content, honey, and still not find it all. Well, and you have, as I've said in the past, you have good radar for things. You're a smart individual. In my opinion, you have a high level of emotional intelligence. You just pick up wavelengths on people and vibes quite well. And that's really a high compliment. That one of the higher compliments I can give you. I don't give that compliment often at all. So you should know that's very good. But like, you know, absolutely. I mean, it's a talent. You are able to just cut through bullshit really easily, and that's cool. And you don't beat around the bush. Anyway, I'll stop sucking your dick in a second. So there are some creators on Kick who are really, really sick of me. And well, let me say there are like different groups of people. There are people with whom I've never connected. And those are kind of like, I don't know, 3 different categories. There are big people with whom I've never connected, medium people with whom I've never connected, and small time creators with whom I've never connected. Okay, fine. Then I have the same 3, big, medium, and small, for people with whom I've connected, and they're just starting to find out about me, but I haven't necessarily annoyed them yet. It's just, they're like the beginnings of things. Then I have people who I've annoyed. Big creators who I've annoyed, medium creators who I've annoyed, and small creators who I've annoyed. I've annoyed most all the big creators. Then what do we have? Then we have creators who I have annoyed, but now they like me. And that's a huge amount of people too, where I annoy them, and then I make them a video, or I talk to them in their Discord, or I chat with them in their chat, and then they become my fan. And then whenever my bots come in, they celebrate the fact. So there's that group of people too, and that one's growing. And then I have a group of people who have just always been positive about me since the beginning. Like, where they were never negative against me. They read my message and they were like, oh, that's cool. I can get behind that. But those are basically the different classifications. And I'm just kind of shaking things up. I say to myself, 2 months ago, no one knew about me on this fucking platform. Now their head moderators know about me. So if anything, that's a positive. You're exactly right. And what is interesting about this project is just the sheer amount of data there is that normally with any other event, like, do you know who Hop to a Girl is? Oh, wow. So it's been around that long? Okay. So there's a perfect example where you saw it two months ago, but then all of a sudden, I don't know what it was. I really think it's just probably, it could be intelligence agencies that want this, but at a certain point, the algorithms saw this piece of content and ran wild with it, and it went to the right aggregators and it went to the right influencers, and now you know who I'm referencing when I say Hop to a Girl, right? All right. Well, sort of in the same way, when you saw her shit like a month ago or 2 months ago, it didn't blow up. You saw it. It's the same fucking content. Nothing changed, but it didn't blow up. However, something happened where the right fucking people saw it, and then 2 months later, this shit is everywhere. And this woman is on concert stages, and she's a mini celebrity who has her own endorsement deals now. Good for her. So in the same way, when you have anything going viral, it doesn't always go viral right away. But at least in my case, I have enough content that any major influencer could just be like, all right, I don't know what all this person is saying, but there are at least parts of this that are interesting to people, particularly the fact that you can just always watch this person. That to me is the coolest part of it. That, hey, are you ever like really interested with a creator or watching a movie or a television show and it ends? Well, guess what? This one doesn't. It's always going. You got that right. So what I did was I changed my message that I've been spamming a little bit. And now it's pretty long. It says, basically, have you seen Rabbi shoutouts on Instagram and TikTok? Check him out at Rabbi Rothschild on Instagram, Super Rothschild on TikTok. Now, if you're like, why don't you have Rabbi Rothschild on TikTok? I do, but that account got banned. So it's like fighting the People's Republic of China to get one of those accounts back. So I just let them go. If they get banned, here's the thing. This happened to me recently. It's happening to me more and more too. Get this one. This is a new one. Okay, so my entire, like, if you wanted to know, Rabbi, why aren't you fucking famous right now? One fucking reason. It would be this. YouTube. To be like, Rabbi, YouTube, it's not Kick, it's not anything. No, it's YouTube. What? Whenever I get any kind of momentum going on YouTube, my account gets banned. So I have accounts with thousands of people, but they've been banned. And those thousands of people either forget about you or don't know if you're still streaming on a different, it's just, you're not always there to remind them. So, and this has happened to me now, like at least a dozen times, where I've taken all my accounts and changed them just so that I could have this archive and it's not all one. So what happens is this. Basically, once YouTube thinks that you're doing something that is against their community guidelines, they'll give you a warning, and they used to not allow that warning to go away, but now you can get that warning to go away. Then there's like a strike 1, a strike 2, and a strike 3. I don't understand why it has to be baseball related. I've never understood that with the 3 strike system when it comes to like prison, and I've never understood that for anything except baseball, because that's where it comes. But anyway, so you get these 3 strikes. Well, here's what happens to someone in my case. I will have streamed something 2 years ago. I'll stream like a Joe Rogan experience 2 years ago, and that content will stay up for 2 years, and everything will be fine with it. But then all of a sudden, the World Health Organization, which I can't even say like without having everything fucking getting flagged, might change something in their standards, and then that changes all of the algorithm, and then you can get a strike for that. For like old content. Does that make sense? Dude, totally. So here's the thing. I have accounts that I have that haven't been touched in a year, and they're currently getting strikes against them. Meaning, like, it was fine to say what I said 2 years ago, but it's not fine to say what was said now. Dude, oh, I know what I wanted to tell you. You know, I was talking about the debate the other day, and I don't normally get political, and I said like 92% of people, at least on the radio in LA, said Trump won. But I'll tell you this. I thought Biden did better than, like, I was actually surprised. I thought he did really better than how do I want to say it? Biden acted like Biden has acted for the last 3.5 fucking years, exactly that way. And it's like all of a sudden now people are starting to pick up on it. It's like, no, dog, this has been the same dude this whole fucking time. So like, he did great. He did absolutely fucking great. He didn't fall down. That would have been like here. This is literally my expectations for this man. Where did you fall down? That would have been a kind of a boo-boo of a debate. If you stayed on 2 feet the whole time, that's a win. He's falling. Doug, I have to say this. He does not look like the Joe Biden of the last like 75 years. Like, I know they say he got a facelift, and I've seen people with facelifts. I don't believe it. Mask. Yeah, and that's not a bad thing to think for a few reasons. We didn't know that much about this mask technology until recently. It has been declassified. Have you seen this mask technology though? Like they use some predictive programming in it. Do you remember like Tom Cruise uses this in one of the Mission Impossibles? Okay, so basically there's a scene in a Mission Impossible where you're watching this guy do all this fucking stuff, and all of a sudden you see this person rip off their face, and it's Tom Cruise. And it's like, no way. I can't believe he was doing all that stuff. I would have never known that was Tom Cruise. The mask is so good. All right, so they've shown this in the media, but then also it's very interesting to me to listen to the interviews with people who worked at the CIA, who were literally the head of what's called, there's a name for it. It's the head of the disguise department. It's clandestine disguise department or something like that. Or operative disguise department. Or agent disguise, something like that. Anyway, I've seen 2 of these people. The one lady was like, yeah, I was the head of the disguise department from this date to this date, and we had to make disguises for all of these different world leaders, and we made disguises for all of these different agents, and these are indiscernible to the common person, to the point where you can literally get up to the actual skin within 1 inch and not be able to tell the difference. And then I saw this other one recently that, well, okay, so then she says, and I can tell you that, well, I can say that there are two of these people who have similar stories. One of them is a woman who worked for the CIA, and another is a man. But the woman says that I briefed one of the presidents, George Herbert Walker Bush, and then another guy says that he briefed like a George Herbert Walker Bush on a different kind of mask. And what he did was he came in wearing the mask, and he said, "Mr. President, I'm here to basically debrief you on the CIA's clandestine disguise program." And the president was like, okay, like expecting him to have like a bag of shit to show him. And he's like, "Mr. President, are you recognizing that you may be observing one of these masks or clandestine disguises at this point?" And George Herbert Walker Bush went, "Do you mind if I touch your face?" And went up and touched the person's face and said, "This is indiscernible to my eyes. I have no idea that that's a mask." So basically, like, dude, George Herbert Walker Bush was the head of the director of the CIA in the late 1970s until he became vice president of the United States. Like, if he's not able to discern these things, then fucking, you know how much better they've gotten in the last 40 years? And so for your ex's mom to say that, hey, dude, I see how she has that, how there may be some evidence there. Oh, totally. That's what I'm saying. He looks completely different. And also, if you read his daughter's memoir, number one, that they showered together, which is fucked up. But number two, his granddaughter comes out and says that he died in the year 2019, I think, of prostate cancer, something like that. And that this guy is just an actor. And like his family's fucking vocal about it. To lower the status quo, basically, it's gaslighting the public into thinking like, oh, he's doing a great job. Look at his approval ratings; they're higher than the other guys or whatever. But what people are now finally saying is, we have a geriatric in the office, and we need an alternative. What I'm saying is this. Nothing has fucking changed in the past 3 years. So if you were happy with it for the last 3 years, I don't know why you're changing your vote. Dog, but he looks different. And you're not allowed to isn't that weird that you're not allowed to publicly discuss this? I'm just saying, the motherfucker looks different. And you can say it's a facelift. And I can say, did you hear that fucking interview with George Herbert Walker Bush and the head of the disguise people? I'm not saying that's true or not, but I'm saying, like, dog, ask his fucking granddaughter. His granddaughter says that he's dead. So what do I think's going on? Look, I don't fucking know. I just know that I made a prediction on Coast to Coast AM, not like about a year ago, that Biden would win in 2024 and he would die in office. and Kamala Harris will take over, and she'll finish out that term plus another 2 terms. So she'll have like one of the longest. She'll be like the longest president in U.S. history. There's a whole poster. Have you seen that poster of all of their faces that make up her face? So there's a poster of all of the people she put behind bars, all of their mugshots, and if you zoom out, it's her face. But it's like thousands. It looks like it's hundreds of people. And she has like this inconsistency where she was like, oh yeah, I used to smoke pot. She said this on the Breakfast Club in New York City, that morning show. Well, she said, I was smoking, listening to like Snoop Dogg and Jay-Z in the 1990s or something, like 1991 or something like that. There was something off with her timeline where it was like, wait, you mean to tell us that you were doing this while you were locking these people up? What kind of like terrible person are you? And then she's like, oh, it was a mistake. And Doug, all I can tell you is this. I have no faith in the system. Dog, here's a really interesting thing, or here's something that I found really interesting was, if you do, somebody posted this recently, if you look at Walmart, what people ordered like 2 years ago. Okay, so somebody had this thread. They posted what their groceries were 2 years ago, and it was like $100, and now it's $400. And so for people to say like, oh, inflation is only at like 6%, 6% a fucking year, dude, is like incredible compounded. Yeah, and that is like a staple. Walmart bread is probably like 50% of the bread on the market of the United States, or some pretty close to it. It's a huge amount. And so when you say like, oh, okay, but did people's benefits go up that much? No. Did people's salaries go up that much? No. Did anything go up that much? No. So then this is how I've always felt. If I had a company and I could afford it, when you would have your, like you have your annual review, and usually after an annual review, a company will evaluate your work and then give you a slight raise. But sometimes they also give a cost of living raise, and I would also give an inflation raise. So whatever the inflation was for the United States of that year, say it's usually between like 1% and 3%, then automatically your salary is 1% to 3% more. Because here's what happens. And I had employees where this would be the case, where here's what happens. The first day that you take a job chances are can be the day that you had the most, that you made the most. because you may get a little bit of a raise down the line, but like, let's say, here's a perfect example. You do a really great job for your company all year and you get a 2% raise, but inflation is 3%. Well, now the next year, you're actually working for that company at 1% the value that you did the previous year. Go for it, baby. Right. People don't recognize that they changed what like the consumer price index was. So that, and like that's what they did. The same thing they did with the fucking unemployment rate. It's like the real unemployment rate is like 25%. I mean, I'm included in that. A bunch of fucking streamers are included in that. However, if you're not actively looking for work, you're no longer calculated in it. So that's why it's so low at like 4% or 5%, when in reality it's like 30%. Right. If they found out that, like, I mean, there's a way to do this where you take whatever the inflation rate was in or the unemployment rate was in, like, let's say 1929 when the stock market crashed versus what it is today. And if you said, all right, a few things. Number one, like back then, none of the women, like you didn't count women in the workforce. It was only men. So now we have this huge like group of people of both men and women who are now included in that. Like all the data is different, basically. Right, it's just creating a bubble. Mark my words, I think it's around 40,000 right now. It's going to drop under 10,000 within the next 30 years. Like there's going to be a huge bubble that's going to pop. Meaning, I think that they're going to want to cut baby boomers' retirements in half. Hold on a second. Now, that's another thing that is being done, is they're setting up not just class warfare, but generation warfare. So, like, when I was a kid, we never would be like, oh, the silent generation is a bunch of schmucks. No one would fucking say that. No one would say the fucking greatest generation is so great. Nobody talked like that. You'd say those old motherfuckers need to move their asses. That's what you would say. And then you'd be on with your day. Nobody would be like, oh, boomers, baby boomers. Like, no, it was none of that. And now you get into Generation X and then the millennials and then like what, Generation Z and now Generation Alpha and then Beta and then Gamma. Like it's just going to go through the Greek alphabet, which is fine. I'm glad that we don't have to agree on a fucking name. It's just going to be standardized. But now they're so instead of dividing us by race and by class, now they're dividing us by age. I don't, but I'm a little older than you are. Yeah, but I mean, you can say the same shit about their generations before them, that they had credit cards thrown on them and all kinds of other shit. Do you know when America reached its peak? That's exactly right, California, 1950s. I could see that. Yeah. Basically, the United States has hit its peak. Word dog. I mean, that's why the only way I can protect myself is through data. The only way I can fucking get out of this hole. Even making six figures as I was didn't get me out of the fucking hole. It's not like I could afford to buy a house in Irvine or anything else that I want to do. So it was like, I need to get to that next level. How do you get to that next level? It's like, well, you can start a business, but it's incredibly expensive to do that in the United States nowadays. And there's this like streamer thing that's becoming more and more popular. And if you know about data, it can have incredible value. So you can go with that and just try. But it's like at a certain point, everything is going to be replaced. Every job, probably within the next 10, 15 years. So you got to have a backup. Why don't you stream? Because things were affordable? Right. And you're the exception. So let me ask you this. You're a good welder, right? You're a good welder? Dude, you should just stream yourself welding. That content is fire, no pun intended. No, not that. Not that. You go to TikTok and you live stream yourself at the beginning of your workday, doing whatever you're doing, and people will just watch you and give you donations, and you just literally are in a shop all day fucking welding. Or am I incorrect? Dude, it's perfect. So I don't know if you can work it out with your boss, but you just say, hey, look, all these people, I watch them all fucking day and they do woodworking. Why can't you do metallurgy or machining or welding? Well, dog, you should do it. I mean, all you need is 1,000 followers on TikTok, but you could do it live on Instagram. What I'm trying to say is the earlier that you can get that following, the easier it's going to be for you in the future if you want to do that. And look, for as good as a welder as you may be, in 10 years, there's going to be some robot that can do it better. And I know you may be like, I think I'm irreplaceable, and that's fine. That's an argument for another day. But at a certain point, there will be a robot that can do it better than you can. Exactly. And, well, let me say this. I think, as sad to say it as it is, I think that however you want to define this, celebrity or influencer or whatever that is, I think that will still have a role in society because advertising will be so powerful that people will want to use these names, image, and likenesses of these people. I could be wrong on that, but the other thing that I think will be in more desire in the future is artist. Like human art, I think will become more and more popular. because people want in the future when robots are doing everything, you're either one of two things in society. And I came up with this quote, and if I didn't, I don't know to whom to give credit, but I really do think I came up with this. You're either one of two things in society. You're either a creator or a consumer. I don't care whether you're a doctor, a lawyer, a stay-at-home mom, a welder, a project manager, a rabbi, a pastor, an imam, whatever you are, you're either creating for society or consuming for society. Which is it? Which one are you doing? And at least, like, I mean, I'm someone who, I don't know, I just, as a futurist, look, I'm not saying my content is so fire, everybody fucking wants it. No, I know that. But I know as well that we're in a point in history where this is a very new thing, being able to live stream and being able to create an audience. And look, I mean, we're at a point right now where there are companies, Kick will pay people to live stream. That's incredible. You make $16 an hour, which is just about what you made when you first started your trade. And all you have to do is sit there behind a computer. It's not a bad gig. Wait, that's how it starts. And it gets much higher than that, a lot faster. And yeah, 1.6. But wait, hold on. That's just the start of it. What that 16 is, in addition, you have subscribers in that, and you also have endorsements in that, and that's just on one platform. So, you know, that can really compound. Now, they won't let you do you can't do $16 from every single platform. They do ask for some exclusivity, but that doesn't mean you can't do OnlyFans, and you can't do YouTube Shorts, and you can't do Instagram Reels, and you can't do Snapchat and all that other shit. They just don't want you live streaming on the same platforms, which I get, but still, that's just the beginning. Look, there's this other one that I use, Rumble, has a different setup that I like more, where they just say, like, if you have two people in your chat, you'll make 30 cents for every person. If you put this link in your bio and you have two people who are watching you, you'll get 30 cents for each viewer. And so long as this link is in there. And then it has your bank account, and then it goes up from there for however many people watch you. It is. So it's like, it's not hourly. It's based on how many people are watching you, but it's really easy to achieve what they want. Now, it's like, Rabbi, well, why aren't you doing that? I use Rumble Studio as a multi-stream platform. And when I first got on it, I created a whole bunch of accounts, all Rabbi Rothschild, and I started multi-streaming to a whole bunch of different platforms. Well, Rumble came in and shut off my access to all those accounts and basically sent me the message, you're only allowed to stream on one account on this platform. And so I was like, well, fuck that. So I created 6 more accounts, but I didn't have any of them tied to my name. They're all like test account, and they're all like backup archive. None of them are Rabbi Rothschild. And then I'm able to multi-stream using those. And just, I don't care about anyone following me on those accounts. So, like, one of my accounts is just test. Nobody gives a shit about following that fucking account, but it allows me to multi-stream on these different platforms. So, now, you know Caspian Sea, right? Okay. So I've been using Caspian Sea kind of as my, and he knows this. I have no issue telling him, no issue saying this, but kind of as my test subject for Kick. And here's why. Since I can't stream on it, or I can, I think if I stopped my robots at this point, they might let me stream on it. Maybe not. If like we came to a truce, but I don't want to get into that. I could give a shit about streaming on their platform. It's more valuable for me to be able to use their platform as my punching bag than it is for me to have one extra live stream that no one watches. So I was saying to Caspian Sea though, yo dog, you know that, oh dude, we had something weird happen. So there's this guy, I don't think you know him, but I met him in a Discord. Actually, I met him on Kick. I started spamming him on Kick and he was like, hey, you want to come to my Discord? And I get into his Discord. His name is Wappy Flanker. He's out of Las Vegas. And do you know about this story? Okay. So Wappy Flanker allows me to start like streaming in his Discord. I do that for like a week or so. And then all of a sudden Wappy Flanker goes away. And I don't know what happened to him. And so like, I was able to introduce Caspian Sea to Wappy Flanker since they were both in Las Vegas. It's like, you know, I just wanted to put people together. And so Wappy Flanker comes back like 2 months later. And it was like, dude, what happened to you? And he was live streaming. Now, this is a guy, he's a really nice guy. He would go live stream in Las Vegas on foot or on a skateboard at night, which is pretty kind of dangerous. And I would do like play-by-play for him over the microphone. So I would do like 2 hours of commentary of him, a lot of which was just him staring at the ground. Nevertheless, he had some really cool content too. I mean, just going out in Las Vegas on a skateboard, you never know what's going to happen. Anyway, he was out on one of these late night travels, and allegedly, I mean, I couldn't really tell from the video, but somebody jumps out of bushes and like approaches him, and he's telling the person, like, I have a gun, stand back. And the person is just like coming closer, and he's like, I have a gun and I will shoot you, stay away. And the person pulls out a knife, and he's like, dude, I see that you have a fucking knife. I have a gun, I'm pulling it out, and I'm gonna shoot you if you come any closer to me. And then this person continued to come closer. Wappy Flanker shoots at him. Now this is all live on Wappy Flanker's live stream. So, you know, okay, so what happens? He shoots this person, and there's this rumor that he hit the person and that the person was shot in the head and died. And if that happened, I don't think it's true, because there would have been blood. If you shoot someone in the head, wouldn't you walk up to their body and be like, hey, are you dead? Right? Now, apparently, the person jumped a fence and then, like, jumped a fence while shot. So it's like, do you know how hard it is to jump a pretty big fence? This is maybe like a 5 foot, 6 foot fence. And plus, like, none of it got on camera. What do I think happened? I think that he was riding a skateboard. Somebody came up to him. There is somebody in the video, and maybe they have a knife, maybe they don't. He shoots off a gunshot at them, like a warning shot almost. But he was shooting to kill him. And they got scared and jumped the fence and ran away. Either that or there was absolutely no one there. But I think there was someone there. Anyway, so Wappy Flanker has his chat called the police. And so the police come, and he handled it very, very coolly. Like, honestly, the second that I tell someone that I discharged a weapon in a park, I think that I'm losing that weapon, and I might even go to jail just for them to talk to me. You know how strict they are with firearms nowadays. And so he goes up to the police and explains to them what he did and that it's all on camera. And there wasn't anything really that they could do to him, because he's like, it was self-defense. I told them like 4 times, I have a gun, and they had a knife, and they kept approaching me. And So he shot off a bullet. Okay. Well, what happens? So immediately Kick bans his account and YouTube bans his account. Which is like kind of a tough situation because it's like, okay, well, and then what else happens? I remember I said I was streaming in his Discord like, I don't know, a month earlier or something like that, or earlier or whenever. Well, I had put in the description of each video that I have Wappy Flanker, just because I was in his Discord and I wanted to give him some just advertisement. Well, what I didn't know was that when they banned his account and they banned on Kick and YouTube, they banned some of my accounts too because they said Wappy Flanker in there. And even though I had nothing to do with this situation, they were just taking down anyone who referenced it. So our friend or this guy, Wappy Flanker, well, I'll say this. I would have said to Wappy Flanker, dog, why didn't you just turn around on the skateboard and leave? Like, you're on a skateboard and he's on foot. And I understand that you're like afraid for your life and everything. So just turn around. You have a gun and a skateboard. Why wouldn't you just turn around? But without the opportunity to say that, I understand that he was protecting himself. And, you know, so long as we're in the United States and that's a thing, the Second Amendment's a thing, then he's allowed to do that. Nevertheless, he talked to the police and they let him go. But here's the thing. Then I got to know this guy a little bit better, or at least hear other people talk about him. And he's pretty quick on the trigger. He's pulled a gun on a bunch of people, basically. And it's like, oh, so you're way quick on the trigger. Somebody needs to talk to you about that, or you are going to end up killing somebody. Well, yeah, and then try getting into that when you're like on social media. Right. And it's so strange, like where they draw the line of like, hey, we'll show you a documentary on like the war in Iraq, and these guys have like huge machine guns, but like you literally can't do the same thing of showing you at a gun range. Which an excellent point. Dude, just wait. We're going to have another round of that shit in the next like 3 years once Grand Theft Auto 6 is out. Hey. Hey man, you can have your beliefs. You may not be alone in that belief, and I don't understand why it's such a big fucking deal, even if you do that. Like, isn't this the United States where you can have the First Amendment and personal opinion to say whatever the fuck you want? I don't think the fucking school even existed. There you go. I don't even fucking think that it's a thing. There you go. I'm not allowed to fucking believe that. Like I shouldn't be shouted from the rooftops that I'm the worst person ever, and or whatever. And I'm not saying on this subject, on any subject. I don't know. Name whatever the subject may be. Just anything that goes against the mainstream. So I don't just. I'll try to take it to another level. Like okay, I'm just at a loss for words right now, finding an example. So, with that said, I think it's horseshit. The whole thing's horseshit, and I fucking don't like it. Well, so here, I know what I want to say. At a certain point, people will use a certain phrase to be able to, like, you know, say like, "Oh, you're a denier," or "You're a hoaxer," or whatever you want to say. At what point do you just say, "Dog, whatever it is you don't like, you come up with a little term for it, and then you just bitch about it until things change"? Shut the fuck up. It's like, oh, now you're like, I don't know. It goes back to what I used to complain about this shit to my mother, and she would say, one person's terrorist is another person's freedom fighter. Exactly. Word dog. Doug, have you heard now they have hit? Dude, totally. I've always been an advocate that I was just following orders is completely appropriate. And I know that goes against the Nuremberg terms of the Nuremberg trials, but I would just say that that's what we tell people in the corporate structure, and that's what we tell people in the military, to follow orders. So why can't you say I was just following orders? Yeah. Dude, Ask Much, that's an excellent example. Did you know that there's some... Right. Do you know there's a type of technology that can sense where dense amount of metals are, and all they have to do is basically declassify it, and they can go from door to door and just see where you have a dense amount of metal, like a handgun or a firearm, and take it from you? And the way that I've heard that this is going to go down is this. They drive down your street, and they've got this, like, imagine like a SWAT vehicle. And they drive down your street, and this thing has like this radar that can tell where in your house there's this really like dense amount of metal that resembles a gun. Almost like those naked body scanner things that can like see through walls and shit. And then whatever it is, you have to basically secure it for them in a box and bring out the box. And then they're going to just go down the street and then take everybody's weapons. No, you know what the next step is then? Then they go for knives. Have you seen in China? It's already the law that you have to have, in some some provinces, you have to have your knife chained down. Oh, it's incredible. So like all of the restaurants in China, all of the like butcher knives and shit have a big chain on them. Well, and here's all they have to do. Look, it's the thing, it's the Hegelian dialectic. It's problem, reaction, solution. So let's say I don't like people wearing red on Tuesdays. So what I'm going to do is tell all my minions, hey, whenever you see anybody wearing red on Tuesday, you're going to say that they are anti-red on Tuesdayites. And it's like, oh, you're an anti-red on Tuesday. And then we're just going to keep saying this until we can modify everyone's behavior. No one's wearing red on Tuesdays. Exactly. And so when people say that, I call it this. You can call me whatever kind of theorist you want. I call it pirate logic. What's pirate logic? Well, if you know the word like CONSPIRAC, that one, part of that word is piracy. It's kind of just like with piracy. And so I call that pirate. And then a theory is just a theory that makes sense to me is logical. So I call that shit pirate logic, and a lot of it makes sense to me. One of my favorite things. Word, Mockingbird. Do you like the Monkey app? Yo, dude, who's Cat Lover? Is Cat Lover your friend? I recognize that. And I love Cat Lover. Just Cat Lover's around a lot when you're around. Is Spring is Dead included in this top 5? Very, very nice. Do you want to know why she left? You want to know why I think she left? So she's very subservient to Face. She's a sub. They have a sub-dom relationship. And Face is very, very controlling. And every time I would go in there and say, I'm your daddy to her, he would make her leave. In Ass Munch? Or in Bitcoin Ass Munch? No, he just wants feelers on it. Exactly. So what were the reasons why she left? I was gonna say, I mean, come on here. Is that really what he said? Well, that sounds like a head case. Yeah, it's a perfect response. Doug, have you ever known of anyone ever getting a single fucking dime from GoFundMe? Right, it's only $85,000. Okay, so you do know someone who has. Okay, I just don't know anyone. I don't know anyone who's ever had one, fortunately. Oh, no way. All right. Well, do they take like a little percentage of it, I imagine? You take care of your home matters. It's a pleasure speaking with you. Come back whenever you'd like. Yeah, but single by choice. Tell this girl she'll get fingered by me like a bowling ball. Thanks, baby. Please do. Peace, baby. Take care.
Degrees, right? They're freezing. It's 60 degrees. It's cold.
Yeah.
Those people in Chicago, what do you think warms them up? That pasta. That's what that pasta fazool. You know, in the winter, what do Italians make? Poor Italians. It's beans and fucking.
It's peasant food.
It's peasant food. You know, I grew up with these people that they were such Italians. Like they even made like peas and potatoes. Like I'm with pasta. That's too.
Excellent. I'm glad you're here. So you have a girlfriend and a wife? I think that's a yes. Dog, you can't just be like my ex. Your ex what? Your ex what? But I don't think she's gone. You mean your ex-wife? Yeah, that woman. You still got to get that bitch annulled or whatever. What's... All right, so are you married to that chick? Dog, and you have a girlfriend? So you're talking about the same chick, that same girl. Yeah, that complicates the shit out of it. If you would have said, you know, my ex-domestic partner, I'd be like, oh yeah, I know who you're referencing now. It wasn't a wife? Tight. Cool, dog. Did you break that bitch's back? Cool. So you're going to see that registered domestic partner again soon? Anally? All right. Anally? Who's your favorite musical artist of all time? Go. Do you know where North Bergen is? Oh, good on you, dog. I love Billy Joel. Do you know where North Bergen is? Did you ever know anyone who knew Joey Diaz? You met him? When did you meet him? Shut the fuck up. Are you serious? I don't believe you. Do you understand why I would say I don't believe you? Because you always tell me things and then they're not true. Yeah, did Joey Diaz come to your school? No, he fucking didn't. Dog, he was in the middle of like huge coke binges in 2008. Yeah. Oh, okay. Did you get to shake his hand? When was that? When did you meet him 2 years before that? What was that? No, think back. What was it? Yeah. Isn't he like a minor celebrity there? That's what I meant to say, yeah. Because of his work on Howard Stern? I could see that. I could definitely see that. Especially in the tri-state area, wherever Howard Stern is, Beetlejuice is huge. Yeah, dude, it's totally offensive. You got to meet Maury Povich? Yep. Was it one of those DNA shows? Isn't that something? Like once, like they used to have that on television, like, and now those people would be like, no, not just kid. No. I mean to say, like before they would have like transsexual people fighting each other, and now those people would be called brave or something. Right, exactly. I don't know how to describe it, but it's fucked up. Word dog. Family Guy was canceled. You and I both said that's like our favorite fucking cartoon. I was gonna just say the same fucking thing. I love how it's so fucking random. Yep. Seth MacFarlane. Do you know where he went to school? RISD. He's from Rhode Island. That's why it's in Pohog. RISD. Do you know what that is? Rhode Island School of Design. Hey, do you know anybody who went to NJIT? I gotcha. Wait, are you making a joke like you went to online school? What the fuck kind of didn't they like arrest your parents? So basically you were quote unquote maybe homeschooled, but they just never taught you anything? You mean to say you only went to school for like 4 years of your life? You were valedictorian and class president, right? Why didn't you go to like the Ivy League? Wow. Well, that makes sense to me that you're a very high IQ individual and that under other circumstances it would have gone to the Ivy League. I did. Hey, I have another question for you, actually. You didn't have school. You didn't go to school from like up until 8th grade. Would you just hang out with your brothers and sisters? Yeah, I know what that is. I mean, like, are your parents like not normal people? Wait, no, they kind of are. Hold on, let me put it this way. If you have your child not enrolled in school, it's an expectation they should be homeschooled. If your parents aren't homeschooling you, they're weird people. Oh. Were they abusive? Okay, so I don't mean to say weird in like a negative way, but just they're just not normal. They're just outlier. I could see that, but still, even your average Californian parent, if they don't have their kids enrolled in school, they would homeschool them, but certainly they wouldn't just have that child roaming the streets. Well, let's be honest. When you grew up, it's a little different than it is now. You probably couldn't pull that shit. Yeah, I do know what you mean. Basically, like before, you could be like a child on your own, and that would just be known as playing in the street or playing with your friends. But now it's seen as like being unsupervised without an adult or a guardian or something. They're all playing video games. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's almost like if I had kids, I probably wouldn't want them outside, just because if I would know how. I mean, look, I would want them to be outside on bikes and things like that. But I know what I did as a little kid, and I know the police are going to be more strict nowadays than they were when I was a kid. Like when I was a kid, if you did something wrong, we really didn't ever do anything wrong. But like, here's a perfect example. We like to play the game Capture the Flag. Do you remember the game Capture the Flag? So we play Capture the Flag around like the neighborhood and hide the flag around our neighbors' houses and things like that. Okay. Well, back then nobody cared, and the neighbors knew that, like, even if they didn't have kids with whom we were playing, it was like an older couple. They weren't going to call the police on you. There's nothing like that. But nowadays it's like, well, there's a liability. If these kids are on my property and one of them gets hurt, I could get sued. So they call the police, then the police come out, they do a report. It's like, dude, that's a bunch of 11 and 12-year-old kids playing a fucking game that's been played for generations, and now you're breaking it up. So then those kids are like, all right, well, shit, now what do we do? All right, let's get on our bikes and go do something else. Now they want to go down to the, like, I don't know, 7-Eleven, let's say. Well, when my friends and I, if we went to, you know, on our bikes just to go get something like a whatever, Slurpee or whatever, you could, in the past, perhaps, just go in there with, like, I don't know, be 11 years old and like have your change and get whatever you want. Nowadays, it's like, oh, you're unsupervised without a parent. You could get in trouble. And then the cops are going to pick you up and they're going to take you to your parents' house and they're going to arrest your parents for being unsupervised. I was thinking, yeah, just when I said that 7-Eleven, example, I can't think off the top of my head of going to a 7-Eleven, but I can remember going to like a candy store or something with a friend, and it's like, well, we used to hear, I never had to do this, or I don't know of anyone in my family who had to do this, but I've heard it like on Joey Diaz referenced this, where if you, like, let's say it's like the 1970s, you could give your kid the money and they could go buy cigarettes for you, or they could buy alcohol for you, because they knew they knew the clerk, and the clerk knew that you weren't going to buy beer for yourself. So basically they'd allow you to be that like delivery person, when today there's no way that would ever happen. And this was always an interesting one to me as well. The idea, at least, of a countywide or like citywide curfew. Like basically, when I was a kid, if we were at someone's house, like we were always doing something. So like an idea of a curfew was not like, I don't know, like we were at someone's house or we were doing something like, but like nowadays, from what I understand, children have curfews. They have to be in by a certain time. And when before it would be like, be home when the lights go on, when the street lights go on. If your kid isn't home by like whenever, 9 o'clock or whatever, you can lose that kid. So it goes back to the original point with the discussion with you, that your parents might have not been, you know, as mainstream as others. And I'm not saying they're not good people by any means. Please don't interpret it that way. Everybody has their own method, but that's a little bit of a different method. I'm somewhat in agreement with you, and it makes me I just hear how, I mean, what Joey Diaz says. I make it sound like he's like a voice of reason in this. No, but he grew up in that neighborhood, and so at least I can say that, like he would say, and I guess this was similar. It would be like, in the summer, why are you home? Why aren't you out playing baseball or basketball or running or playing tag? And I mean, I can remember being a kid and I would visit my grandparents, and my grandparents would be like, you can't just stay inside all the time. You have to go out and meet people. And I would say, I'm afraid to go meet strangers. I don't live here. This is your house. So they would go and take me from, like, they'd see some kids playing at the end of the street, and they'd be like, all right, go on and go ask them if you can play. You know how it is when you're a little kid. And that's what you would do. But nowadays, I just don't think, maybe in some neighborhoods people would do that, but in other neighborhoods it would be like, don't come over here. We don't want to play with you. Exactly. Dog, in my opinion, they're going to be just like your boy toy, Joe. I'm going to. Right. Well, I almost am like, honestly, I'm going to use him as an example because I've never met anyone like him. Someone like Joe who doesn't have that normal kind of upbringing. And I can see how he just used this as an excuse, where it would be like, oh, well, you have to understand, I don't have the normal social skills of a regular person because I didn't go to school with people ever. And it's like, okay, is your whole generation who does that kind of shit going to say that? Because if so, I would appreciate the heads up so that I know that I can't blame you for anything or even have normal human interactions with you, because every time something goes wrong, you're going to blame something. You're going to blame the fact you didn't go to normal school, or you're going to blame the fact that your kratom isn't normal, or your fucking whatever kind of prescription you need. There's always going to be an excuse. It's never going to be like, oh yeah, I fucked up. To some extent, I fully agree. I'm in agreement with you. No, I grew up in the Midwest. How about you? Yo, you were in New Jersey. Yeah. I moved to Southern California originally about 15 years ago, and then again like 6 years ago. I'm from Chicagoland. Cold, so I moved to California. Word dog. Yeah. Yeah. Completely agree. Chicago's nice, but not anything in comparison to Los Angeles. So. Yeah, it is. I had somebody in here. Somebody was asking about your coin, about Ask Munch being a coin. I forget. I was talking to somebody in here. I don't think it was Caspian Sea, but it could have. But no, it wasn't. It was somebody who knows you pretty well. Oh, maybe it was L. That's who I think it was. And we were saying we were wondering, why don't so Ass Munch is a coin, correct? That's what I meant to say. Okay. Does it have a value? I got you. And how many holders do you have? Do you know? Okay. And I mean, are you interested in? That's what it was. What was? Somebody was saying. They were asking me about what coins I promote or whatever, in addition to Harry Potter Bomba Sonic 10 Inu, and I said I don't even know at this point. I think there are some of them, and I named them. There's Apollo's and yours, and a couple others. But I said I don't know if they're still active. And Elle was saying that yours is a coin, and that it just is kind of, what do you call it? Slow? That's right. But I do promote that one, particularly on social media. I got that thing all over a bunch of social media I have. Oh, I know. How can we help your coin? That was a question that we had. Is it something that you look to hold on to like for a really long time? You just got promoted? And that's how you got that's how you got the ability to run your own group of people so that you could stream on TikTok if you wanted, right? I gotcha. Do you have a TikTok? Dog, get that shit back. Dude, people do that all the time with woodworking and like shipbuilding, and I'm surprised I haven't seen. I've seen welding, really good welding. What do they call it when you are like stacking nickels or something? Stacking dimes, exactly. That's a really popular. That can you stack dimes? Like really well? Dog, that content is literally like what TikTok wants. How old were you when you started it? I got you. Very nice. No way, you started right away? And you still work for that guy? I gotcha. I gotcha. That's nice of you. Oh yeah, good on you. Hey, I'll be right back. I have to use the restroom. Dude, you really met Joey Diaz twice? That's fucking amazing.
Fucking you know what I'm saying? And that's what the Comedy Store is for me on Tuesday nights. I don't have to stick to that fucking pathetic material. I could go up there and talk about the drive, talk about Priuses, and how I hate those motherfuckers doing 40 in the right-hand lane. You know, it's just something that you observed today.
Yeah.
You know, that's it. That's what I like. That's what Tuesdays was for us years ago. But now you go to the Comedy Store on Tuesday and there's 160 people there clapping for you like they know who the fuck you are. And you're like, damn it. I wanted to do the joke about the one-legged hooker from 19. You know what I'm saying? Like the Comedy Store has become a place where I can't do, that 12:45 spot when we first got there.
Oh, God.
And you had to follow Paul Mooney, Sebastian. And Sebastian, anybody with common sense, you're not going to go up there and, something funny happened to me today. And after the third joke, you're going to die at 12:45. So you know what? Take that set list and rip it up and go up there and work them. Cut the crowd in half, get this side alive. Once you get them going, cut it in half again, get this side alive, and then they meet, and now you got them. Now Jeff's on the piano, Maserati, fuck the young. You're up there fucking yelling, and now you turn nothing. The Comedy Store at 12:45, that's 4 years of that, they're not going to stop you. That's why they're not going to stop you, because I've seen it adversely. It's been staring at me. They just followed Paul Mooney at 12:45. You were there. Who we had to follow? Eddie, Paul, and Andrew. That was 3 nights a week, dog. And then you had to follow the mediums, Dom Herrera. Dom Herrera was my killer. Every time I look at the dine-up and Dom Herrera was there, God damn it, especially in the main room. And for me, it was him and AJ Jamal. Who was it for you? Who used to shut your lights out before you got on stage?
Oh, God. Well, I mean, it's funny. I used to wait tables at the Four Seasons Hotel, and Eddie Griffin used to literally come in, drink at the Four Seasons Hotel, and then he used to go to the Comedy Store, do his hour or whatever, and then bring me up not knowing I was his waiter. Like he is, please welcome, I said, bang, and I'd come up and at that time I was such a young comedian. I didn't want to say the truth that I just waited on Eddie Griffin at the Four Seasons Hotel, and he don't even know who the hell I am as he's bringing me up. He finally Dice Clay asked Eddie, do you know that's the guy that's waiting on you? We go, nah, yeah. And then we kind of had like a little banter back at the Four Seasons where he used to come in. But yeah, I mean, going there, I didn't even. I would wait. I'd get there at 9 if I wasn't even on the list as a fallout. I'd sit in the back, and I just wait for 5 hours if I had to get that last spot. So it was Dice for me. When I had followed Dice, it was because, it was more of a similar look and whatnot. I'm like, oh, man, what am I going to do here? He's going up there. He's talking about, pussy, cunt, this and that. And then what am I going to talk about? Ross? Dress for less? It's like, where's the transition here? So it took, but it made me better,
How surreal was it that you're going up behind Dice? Do you have any idea, Lee? Do you have any fucking idea, Lee?
No.
You have any idea I didn't talk to the man for the first year? The reason why I'm up on that stage is because Halfway House, when I got out of prison, the Halfway House for New Year's, they locked us down, and I brought everybody brought films. Oh, let's watch this. And I brought Andrew Dice Clay. That beat everything. That was like the full, what is it called? A Full House? Yeah. Like they had like Batman rules and this, and then I was like, Dice Man rules, put it on. And my head almost blew up.
So you didn't talk to him for a year?
A year until I got to the store, until an argument arose one night.
Between you and him?
No, between him and Scott Day. Were you there for Scott Day?
Who's Scott Day?
Scott Day was the original talent coordinator. And what happened was way before you came in, it was Luca and Marino. I just told the story. We'll tell this, then we'll do the shots and we'll get you out of here. Luca and Marino. Dice came in one night and Luca's on stage lighting a cigarette with the lighter in his jacket saying he's a hitman for the Gambinos. And then I could see Dice in the back on. And then Mike Marino went out. And he saw Mike Marino. And the next day he called Scott Day. Scott Day was hired by, who's the guy in Vegas, the chubby comic that had Louis Anderson. Louis Anderson recommended him. Scott Day was a good guy. Scott Day was a fucking Manaluskado. He could fucking put him down, dog. He'd give me 5 spots a week. I'd bring him a bottle of tequila. At 1 o'clock on a Tuesday. You know how your spots come out for the week on Wednesday. In those days, your spot Wednesday. On Wednesday, I call at 2, and they'd be all day. Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, main room, Saturday, original room. Mitzi took care of me. And I would stop and get him a bottle of tequila and bring it over there at 5 o'clock. I mean, a bottle. Guys, not a pint, not a half a pint. A bottle. And I'd bring it to him and say, thank you, Scott. He put it in his fucking drawer. And by 10 o'clock, when I'd be at the store, he was out of it. And he'd be walking, guys. None of this shit. Oh, how you doing? What's up, dog? Let's go get a drink. Scott, what'd you do with that bottle? It's gone. Shit. And he was walking. He hated Rogan. He thought Rogan was a bully.
Really? Really?
But one night, Dice called him and said, "You're not going fucking home. We're going to take care of this. You got 2 fucking Dice impersonators up there." That's how I became friends with Dice. I was out there, it was 11:30, and he was arguing with Scott Days, telling him that they're gone. Don't make me go over your head. They're gone. You understand me? You can't be up there doing Dice. And I stopped and I go, "Listen, you don't know me, bro. I love you. I do this because of you. They're not doing you. They don't have a voice yet. So they're doing their favorite comic. When they get a voice, this will all be over." "Yeah, but you don't know what you're talking about." "Okay." And I walked away. I didn't argue with him. He called me. He's a man. 3 days later, he goes, "I thought about what you said. Thank you. You're right. It's a form of flattery."
Yeah.
And that's it. We hit it off after that. So that's how I knew he was a good guy. You know, he meant well. You know, you went on the road with him for a while.
I went to 2.5 years, 3 years almost. We went and did Indian casinos. We did Vegas, Stardust. He's the, hanging out in the parking lot of the comedy store. He came up to me and goes, "What are you doing?" "What are you doing this weekend?" I said, "No, I'm working at the Four Seasons." "Well, how would you like to work Vegas with me?" And I go, "Yeah, let me get off." So we go to the Stardust, Wayne Newton Theater at the Stardust Hotel. Here I am.
What year is this?
This is 2003.
Wow.
So 4 years in, takes me, and I go up and I'm playing. My parents come out from Chicago. My mother's like, "You made it. Shut it down. It's over." I played Wade Newton Theater. She's like, "It's over. You did what you had to do," And yeah, I mean, just performing with him here. You go to, in my head, you're going to Las Vegas with Andrew Dice Clay. And I don't know Dice from nothing. I just know him from the Comedy Store. He's another guy that it was hard to get to know.
Did you know who Dice was when you left Chicago? Okay.
Yeah, I grew up on Dice.
Okay.
So, but I don't know the guy personally. I feel very intimidated. I feel like he might fight me at any minute. It was just one of these guys that. Go to the nightclubs. It's going to be great. So we get to Vegas, and Dice is like, "We're going to go do some furniture shopping." I go, "What?" "Yeah." "Let's go to a nightclub." We go, "What nightclub?"
No.
"I got a house. I got a kid." So in my head, I was thinking it was going to be this big thing, but here we are. I'm laying on $15,000 couches, and he's going, "Is that one good?" I go, "Dice, I got a chair in my apartment right now. Anything I lay on is going to be fantastic." So, we had a good time. He taught me a lot about comedy, ton about
It's
comedy.
amazing. It's amazing the education you get.
Oh, just sitting in the rooms late night after a show, just don't worry about what other people are doing. He told me, don't. You're gonna get your shot. You can't compare your road to anybody else's.
No,
Somebody gets a TV show, great for them. You're gonna get it. You don't know when it's gonna come. You don't know how it's gonna come, but it's gonna come. So just the only thing you got control of is your stand-up. Keep writing, keep doing your stand-up, and let everything else just go by the wayside. And that's kind of how I did it. And but yeah, it was good. It was a good learning experience, especially for a young comedian coming up. And it's nice to have a guy like that take someone like me and pull him up with him. You know what I'm saying? And I try to do that too with some of the guys that I work with, is give them a shot.
I do it too. You have to.
You have to. You have to get back. So
let me give some shout outs and we'll close up with something. We'll get the fuck out of here.
The glasses are coming out.
Yeah, it's all over. I want to give a shout out to my brothers over at Flat Rock Assembly, you bad motherfuckers, working the 3rd, 2nd, and 4th, and 5th shift. They came to the show and gave us shirts at the home of the Mustang.
Nice.
Where they make the fucking Mustang. So if you're driving a Mustang, it's made by Flat motherfucking Rock Assembly. You're a bunch of savages. God bless you. Thank you for keeping it fucking together with this American tradition, you bad motherfuckers. Graham Tiefler, Villain J, Anita D for short, Death Squad motherfucker, MUFC, Alan Bursell, Kevin Mueller, Andre Silva, and Constantine Rain. I love you guys. Thank you for being family all the time. their dad was driving, man. And, my influences were Pryor and Dice and Lenny Bruce and, Lenny Clark. And there's so many guys you like. I like Seinfeld on the Rodney Dangerfield special. And, you think of how lucky we've been that people have reached out and said hello and put us in things. And you on the Wild West tour, you got to do that with those guys. And you think of how great it's been. And then you think about, I was thinking about a person like Joe Rogan, man. How I've learned so much comedy-wise, like my traveling, the inclusion that people think that we're on the road partying. I was on the road partying as a feature act. As a feature act, I'm out with you. I'm there till 6 a.m, snorting blow, we'll eat some chick's ass, we'll take pictures. I'm there with you. But once this, I always knew that I was only going to get one shot at this.
Yeah.
I don't want to blow this. I didn't want to blow this. I don't know what a nightclub is, Sebastian. Nor do I want to know. When I was doing drugs, I didn't like nightclubs. I'm snorting coke. I want my dick sucked. Me going there with bad breath. Hey, what are you doing? No, that's not going to work out. It was a different. I've never been a nightclub guy, although we did see each other at the strip club in Chicago that time, did we not? Was it your cousin, your brother? Do you remember? I was working Riddles, and I went to a strip club with the owner of Riddles, and one of your tribe, your cousin, your brother, came up to me.
Was it my cousin?
Yeah, long time. Oh my God, that was. Now you worked Riddles.
Yeah,
you worked Riddles. That was my bread and butter for years. That was a great fucking room.
Love that room.
That's comedy. You know what I'm saying?
Brad did that. Brad, his son. Then they opened up one up in
right, but it was the guy Ken. Ken was the guy I started with.
Oh, maybe it was a different
$1,000 for 4 shows, but then the son, the nephew, took it over.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And he started bouncing checks. I remember they had a fucking midway flight from Burbank on a Friday that left at like 6:05. That got you into Chicago at like 10 something. You were at that fucking Chinese place on Harlem on at 11:10. You were at a Chinese place in Harlem on that's the name of the street, Harlem in Chicago, Harlem Avenue, eating fucking shrimp and lobster sauce and this fucking pork fried rice, tremendous. They had a direct flight, Lee. A direct flight from Burbank. They had like 2 of them that would go right from there to Midway. They cut those out after fucking 9/11. Motherfuckers. I loved it. See, when my family first came here, they went to Chicago. My Cuban, my mom and dad, my real dad, went to Chicago.
Oh, yeah?
But something happened. Their action was in New York. So they went to New York and they left a lady that we're friends with in Chicago, and they came back and got her. But my mom always talked about Chicago. I think she was in Chicago on the Valentine's Day massacre. She always talked about that. Yeah, she was in Chicago. That's how long. Her roots were in Chicago, too, but they ended up in fucking New York City. So one of the success signs for me was to work Chicago. Like once you work on the road, Chicago, Boston, there's some places you have to work before you have to start talking shit. What? I worked Boston last week, bitch. I don't know. You better check out my IMDb page and shit.
Well, what is it like to play Vegas? Because I know from podcasts, Vegas gets like a lot of shit sometimes from comedians when they have to be there all week. But like Paula went to Vegas, I think a few months ago, and they already had billboards up for next week at South Point. Like that must be pretty. Vegas has to be like one of the coolest places to play.
Between me and you, on paper, it is. After the first 2 times, you're like I went into Vegas to catch a rising star. So it was a week at the whatever hotel. Yeah. But after 3 days, there's a bunch of kids hitting you with swords. You never planned this in your list of gold sheets. What's that hotel? That Luxor.
Yeah.
Catch a Rising Star used to be at the Luxor. Used to be fucking Monday through Sunday. 2 shows a fucking night, okay? So by Wednesday, you're already sick to your stomach. You're eating in the employee lounge. You're eating bread that's got teeth marks in it. Like that's why you got to rip that bread at the buffet. Rip that motherfucker. Don't ever let that motherfucker there, because they'll put it right back in the line with your little pubic hair from your mustache and shit. We were eating that stuff. The first time I worked the ribs, Sharippa was so shitty to me. He was so shitty to me. I worked that Friday, Saturday up in the roof, the dirty show, and they give you a card for the employee lounge. But it was like the worst card you could have. Like they wouldn't even give you all the benefits down there. It was like old fucking food, man. Vegas, listen, man, everything, I don't know. I see it differently now. I go on the road to talk to the people from this podcast now and make the connection from social media. And that keeps me alert. If I didn't have that, I couldn't do the road.
Mhm.
I couldn't be one of those guys that goes out every week with no end. This has no end.
Yeah.
This is what you're going to do till you're 58. Then you have no insurance. I always wanted for this to be more for me. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to depend on the road that much. You know, I see the value, but I don't sometimes. I like staying at home. I got shit to do at the fucking house, you know?
No, there's a wife at home. You know, I mean, you got to live your life.
Like
too.
what you said, you go out to dinner with the wife. That's what you spend your Guinness on.
You got to live. You have to live your life in order to produce comedy. At least for me, I have to go out there. I have to do things that people do. You can't live and breathe this comedy, stand up and keep working and this and that. You got to go on vacation. You got to do this. You got to do that to draw material from, and it's healthy, right? And I like what you said about going out and meeting these people that listen to the cast, because you know I love the meet and greets.
I love them. I love them.
A lot of people don't like the meet and greet.
But again, I tell people up front, I tell them on the stage, listen, do me a favor. If you forgot to put deodorant on, don't hug me. Because then you leave armpit on my arm, and then people hug me later, and they think it's my armpit. Then they leave then going, we like Joey Diaz, but he had a little wang to him. And then you smell that armpit for the second show. You know what I'm saying? You could smell that sweat. So when you come to my shows, I tell everybody they got to bathe. I want everybody to shower. I don't ask for much. You got to bathe because I love hugging people. I love, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But if I hug you and I get that fucking armpit on my arm, I got to go on stage smelling that fucking armpit. It's death. Lee, it's death. So that's all I fucking ask. Sebastian, the biggest thrill for me going back to the store, I got to be honest with you, Sebastian, was you. It really... Listen, when you walk into the comedy store, your game rises. People, ha-ha is great. The improv is great. The Laugh Factory is fucking great. They all serve their purpose. Flappers with the Christians. But when you walk into the comedy store, you're walking into Wrigley Field. Okay? To me, and this is in my eyes, this is how I put it now at my age and how long I've been doing comedy. You know how fortunate I am to be 52 and still get spots? I'm there 10:45 tonight. You know how fucking gratitude I feel? Because I know I was there for years, and I'd see 52-year-old Spanky sitting out there every night, and the other guy that would get a coke from Chewy and complain how Rodney got him out of the business. I didn't want to be that guy. I did not want to be that guy. So for me, every time I walk into the comedy store, Sebastian, I know I'm in Wrigley. I know I didn't play baseball, but if I did, that's Wrigley. That's Fenway. That's Yankee Stadium. Every night I got a new stadium I go to. I go to Waterfront Stadium. I go to Three Rivers in Cincinnati. This is it. This is as good as you ever be. Walking in there, the fear you get. When I walk in there and Sebastian's killing, you get that little fear. That fear, that's it. That's what you want. When I was going to the ha-ha to close, I didn't get that fear. I didn't get that. Oh, you get that little fear, this little twist.
Yeah.
Fucking Sebastian. Cocksucker. And you walk away, you motherfucker. And then you go up there and you kill, because that's the league. That's your heart. That's everything. Dog, how lucky are we that we're still there 15, 16 years later?
It's unbelievable.
Are you fucking crazy? Are you fucking crazy, Lee? So every morning that I get up, I'm thankful, but to see where you were and where you came from, Sebastian, and where you are today, my God, it's a feather in my cap, bro. Because I always pulled for you. I always thought you were funny. I always thought there was something cooking in that fucking guinea mind of yours. I knew there was something up there. I just didn't know what. It wasn't my business. But I always knew that while they were doing, you were one of those guys that they're talking about this, and you're like, yeah, right, good. In your mind, you have that gift that you saw right through the bullshit that way. You didn't suck nobody's dick. You know what I'm saying? You didn't go upstairs in the green room and lick somebody's balls.
Yeah.
There's people. How many fucking people did we see coming?
Oh, yeah. It's a revolving door, man. And
they had stories and management and agencies and writers. And Liza Minnelli came to see him, and they're fucking gone today. Yeah. Gone. And we're still in this game. So you're the one of the... I really wanted you on the show.
Oh, thanks.
I got to tell you, this is one of the happiest days. I went to jiu-jitsu. We were having a great time at 12. I told him I got to leave because I got to take a shower. I got to be clean for Sebastian. I was on time. Yeah, I had to go home and do the fucking antifungal, the asshole, and everything.
Actually, Fred, I had that little bit of fungus on my toenail. Lamisil. It's a medication. It's an oral medication. Cleared it right up. For years, I would go to a pool and not take my shoes off because of this like fungus I had on my toenail.
I got them on both the big ones and the ones next to them. I went to the doctor and they lasered them with a blowtorch. The little black Hindu lady with a fucking mask on. That's the thing where they fucking laser burn them off. You have no idea.
So do they grow back, or they just completely? You have no toenail now.
So no, I got a toenail. I got to cut it every fucking day. Last week I got an ingrown toenail, so I cut the middle of it so it grows into the middle.
So you're doing your own like little surgeries at home with the.
I cut the toenails at the house. I put the toilet paper down. I put the paper towel. I put the Bigfoot on there. I cut it and then I scrape it all together and I throw it away. So I don't want my daughter stepping on my.
Oh no, yeah,
it's disgusting. Those nails, they're fucking black. They're fucking black. The toe is fucking black. Look at my boy Rob Dubai reporting direct from fucking Chan's Dragon Inn. My boy went to Jersey. Look at him. If you're ever in fucking Bananas again, make sure you go to Chan's Dragon Inn. This is the best restaurant in the fucking country.
Oh yeah,
the best. The best. Richfield Park, New Jersey, since I'm 16. Nice. I'm 52 years.
Wow.
Let's see. Just to show you, just to let you know that Uncle Joey ain't no fucking, I ain't no Johnny come lately.
My favorite, it's pictures of your child and Chinese food.
That's it. Why? Oh, look at that. That's Rudy's. Look at the calamari from Rudy's.
Oh, that's
30. I used to walk up there when I was 17, and they'd serve me that with Heineken on tap for 60 cents. Sebastian Maniscalco.
You know how much this is here?
How much?
$28 in LA. You to get a plate of calamari.
And
like
this
that.
is with the spicy. They have the sweet, medium, or the hot sauce, or you could put the sweet and the medium together. And they put a piece of hard, the elbow, and the bottom of the sauce. When you take the sauce out. No. This is 30 fucking years. That's Cuban boliche. That's a Greek place. The strawberry short. Look at that egg roll. Look at those spare ribs. That's Chan's Dragon Inn. Look at those spare ribs. Not one defective one. Nothing. They got those forks in the back. I'm telling you.
That looks delicious.
I'm
starving.
Oh, yeah. There's nowhere to fucking go. There's a Puerto Rican joint across the street. On it! For optimal optimization of your body and your fucking mind. You understand me? Why are you bullshitting yourself? You're trying to get in shape. You're trying to be the best you could fucking be. I was stuck at the airport Sunday from 6:45 a.m. I didn't get to Los Angeles till 2:40 in the fucking morning. Wow. Did you know that?
No.
The Dallas, the hurricanes fucked the whole country up. And I took that fucking 180 U-turn. I couldn't fall asleep the first night. It took care of the fucking jet lag, the whole thing. Done, gone. It's Tuesday. I feel like a new fucking
What
man.
is it?
On it is a company, a vitamin, a supplement.
What does
company.
it do?
They have 180s, what you take when you fly.
And it knocks you out?
No, it takes the jet lag away. Gives you
yeah,
vitamins
that's
before
what I
you
need.
fly.
I need this.
Yeah. You know what, man? You're at the store next week. I'll get some because he's in town. It comes in little boxes. And you just rip it and put it in your water. Bam! I've saved them. No jet lag. I feel like, listen, bro, you know what it's like to be in an airport from 6:45 Eastern time? That's 3:45 LA time, ladies and gentlemen. It almost took me 24 hours to get to fucking Los Angeles. And I went home and I ate 2 chicken cutlets. I drank some fucking water. I watched TV for like an hour and I took the thing. And I tell you what, I laid in bed. My mind was still going and I could feel like the jet lag. I got up at 9:30 yesterday. I lifted weights. I deadlifted.
I need that.
You need that. When we fly, you got to take care. You got to drink the water.
Big problem with jet lag. So
yeah, the 180 is fucking tremendous, man. So please go to honor.com right now and throw in, what do you put in the box? Church, CHURCH, and get 10% off your first order. Anything you want with them. The Shroom Tech fucking sport again. I went to jiu-jitsu today. I was rolling around with Dave. The only reason why I stopped was because I had to come meet him on time. If not, I would have stayed till 12:15, 12:20. I love this shit. It's good for, it's a quadricep mushrooms and they give you energy. Not bad. You want to jump up and down, you want to take the scooter up into the mountains. You're sitting there with those rotten fucking underwears. For how long, you nasty motherfucker? MeUndies.com. The best underwear in the fucking game right now. I wore mine to jiu-jitsu today. I told you people what I like about it. Your nuts never fall out of the white part. You know when you wear those tighty whities, your nut always pops out. I don't like that shit. I got that one nut exposed. I don't need that aggravation in my life. With the tighty white, with the MeUndies, it controls them. And that cotton, it alleviates the sweat. It pulls the sweat from your body, Sebastian, so your nuts stay magnifique.
Perfect.
You know what I'm saying? Perfect. Go to MeUndies.com right now. They got a great selection of men and women's underwear, sweatpants, T-shirts. They got it all, motherfuckers. Go to MeUndies.com right now and get 20% off your first order and free delivery. But you got to press
Joey.
In the box, Joey, cocksuckers. Right there, get 20% off and free shipping. And you're sitting there going, Joey, what the fuck?
In the US and Canada.
And the US and Canada. And it don't stop there, motherfucker. You know why? Because Nature Box is coming at you gratis, nutritious, healthy snacks, fucking nutritionist approved, delivered right to your door. Right there. I'm going to give you 3 little bags and 2 big bags. You can mix them up. The cocoa almonds, the fucking French toast. They put new shit out so much, I'm out of contact with what they even got anymore. But all I know is it's nutritious, it's fucking delicious. When you're stoned to the gills and you're eating those little bags, your mind's gonna blow up. Whether it's the figs, the plantain chips, everything they got is good. And I'm giving you a starter box for free, gratis. It's like a $30 value on the arm. The only thing it's gonna cost you is for shipping, like $2 fucking bucks, right?
Not even like $190.
$190. So go to naturebox.com right now and press in.
Joey.
Boom! Joey. Get a free fucking box, 3 little bags, 2 big bags delivered to your door right now, today. It ain't gonna come today, but if you do it today, you get it by the fucking weekend, and you can next weekend when everybody else is eating potato chips at those barbecues. There you are with Nature Box, living like a fucking doctor. You know what it costs you? Ugats. Tell him, Sebastian.
Ugats.
Nothing, bitches.
Zero. $1.90.
Nothing. $1.90, cocksuckers. And then you're sitting there going, but Joy, what am I gonna watch if I got vitamins? I got Nature Box, and I got fucking me underwear on. What am I gonna watch? Iron Dragon fucking TV, motherfuckers. The ultimate leader in classic martial art films, okay? All the names. Drop the names on them, Lee.
Jackie Chan.
Who else?
They got the Ip Man series.
They got the fat Enter the Fat Dragon. I mean, they got titles you never even heard of.
On lab videos.
But you're sitting there watching shitty fucking movies. You love classic martial arts. You want to learn kung fu. You want to fly through the fucking air. You want to be hit. What are you sitting there like a mutt for? Go to Iron Dragon TV and press in
Joey.
Boom! And you get 2 free fucking movies today, this week, starting this weekend. So I'm going to give you on it. You're going to get 10% off. I'm going to give you me undies. You're going to get 20% off and free shipping. I'm also throwing Nature Box on you, which is fucking gratis like a motherfucker. And IronDragonTV.com, 2 free movies. So if you can't take that, if you can't take a joke, take a shuttle, bitches. I'm always trying to give you cocksuckers love. I want to thank one of the best stand-ups in the game for coming in here today. Thank you for making me. I mean, it's just like you're my nephew. Like, now I see you, and like, look at this motherfucker knocking these cocksuckers out.
Well, thank you for having me.
Thank you. What's your podcast, man?
It's Pete and Sebastian Show. Get on Stitcher, iTunes. It's on my website, SebastianLive.com, and you can find my dates there as well.
Where are you this weekend? Home?
I'm home, and then after that, I am in Las Vegas at the Venetian Hotel and Resort.
What is this?
Memorial Day weekend.
Me too.
Oh, yeah? You're there?
We're all there. Rogue, everybody. Rogan's Friday night. I'm at the South Point. You're at the Venetian. Who else is there?
Perfect. Just
how many shows you got a night?
2. Just two in one night. So
you only got one night?
One night, Sunday night.
Oh, so you only have Sunday night?
Come in Saturday, perform Sunday, I leave Monday. So
if you want to go to the UFC, let me know. Maybe I'll get Joe to give you a ticket.
What do you Saturdays you
I'm
UFC?
there Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, but the UFC is Saturday night.
Saturday
So
night.
if you get in there early,
I'll
maybe
hit you
we'll
up.
get your fucking ticket, man.
Sounds
Sebastian,
good.
all the luck in
Thanks,
the world.
brother. I appreciate it.
Works out. Lee, what's up with you, cocksucker?
Just going to Vegas with you. It's gonna be
You ain't coming. I cut you off. That's it. I
Coming
got
off
your
now?
hotel over at the Hotel 6. Next to some dead fucking crack hole for $29.95. Good
Okay.
be coming. I'm very happy. And what do you got this weekend? Anything?
Just a couple of pitches from what we talked about last
You
night.
doing any podcast seminars this weekend yet?
Not yet. No, but
Get your
maybe
shit together, cocksucker.
maybe in Toronto. I just found out.
Maybe in Toronto. You better get it together with your little blue shirt on. Let me show Sebastian the crab. How you've been lifting weights lately.
I don't bet the crap. But
Show him the crab.
He makes me do
Show
this.
him the crab.
Oh,
There you go.
yeah,
Like a
tight.
fucking
I
Ali
wish.
Molly. I love you guys. Thank you, Sebastian.
You got it.
Lee Sayad, I love you, cocksucker. Thank you.
What do you want to end with, buddy?
What are we gonna end it? Don't tell me the weekend, because how about the fucking Allman Brothers whipping post? There you go. Not live, studio.
Okay.
You sure don't want a cookie to take home? You want something for the dog? Maybe the dog's got leukemia or something.
I don't know if this is live or not, but we'll find out.
I don't want live.
Well, I don't know. I can't. I have to do the ad too often.
Boom, 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 boom.
Well, let's see. We'll test it.
Come on, we gotta have you. That's it.
Okay.
Hit it. Do that, and then we'll put the ads later.
Okay.
Go ahead. Hit it. Look at this. 2 hours to put the fucking song on.
I'm trying to get ready to take off for
I gotta
YouTube.
live with. I gotta live. songs already. How high are you? Yeah, they still got peep shows.
Really?
They got one up here, and I eat sandwiches across the street. What's the place up here? Roma on Lancashire. Got a great fucking sandwich for lunch. Great sandwich. Special sandwich, 2 sides, and a soda for like $6. And I go in there with the wife before she got pregnant. She had the kid. And across the street from there, I was talking to the kids are Armenians. They used to be an Italian deli, but became Armenian. And I asked him once, what is that, a strip club? And he goes, no, the strip club is like 4 blocks down. It's a filthy strip club. He goes, this place across the street is where you go in and talk to a chick in a booth. That's naked or some shit. So I don't know.
That's a peep show.
That's a peep show. That's a Puerto Rican peep show.
Oh, I kept thinking it was when you go in and just shows the dirty movies. And you just go in and watch in the theater, like, with a bunch of other dudes. I thought that was a peep show.
Well, that's like a porno theater. Do they still have those? Anybody know if they still have like old pornography theaters?
They gotta have them in New York. They gotta have a few in New York.
I didn't see one at like an actual theater, but like a sex store had like some video places in the back.
Right, then you go in the back and sit in a booth, and then they have the videos you whack off in there. That's for a quick tug. You're driving on the 405, you feel like whacking off, but you got too much class to do in your car. You pull over some orange building with some Iranian dude with a missing eye, with a little hat on, with a Dodger hat on. You go in there, you get a couple tokens. You go in the back room, and they usually put them in there. You sit down, it smells like fucking death.
Yeah.
Because now as a kid, I would go to the ones on 42nd Street. There's 2 types of peep shows. There's the peep show where the woman's in the fucking middle whacking off, and she's all fucked up, degenerate looking. Like they're going there at the end of their shit. So we would play hooky in Jersey, right? 6th, 7th grade. We'd get over there like maybe 10:30. By 10:30, we'd catch the chicks that did speed the night before. It wasn't meth. Like they did black beauties. They got fucked like 10,000 times, but then they go in there for like $6 an hour in tips. Because they got to work the gank off. They don't have to suck a dick, but they just go in there and would lay there and play with their pussy, and the pussy would be fucking all fucked up. Some people go to the mountains, and the mountains throw them the fuck off.
Yeah.
Seattle, Buffalo, New York has a weird effect on people. It's up there high. It's very cloudy. Some people, I'm telling you, and you know, there's people at home listening going, Joey, what the fuck you doing? I believe in, the thing with Seattle was that I spoke to somebody one time. They said Bremerton, Washington, which is 45 minutes outside Seattle. Is a Navy base. It's one of those bases. I'm sorry, I don't know. I think it's a Navy, if I'm correct. But they have the submarines that shoot out to the rest of the world. The reason why the submarines are there is because it's the deepest point in the United States, and the submarines can go down. A lot of people don't know. Look it up on Wikipedia. I'm dropping knowledge on you motherfuckers here. That's why they have the subs at the lowest point. And, you know, in my mind, yeah, Joey, you're a fucked up guy. You were doing coke and drugs and eating a fucking stripper. Sure, you got bad luck coming your way. And I thought that part of it was her bad luck, because she was a fucking thief. A stripper's nothing but a fucking thief.
Oh, yeah.
They're fucking thieves. I love them. I respect what they do. They're out there. They're a thief without a gun. Their gun is their fucking snatch. And that's how they get you, and they're taking for fucking hundreds of dollars an day. I've been a victim. I was in a halfway house one time selling blow. And I bumped into a Korean with fake tits that was banging. I gave her everything. I snorted, but I had my hand in her asshole, like deep in her ass.
Was she a she, though? Because a Korean with fake tits, you got your hand in her asshole.
She was a she drinking. I was eating a pussy at the strip club.
Oh, nice.
I was in a halfway house. I was 2 months from getting married. I didn't give a fuck at that time. I was 28 years old, 29. I had already done time. I didn't give a fuck. I went in there, so I understand it. I get the whole mentality. For the stripper, the mentality is to take it. You're a fucking trick. You're a trick. Hey, baby, yeah, I'm going to college. I'm supporting my dad. He's wounded. He was a vet. You know, I'm just here. I haven't done this. I'm single. He just broke up with me. Yeah, we'll hook up. You want to know the lap dance? Yeah. We go in the back room where things happen in the back room. What's it cost? $100 fucking dollars. And next thing you know, you're down $120, and all you got was your dick rubbed through the fucking jeans. You could have done that yourself with a fake hand and saved money. All you would have paid for is shipping and handling, right or wrong.
It's through the jeans too.
It's a wild life. I thought that part of the bad karma was living with that fucking freak. But who knew? Who knew what was going on? You know, you had some bad luck up there. Look, now you were drafted by the Seahawks.
Yeah, I was drafted by the Seahawks.
And you went up there. Everything was beautiful. The sun only shines in the summertime. fucking October comes, it's rainy as fuck. What were you thinking?
I wasn't really thinking about the weather initially because it didn't wear on me yet. I was so into like I'm playing ball and then I'm partying on my free time. You know what I mean? And sometimes waiting while I'm playing ball, like, all right, I got to get out of here. I got to go. It's time to go out. This whole thing. But I got into a run-in with them, the cops, in Bellevue. And I'm at a bar. There's this bar called the Munch Bar, right? Just this, like, that was where the football players were going at this time. It was in Bellevue. And I walk outside, and I'm pissed drunk, literally. And I go into like a little like side little alleyway, and it's in this it's Bellevue, so it's rich town, right? It's like in this really like nice little mall strip area, and the bar is in there. And I'm taking a piss out on the side, and one of these like mall cop guys sees me, right? And he grabs me, and he's like, "You're banned. You're never allowed to come back here." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, sure." And he writes me like a legitimate, like a ban, like a writ, old ass 1970s, like, and signs it and gives it to me, and I just threw it away. Same thing. And I come back because that's where everybody went, right? So next time I come back with one of my buddies, and this dude's like, he's got like 4 inches on me, 3 inches on me, and another 30 pounds, just a huge dude. And we're outside of one of the mall places, and they had already seen me. The security guards had seen me in the mall and then called the cops and like ratted me out. So I'm outside one of these places, and I'm smoking a J with this guy, and the cop rolls right up on us. Like pull the car right there, and we're like, oh fuck no. So we throw it, and we just start running, right? And we're just trucking it, and I'm wearing like freaking like moccasins and like whatever, and he's a huge dude. And honestly, I feel like we're running like a 4.340, like just flying because I feel like they're gonna tase me. They have the new tasers with the they can shoot you from far away, and like all cops are carrying these tasers. So I'm like really feeling like I'm gonna get tased, so my back's tight. And I'm like running as fast as I can. We ripped through this apartment that he still had a key to that he used to live in. So we think we're good. We're going to beat him here, right? Because the main door takes a key. Cop catches the door, and he's still running after us in the hallway. Then we did like the old split up at the end of the hallway where I went out the back exit door. He went up the stairs, right? And then we just go. And I'm hiding in the bushes. The cops are driving by. I've lost them now. The cops are driving by. I can hear all their shit. And I call an Uber, actually, and have them meet me in the corner. And I run into the Uber, jump in, and get out of there, right? So I evaded them again. And I just kept going back there because I thought it was a joke. I thought it was actually kind of fun. It was like, fuck them, whatever. They didn't catch me. Like, who cares? They're not fast. So
Called a getaway car for Uber.
For Uber, yeah.
Did you like Uber Black?
And it was Uber Black, yeah. And the guy loved it. The guy like was all about it. I jumped into the back, and he could tell there was like this sense of urgency. And I was talking. I'm like, look, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. We gotta get the hell out of here right now.
Shut Uber down,
dude. and he loved it. He loved it. He's like, I got you. Don't worry, I got you. I'm like, thanks, man. I appreciate that. And so the third time they finally got me, and it was like I felt like fucking John Gotti because I'm sitting at this restaurant. I'm eating dinner, and I got my buddies with me, and I think a couple girls, me and my girlfriend, and I see this cop out of the corner of my eye walk in, and I'm like, oh fuck. And I instantly, reactionally look out the back door to see if I can run there, right? Another cop right there. And so I was surrounded, clearly. And the worst is they get me, they bring me outside. It's like a busy fucking night in Bellevue. Everyone's there watching. I got, the cuffs. They do the whole thing. They're reading me my rights. Do you understand? They bring the paddy wagon because I'm too big for the car. So they brought a paddy wagon and loaded me into the paddy wagon. And every time I get arrested now, the few times I have, I'm always in a paddy wagon because I'm too fucking big for the cop car. So they got to wait, and they got to call this giant, short bus for prisoners, and I got to go ride on that thing to jail. And that was the experience.
Now you get out the next day. Who's on the phone with you first?
I got to call Pete. I get out, and I call Pete, and I call Tom Cable up immediately because I'm like, I'm going to beat them. I'm beating this to the punch right here. And Pete actually, like, he kind of laughed a little because he was like, really, like. For pissing? Like that's what they wanted you for?
It was amazing how serious they get.
Crazy serious.
Crazy.
And they honestly, I got into some shit in Chicago, and they were easier on me in Chicago, which was way worse than they were in Bellevue. The Bellevue judge was so serious. I was more worried about Bellevue, which was nothing, than I was. It was crazy.
They probably just don't have much. Like they have to make a big deal out of it, or else they
Kings County Jail is a real fucking. There's some real fucking crazy people up there. That weather makes you react a weird way. So everything's fucking weird up there. But it's amazing where the biggest cities, because they have more going on, their police programs a little bit more lenient. They'll listen to your story a little more. They'll turn you around. They'll take you to the station and say, listen, we found weed on you. We found a little blow. We looked at your record. You're not a bad guy. We're going to make believe the blow didn't exist. And you're sitting there going, okay, I could live with it. You're a nice person. Just get out, man. All right? Exactly. Son your age. The guy will talk to you. They'll throw the weed on you. They'll kick this. They'll get rid of the warrant. It's when you show respect and you act kindly towards the cops. But Seattle, they were like machines.
Yeah.
They were like machines. They didn't want to listen, we're here to arrest you. We knew you to arrest you. No, the lady next door said, one time I went on a Monday. I don't know if you know Josh. No. Chelsea, I was his roommate.
Yeah, I've heard of him.
And we were roommates. And one day, on a Monday, I go, he goes, what are you going to do? I go, nothing, because you want to have ecstasy. I got one left over this shit. I had in my pocket, I was going to do it the weekend, but I go down to fucking Swanee's. There's some people down there. It's like 11 in the morning. People are drinking. Yeah. People talking about getting a package. What the fuck? Let me do a little, I got $12. Let me do a fucking shot. And lie to people and do a fucking hit of ecstasy. And all of a sudden the ex calls me, the stripper. She pages me. And she goes, come down. I miss you. I fucking run. I just did X. I'm ready to get my dick sucked. I get a cab. I go right to fucking Alki Beach. And I get in the thing. I rip her clothes off. We go to bed. We start fucking. Next thing you know, boom, 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 boom. Seattle police. She told the fucking neighbor. She told me to call the cops. The cops sees me. They come to the door. There's a restraining order still. We both have on each other. But no, that time I hid under the bed. That's the time I hid under the bed naked. And they drew their guns out because I was so fat the bed kept going up and down. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
They can't, over that.
Over that. They arrested me that time. They fucking took me out of the house shirtless. They fucked up my shoulders. I started getting off on the X while I was getting fingerprinted. This is fucking crazy. Seattle for me was 18 months of fucking craziness. Yeah. But then guess what happened? One Christmas fucking week, the comedy's slow as shit. That week they had like a shitty headliner come in Friday instead of Thursday night. And they had local comics go up on Wednesday and Thursday and do like. And I was one of the guys they picked, and one of the craziest things happened. All this madness. Guy goes, Chunky, here's my name is whatever. Chuck was his name. Really nice fucking guy. He was like, I need to talk to you about something. He was, I'm executive producer of a show named Bronx County. And we got what's his name to direct, some big time director. He ended up on The Sopranos as an actor. And he goes, we're going to have this cop show, and we really want you to play the part. And this is a true story. I'm like, this happens to people in LA. This isn't, and the guy's like, I'm going to call you January 3rd. Give us your info and we'll get you a plane ticket to come down and read for it. If everything works out, we'll pay for the move, the whole thing. I mean, so at the end of that whole 18-month bullshit, that's what came up. Yeah. And then as I was going to leave Seattle, I got a letter in the mail. Like, I was ready to shoot at this thing. I'm like, yeah, come down. I got a letter in the mail. I was a court Friday. Probation violation. And they're like, no, they're going to throw you in for 9 months. And I went there and told the judge the truth. He goes, this is what I'm going to do. Get the fuck out of Seattle. Don't come back for 2 or 3 fucking years. Take the animal management classes and get your life together. Good luck. Don't ever come back. You're like that. So it sounds like you like someone. And that was it. That was 1997 to 98. And it was 2 years of hell on top of the 3 I'd just gone through in Bolville with the ex-wife and the kid. Yeah. And me wanting to fucking stab her in the neck and all that shit. So.
Seattle is weird, man. Seattle is a weird place. It really is.
Now you're going through all this shit playing football. That must be even weird. Listen, man, when you walk in there, I'm an East Coast guy. I grew up with crazy kids. And I know you're a sweetheart of a guy, but you're the type of guy when you go, you're not types of line. You go. The motherfuckers are crazy.
You know what it is? You get really good at the double life. You know what I mean? You get really good at like playing like, and obviously everyone knew like in football, like I was a partier. But you get good at like, you don't know how I party. Maybe I just drink beer, but really, you know, you're in the party life. You're doing whatever you want to do. And then you come to football and you do that shit hard as hell, and you're good. You know what I mean? It's like both sides of the. What it does, it wears on you. You know, it gets like this shit's kind of hard. I mean, I'm not stopping, but this shit is really kind of hard doing both. You know,
I catch a nap if I want to pick up that G-boat and see the fucking devil. It's my whole thing that I realized 7-8 years after not doing college and shit. I still smoke dope. I love it. It calms me down. If I didn't smoke, I'd stab people.
no.
And the thing that always bothered me about doing drugs, that people add the blame to drugs for a lot of things. And for me, it wasn't the shit I did on the drugs. It's my behavior off the drugs. That was always for me. When I was on drugs, you don't see me. I didn't do drugs in fucking public. I stopped doing coke in public in 1994. After 94, 93, I was in the dungeon, Jack. I already had beer there. I had food for the next morning. I had everything so you wouldn't see me at all in that condition. The only person that would see me in that condition was I called the woman. Like, to come over. I get cleaned up for her to come over. I black off. I take a shower and wash my asshole. You know, you got to get cleaned up for me. I eat the inside of an orange.
Does that work?
They always said, I used to know this Colombian guy in Jersey called Loco. He used to carry coke and leaves. In 84, he used to fucking go. We were kids.
Inside of a
He always had coke inside of leaves, coca leaves. He would go right to Colombia and come back, and he had the leaves with the coke in the fucking leaf, even though it was illegal. Now it's big. People in the States are bringing coca leaves
and they're chewing them?
And they're chewing them up in the hills of fucking Hollywood. They pay like $2,000 for a fucking leaf.
No shit.
And people give them a leaf.
You know what I just heard about, and it was like close to making me really lapse, was fucking pink coke. Have you heard of this shit? Pink cocaine? Apparently pink cocaine is like the biggest thing right now. It's like the purest shit you can get.
That's how it started out in the 80s. It was fucking pink.
It was all pink.
It was beautiful.
I've never even seen pink cocaine.
I'm writing this chapter now, just fucking around. Because sometimes when you're writing something, you focus too much on what you're writing on. So what I did was I got a side chapter, and that's it. It was just cocaine. And I talk about how, you know, I started, like, people in this country do not want to believe this. Everybody always says, no, marijuana is not a gateway drug. I'm fucking sorry. I got this party started because I smoked a joint and heard Paranoid. Yeah. And that's it. After you get then you put on Led Zeppelin, not 4, the one with the fucking House of the Holy on and the ocean and all that shit. I was done. I was gone after that. So if that sounded that good on reefer, how would it? And I started experimenting with microdot acid. You weren't even itching your dad.
What was that shit like? Because I always think of what the old LSD was
so
like.
I would mess around with these little microdots. They were dots. So I had a little dot. And purple, brown, blue, green. It all came in weird colors. And it would just jizz you out, but you were hallucinating. And some people said it was rat poison, whatever. Listen, I fucking tripped my ass off. I tripped my ass off. I loved it so much. Like I did, at one point, I was just, way before. I had done that shit for about a year. I experimented. Me and my friends on Friday nights would take it and walk around. And we would drink 3 beers. I was maybe 13. 14.
Yeah.
We'd drink 3 beers, like an 8-pack between 3 of us.
Yeah, that's normal.
And then we tripped for like fucking 10 hours and we went home and I'd watch, like I had like the map of the McDonald's All-Star All-American team on my wall, Michael Corrin, and they started like going,
yeah.
I had a picture of Julius Erving dunking like, and he didn't move, he didn't stop and go, hi, how are you? No.
It's never like that.
It's just a thing.
Yeah.
And then after that, in the 8th grade, I got fucking sad. My friend, Billy Lynch, God bless his soul, he was like 3 or 4 years older than me. He said, you know, he goes, I make the ticket. This is why I treat you like I do, Lisa, okay? Because there's no fucking coming back. He took me down to Philadelphia to see the Rolling Stones. This is the summer of 80 fucking, this is the summer of 78. They just put out that, ooh, 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 ooh. I'm in the fucking 8th grade. I'm going to be a freshman in high school because I got a free ticket for you. Come Foreigner. It was the opening act. We drove to Philadelphia, got a hotel room, a bunch of us went. They were like 16, 17. I was 13. A bunch of my buddies went because they had older brothers. They took care of us. And one night, I got window pane acid, and that was the devil.
Like that or the shit?
That
Good
was the shit.
Yeah.
It was that and the shit they put in your eyes. I hadn't done the
Oh
shit
my
they put in my
God.
eyes. So first I did the window pane acid leak. And it was like the way you feel. This is why.
What are they putting in your eyes?
No, hold on. We'll get to that later. And then,
Oh, we never do that. I would rather get. I would rather do heroin than just like.
No, we have no idea.
I don't like eye drops.
And I put the fucking. I took the window pane acid, and I think it took like 40 minutes. It started, and it cooked. This thing cooked right away. Like right away, you heard shit. It got low in the room. It got high. The lights would turn down. Like your eyes would dilate. The color of the light, also that light would turn blue. This whole room, that blue from the Israeli flag would get really strong. It would dominate the room. And also, all three of us, we got to go out. And then I remember going downstairs in the elevator. And that was the first time I thought my head was really, really going to blow up at the age of 13. Like I had just come back from basketball, from fucking 5-star basketball camp with athletes, with Dominique Wilkins as a counselor. And here I am with these long-haired fucking rockers from Jersey, fucking dropping window pane acid. And they take me into that fucking outside thing, wherever Philadelphia. I don't want to give names because then I forget the name of these auditoriums and people fucking chastise me on Twitter. It was where the fucking Eagles played. And we went in there and the fucking stuff, and he came out with like an American flag on him or some shit. And I'm tripping my balls off, thinking this guy's not even fucking American. He's fucking English, but I don't give a fuck. Take that. And he was just great. It was something. And after that, we went to this moat. Philadelphia in those days had like think of how fucking crazy we were. Like, what could be in that water? Like, there was streets, and then on the streets, you know, you have those little islands in the middle of the streets. Streets are going this way, streets are going that way. Yeah. And you have that thing in the middle. You have little things with water in it. We jumped in it like it was fucking a river. That thing could have lice and leech in it and shit.
That's a lot worse than hummus.
But that acid trip was, in my mind, it was 20 hours. 20 hours of light change and you pissing and nothing's coming out of my dick. And then you can walk out. And those were the best tripping years. You're a kid. You're a fucking kid. And you're just giggling. And all of a sudden, like, I would call you. We'd say, look, Joey, I'm playing football. And my brother's a fucking cop. Don't say nothing, but I want to try ass. But take care of me. And I go, I got you, Joey.
Yeah.
I got you. And we'd go to a party where only you and I knew we were tripping. And you go talk to girls, and I go talk to Lee. But this is why I love this. Because every like 18 minutes on the minute, I turn around and you turn around and we make eye contact and go. And you go right back. That's why when you make that connection, that's why you can't wait to do it again.
That's rare now. That's rare these days because I always tripped like alone a lot of times, and I'd be the guy going out like alone, like I'm tripping, and it doesn't ground you at all. Like that's a great grounding tool because you can look at the guy and be like, "We got this. We're together." When you're alone tripping, you're like, "Oh my god, maybe this." You listen to people's shit, and you're like,
I'm not saying it. I'm not hearing it correctly.
Maybe I'm wrong. This is not good. This is getting overwhelming. This is too much. I got really mushrooms with my thing.
I do mushrooms. I'm from the East Coast like you.
Right.
Growing up on the East Coast, we weren't introduced to mushrooms. We didn't have sativa weed from California. I grew up with brown weed from Jamaica.
Yeah.
And then we didn't have a lot of things. I got introduced to mushrooms in Aspen, Colorado, 4th of July, 1983. John Denver was fucking playing at the Children's Foundation. And I got some mushrooms and went to a bridge. And I loved the feeling, but I didn't like the diarrhea. Yeah, I didn't like to go into the bathroom. My asshole feeling weird. There's that toilet paper stuck to my asshole.
I didn't get that a lot. Maybe it was the first time thing.
I got it.
Yeah.
But I was more of a.
You have diarrhea when you do mushrooms?
Some people react to their stomachs. So now, like I said, that thing, you're inside the fucking toilet, shitting, thinking how many trees did they cut to get that toilet paper. I swear to God, that's what I was thinking about. I'll never forget that. That's why I didn't like it.
How strong were the things you gave me a few months ago? Like those soaked ones from Indianapolis?
The mushrooms, they were strong.
Because I never like hallucinated.
No, we didn't.
It felt like light weed. Okay.
They didn't give you enough to hallucinate.
So small amounts of it are awesome. Then it's even better than weed.
Yeah, no.
I think large amounts are awesome.
I've never done large amounts.
I think the only way to really, that's the Terrence McKenna, like do a large amount of this shit and really get ripped out of your body.
Or gram? A gram.
His thing was 5 grams.
5 grams.
And I did it once. I did 5 grams
I
right
bet you
before
fucking did,
right
Tarzan.
before rehab. I was like, I'm going to rehab. This shit sucks. I was in my house in Seattle. I was going to come down to Malibu, and my girlfriend left for the day, and no one was in the house. And I was like, all right, I got all these. I had like 8 grams of mushrooms. So I'm like listening to Terrence McKenna, and he's like, you got to do the recommended dose. It's like 5 grams, and then it'll change your universe. I'm like, fuck it, all right. So I do like 5, maybe leaning on 6, and I, you eat it, and then you're kind of just playing the waiting game, but you try not to think about it, right? And he's like, this is so intense, you need to be ready. And you need to start singing songs and shit and get your mind like in the right place. So I'm alone singing songs in my smoke room, right? And it's like been I don't know how long.
That's the name of your book.
That's right. Yeah, I'm alone singing songs in my smoke room. So I'm in my mind it's been a long time, and I'm like, all right, I'm gonna get ready for the day. I'm gonna take a shower. It's 11 in the morning. So when I started, I'm thinking it's around afternoon. It's time to get out. Take a shower. I get dressed. I get all dressed and ready. Everything's ready to go. I'm looking in the mirror. I'm throwing darts, getting ready. I look in the mirror. I'm like, you're good. It's time to go out. Look at the clock. It's fucking been 20 minutes. It has been 20 minutes, and the trip hasn't even started yet, and I'm already like on the moon. And after that, it was one of the like scary and the most thrilling experiences of my life. I mean, absolutely horrifying to the point where like maybe I'll never be the same again. But then at the same time, like the excitement of like maybe I'll never fucking be the same again.
There's a different mindset to tripping and doing that type of stuff when you're younger.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're an offensive lineman. I don't know any fucking you either meet a Christian offensive lineman or they're out of their fucking mind. Okay, you either meet a Christian or they're out of their minds, and that's how they have to be in their job. I don't know their job, but they're blocking fucking gorillas all day. They're blocking men that are, that they made it to the NFL. They all do 240s. Strong as shit, It was something that I could never imagine at the professional level. I mean, and you started at a young age with football.
Yeah, about 8 years old. Yeah.
And you were All-American.
All-American in college, yeah, the whole thing. Yeah, 3rd round drafted. And
how was Wisconsin? 4 years?
Oh my God, 5 years in Wisconsin.
5 years in Wisconsin.
Redshirted. Oh, greatest time of my life. That's where I learned to drink. That's where I really learned how to drink, like the right way. Like, you don't stop. And oh my God, Wisconsin was. I was just talking to my my quarterback, Scott Tolzien, and he's with the Green Bay Packers now. And I was like, he was giving me all the old stories because I literally forget like 80% of that shit that went down there.
That's what college is for.
Yeah, this dude was lucid. He was my roommate, and he was like the straight edge, quarterback. You know what I mean? And he remembers all of it. And I was saying, I'm like, Scott, man, I'm so glad you were so lucid throughout college, or else this would have all been lost. All of this. I remember maybe 5 to 10 stories all around games or wins, and then the rest is just at a bar. It's all the same scene at a bar.
You win a championship up there?
We won a Big Ten championship, and then we went to the Rose Bowl.
Unfucking-believable.
Yeah, the Rose Bowl was.
What a feeling is that?
When we won, we beat Northwestern, and we won the Big Ten championship, and everybody rushes the field. They're fucking losing their mind. And then they're like, we're going to the Rose Bowl. We found that one out. The roses are everywhere. I didn't remove a rose from my fucking face for like 24 hours, right? And then the town, like, it's the first one Rose Bowl in 15 years. And the town's like losing their mind. And so we go out and we're partying. And I'm in this place called the Essen House, and there's these booths of beer, right? And everyone's there. We're all just getting freaking shitty. I'm talking to this professor at Wisconsin, and we're talking about, he's like a science professor. So we're talking about the universe and all this shit, right? And we get so deep into it, we turn around and all my boys are gone. They went to the next bar, right? So the professor, I'm like, hey, professor, do you want to come to the next bar with us? We'll continue the conversation about the universe. He's like, of course. And so I got a freshman with me, and we all go out. And the bouncer, I'm leaving. I know the bouncer is like, Moff. He's like, that guy's totally fucked up, right? I'm like, he's fine. He's a scientist. The guy goes, he's like, fine, good luck taking your future in your hands. I'm like, man, fuck you. So we get in the car and we're driving down the street, right? And I'm still talking, the car is like fogged out. Like, so you can imagine what it smells like in there, but the windows are fogged, right? And it's Wisconsin, middle of winter, it's freezing ass cold. All of a sudden, the berries go up behind us, and we get pulled over. And I'm like, what the fuck could be going wrong? The cops come up. This is the same night we had our Christmas party, so we're all wearing like tight ass, like Christmas, fruity Christmas sweaters and shit. And the one cop, two female cops, one comes to the right side, the other goes to his side, right? And the other one, she pulls him out and she's giving him the sobriety test, okay? And I know we're fucked. So I'm looking at the cop. I'm like, listen, I don't even know this guy. So we're good, right? I didn't know the rules. She's like, yeah, you're not driving. You're an idiot. You're fine. I'm like, oh, thank God. Because I was planning to run, right? I was telling the freshman we're going to run, the usual. Fucking scientist gets back in the car 3 minutes later, right? Looks him in the eyes. I swear to Christ, he was cross-eyed. And he goes, I passed the eye exam. And they let us go. And they fucking let us go all the way down the rest of the one-way road into the next bar. And that same night, another one of my buddies got picked up by the cops in a snowbank in the road, and they just brought him back to his house. No one said shit. The whole town was like, whatever you want to do, you can do it. Yeah.
This guy, he beat the fuck.
Yeah.
So now it's your senior year.
Yeah.
You know you're getting drafted. You have an agent. Everybody's knocking on your fucking door.
Yeah.
What teams are you looking at originally?
So it's totally on the teams. Like you have no. Who was the last guy? Eli Manning was the last guy to say, "Oh fuck this, I'm going to the Giants," right? But since then, no one says shit. Like the team picks you based on your draft position, your value. That's it. So when I got a call like a week before the draft from Seattle, and they were like, "Hey, do you have any qualms about coming to Seattle?" And I was like, "It's the other side of the fucking country." Yeah, no, that sounds good. And then, sure enough, they drafted me. I was like, they didn't ask me shit. We're at the combine. They didn't even interview me. Everyone else, you got freaking Jeff Ireland from the Miami Dolphins. He's asking me if I'm an alcoholic and shit, how many problems I have, why I'm so fat all the time. Like sometimes I'm like 330, 340.
What are you weighing now?
290.
You look great.
Thank you.
You were 340 when you were in college.
Oh yeah.
You gotta be. That's what they fucking pay you for. To fucking run around and tackle motherfuckers.
That's what I said. And I said, and I drink a good amount. And I eat a lot of fried food when I'm drinking.
Wisconsin. You're in college.
That's what I said.
You're a 22-year-old football player who's been fucking hitting it up 9 to 10 months a year, because in the summers you still lift weights. To be an All-American, that doesn't mean you sit there and scratch your balls and muscles don't just fucking grow on you.
Yeah.
You got to do shit. I remember just playing high school ball and the shit we did in the summers. I can't move my arms today because of behind the neck presses and front of the neck presses. I'm done. And I was just a fucking peon. I can't imagine a guy that's an All-American. You got to bang it out. So 22 years in college, your team is on the board. Everybody's sucking your dick, right? You're in college football. Listen, I watch 8 minutes of fucking pro football a year anymore. I just don't have the time. And then I watch 10 minutes of college ball. When you're a kid and you're Cuban and you come to this country and you see college football on Sundays, Oklahoma against Alabama, and you put it on, they come out with a fucking horse. First thing you say is, I'd love to play college football. Fuck the pros. Fuck the pros. To win a national championship and then to have a regular career, I could see it happening. I could see that. Those guys that do those 30 for 30s, when the when the North Carolina team got together and talk like that, that's friendship. That's something that lasts. You never forget that, I'm happy. I still remember the kids on my Betty basketball team.
Yeah.
I remember we had a play in the 8th grade called Your Mother. That was the emergency play. Because when you're taking the ball out, just saying your mother just shocks everybody, especially from the East Coast. But your mother, everybody was scrambled. Me and these kids, we were like fucking 0-9 in basketball. And the 8th grade, we all practiced hard. We got together in the summer. We ran plays. There was this guy in the neighborhood that played pro ball. We got him to come up and show us plays. And he showed us this fucking easy basketball thing. He goes, it always works. But you got a shot come out the gate. You got to come up with something like, how about your mother? He's like, that's perfect. It'll work. And we had this kid on the team. He was Dominican, but it was the East Coast. We didn't care. In Africa, he was Louis the Nigger. He was Dominican. We just called him Louis the Nigger. It was Louis the Nigger, me, Chucky McBreen, good old David Ruiz, and somebody else was on that fucking team. I don't know.
Dominic,
stop eating these edibles. So,
Dominic.
Your mother.
The point is, we had, you build this bond, even at that level, even at that little kid level.
Yeah.
I'm sure you played Pee Wees. There's still, my neighborhood, North Bergen, which is a big football school.
Oh yeah.
The coach, God rest his soul, they accused him the year he won the states of going out and recruiting people in high school, which everybody was doing at the time.
Yeah.
They just wanted him.
Them and Don Bosco, right? Those are the
Don
two
Bosco
big ones.
Tech,
Yeah.
Don Bosco Tech.
Yep.
And in basketball, the Hurleys have been doing it for 30 fucking years. When I was in the 8th grade, wait a minute, they talked to me? Yeah. They talked to me, I went to Superstar Basketball Camp, and they were like, you should move to Jersey City. Oh, just like that. Move to fucking Jersey City.
Yeah.
So now you're in Seattle, fresh year. What's going on? You starting?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I was starting. Yeah, I started the first 8 games, then blew my knee out the 9th.
Damn.
Yeah, blew it like good, like just cracked in half, like fucked up, like did it so good that you're on the ground, you're like, all right, that'll be a year. That's just a year right there, And
Really?
Oh yeah. But I mean, shit. When I went out to Seattle, I was a rookie, and it was awesome. It was fucking awesome. There was just like this this period of time from, I think it was the winning, when you win, you know what I mean? Like when we were seniors, you win all the way through, get into the NFL, get drafted a good place. It was the lockout year, if you remember. So I couldn't be talked to, nothing right after the draft until like literally August 1st when we started camp. And I just showed up to camp and then we were on. And then we did a month, and then that shit was just fast. Like learning, the NFL jump is like, if the high school to college jump is big, the college to NFL jump is like maybe right around the same, or it's big. It's a big jump.
First 2 weeks of practice.
After
you've made the squad.
Yeah. So I remember talking to my dad. I remember we had a day that it was like right before we put on, they ease you into pads, right? So like you have 3 days of nothing,
Right,
and then you have 2 days of like half pads, and then you go full, right? So like the third day of like no pads, like I was out there. I remember calling my dad after practice. I'm like, man, I think I can. This shit's not, I'm doing good. This is easy, right? And like, cause my speed was good and everything like that. Fucking pads come on, just like a whole new level. You know what I mean? A whole new speed. Everything. And then you get that. It's a mind fuck because you always start thinking, can I do this shit? So then literally the next day we go on pads. I'm just fucked up. You're a rookie. You get your ass kicked, right? And then I'm doing that like, oh my God, man, I don't know if I am gonna. And then you kind of even out. You adjust to the speed. You play some preseason games. You ball out a little, and then it's on. And then every week is just like, the second you hit Tuesday, even Sunday after the game, some guys are going. But like the second you hit Tuesday, it's work your ass off. You got Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday's like a lighter day. Friday's a walkthrough. Saturday's an hour. And then you're in at night, and then Sunday's the game. So it's really fast. And then when you're smoking dope like every single day, because I found out I didn't do any smoking when I was in college because it was like highly illegal on NCAA testing. Like you can't fuck with that. When I found out in the pros that it's like the once a year bullshit, well, I was right back on the train. So I was I went right back to like, oh yeah, go home, study your playbook.
And you're in Seattle, that rain, I grow some good fucking reefer up there, Jack.
The whole thing. And it was just, I was right about, we knew it was getting legal. Like we were getting close. Because the year after, maybe 2 years after, they completely legalized it.
It sounds like you have like a lot of free time. So is that not that you're not working hard, but you probably get in there really early in the morning, but then you're probably out of there by what, 4 or 5?
Yeah.
And then just have nothing to do?
All night. Yeah. And shit, I'm a guy that goes to sleep at like 2, 1, no matter what. So you have 5 to 1, and then you're good.
And then when you're on the road, you can't do anything. Like you just can't. You're stuck in the hotel room.
So that's, a lot of guys actually go out a lot on the road. A lot of guys will get in, like if you get in on a Friday, guys will go out Friday night, and some guys are crazy enough to go out Saturday night. Yeah.
There was a dude who got sent back from the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Yeah,
like
that happens.
Lineman. Oh my God.
That happens. I couldn't understand it because when we traveled, we went to the hotel, like I'd still sneak my shit on and I'd smoke it like the night before or whatever, and then Friday, but I would never go out.
Saturday night.
No, hell no. I wouldn't even go out Friday night. I wouldn't drink. Like I knew drinking was like the devil.
No movie, a steak.
Yeah, you eat a nice, I'd rent a movie at the hotel room and eat a nice dinner and the whole thing. But like team provided all that shit. But guys were going out to drink Friday, Saturday night. And I would hear about that shit like, oh my God, how are you drinking the night before a game or 2 nights before a game? But like some dudes, it's amazing what dudes can eat, I mean,
But listen, Showtime is Showtime.
Showtime.
Showtime is Showtime. You know, whatever the fuck you did the night before, it all ends right there. That's why you made it to that fucking level.
Exactly.
You know, Joe Namath will go out and get sloshed the night before. That's the word on the street, sloshed. That's how people would gamble in those days. They'd go out on Saturday nights and they'd see how late he'd stay out. They'd follow him, and then they'd start making calls. Bug, I'm at a fucking diner with Joe Namath. He's still snorting blow. Bet against him right fucking now, you know. He hasn't stopped. He's snorting blow under the table. And look, the Roberto Duran just walked in. You know, it was crazy. So that's how that thing, and there's some guys, it's funny. I used to work for a sports betting service. And the nights on Friday night, I would go home because he cut you a deal. He'd say, look, you go home Friday at like 4. But if you stay till 9, I'll put a show on and people will call and you guys get those leads. And I'll give you 150 cash. 150 is all I need for an 8-ball. And make Dirty Vince deliver the 8-ball right to the fucking office.
Dirty Vince?
I wouldn't do a bump till I got out of there at 9. I'd go home and get slide. I wouldn't do that last line. We had to be in at 7 to sell college football on Saturdays. I wouldn't be in until 7. I would do the last line at 20 to fucking 7. Oh, I'd be so coked up. I'd go in there and just put tissue paper up my nose and pitch. Call people. What's going on, cocksucker? Grab your credit card. You know those days I'd go in there and whack. I would do better than the other day of the week because I was unconscious.
In the zone, man.
I was literally unconscious. So I was working the pitch correctly. I was working all my automatic, you know, like when you go back and forth with people, Panther. I don't know if it's the same with sports. I didn't play at that professional type level.
I think it is. I really do. I never, I guess maybe because of offensive line or whatever, or how I felt, I never risked drinking too close to a game. But when I was in college and in the NFL during the week, we drank all week. And so I'd come into practice just, you know, like just clear vodka sweat, you know? And you would get into the zone where you'd be like, all right, you know, everything's all fucked up. I'm fucked up, but I just got to be right here, right now. And you think like in that like incremental little, oh, I got to do this right now. And honestly, it puts you in the zone and you're good. And maybe that's what it's like with a lot of guys who just fuck it, you know?
So now you play there for a season, 8 games, you get hurt. What happened? You come back a year later?
Yeah, came back a year later and kind of went back and forth, like was working on the comeback. So I was being like used as like a utility guy, which fucking pissed me off,
right?
Because I was a player,
right?
And they had a guy, good friend of mine, J.R. Sweezy. They converted him from D-line, so they were giving him a lot of chances early on, and I was being like really steady the whole way through with a fucked up knee. So we finished that year, and the next year I was getting so pissed off about like getting jerked around. I felt I went into Pete's room, his office, and I asked him for a trade. I was like, I think you should just trade me. I was like, because I'm not gonna like, you know, you say that this is all about competition, but I think that's bullshit. And you guys are playing favorites, and I think you should just get me out of here because I'm not gonna be like the best, the trooper. You know what I mean?
Right.
And he was basically like, no, that's not the reality of things. And then I kept him there for like 30 minutes. Like I wouldn't, like I'm not gonna do like you're the boss. I'll just, you know, take it in the ass and then be happy about it. So I could tell that really pissed him off, right? So he waited though for like the best time to trade me, which was fucking 2 weeks into camp, my 3rd year. 2 weeks into camp, and he traded me to the Cleveland Browns, the shittiest team ever, right? And the fucked up thing was I would still be fine if it was the Cleveland Browns because they sucked. I would have walked right in and started and been good. But they were fucking around because they didn't want to pay me my regular contract. So then they went in and they tried to say there was something wrong with my knee. So I'm in the Browns thing, and they put me right when I get in. They fly me there. First of all, they're like, "You're getting traded." That day, that night, they try to fly me out. I was like, "Fuck you guys! I'll fly out in the morning. Okay, I'm not leaving tonight. I got to pack. I got to do shit. I have to smoke 10 blunts. All my weed's here. I got to figure out how I'm gonna get it there. I got to call someone in Cleveland. Fuck you." So I get out there, and they bring me right to the hospital and they MRI me. Right to the hospital. Don't even go to the team. I go right to the hospital. I get MRI. I meet with the doctor. The doctor is actually like a good doctor and says, "Hey, do you want to meet? You want to see your screenings, your MRI shit? Do you want to see your knee?" I was like, "I would." He shows me all of it. He's like, "You got arthritis. That's normal. Everything else looks fine. You did a good surgery. You're repaired up. Everything's good, right? Perfect. Go back to the Browns training camp." My agent calls. He goes, "They want you to take half of your contract." I said, "Tell them to get fucked." Like, no, it's half my contract. And I got traded. Traded stays intact. So they didn't like that. They bring me up like 2 hours later, they bring me up to the head coach, and he's like, we're gonna pass. We're gonna fail you on the physical because your knee. So it's a clever way to avoid the trade, right? And I was like, well, you can't do that because I saw my MRIs, and you're a fucking liar. So then he just walks out of the room. He just walks right out of the room, and he grabs. I don't know where he went. Right? I'm
What's
like,
this man, Genie?
Chudnovsky.
Okay.
Chud, the one right after him, I think, right? And so he goes and gets like the athletic trainer, the guy that tapes ankles, and they bring me down to like the president, the GM, like all the big, the big guys, and we're sitting in the conference room. And he leaves and he's going to get like another medical guy, and I'm talking to the GM or whatever, and I'm like, yo, man, I don't know what you guys are doing here. I get your offense. I've watched some film. Like, I would love to play for you. I want to play. I can play tomorrow. Like, let's just stop. The money's the money. I know you got it. Don't fuck with me, And they were like, hey, you're making honestly, we don't know what's going on because last night we said that's a great addition to the team when we got this trade. And the other guy comes in and they try to keep up with the medical thing, and I really get pissed off. And this medical guy, the ankle taper is like, he's trying to explain what's wrong with my knee, right? So I let him do his spiel. And then I go, okay, this guy tapes fucking ankles. The doctor showed me the MRIs. You guys are fucking lying. It's all about money, and we all know that. And that's fucking stupid because you're not in the position to do this kind of shit over $300,000 and a guard you're getting for nothing. Honestly, I'm not. I was on a third-round contract, and the new agreement, it's nothing. And they let me walk right out of there, and they traded me to Denver. And that was it. But after, I was like, fuck all of you. Fuck the Browns. I wish you the worst. You're never going to win. The end. And then Seattle picked me up and brought me into Denver. The GM from Seattle did me a solid and got me into Denver. And then I'm with fucking Peyton Manning every day, and I'm high as shit in practice because I'm like, I'm hating life right now because I'm not going to play. I'm not going to start. And Denver's when it's getting legalized. So I got like all those edibles. I got these morning mints that I'm taking on the way into work. It's like a mint, but it wakes you up. It's a sativa kind of upper.
Lee, wake up, cocksucker.
Oh,
Look at the shape of this fucking view.
He's falling asleep.
Oh my God. Lee, get up. Let me see your eyeballs. Go like that.
It's late.
No, I'm not tired. We got fucked up about an hour before the started.
I'm rarely the sober guy in the room, man. I'm rarely the sober guy in the room.
Well, you are tonight.
I am
tonight.
tonight. It's a nice change up.
So now you started at Denver.
No, I didn't have a chance. If you don't have an offensive line for Peyton Manning by the third week of preseason, you're a fucking idiot. You know what I mean? And they had two great guards. They had an okay center, and the tackles were both really solid. So they were lined up. And Peyton's, the offense is it's complicated, and it makes it more complicated for offensive linemen. So like where my mindset was, because I was so worn out, I'm just like, man, fuck this whole system, fuck all of it. You know what I mean? And that was it. I'm like, I'm going to show up to work, I'm going to clock in my hours, and I'm going to go home and smoke this Colorado shit, and that's all I'm going to do. And that eventually hit like a point of like, fuck even that. You know what I mean? And then it was like that was it, and that's when I eventually just packed it in and left. And I couldn't do it. I couldn't do another. Retired. I went back home to Seattle in the bye week, and I just couldn't do shit. Went back to Seattle. Had a whole bye week, right? Was with my girlfriend, fucking, hanging out, whatever. Took a ton of mushrooms. Okay, about 4 days before, right? Like I had to go back, and I'm tripping my balls off. And I'm like doing the whole like, put life in perspective, put your whole world in perspective. Yeah. And I was like, no, it doesn't work. It doesn't fucking work for me. Come down, got a day or three to like be real normal, get normal for a day or two, still feel the same way, even though it fucked my head up that it was on a mushroom trip that I pretty much said I'm going to quit the NFL, right? And God forbid I could you imagine telling some of these ESPN motherfuckers that? I dropped some mushrooms. That's what I should have said, though. That's what I should have said right off the bat, because they couldn't get their heads past, you're walking away from $1 million. And it became all about that shit. You know what I mean? It became all about like $1 million, and then I had to do this whole like, But the reality was like I really wasn't happy with what I was doing. And it was like at a point where, where you're just like, fuck it. And I feel like everyone's gotten to that point. You know what I mean?
At some point.
At some point you get to that point.
Once you see something for what it is, and you just go, what's the point of doing this shit?
Exactly.
Lee, hit it. Cocksucker. Little Tony Bennett on a Monday here. just to break up the show a little bit. You're on fucking fire. You're great, man. I love it.
It's easy.
And this is before DNA. This is before, cell phone cameras were ubiquitous, even before like closed circuit security cameras were ubiquitous. So how was he cracking these cases, and how did he manage to get so many people to confess?
Here real quick. We'll move this right along. Always waiting for Dust, my main man Renee Encarnacion, Tim Woody, North Shore Scott, Jason Segans, Naughty Nate, Nasty Nate, whatever your fucking name is, Mr. Gonzo, Kern Michael, Constantine Rain, and my main man Juan Vargas. I love you, cocksuckers. Stay black. We're here talking to my main man John Moffitt. You retire, you get to Seattle. How do you end up in LA?
Oh my God. Well, the first time I ended up in LA was for rehab.
Okay.
Because I went to Malibu Passages, which was weird as shit because when I was on my little bender, I kept seeing commercials
For that dude.
Yes.
I was an addict for 10 years. Who gives a fuck? You're a pussy.
Thank you.
You got to go another 10, 15 years before you can open up a rehab. I can open up a rehab. You got to work yourself to that fucking position. We hit the air conditioner. We're sweating up a storm in here. Really? I'm freezing.
Do you see me?
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Get it together. You're slipping. It's a fucking steam bath. I'm freezing. So you go to rehab. You get your life together.
Yeah. So basically, so when I finish, I'm like, I mean, when I left, I was being so blunt and honest as possible. I'm like, look, I'm just not happy. I don't like this shit. I can't do it. Right. And there was no like plan B. There was no like, oh, I'll go into this. I had no clue what I was going to do. So I was like, I like radio stuff. I like this. Maybe I'll just go that way.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm good. No, he might need a water.
Yeah, let me get a water, please.
I'm good. I'll be peeing till 8 in the fucking morning.
I'm freezing cold.
How can you be freezing cold? It was a hot day today in LA. It was a cold day today in LA. So look at Lisa, little flying Jew. Look at her physique. He's a savage.
That's a physique.
I just went to my first Seder out here too. It was
Did
fun.
you really?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's the worst one for Jews.
How's the food?
It was terrible.
Is it? That's a bad one.
No, they like the brisket is good, but like there's no bread. It's all matzah, which is disgusting.
Nobody's eating carbs.
No,
the Jews don't like
it's an
carbs.
Atkins.
And then you can never have like shrimp or anything with like meat and cheese on the same dish. It's fucked up.
It's a fucking nightmare.
You know, I noticed that.
Soup.
They separated everything. Yeah, I thought it was just cleanliness, but
No, it's a rule.
godliness.
You have to have everything separate: plates, dishes.
Interesting.
For now, you go to rehab. You come out. You're
Yeah.
clean a year now.
Yeah, I'm clean. Yeah, and it's been a year. So I basically hit after I left.
How old are you now?
28.
You're a young fucking man.
Yeah.
You still got the world by the balls.
That's what I keep telling
You
myself.
look great.
Thank you. Yeah, I feel good. I feel really good. So.
And you're unbreakable with Dave.
Yeah.
How the fuck did you end up at Unbreakable with that savage?
So I was kind of part of like a cleaning up and changing shit up. I was like, all right, I kind of want to train a little bit again. I think, I left the NFL and then I went through this, just a bender, just a great party thing that climaxed in Chicago, got arrested.
How long was the bender?
It was a bender within a bender, but the intense bender within the big bender was 6 weeks, and it was 6 different cities. And it was not, I got kicked out of the house basically. Like I couldn't go home in my home in Seattle. Me and my girlfriend were on like the no-go. So I went to like Miami, Las Vegas, New York, Chicago, LA, and then back to Chicago for St.
With an ATM card with a smile on your face.
I was still getting paid for playoff games.
Fuck yeah.
The Denver Broncos went to playoffs and they were giving me playoff checks.
Fuck yeah.
Oh, it was like
a doctor. Buy me a drink and give that guy in the corner a drink too.
That's what it was.
Give all these humps a drink. Peyton Manning scoring touchdowns.
I was like the big, and then on top of it, like betting on the games too.
Yeah, you don't give a fuck.
Fuck yeah, I'm out. I know all this shit. I've scouted all of it, right? So I get the checks and then turn it around a little or just go blow it somewhere. And luckily my financial advisor that I had when I was playing still had like that, but this money was all like unaccounted for. Fuck you, I'm getting, and every week in the playoffs, you get a new check. Get a new check. It's like 20 grand. Every week. One was 40. I'm just like, what the fuck? I came home to check. I didn't even know it existed. I couldn't believe my girlfriend even told me. She's like, there's a check in the drawer. Fuck you. I'm like, oh. So I went on and hit all these cities, and then it finally climaxed in Chicago because I had like The Alchemist. I had like 6 different kinds of drugs on me to hit all these different points, and I finally got to the point where I was like, when your mugshot picture is like the worst one in the world, you know what I mean? Like I get in front of them, I'm all fucked up. They don't tell you you're taking a picture. No. Next thing you know, look up, right? You have 1 second to think about it, and I'm like, look innocent for the judge. That's the thought that comes. Which makes no fucking sense at all. Makes no sense at all, right? Clearly a drug thought. So I do that. I had this like puppy dog, sad, pathetic mugshot that's just fucking horrible. And when I saw that, I was like, oh my God, I'm going to fucking rehab. Delayed that for 2 weeks, of course, and then finally went to rehab in April. So it's been a year now. And then, like, when you get out, when you quit all the drugs you're on and everything, your mind is just, like, different. Oh, my God. So you don't really know what you, like, hey, what do I reject? What do I not? What do I actually believe in? What do I not?
It's scary.
Yeah.
First 90 days when you're sober is a very scary thought because you haven't thought clear.
No.
You haven't thought clear in years. I got locked up. By the 4th month, I was thinking TikTok. I'm drinking water. I'm eating Wonder Bread. I'm getting 3 squares. I'm sleeping 9 hours. Your mind comes back, and you can start questioning yourself. Like, where have I been?
Yeah.
Where has John been? Where has Joey Diaz been?
Now, could you have like stayed under contract and just gone to rehab, and then like not had to retire?
It took me. The quitting, like, they're separate things, and then sometimes I think that they could be connected. The fucked up thing, the thing that annoys me is that when I quit, it was very public because I was like, hey, maybe I'll do radio. I'll do some interviews, and I'll segue that into radio. It actually worked. I had 2 offers up in Seattle for, like, do you want to do a show or this or that? But they want to talk about sports, and I was like, hey, fuck sports. Like, I can't do this shit anymore. So that, I kind of steered away from that. But when I quit, I really was like, I'm not doing this. And then obviously it was, I kept finding things. I said blatantly, like, I'm very unhappy with what I'm doing. I'm not happy in life. I need to change it. So classically, you're not happy, just do a bunch of drugs. And that leads to the next thing is Chicago. Yeah, exactly. So whether one played off the other or one was with the other, whatever, you know what I mean? That's kind of the situation. But I think it needed me, like, there was no way I was ever going to go to John Elway and be like, hey, I need to go to rehab. We're on a Super Bowl run, but I got to go to rehab right now. And that was the other fucked up thing. I was like, both my teams were in the Super Bowl that year. The team I got traded from, we just played we played the Denver Broncos. I was in Seattle in a preseason game. I got traded to fucking Denver, both Browns and then Denver. And that was their first meeting since getting their asses kicked by Seattle, that the team I was on. And Elway's in the front yelling at everybody. And I'm in the back of the room like, Jesus Christ, this is weird. And then they go play each other in the Super Bowl, which was like the other bizarre thing, which I was like, shit, I should really sell both of these playbooks. I was waiting for someone to contact me I will give you all of the plays. And I'm pretty sure I told on Omaha, like I was in an interview like early on and I was like, yo, everyone understands Omaha is when Peyton's like going to snap the football, right? And then after that, it became like, I'm not saying after that, me, the guy says it all the fucking time.
All the time. Yeah.
I would have given him everything.
You miss it?
Yeah, a little bit. I do. I miss the,
this is what you've done since you were how old?
8 years old.
Every time a fucking leaf comes down,
yeah.
Every time July comes, what do you think about? That's it. I gotta go lift weights. I gotta eat good. I gotta.
Yeah.
I still remember when football season would come in the neighborhood. You could always tell how the guys that are gonna play football, how they changed a little bit. They started running laps, and you have to miss that. It's a part of who the fuck you are,
It's so. It's kind of. I've always said that playing in a football game is just like getting high, because the whole process is like very similar. Like you and science has even proven that football players are addicted to adrenaline. Most football players have adrenaline spikes that are like crazy. But you go in, you're about to go into the game, you're about to play the game, you know it's there, you're waiting, you're a little nervous, you know what's happening. And then, you walk up a tunnel, it builds, it's just this building, and then first snap comes, and then you're just on for fucking 3 hours, just going. And then you crash after. And then that's it. And the lifestyle too, the extremism and lifestyle where I could be like, all right, party. Okay, clean up now. It's football time. Clean up, play football. You know, as good as you could clean up, and then okay, party. So those two like that, like extremism, you could see it matches perfectly with addiction. It matches perfectly with, you know, alcoholism, all of it, really.
You know, it's the same thing with comics, like, you know.
Absolutely.
You have 23 fucking hours to burn. You could read so many books, you could jerk off so many times.
Yeah.
Eventually, you know, I'm gonna smoke a joint, I'm gonna drink or something. Thank God I don't fall into the drink category. I have nothing against people who drink. I'm a smoker, you know. I like, but anything like that. Look at, you know, John Jones with fucking MMA.
Oh my God, yeah.
You know, you live when you're addicted to something. Like I said, it's not the addiction; it's how you react, how your day goes. You know, that's why I always tell people when I did coke, I couldn't control my day. I don't know if I'm going to be driving and Lee's going to cut me off. I'm going to get out and yell at him in the front car and call him a cocksucker. And he's going to shoot me and I'm going to shoot him back. That's your day. You cannot control yourself. I knew, okay, let's say I went to Miami. To do comedy. I get in the night before. Like Tuesday, he has a feature act. I get in Monday night. You think I get there because I cared about the club? No. I got there because I walked right to the club and asked him for $100 draw. And I called the Colombian and he came over and brought me a package. So I know if I did blow Monday and Tuesday night, I had to take Wednesday night off. I knew this as an addict and as a comic. But if I wanted to do good for the weekend, I had to take like Wednesday or Thursday off. And then I could get high on Saturday night after the third show. And I could go deep because who gives a fuck about Sunday anyway, you know? So I knew when I could. That's the same thing you're saying. You know, you get high. And then there were some weeks where I couldn't control it. I had one thing. I had one personal rule. I did not get high before I went on stage. I smoked 50 joints. I'll take a Valium. I'll have 2 fucking amaretto and milks. But I will not fucking do a bump because I knew my timing would be completely off. That's just me. But when I was locked up, I would do speed on Monday with these fucking biker dudes in prison, right? And Monday nights we had to play basketball. And I do like 3, and I was in great shape then. I swam every day before I got locked up. I knew I was going to get locked up in Colorado. So I got into swimming and lifting, and I rode a bike. I didn't have a car. I sold the car, and I just rode a bike. And I'll tell you what, I would do 6 or 7 laps with the meth in me, whatever the fuck we would snort it.
Yeah.
And oh my God, I couldn't play fucking basketball. After a while, I thought my heart was going to bounce out of my chest. It was too much. It would be bouncing along by itself. Why do I want to be running laps like a fucking yo-yo for?
Can you guys like explain, just because for me, I'm like the straightest guy ever. I know now I'm super high, but I don't have anything in my life that would I would do that would hurt me. So like for someone like me on the outside who, let's say you're a headlining comedian or you're in the NFL, like why? Like it seems like it should have been an easier decision to just not do it, but it just seems like it's just not even a decision.
You just explained it to me. You got to turn that animal walk. It's very tough. It's very tough. There's some guys you play with that didn't say 2 words correct.
Yeah.
They went home afterward, they fucked their wives. Yeah. They went hunting, they went fishing, they chewed tobacco. Yeah. That's what offensive linemen do. Then there's the other half of the offensive line where they can't turn that fucking block. So if they go home and they're still seeing themselves shuffling their feet, they're counting shuffles. They start counting fucking shuffles and shit. You know, and that's with everything. Anything that, listen, man, it's tough having a 9 to 5. It's tough driving the 405 and thinking about your kids. Can you imagine playing in front of how many people on the weekends?
80 to 100.
Okay. Yeah. Somebody always at your door knocking. It's about money, dog. You got 2 weeks to get your life together. It's about money. It's not about high school no more. The coach don't give a fuck who's here to see you. You don't perform, somebody else will come in and do the fucking job for you. You get hurt, you got to sweat it out a little bit. Because you got to go back. And there's 3 guys now that know you're hurt. And they're doing push-ups and they're eating spinach. And they're fucking doing their thing. It's pressure, man. It's pressure. And sometimes money is too much pressure for people.
Yeah.
I love doing stand-up. You know why I hate it? When I gotta get paid.
Really?
I hate it. I fucking hate the whole thing. I don't want it to be a chore.
Yeah.
I want to be sitting here with you right now. You know what, bro? What are you gonna do afterward? Let's go get some wings. There's a stage. I'm gonna crack some jokes. And that's how I make a living. They give me a guaranteed $25 or something. I'd be happy.
Yeah.
But when I got to fight with people and I can't, I thought you played football. In the back of my fucking mind, you went to college, you got your dick sucked, you got a fucking degree, okay? You got drafted, and you went and they gave you a playbook and you played football. No, they give you 200 pages of fucking things to read and team conduct and NFL rules and shit that you can and you can't do. And you start looking at this going, I thought this was football. This is mild communism. For a fucking paycheck, they want me to do that. And okay, I understand the code of ethics. And I understand a lot of things, but in today's world, it's completely different.
Well, didn't Goodell like really tighten down everything? That's what I heard. Like when Goodell came in, just made everything awful.
It's a corporation now.
Yeah.
They're making billions of fucking dollars. But guess what? He has a bad game. He misses a block. I have the right now to go on Twitter and call him a fucking cunt. That's what I have the right of. Because I either am a fan of Seattle or Denver's or Cleveland. I have the right. So how many times can I call him a cunt on Twitter before he comes home one day? He has stress, his job, he hurt his knee. Before he goes, hey, fuck you too, you fat fuck. Now guess what? 2,000 people see that. And they show that to the Seattle Seahawks. There's a different code of ethic. And now the internet adds more to it. I used to go on a set of a movie. You went, you ate, you smoked a joint. Now you go on a set of a movie and you're signing 10 waivers telling you, don't take a picture and put it on social media. Don't do this, don't do that. So shooting the movie is becoming something else. Okay, yeah, I like the money and the whole thing, but it's becoming something else. And that's what I didn't like about football. Like, I don't understand about. That's what I learned when I did the longest yard.
Yeah.
Because I talked to Brian Bosworth.
Yeah.
And Brian Bosworth is the fucking essential NFL,
Oh, yeah.
And he wasn't a drug guy or nothing.
No.
He just had issues in the other level, and he didn't like it, and he went head to head with them. And, some people will go, you know what? I'll take this mild communism. I'll support my family and keep my fucking mouth shut. But then you get guys like you that are great guys. You're a sweetheart. But you know what, motherfucker? After the game, I want to go out and fucking cut it up a little bit.
Yeah.
You know what? Years ago, I had a tight friend who's in bind right now. Today, he's in a big bind right now. He's going to have some jail time. But for a while, he thought he was a real badass. Nice kid. I grew up with him. I love him like a brother. He was bouncing one night at the bar. I'm fucking coked up out of my gills. I'm 60 yards away from this bar. There's a big parking lot. I get out and I look at my friend. I go, hold on. I take my dick out and within 10 minutes, this kid I grew up with says, what are you doing? And I go, I'm pissing. Meanwhile, his jaw's going. He did 2 bumps. My jaw's going. I thought all was forgiven. And for 2 years, he ratted on me about the pee that time. He not ratted on me. He broke my balls. Every time I'd see him, he'd go, you have no class, pee. Like, he got so insulted from the pee. Till this day, I can see if I pissed on your door, on your mother's leg, on your cat. But I'm peeing in the parking lot. Yeah, 60 yards from the door. I don't, Seattle was one of those places where they took everything very literally, the police department. Yeah. To the T. Even if you told the cop, like, I'll be seeing you again, brother, he'll go, you threatened me. No, I can do comedy. Yeah. I know your partner goes in that comedy club. I don't know. You might have, let me go discuss this. Some people just take fucking shit literally, man.
That's true.
That's fucked up. That it could be like, there's so much discretion. Like somebody, like if you did that here, would you have gone to jail? Or would that have happened?
Well, like in a big city, like I said, there's more leniency. There's more understanding. We don't have time to give you a ticket for fucking jaywalking. And you know what? I understand. That's a law, bro. And I didn't know. And all you had to do was pull me over with your because there was 3 guys on bicycles. So I was mesmerized.
What's up, little dick lickers?
It's
Rabbi Rothschild here, everybody's favorite.
Yeah. If they arrest
Next
you,
up
they put
is
you
Skill
on
Gap
bars or
Gaming.
something.
I love this
I don't get it. I'll
motherfucker.
bend
I
those
love
fucking
everything about him.
My brother,
His
what are you
stream
playing?
is amazing.
Sober? You look
Yeah, I
healthy,
love
you
you,
get
dog.
healthy. What are you playing? You're 28. You got the world by the balls.
I know, I'm just, I decided to come down here and get in shape and kind of find a new direction, but really I'm just kind of keeping it easy. I'm still working out and training, so I'm considering it. You know what I mean? I'm considering possibly doing more with the athletics or something like that. I'll let you say athletics like I'm going to go on a fucking dodgeball, right? But, it's kind of like, like I said, like before, when you get out of rehab, you kind of realign your whole world. You know what I mean? And as it's gone, it kind of more changes and realigns. So I take it, one day at a time. I don't plan too far out, and then kind of see where it goes. Honestly,
Discord.
That's all you could do, man. Just being sober, like when you when you're young, you like to party. Like when I was 25, I did not understand people who didn't party.
No.
And I'm not the guy hanging out with Lionel Richie at a club dancing on the ceiling. I'm not that guy. Party, that word meant nothing to me. I just didn't understand how in my mind partying was to break down my mind. I looked at it that way. I grab a blow, a couple beers, and go home. When I think about shit, and I'll get my dick sucked later on. I'll make some call. Whatever you went for in those days. And I was just counting myself. It was the addiction. I remember the first year off below while I was talking to you. The shit I went through. This is just 6-7 years ago. I'll be sober this November, 8 years from now.
Nice.
And that first fucking year was a nice fuck. Because I always told people I wasn't going to do it anymore. But I just didn't know for sure.
Yeah.
But then as the months progressed, every day that I got sober, I thought about how I acted when I was sober and how I could see the change. Like all of a sudden I had money in my ATM account. Like,
yeah.
Oh my God, I had fucking money in there. Like, how much is it now? 280. I haven't had 280 in my fucking bank account in fucking years. My bank account was between 32 and $100 at all time. I was a grown fucking man. It's something that I can't even imagine today doing a blast.
Yeah.
I love my reefer. I'm 52, unsettled already, brother.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna quit reefing now. It's too.
No.
It's too.
And I think honestly, I think it's good to ease off of everything else. Honestly, because you know it and you know what it can do. Like I used it to ease off of everything, and I think it's like a lesser,
lesser evil.
Lesser evil.
Out of all the evils you could do, listen, I'm not gonna knock on your door at 4 in the morning to borrow $50. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna look out the window all fucking night. I'm not gonna put my family out of fucking business because I want to smoke blow. This reefer shit, I got into it when I was like 12. And I always liked the one aspect of it that helped me sleep at night.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed that. And it makes Doritos taste like fucking God.
And everyone's a lot more interesting too. That's like half the reason I feel like let's be fucking honest. That's like 1% of the reason why I probably use. Everyone just gets so much more interesting. You know what I mean? You deal with all these people. That's the thing. Like when you play in the league, you talk about like the Twitter accountability. And I find football players are like some of the few people in the, if you call it the entertainment industry, that actually have to really pander and cater to fans and still put on this, like, you can say whatever the fuck you want. A football player still has to be like, oh, good game tonight, and God bless, and love Jesus, and all the right things. You know what I mean? It still like has that political kind of aspect to it. So I always found when I was playing, because I had to be so fucking fake all the time, God forbid I offended a fan that came up to me at a bar. Much easier just to get trashed and just not worry about it. You know what I mean? Or just be like, oh, fuck it, whatever you're saying is fine. It doesn't really resonate with me, or it's not interesting. But
fans like you when you're trashed. Yeah. They want to see you fucked up at a bar. They want you to know that you bleed when you come.
Yeah,
I noticed that at Swannies. I used to see a lot of the Seahawks, and then the fans really like you. I mean, you don't want to be pissed drunk and John and Coke rocks going on your fucking nose. But, people know. At least tip your big glass and send you a drink over. And
oh, yeah.
It's a great honor to be a professional football player, man. You had that.
Yeah, man. It was a very fun ride. It was a wild ride. It was a fun one, though.
So you're a wild dude. I can tell by that smile. That smile is... Listen, man, I hope you... find love and peace and everything you're looking for.
Thank you.
Once you get off that shit, it's there. I have a friend that drinks, and I can't call her anymore and bust her balls. I would never bust anybody's balls because I never like people busting my balls.
You constantly bust balls.
But I wouldn't bust somebody's balls about getting high. Okay. I know there's a problem exists. I'm not going to change their life by talking to them. It's something, a conscious decision.
You got to make it yourself.
You have to make it yourself. Yeah. You could get blue in the fucking face telling me how cocaine's going to kill me, Joey, you love me. Stop for your kids. They're going to put you in jail. All you got to do is drive me to go get a fucking package. That's all you're doing by talking to me about that shit is making me fucking want to go get high. All right, fucking now.
So true.
But it's one morning you wake up and you go, you know what? I hurt my dad.
Yeah.
I hurt my mom. I hurt myself. More important, I hurt myself, bro.
Yeah.
And you know what? You're right. Fuck football. Fuck everything else.
Yeah.
Right now, it's about taking care of you. Remember the fuck you land? You're still a young man. You have the world by the balls. Thank you for coming in.
Hey, thank you so much for
You're
having
a
me.
fucking savage. Give a shout out to your dad.
I gotta give a shout out to Dave Moffitt. He's a huge fan of yours, man. He's been telling me about you for 2 years.
Now they live in Connecticut.
They live in Connecticut, yeah. Him and my mom, and I called him up just on the way over here, and he didn't know. Like I texted him and I said, hey, I'm going on Diaz's show, but I don't think he like got it across.
Right.
And so I'm telling him on the way over here, and he's like, are you fucking? He's like, what are the chances? I tell you this.
That's a small world.
Yeah, for 2 years now you're on the show. I've been listening. You're the only one, podcast. You're the only one he likes. I'm telling you.
I want to give him a shout out. Send him my love and stuff.
I will.
And you're down there with Dave and Unbreakable, which is great.
Oh yeah, that's amazing, Jim.
He jiu-jitsu you yet?
No, just stretching.
Oh my god,
he just stretches the shit
with
out
that
of me.
long-legged motherfucker.
His hands are like, they look like they could go through a wall just straight. Like he looks like, I wouldn't want to jiu-jitsu him. I feel like he'd fuck you up.
He's a strong guy. He knows what he's doing. He's a little older. He's got that old man strength.
Yeah.
But he's a great fucking trainer.
Oh, yeah.
He really, really knows his shit, man. Every time I go there, I learn something.
Hell yeah, he's
new
back,
from him.
baby.
Absolutely.
I got lots of fucking
15-pound
accounts.
dumbbell in my trunk. And I go to No Hope Park and I do sit-ups. They're his sit-ups.
Yeah.
They're the ones he taught me for jiu-jitsu, where I just get it and do a sit-up and kick my legs up and go back. That's all Dave's shit. Dave's got 1,000 things.
Oh, yeah.
I went to jiu-jitsu today and I did one of the tricks he taught me, where knee on belly and you switch the leg so you can't get your leg caught. And the guy goes, where'd you learn that from, Sean? And I go, better yet, one of his brown belts.
Yeah.
And he's like, that's who teaches that shit. Dave is a bad motherfucker. Thank you again.
Hey, thank you, Joe.
Shout
Appreciate it.
Hold on 1 second there. Let's give a shout out to my main motherfuckers over there at On It. Alpha Brain Bitches. Complete Earth-Gone Nootropic. You understand me? You're fucked up. You can't get your heads cleared. Nope. Alpha Brain is the way to go. 30-day money-back guarantee. We don't even want the product back. Who does that shit? You know you're a drug dealer and I didn't like your fucking heroin. Can I get my money back? And then they give me your money back? Fuck no, you did it, cocksucker. On It don't care. When somebody does that, that means they care about you. And it means they care that they want to do business with you. So if you don't like that product, 30-day money-back guarantee, okay? And that's what the Alpha Brain, their flagship motherfucking product. Go to On It right now. Go to On It right now. Take a look at all their great products. Go to the box and press in church. Boom! 10% off like a motherfucker, just like that. Also, they have the Stay On It program where they'll mail the stuff right to your house on a monthly level. You can't lose. Whether it's the Shroom Tech Sports, the Shroom Tracker Mood, Immune, the new Mood, the new T formula, the testosterone enhancer, whatever the fuck it is, the hemp force protein, the acai vanilla, or the chocolate, you're not going to lose. Go to Alpha Brain, go to honor.com right now. My main people over there at IronDragonTV.com. As you notice, I'm a little fucked up tonight. That's what happens when you read a couple of Green Hornets and the last piece of the Jewish Star of Death. Anarchy Edibles. Look at this fucking thing. This thing was huge at one time. Look at the size of this fucking Jew Star of Death. Look at this fucking thing. There ain't nothing left, cocksuckers. What happened?
I was zooming in so you can see it.
Oh, sorry about that. He took the fucking world in. Anyway, go to Iron Dragon TV for classic martial art films. These films are the best martial art films. You always want to get into fucking. There's no UFC. There's nobody bitch slapping one of them. Nobody. What are you gonna do? You're gonna sit there and watch fucking Dancing with the Stars? Fuck no. Go to IronDragonTV.com right now to watch classic martial arts films, from the Yip Man series to the Kung Lee series to who else? I'm just naming Chinese motherfuckers right now. I don't know whether they exist or not, but their movies are at IronDragonTV.com.
Oh my God.
Right now. You understand? You get 2 free movies when you say the name
Joey,
Joey. That's how we roll. 2 free movies, Iron Dragon TV, Roku, technology, 4K. They're a leader. Dave Foley putting shit together over there. But don't listen to me. Go to IronDragonTV.com right now. Take a look at that great fucking classic martial art films. You got 2 of them coming on me. Go to the box and press in, Joey. Boom, and get 2 free films. Hitty 6, they ain't fucking around this month. 1,200 guaranteed bucks. It's May 17th. You know when I brought this motherfucker up here? At the beginning of March. 1,200 fucking pups. He's giving you 5 of these things for $50 or $10 a piece. Whether it's a cigar, whether it's a hitty cig, whether it's a 24 milligram, the 0.20. Start right now. This is what I would do if I was you fucking dummies. It's summertime. You didn't quit in January, right? Here's your chance for $50 fucking dummy. For $50 fucking you momos, you'll never smoke again. You're gonna get yourself the 24 milligrams, the 16 milligram, the 8 milligram, the 0, and you're gonna get yourself a cigar. So you look like a doctor this weekend, Memorial Day. You know, your little party with your little red shorts on. You want to look like you're doing something like an interesting dude. Look at him. He ain't smoking a cigar. He's smoking a hitty cig fucking cigar. 1,200 guaranteed puffs. They last longer. They taste better than the fucking Hindu cigs that they sell you at 7-Eleven. Go to hitty cigs right now and get your fucking. What do they get?
You go to Joey's church, President Joey's church, and you get 5 for $50.
5 for $50, and if not, you get 20% off. Right? That's all I know. Also, listen. Joey, I don't want to be healthy. I don't want to watch kung fu movies. I don't want to smoke no fucking electronic cigarettes. All right, what do you got for me? You know what I got for you? If you're a wax smoker,
or oil,
or what? Or oil. Let's say you like rubbing oil on your feet and smoking fucking wax out of a fucking vapor pen. Nailed It Life is here for you, cocksuckers. Go to naileditlife.com and look at the beautiful supply. No, the one vapor pen they have, 20% off. It's $50. You get it for $40, and it's guaranteed. You have a problem with your pen, the coil breaks, it's not getting charges. You call Dave, and within 24 hours, he's got the piece for you. Sometimes it's not the price; it's all about the customer service. I don't care about how many 8 balls you do the night before. I care about how you suck my dick the next day. At the end of the day, that's all we're worried about. Go to Onnit.com, IronDragonTV.com.
Well, Nailed It Life, President Joey Diaz.
HittySigs.com and NailedItLife.com. They're great companies. They provide a great service. Thank you very much for supporting us. Again, John Moffitt, bad motherfucker. You know, you can talk to him on Twitter on where?
Moffitt74.
If you want to help him, whatever you do, let's say you're into staying clean, you want to hike around, Moffitt's always there on fucking Twitter. You're on Facebook?
Yeah, I don't really do the Facebook.
All right, just go to Twitter.
Yeah, Twitter.
And if you smoke dope and do drugs, stay away from Moffitt. Don't let me find out you're on Twitter showing your little raggedy tits. If you're clean and sober and you want to show him your pussy, he's available. Listen, no vegan pussy. Smells like fucking 10 dead Iranians that vegan pussy. The pH is off. The pussy's all whacked up. No vegan pussy at this fucking house, all right? I love you, cocksucker. Stay black. One more time, my main man, John Moffitt. One more time, my main man, Lee Sayat. Bitches, Las Vegas this weekend. Wash that pussy. Uncle Joey's coming to town. If you're a vegan, eat a steak, bitch. Balance off that little monkey spray. The Ice House next Wednesday night. And then I'm in Oklahoma City with you bad motherfuckers. Stay black. See you Thursday with Andy Dolores. You got any dogs or cats? Check in. We're going to talk about fucking CBDs for your dogs. If your dog, let's say your dog is fucking stupid or retarded, we'll give him a fucking treatable. And he'll see the devil, this fucking dummy on the cover.
You're doing like a PBS like infomercial.
What am I doing?
Check in next week. We'll do CBD so we can
Yeah,
talk.
we'll be here on Thursday.
Oh my goodness.
What the fuck are you asking about?
I have no idea.
I got a ticket to Boston. I can't believe it, man. They wanted so much fucking money. And I also got an email today for eligibility on TSA. I don't have to check in no more.
Oh, shit.
Did you get your instant?
Yeah. I guess they erased my police record, bitches.
We're still going.
No, I don't fucking know. They just emailed me.
That's crazy, though. It's 8 years, though. Like, did you ever think about it, like, 10 years ago?
What's that?
Like, you'd be 8 years sober. That's crazy. I didn't know it was
Who the
8.
fuck knows? Wrap it up. We're getting
Oh, we're done? Okay.
Yeah. Look at me like I'm fucking retarded. There's always somebody there to try to fucking take your pay.
Oh, I know.
I put on the thing every day to grab your balls or your pussy and go get your fucking lunch money back. Because if you allow these fucking cocksuckers, they will take your lunch money. And they don't do it with a gun. See, I'm old school. I'm from New York City like you. You want to rob me? You show up with the gun, I'll give you the chain, I'll give you the rings, I'll give you the wallet, I'll give you everything. But don't try to fucking call me and muscle in on something that I already did that you know I'm gonna have to pay 10% for. And you're like, hi, how are you? Listen, dog, those days are done. You had a chance to wiggle and hide, and you fell on your face. So now stick to what you know. These motherfuckers, everybody wants to fucking get 10% from your fucking money. And the government.
Having a doctor. Like I found out I paid a copay at a doctor that I probably didn't have to pay, so now I have to go talk to them next week.
How much they charge you?
It's $30. It's not a lot, but it adds up. But I got a blood test.
Look at
I almost passed out.
I know you did. Those fucking things are tremendous.
The first time I got one, it was just in a bag by the floor. But then I didn't know they have the tube right at your elbow now. So I opened my eyes, I looked down, and I got a little bit lightheaded.
Oh, fuck yeah. That's why I look the other way. I bring the iPod, I put Santana on. Fuck yeah. Auntie Dolores in the house. And Marjorie. One of the girls from the fucking, look at them mixing shit up and shit. With the new packaging. Look at this shit. This is for fucking Gentiles right here. This ain't for gorillas like me. This shit will put you on a different planet. Look at it, the fucking packaging. This is a Gentile. Oh my God. It's low glycemic. You know, really? Oh, non-GME coin. Okay. Whatever the fuck it is. All I want to see is the devil. You know what I'm saying? I don't care if I eat popcorn or look at crack hoe's asshole. I just want to see the fucking devil.
It does that too.
I want to see the devil, Marjorie. What's up, Auntie D? Talk to me, baby.
Oh, man. It's
fucking
great.
I got to congratulate you leaps and bounds at this company since we met.
Oh, thank you.
Leaps and bounds. Now, the 500 milligram brownie's out.
No more.
No more. It was too much. It was too much. We found that people want to see the devil. But sometimes it's only like 3 or 4 people that really, really want to see the devil. They just walk around talking about gluten and fucking granola and shit now. They've been smoking pot since, but you know, they don't want to see the fucking devil.
No.
That time in San Jose, that was one of the scariest moments I had in my life.
That time I went?
Oh, now you tell me.
When I ate the half real off the bat, and I had to get the chicken.
The shrimp
to fucking calm me down.
He was about to go on stage.
I was about to go on stage, and the adrenaline mixed with this, because that's what you got to remember. On stage, it becomes something else.
Mm-hmm.
You know, people don't know. I know my good friend Joe Rogan had that thing what is it when you fucking memorize? What happens to you when you eat marijuana? It changes in your liver, and it becomes ketosis 3. Who gives a fuck? I just want to see. Everybody wants to read a book. Just smoke the joint and shut your fucking cake hole. You know what I'm saying? Everybody wants to be Johnny. I'm the smartest fuck on the block. Fuck you. Just who gives? You know what I'm saying? They show up with a hookah. Why are you gonna smoke that shit to get bad breath? Put some fucking weed in that thing and stop it. Stop. We went and smoked hookahs last night. Really? I'm surprised you don't smoke a fucking hookah.
I've smoked hookah before.
I'm sure you have. While you're eating hummus and with no shoes on. No.
So
then why waste your fucking lungs?
Yeah, that's fun.
What's happening, Auntie?
Oh, yeah. I'm just, I'm loving all the innovation in this industry. You know what I mean? It's great.
We're pretty fortunate.
Very.
The industry's grown leaps and bounds, and you're still here.
Still standing.
That's the most important. See, when I first got my license, I noticed people were showing up and disappearing.
Yeah.
Showing up first, the edibles are really strong. They kill you. And then after they realize they're not making money, they put more fucking cookie batter in and less reefer, and then you're like, what the fuck is this? Or sometimes you just get used to the product. And, you know, the stores, sometimes you drop a Rice Krispie off and the thing gets fucking hard. So I bring it home, but I realize you got to put it in the microwave oven. I didn't know that shit. You put one of those THC motherfucking Rice Krispies in the microwave oven. You let those fucking cancer cells cook up and shit and mix up with the THC. Forget nice and warm THC. When you smoke THC, it's warm.
It is?
When you smoke it,
that makes sense.
It burns, right? So we're eating this THC that's fucking cold. We got to put these cookies in the oven.
Could you guys sell cookie dough and like bake your own cookies?
Can you make that's the fucking...
Yeah, we'd love to do stuff like that. If the health department would allow for those kinds of products, a lot of health departments are banning perishable items like that for
that makes sense.
Unknown reasons.
I gave a Southwest Airlines stewardess 2 of your pretzels one time. She didn't know. I had them on the thing. And she's like, these pretzels look so yummy. And I'm selling them. I'm like, they're non-gluten, non-glycemic. Knock yourself out. It was one of those flights from Burbank to San Jose. So I didn't see her at the end of the flight. It was quick. I just ran off the fucking plane. Somewhere she's like, I didn't smoke pot. She's at a hearing right now going, I'm telling you, I never smoked pot in my fucking life. Some chubby dude gave me a pretzel.
Oh, man.
You fuck that dirty bitch.
But it's
don't touch my fucking food next time.
It's weird that you just said that. It's very similar to podcasts when you think about it. Like the industries, how a lot of people come in and they come in really big with all these big ideas and stuff. But then in 6 months, I don't know how long it takes them, and but they disappear.
Yeah.
So it must be interesting. And how long have you guys been doing it? A while, at least 3 years, 2 years,
7 years.
7 years.
2008. We got our start in San Francisco. 2008.
Do you know who the first person who ate edibles was? A kid by the name of Felipe Esparza was the first person that was bragging about the peanuts.
Oh.
2 years before I had him, he kept saying, "Did you get the peanuts, fool? Did you get the peanuts, fool?" And that's what happened. He got them up in the Bay Area.
Yeah.
And we kept looking. And then they showed up somewhere. They showed up at Cushmark.
Okay.
And he called me. This is 2009, yeah. 2010 around there.
Yeah.
He called me and he goes, "They're there, go to Cushmark." And that's when I started fucking with Auntie Dolores.
Yeah. This is, I think, this is the 4th item we added to our menu. So this goes way back to 2010, probably
So
2009.
which item is that?
Chili lime peanuts.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
Those are
they're
the
so
ones.
good. They're
Now,
so
let me
good.
ask you something, Auntie Dolores. We got the new packaging,
Uh-huh.
which just is amazing. You
Oh,
know, it
thank
really,
you.
there's a lot of people that don't trust. They just don't trust. They just don't trust unless they go see a webpage. And then I wouldn't. In today's fucking, listen, in today's market, if you don't have a webpage, then why are we talking?
Yeah.
You got to have something. Show me something, a foot. Even if you put your foot and say, "I'm fucked up, I'm working on it," I'm good. At least you got something. At least you went to GoDaddy and put the figures together. You know what I'm saying? But don't fucking give me a product and I go looking and there's nothing to read about. That's the selling point. Listen, like I said, I'm a gorilla. I used to buy angel dust on 118th Street and snort it. What do you think that comes with a fucking stamp from the FDA? This is good. All we cared about what the thing was, Jonestown 2020, killing black people 101, whatever the fuck it was. That's what it was.
That was a good brand.
That was a good brand. Killing black people. No, what was the name of that brand? Black Man Killer. That's what it was called. When I was like 16, there was this THC crystal.
That ain't right, man.
They used to, what the story on the street was that you take buds and leaves and you put them in water, and what boils, the THC that comes to the side, you scrape that and then you put it through a process and we would snort it. That's what they told you on the street. But it was really gorilla biscuits, a.k.a. angel dust, a.k.a. fucking animal tranquilizers. You were fucked up for 12 hours. And you know that terrain. I tell a story about I used to work numbers on 118th Street. I went one day and they're like, "No numbers today, it's raining." And I ended up smoking fucking angel dust with a pregnant chick. I didn't know she was pregnant. She had a winter jacket on. And I went to get weed. In those days, they had the weed and they had the trays. For $3, you get like, what's a tray? It's like a joint, but it wasn't really a real joint. It was a joint of powder to sprinkle on your fucking joint. What do you think? You got an FDA? You think they had a website?
Probably not.
No, they had no fucking website.
It's coming soon.
So people, yeah, real fucking soon. He's probably doing it right now in prison. So it's this is great. This is great because and you have a great product. I mean, 8 fucking years. How many
7.
people?
Well,
7.
going on 8.
Yeah, going on 8.
Yeah.
People have come and gone.
Yeah. It's not an easy industry to operate in, by no means. You have to be nimble and adaptive. It's changed so much already, and I mean, even in the last year, it's changed immensely. So, but it's never a dull moment.
We got to find somebody who's dying from Oxycontin abuse in Florida. And just make them eat a bunch of these and give them like $100 to listen to you die.
Yeah.
Somebody dies and has these next to them, like with another shit. And that's when we blow up. That's when the company fucking goes public.
A lot of people are weaning off their meds with cannabis,
Yes, they
and
are.
a lot of elderly
Yes, they
folks
fucking
as well.
are.
Yeah.
Man. Yes, because they're seeing the light. I saw it with that anxiety medication. One day I just said, "Let me try a cookie." I'm like, wait a second, something feels weird. I'm sick and tired of smoking. I've been going to jiu-jitsu for 2 years. I still can't last. I'm breathing fucking heavy. So I've been thinking lately of maybe cutting back on the smoking.
Well, you quit for a few months.
Yeah. Huh?
You vape, right?
I'll vape from time to time. These motherfucking vape.
Juju
This
joint.
is just tremendous. This is the fucking.
That's
Now,
my
what's the name of
favorite.
this?
It's called a Juju joint.
A
It's
Juju joint.
yeah, it's a disposable. It's awesome.
How many puffs?
150. That's got the 1/4 gram. There's going to be a 1/2 gram model coming out soon, so I'm excited. And they do a CBD pen as well.
Now break the CBDs down for me. Let's break this shit down while we're at it, so people at home, because I don't fully understand it.
Okay.
My friend James, we tried to break it down to him. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. Break it down.
So you're familiar with THC,
Yes, I
obviously.
am.
So that's one compound in cannabis, and there's a whole bunch of them. One of them is CBD, and it's cannabidiol. So it's also pronounced cannabidiol, depending on who you talk to. But it's just got a long list of health benefits, and most of them are substantial, but some of them are really profound, actually. So,
And this ain't the stuff you smoke to get high. Break it down for the
No, it
people. There's a lot of
doesn't.
Americans that think
Yeah.
that we're just out here, we're
Yeah.
hippies.
Really non-psychoactive.
In my fucking world, I smoke because I'm insecure, and I've been smoking since New York City, and I love it. I love smoking and reading a book. I love smoking, listening to music.
Totally.
But for some people, the other end of the spectrum is the medical benefits.
Yeah.
I've been hearing about, I know what medical marijuana does for a cancer patient, somebody who can't eat and keeps puking. This gives them a little bit of an appetite. It brings a little happiness to them,
Mm-hmm.
Break down this, because I didn't understand, like now
Yeah.
we have with animals, but what are the benefits to just this,
right. Yeah.
just the
So,
CBD? Like, can I get, and how does it come?
well, it comes in many forms depending on how it's cultivated and processed. And you can also derive it from hemp, which is virtually no THC in that plant. So that's where we get our treats is from. Hemp-derived CBD is what we use for the dog treats. And that's because there's zero THC in it, and we want to be able to sell this worldwide. And so in order to sell it worldwide, it has to have be under a certain threshold of THC. But our THC-infused products are also medicinal. I mean, THC has health benefits as well. It's just that CBD, because it's not psychoactive, doesn't get you high, but it has a really long list of health benefits. And so people are using it for epilepsy, cancer, any kind of neurological issues at all, including epilepsy and Parkinson's. And then, Crohn's disease. And when I say cancer, I'm talking multiple types of cancer.
That was my question. So I've seen like the CNN videos, and it's like oil.
Yeah.
Is that CBD or is that something different?
Well, you can have THC oil. That's what's in this pan. It's a THC-rich oil. It's just there's different ways to extract it, and what's really popular right now is CO2 extraction. But there's other ways to extract it. It's just and then it has different percentages of active ingredient, and so it's a lot of calculations involved in like the dosage. And
how do you do that when you're high? How do you do that math?
You don't do it, it's done for you.
Oh, okay.
And most of the oils you see that cancer patients are using, there's CBD in that oil. Usually it's some blend of CBD and THC. And there's incredible research going on that it doesn't only help the symptoms of cancer, but it's actually targeting the cancer cells and killing them. It's incredible. What is potentially possible with cannabis. If only the federal government would give us the ability to do more research.
Now, why would a guy like me start taking a teaspoon every morning? Would that be beneficial? Like some people take flax oil.
Yeah.
Preventative medicine. Totally.
Yeah. And if you, for anxiety, it's great. You said you were on the meds, you kick the meds. And
No, I kicked the meds.
Yeah.
Fucking ate. Yeah, it was garbage. I went on that after 2 weeks. I knew that wasn't for me. It was just too creepy, the feeling I got. And that's why I focused more on the medical
CBD
marijuana.
and all the cannabinoids, 100% non-toxic, 100% safe, non-addictive.
So
comes from nature. Okay, I mean it's a big secret. It's like the secrets.
Totally.
Cat's out the bag here. And unfortunately, science is way ahead of politics on this issue, and politics needs to catch up with science because there's a huge disparity there, and that's why it's still a Schedule 1 narcotic.
Are there any side effects besides eating too much?
Actually, CBD is not as much of a stimulant, an appetite stimulant. And then there's other cannabinoids that are actually appetite suppressants, like THCV.
Yeah.
So if you're looking for a flower that gets you high, but it doesn't get you hungry, go for THCV rich.
Okay.
Which is like Jack the Ripper or...
We've just basically only
Barron.
had conversations about THC up until now, which is why I think it's confusing to people because that's all we've really talked about. But the reality is there's just all these other compounds in the cannabis. So they're essentially the same type of compound as THC. They just have different effects. So CBD is one of them. CBN is another. THCV is another. And so now we're paying so much attention to CBD, which is just another one of those compounds because it has all these amazing effects and it's non-psychoactive. So we can give it to animals, children, and, elderly people that, really want to stay away from those psychoactive effects. So it's exciting. And if you think about it, just like cannabis, it's the same thing. It grows, it's coming from the cannabis plant or the hemp plant. So it's just different genetics. Basically, the plants are bred to have less THC, more CBD. So when the flowers are harvested, the buds, just like you would think of buds that you would smoke, Same thing, just has more CBD, less THC.
You can smoke it, you can extract it, you can make edibles out of it, and get it tested, and
It'll give you the effect.
Yeah, like if you want it, for instance, I've got some of these juju joints. They have a CBD pen as well. And I mean, if I don't want to get high, but I feel like, for instance, I might feel like toking on a cigarette, and I don't want to be smoking cigarettes, but I could toke on a CBD pen. It's not going to get me high. It's going to give me health benefits as I'm using it, and it makes me not smoke a cigarette. That's 4 good goddamn reasons to toke on CBD.
Now here's the problem that you have with all these things.
Or was it 3?
A guy gets cancer. Guy gets cancer in Ohio.
Uh-huh.
He's I don't know, conservative. And he goes for treatments, blah blah blah, and all of a sudden it reaches stage 4. And now here's what these motherfuckers are doing. They're reaching for this as the final thing.
Yeah.
And it's like a little too late. Like it shows some progress, but it's just a little too late. You caught it just a little too late.
Yeah.
I read something about a month ago about a guy who just CBD'd it on some cancer, took the sugar out of his diet, and lifted weights or something, and he fucking went into remission. Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh, well, I mean, if you look at brain scans of tumors, I mean, you can see shrinkage. It's clear, and there's cases that are being documented. But then, of course, cancer when pathology is so advanced, sometimes it is too late, but you could still provide a quality of life increase even by giving cannabis at that stage. So either which way, it may not be curative, it might only be palliative, but it's still good.
Now, could you do chemo and that? And it wouldn't negate it? Okay.
I think I've read in a few different places that chemo patients require more because there's a lot of that substance is running through your bloodstream, and so it's not that far-fetched that you'd need like stronger dose cannabis products and stuff.
Over the last 2 or 3 years, I've been reading more and more. With the kids who have diseases and their parents are getting thrown in jail or arrested for giving their children. I think something happened in Philly. I like to say I can't. I just read these things. I don't really talk about them on a podcast, but they do bother me because they're your child, and if it's helping your child, I think it's epilepsy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's all this, like all the seizures. Like there's CNN ran this whole long thing, a bunch of different episodes where people are moving to states that are allowed to do it, and they have to uproot their entire family because. What are you going to say? You can't say no to your kid. Yeah. Like, there's medicine that could work, but because we live here, we can't use it. I mean, luckily we live in California, but of course you would. If God forbid anything ever happened, that's all that matters at that point.
Over 100 families have moved to Colorado to treat their kids with cannabis, and they've got retractable seizures and epilepsies that respond really well to CBD and THC, and then sort of a combination of cannabinoids depending on the case.
I mean, that's like the biggest one because cancer takes a while to know it's there, and then it takes a while to go away, but the seizures seem to be pretty instantaneous, and it's a really good it really helps.
That happens with the animals too. Like they try the treat, and within the first dose they seem to not be having seizures anymore. That's what the customers are telling us. It's amazing.
Like 2 dogs that use the product regularly that stopped having seizures.
That's the fucking one that's really growing now.
It's really crazy.
That's the one that I'm getting fucking emails about.
Oh, seriously?
I don't even know how to describe, and I didn't know until after I lost Sissy, and the girl that took care of Fidel when my wife was out of town. She'd have to give him like an IV.
Yeah.
I can't stick a cat with a fucking needle at this point yet.
No, I've learned.
I can't. So when my wife brought her in for $10 a day, and we talked, and she's the one that told me to go to the other wheat store for Gentiles. But she also told me that she had given her cat, and the cat, I don't know, for the hips. People talk to you, it's early, you're stoned, you didn't have your coffee, you don't know what the fuck they're saying, but I see these people that are not hippies.
Yeah.
If somebody came up to me like in Boulder like 15 years ago, okay, whatever, dude. But these people are fucking college educated veterinarians. And they're telling you now that, listen, give it a fucking shot. I can't tell you this in my office, but I can tell you this outside the fucking office or whatever. So that's what has impressed the shit out of me. You're telling me that tonight, go home, break these up, grind them up, and just give them to the cats tonight.
Oh yeah, I mean, I give it to my 19-year-old cat who is definitely, going strong because of CBD. And she, like any animal that lives this long, she's got musculoskeletal problems, so she's not going to move around like she used to. She's got pancreatitis, which is, God, a fucking brutal disease. So painful. Animals will just give up eating when they have that disease. I give her one of these treats every day, crumpled up into her food. She eats all the time. She's less nauseous. When she has flare-ups with her disease, like, she can totally handle it. She scampers around the house like a fucking 8-year-old cat. It's like what I see more than anything is like increased vitality. Like, she goes from a cat that, wants to be herself into just totally balanced. And it's so cool to watch. And, I've been giving her CBD for many years now, and I definitely attribute her health to
Marjorie,
that.
I don't know. You look like a young girl. Do
Thank
you think 20 years ago we'd be having this fucking conversation?
I mean, yes, because
really? You knew all about it all along?
Well, I was into cannabis. I mean, the moment I became aware as a teenager, I was just like, forget alcohol. This cannabis shit is amazing. Like, this is what I want. This is what I want to be involved in. And, that was it for me from the very beginning, like 14 years old. Hi, Mom. So, for me, I always knew the medicinal benefits. I mean,
did?
Yeah, growing up.
I fucking knew nothing. Nobody told me nothing.
Well, I
that
feel
fucking
it.
Puerto Rican on 178th. I got a fucking.
Well, that might have the weed you were smoking back then may not have been as medicinal, perhaps.
No,
but
nobody spoke about medicinal marijuana to me.
I mean, I couldn't articulate it, but like I knew that I was more social. I knew that I was more creative. I knew that if I had pain in my body, it was going away when I was smoking. So I couldn't articulate that when I was 17, but I can now. And I knew then that like that was it. I started making edibles and doing all kinds of things,
I got high in the beginning.
Oh, there goes Periscope.
I got high in the beginning to get high. I didn't know. I was a young kid.
Yeah.
And first time I heard music, I knew it was going to continue to fucking get high. Like, I'm like, this is not stopping. And I'm not one for alcohol. I can't sit across from you after 4 fucking cocktails. I really don't want to hear what you got to say. I really don't. I grew up in a bar. My mother had a bar. So the effects of alcohol on me were done when I was 10. I knew that shit of people grabbing you by the neck and telling you they love you. I don't like that shit at all. I don't like fucking cheers. Fuck you with all that dumb shit. I always hated it. So marijuana was always my thing. I knew that I was an only child. I had gone through losing my mom. Something happened, and this took me away. For me, Ari lives in New York, and I could tell, did the phone break?
No.
I live in California, and I'm a New York City boy at heart, and I'm not one of those guys that fucking LA sucks because of the bagels. I really don't give a fuck, all right? The pizza sucks. I really don't give a fuck.
You don't need the gluten.
No, I like the gluten. I'll go to Joe's Pizza in the mall and get a slice if I have to kill the urge. It's not bad, and I'm not going to be disappointed, and I don't get aggravated. I get aggravated, but to me, there was nothing better than putting your Walkman on as a kid and getting fucking jazizzled because I made a whole afternoon of it. I came in from the Jersey side on a bus. I would walk across George Washington Bridge and walk down to past Broadway on the other side of Amsterdam, and there'd be black people, Cuban. And
Dominicans,
Jamaicans.
Yeah.
This is way before the Dominicans. This is 80. We used to go to a pool hall on 178. Walk in. When I was in the 8th grade, Lefty Cortina, who's a science teacher, you know, high school now. Fuck him. Lefty. He won't talk to me on fucking Facebook. Fuck him. Took me to a church in the Lower East Side. That downstairs they sold weed. It wasn't the priest. The priest was just in for the small fucking 10 points. You know what I'm saying? It was like 3 gorillas, and you could buy like. They had. Listen to what they had in the summer of '79. They had this weed that had been compressed, chocolate Thai weed that had been compressed into a box, into a thing, and they dipped it into hash oil.
Ooh.
This is back in '79, like honey bud.
Yeah.
And you had to break it apart and let it sit outside and dry. And then they had. Oh my God! Then they had Sensimilla. That's what they called it. And then they had chocolate Thai weed, which you call chocolate traumatized. And then they give you a fucking punch card. Did you know that they give you a punch card? And then they had
the bottom of the church.
At the bottom of the church, they gave you the master mix, which was the scents and the chocolate tie put together. What?
Amazing.
This is 79. They already fucking had the fucking answer to your problems. And then I went up to 163rd, and I would go up from 160 up. That's why I would get the different spots because Jamaicans were up there, you know. So I always loved marijuana, but when I took my fucking traveling act with the Warrants to Colorado, I remember I went to Colorado in '83, Jack, where people would come with Humboldt weed, then and the baggie looked like it was cocaine because the two bags on the bottom, it was crystallized on the baggie, and then you go, what the fuck is it? And they go, it's weed. And I remember buying this for 40 an eighth or something. It used to be 40 a quarter, something ridiculous. When you were like, what the fuck, $40? Because for 20, you got like 3 joints in New York on the chocolate traumatized. So I never learned about any fucking benefits. The benefits for me were taking me out of my dilemma, making music sound better, and making a fucking chocolate shake taste like a fucking, I don't even know. I can't even say what I want it to taste like. You understand? A little Carvel chocolate shake and shit.
Oh, yeah.
Thin, with one of those fucking
black and white.
Black and white.
That's my thing too. Yeah.
With a fucking Yankee cap with a sundae in it and shit with sprinkles on that motherfucker. What? What?
I think you need to throw some cannabis oil.
Oh my God! No! Don't ruin it with the cannabis oil. By that point, I've already inhaled 22 gallons of cannabis oil. That's what got me to Carvel, cocksucker.
The funniest thing is when he'll call me and be like, after a podcast, when I know he's already stoned and he has some of your stuff laying around his house, and he'll be like, I got hungry and I ate some more caramel corn, and I got even higher.
Because sometimes you get high and you get the munchies. Fucking caramel corn's right there to kill the itch.
Oh my God. Design it that way specifically.
The thing I like the most about your products that Auntie Dolores has over anybody is, okay, when we get Anarchy edibles, they have a great star. That star of death is 125 milligrams, but it's 125 milligrams. That's an investment.
Mm-hmm.
That's an investment. I got to look at that star and go, that's 8 motherfucking hours of my day. I don't know what type
Are we spending the day together?
Are we spending the day together? You know, and I'll drop 2 of those things just to start off, just
in the morning,
just so there's no misunderstanding. You know me, I don't want any misunderstandings. So we're all in from fucking Jump Street. Bam! Right off the bat with some coffee, you stir it in, it gets gooey or whatever. I have a friend that used to do heroin, and I love him to death. He did heroin for like 8 years. He used to just sit there, do H, and watch Beavis and fucking Butthead and giggle to himself. I didn't get the whole allure of it. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna do heroin, go out and fucking walk around naked. You know?
So much TV.
Go find a Christy. What's her name? What's his name? Nirvana's wife.
Go
find yourself.
Courtney Love.
Go get a Courtney Love.
Stay away from Courtney Love
if
you're
God, did you see
high,
that
man. That's like a buzz.
No, not yet. I've read about it though.
I've not seen that documentary.
Oh.
Fucking disturbing.
Ooh, which parts?
Towards the end when they're getting high and you see that they're high with the baby and how fucking high they were, but he was on top of the world, so it really didn't matter. But my friend, the heroin junkie, had a great perspective to it because she says in the documentary she never cheated on him. So as I was watching this, my buddy, because we're still goombas, he's just off the heroin now like 20 years. We were talking and he goes, don't listen to that fucking twat. You know, Jersey people. He's like, don't listen to that twat. He goes, anybody knows that the filthiest junkies are women junkies. She wasn't in love with him. She was in love with his heroin. And she goes, she did cheat on him. She goes, nobody remembers that after he died, she put on the album with Billy Corben. She put some album out and Billy Corben wrote the songs for her. He goes, she's a dirty fucking whore. I mean, he knows her from the heroin. You know, I saw her in Seattle. Josh Wolf had a bar, El Lobo Loco, and she did her birthday party there. And she had a dude that would just shoot her to wake her up and shoot her to put her right back in Limboville.
Oh my God.
It was classic. It was fucking classic.
A heroin assistant.
Like a heroin assistant?
Yes.
How fucking cool would that be? Just to look at someone and
How
say,
about a cannabis assistant?
Get that needle rolling. That's a job that I would love to open for somebody.
Some people do it. Like a rapper, I forget, tweeted that he wanted like a joint roller for like $50,000 a year just to keep rolling joints.
Just keep rolling.
I'm
Don't say
surprised
2
that job
fucking
hasn't
words.
popped up yet.
With benefits, can you imagine like $50 a year with benefits, a 401k? What do you do for? I just roll joints. His fingers are all dark, like he's been finger banging somebody with a dirty asshole for the last 10 years and shit.
Paula just saw Courtney Love open for Lana Del Rey the other week.
And what happened?
She said she wasn't good.
No, she's not good.
Who's not good?
Courtney
Courtney
Love.
Love, she's done. That was
Courtney
done.
Love opened up for Lana Del Rey
At the Hollywood Bowl.
Monday.
Interesting. Wow, that's a interesting. I mean, I see it that way. It should be that way, but it's just Courtney Love's been around.
You know, one of my
a lot
50-year-old friends is dating a 20-year-old called me and asked me if I had connections for the Hollywood Bowl. I yelled at him for 10 minutes. You should be ashamed of yourself. 50 with a 20-year-old going to see a Lana Del Rey standing there like an old fucking pervert with a pocket full of Viagra. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck is wrong with these old fucking guys, dog? What the fuck?
Wow.
You know, you're married, but if you weren't married, you wouldn't go after like a 22-year-old.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Not because of me, for her. That's disappointing. You're not gonna get none from me. I come in a minute. I got ugly nuts. I'm 52. You know.
I think that'd
why
be
would
good
you do that
for-
to a girl to show her balls at that like 22-year-old mark? To show like disgusting men's balls. She'll never recover from that. She'll never recover.
You're doing
from
them
that.
a favor. You're doing a
No,
service.
a
Then.
woman doesn't need it. The other day, some girl at the weed store was like, I would love to go to Vegas. I go, listen, I'm not saying nothing out of line, but you don't want to go to Vegas with some fucking old guy. Right? You got a 21-year-old pussy. You say this to 21-year-old men. You don't give that shit to some old fucking disgusting pervert. You give it to a young fucking man. I'm a pervert, but I can't cover the spread. You see what I'm saying?
I have a 21-year-old daughter, okay?
Right.
Can we change the subject
So
here?
Does the 50-year-olds hit on her?
Oh, actually, it did happen once when she was with me, and I almost lost it. Yeah, this guy was coming off the bus, and he went and did the little double take, and I was like, and then he kind of walked up towards us. He was getting ready to talk to her, and I was like, dude, this is my kid. What are you doing?
Yeah, those
It was
motherfuckers.
very
need some
disturbing.
Fucking,
He
they need
was-
100 milligrams of this shit. But that's what George was saying. That the reason why he really likes Charette, whenever I'm going home, he always goes, bring me pretzels. Because he says, I don't want to be fucked up. Because I want to control my high. Those pretzels, look at this, guys. You could just pop this motherfucker, open this up on the bus. You're just sitting there minding your fucking business. You know, you got to go to your fucking girlfriend's house. You got to deal with her fucking mother. They probably made mashed potatoes. They fucked up the mashed potatoes. You can't understand why. They're nice people. Why do they make prison mashed potatoes? You ever had that situation? You go to somebody's house and you know they're out of a fucking box and you just look at
God,
them
I
like,
hate
really?
prison mashed potatoes.
I love them. I
My
went to prison.
ex-boyfriend's mother, for 4 years, I had to withstand those prison mashed potatoes.
Out of a box. And there's some prison mashed potatoes that ain't bad. Like if you get the box but dope it up.
How long does it take to make mashed potatoes?
Like cream,
2 seconds.
butter.
I know. So why are they
In a box. No.
Oh, no,
to
but
make good mashed potatoes. Listen, there's fucking Ugat's mashed potatoes. Then there's good fucking mashed potatoes. All right? These fucking Gentiles, garlic mashed potatoes, they put garlic salt. That ain't garlic mashed fucking potatoes. Let me tell you what garlic fucking mashed potatoes are. You get some red potatoes. You chop those motherfuckers up small. You boil those motherfuckers to the end. And then with the peel on them. With the fucking peel on them. That's what old school motherfuckers do. You throw the whammy in it. You cream the garlic. You don't put it in chunks like a fucking animal. You slice that shit thing. What do you call that when you fucking crush it in and you mix it with that fucking mashed potato? You put some milk, some fucking mayonnaise, and you salt and pepper.
Mayonnaise.
That's the whole patois. A lot of fucking Gentiles don't know. It's the butter with a taste of fucking mayonnaise. See, I learned that from an old Jew, Cy Lawrence. That's right. He couldn't cook, but he was 400 pounds. Who are you talking about mashed potatoes? A skinny motherfucker with the hips or a 400-pound Jew with fucking...
Is that the recommended dosage?
Absolutely.
Just dipping the.
One giant pour.
Oh, man.
How frustrating is it
Killing
for
me.
you guys? Because you said, like in the 80s or 70s, you were going and buying it in New York. How slowly it moves. Just how slowly it moves.
Yeah.
Even to get to the point where you were.
Yeah.
And you probably have all these aspirations for where you want to take your business. But it's just constantly pulling you back.
Yeah.
Like that must be why a lot of people quit, to be honest.
Honestly, most of the people that are no longer in the game, most of them either were raided and forced to shut down, or they quit. You know, and I understand. I mean, it's really hard. We have to deschedule cannabis. I mean, it's gotten ridiculous now, and so much research has to be done in order to completely legitimize it in for the masses. You know what I mean? Because all of us here are open-minded enough to see the benefits, but there's still a lot of people that are very much influenced by the stigma.
I think most of them, like my mom, thinks it's the same as heroin.
Yeah.
Maybe she doesn't, but that's what she tells me. But there's a lot of people who just and it's through no fault of their own. It's just they have programs and everything they've been told.
If you want me to,
Well, the
if you want
war-
me to lie, Marjorie, and tell you that this whole thing in California, I thought it was bullshit. I just went along with it because I'm a fucking junkie. I don't give a fuck. Whatever. You know me. Just wrap up the purple cushion. Let's get the fuck out of here. You know, they sit there with their story and tell you, like, I know, yeah, great. That's great. I had ankle pain, but my mother, okay. You just get the fuck out of here. But then I met this Marine. And if you looked at this guy, he wasn't just a 30-year-old Marine. He was a 60-year-old Marine with the hairdo. You could see their rednecks, pro-America, fuck, you know, the whole thing. I mean, you could see in our conversation. But as I started to talk to him, he told me that he had cancer. And that his son told him as the last option. You know, he wasn't stage 4. They caught it early. And he said that the chemo or the they gave him a trial medication wasn't giving him appetite. So he had lost 60 pounds right off the bat.
Oh my God.
And he said, no. My son talked me into it. He goes, I almost smacked him in the face because my son knows I'm a retired lieutenant. I gave my life for this fucking country, Vietnam, blah, blah. He goes, I'm the people that are against that shit. But he goes, now I do anything I can to support it. And then when I talked to him, I got in the car because those are the people that they're really suffering from it. You know?
I don't think this is just a liberal issue. This is across the board.
This is across the board.
Across
Now I'm admitting that. In the beginning, I'm like, okay, oh, Betsy Ross, okay. What do I give a fuck? You know what I'm saying? Like, they were looking for anything. Like, that cures it all. I'm like, okay, whatever. But after meeting different people and, you know, being in this and going to the different, you know, I see the people who get pulled up with the fucking wheelchairs. I see them. I see them. They come on Tuesdays at 2 o'clock over to Sunset Herbal, and you know, like 3 of them, and somebody walks in with them from Black Lady and buys their weed. They got to be going there for a reason. It's got to be helping them with something.
That's right.
You know, and I got to tell you something. Even pain. How many times I woke up years ago and I had a root canal that went bad, but it went bad over the holidays. So it went bad like on the 25th, where you can't get service to the 29th type shit. And I remember waking up from pain, taking the leaves, and you know, but smoking weed, and it didn't kill the pain, but it made me forget about it.
I've had 4 surgeries over. I know, you know, but I've had 4 surgeries over the past, you know, however many years, and every time I have surgery, I have to use the cannabis right after, and I just completely say no to all the other drugs. You normally have surgery, abdominal surgery. What are they going to put you on? Anti-nausea? Painkillers, all kinds of shit that are going to fuck you up even more.
Internally.
Internally,
right? You up like a motherfucker.
And
I got to be eating Greek yogurt.
I immediately use the cannabis. And, you know, for me, that's how I eat again. That's how I recover. That's how I end up getting up out of bed and moving around the house to try to, you know, work my muscles again. It's like, for me, it saved my life. And, you know, it's hard to ignore those benefits. The last surgery I had, that's when I came out to my mother. And she came out, I told her all about the cannabis. This is what I'm using after surgery, Mom. And after that, she was just like sold. And now I get these phone calls like, oh, my friend, this has this. Like, should we be using the cannabis? What do you think? Like, talk to my friends. It's amazing. I think perspective is changing just because, like, we're awesome people using cannabis. It's like by example, you know?
Who believed in cannabis? You know, was the first guy that talked to me about cannabis. And I almost fainted. James Coburn. I was shooting Arliss. You know, I love James Coburn, the Magnificent Seven. Fucking Hard Times. Fucking. He's Speed in Hard Times. You know what James Coburn is? All right. You know what it is? Throw on Hard Times for these fucking little beautiful ladies. I love James Coburn. Our man Flint. I chased him. Me and Joe Rogan chased him in an NRX. What are those Acuras? SRX? What are they called? The NSX?
SRX.
We fucking chased him, and we couldn't catch him on Sunset. And all of a sudden, I go in for this stupid movie about a gun, about some gun that had killed his daughter, and now he wanted to backtrace the gun. So there's a scene where I hand him the gun. He sees me, you know, but they cut me because they caught me fucking smoking weed. So they cut my, I swear to God, it's called American Gun. I still get residual checks, but they got so pissed off at me for some reason because I was on the set and they said, listen, you're not shooting until 4 a.m. So I was talking to James Coburn and some of the other guys. I'm like, Dog, if you get some weed, I said, brother, I can get some reefer right now. I went over to the Martel Cartel. I came back with a big bag. I started rolling joints. James Coburn started drinking beers with his crooked fucking hands. He had all fucked up hands and shit. And I got booked on Arliss. And like a month later, And here he was again. And that day I finally said to him, you want to get high? Because the producer and the guy from Wireless were there. I'm like, you want to get high? He's like, fuck yeah. And we went outside, and after we got stoned, I asked him about Bruce Lee. I had tears in my eyes. I just had to ask him. And he was telling me how Bruce Lee was the one that told him the benefits, but at that time it was hash.
Really?
That Bruce Lee used to eat hash.
He used to eat hash.
He used to eat hash. And it used to relax his muscles. It did something to his insides. In fact, when he died, I think they found cannabis, something in his system. They didn't blame it on it. They blamed it on the pill they gave, but it was the Yakuza. It was not the Yakuza, they're the Japanese. It was the triads. But it's just funny that he was telling me that for his arthritis, he had really bad arthritis. And he goes, the only thing that, I remember how he had to hold the joint. He had to put the joint in his fingers this way because his fingers, so he had to smoke it this way. And he was the one that started telling me about arthritis and the effects. And, you know, there's different types of arthritis, I think. And if you catch it, whatever. I don't give a fuck. What's going on, Lee Cocksucker? Look at you. Are you high? Do you need a fucking Uber?
Yes.
No, you fucking don't. We took care of you. Fucking guy pissed me off when he said he got an Uber.
How you feeling, Lee?
I'm fine right now. I
Need
mean,
some caramel corn.
Are you?
I did. I've been eating it. You want some caramel corn?
Sure, why not?
What the fuck? I can't walk
along
It's
with
gonna make the flight a little easier.
I'm driving.
He's
Oh,
driving.
driving,
This guy's not in mountain.
dude.
This guy don't fuck around.
Oh.
We ain't got time to fucking be flying. You gotta eat a couple of them, Lee. Just not one kernel. One kernel's like 2 milligrams.
I'm sorry.
Gotta eat like 10 of them. Shit to get, you know, any medical effects.
Didn't you build his tolerance up?
No, he won't let me. He fucking
Hold on.
he gets with his girlfriend. He eats a little bit on the weekends. I got him at 200, 300, 400 milligrams a night for a while. I had him in training. The whole time he was thinking he's eating 25. I had him on 125s. Thinking I hid the fucking one on the label. That's how pathetic I am. I hid the one on the label. I whited it, and it said 25 milligrams, and I would show it to him, and he popped those fucking things the whole time.
Oh,
He was dropping
you're bad.
125. I gotta do it. I gotta take him into the murky waters of the underworld. Look at James Coburn. Look at that bad motherfucker in 1970 fucking 2. Look
Good
at
looking dude.
look at Charlie B. I can't have enough of this movie. Yesterday I watched Billy Corbin's new movie.
Is it good?
Raw Dogs. It's disturbing, dog. I mean, you know, it's fucking
Who's
crazy.
Billy Corbin?
Billy Corbin, not
another-
that guy, the director, Cocaine
Got
Cowboys.
it. Got it. Yeah.
He has a new movie called Road Dogs. A dog.
Oh.
What is it?
Dog fight.
Dog fight. Pretty interesting shit about fighting in the inner city in Miami. What goes on? How this guy made a homemade ring. His mother, and after every fight, they go to 4 black ladies who give you the commentary. That motherfucker got knocked out. Shit. Yeah, a couple of that. And this guy's fucking brilliant. Look at him eating oysters in 1970 like a doctor. Nobody's eating oysters. They're scared they might get a heart on. Look at him. Look at Charles Bronson throwing fucking heat. Anyway, fuck that noise. Let's get back to anti-dodo. So now the dog treats.
That's gonna be my nickname.
Is this a division of Anti-Dolores? What is going on with the dog treats? How can people find these dog treats now? They can only buy them in California. Is there a website they can go to?
Yeah, treatables.com. treatibles.com. And yeah, it's
Do you need a license?
No, you don't. No.
Just CBD, straight up gangster CBD.
Yeah. We're going to be selling it in other states soon. We're, getting the licensing in place in order to have pet licensing in each state and sell it there. So right now it's just available in California, but that's going to change real soon. And yeah, they're great. You can order them online.
Directly from us.
Yep.
Yeah, and
$22 a bag.
We're selling them in some of the dispensaries as well. We're going to start to move into the pet market. We're really excited about that. So
Yeah.
you'll be able to buy them, hopefully anywhere very
Have you done
soon.
the Petco?
Not yet.
We're probably going to stick to the more boutique-y, holistic-based kind of outlets.
Yeah.
They have holistic-based pet stores?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah, we just actually visited one today called Pussy and Pooch.
Shout out to Pussy and Pooch. That place is amazing.
Where is this one?
It's in Beverly
Beverly
Hills.
Hills. Yeah.
There's one in LA, and I think there's 2 other locations.
Yeah, they
And
do.
they have all that type of medication for your
I
animals.
mean, not only that, they do training and, holistic
Grooming.
medicine. And, they're just like, it's all about the lifestyle for the animal, just like it is for people. And, just super supportive of this kind of stuff. And that's who we need,
It's amazing how rich people take care of their dogs. and how poor and black people take care of their dogs. You know what I'm saying? A couple Spanish people don't give a fuck. Well, holistic medication.
Aw.
Give him a fucking pork chop and kick him in the stomach. He'll be fine.
Until they get sick because they've been given a crap diet, and then they have to pay medical bills, that are much higher in the end because their dog has developed a disease that they may have avoided with the right diet and cannabinoids.
Yeah, it's like that's why we say preventative medicine. I mean, you're actually saving by
There are people
prolonging.
right now in Ohio and in Jacksonville, Florida, going, these two motherfuckers are just crazy.
Oh no,
Giving their animals fucking no. I
Comes
feel
from
you.
Mother Nature.
I fucking feel you.
You know
but
what?
It's amazing how people are still living
I know.
in 1980. That has destroyed me, like this Governor Christie, this fat fucking communist motherfucker. Because they don't
Worse
really.
than a communist,
Because I
man.
think that yes, there is a side of the medical marijuana industry that's a guy like me that's buying it to get high because he's been getting high and now I have a cover. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you people. Now as I get older, I guarantee I'm going to be using it for my eyes. I can feel my right eye fucking up.
Your right eye slipping?
Yeah, my right eye's fucking slipping. The doctor even told me, he goes, next time you come in here, if your eyes are slipping, we got to talk about something. I can't see in the night and shit. It's a fucking nightmare.
But you know what? It's fucked up. Margaret, you said at the beginning that you chose this over alcohol. And yeah, weed has a ton of great things about it. Mm-hmm. But what if it's just to sit down and giggle at a movie?
Oh, yeah.
And like, why? Yeah. Like, even if that was all it did, great. Like, why? Like, I much rather do this than drink. And I wouldn't necessarily eat the 300 milligrams I eat here. But it's a lot, like, why can't it at least be a choice? Even if, like, it's kind of sad that you have to go the medical route because that's the quickest way.
Yeah.
It would be much harder if you guys were like, hey, we're having a good time. And we, like,
It'd be great if we could finally do that. I'd love to be able to go out at night and just freely, smoke cannabis instead of having to have a cocktail. Like,
that's why you got to vote in 2016 for adult use cannabis in California. Get out and vote.
What
You
does
got
that
some
mean?
time to get
What
your
does
shit
that mean?
together.
What
So
does that mean? That means you can
That means
smoke outside?
No, we're gonna have recreational adult use laws in place after 2016. God willing, if everybody goes out and votes, which we know they will because they want to be able to smoke weed, freely. Well, maybe not freely. It doesn't mean you can smoke anywhere, but at least you can walk into a shop and purchase it with the proper ID, and you don't need to go see a doctor first.
Can you imagine if there were bars? Like, just like a weed bar, and you can go and they would have like funny
That's my
movies.
dream.
They could have
That's
like
my
funny
dream.
movies, and you could all sit down like comfortable chairs, and they have waiters and waitresses bringing you food.
think
That
about
would be
how happy.
amazing.
There'd be no fighting. Everyone would just be so happy and hanging out.
This is what, listen, I don't know how to change a flat. I just don't know. I don't know how to raise a child. I don't know a lot of things. You wake up one morning and you say to yourself, what do I really fucking know? What do I really know? If I really had to make a living without the podcast, there's only one thing I know, and that's drugs. I grew up in it. It's a shame. It's a shame. It's a shame, but it's the way life is. I'm telling you, I bought angel dust when I was 14. Okay, I'm telling you, I put a joint in formaldehyde and was selling for 20 a piece. I'm telling you, I used to go to Pennsylvania on the weekends when I was 16 and buy black beauties by the hundreds and buy acid, different types, blotter and window pane and sell it for $3 and make a living when I was a kid because I had no parents. So I know drugs. I was right there when cocaine. What you guys are seeing with weed, how it just fucking took over. I was there with cocaine when people were tripping and all of a sudden people come out of the bathrooms going and everybody like, oh my God, they're a movie star. So I saw it all. Weed is the only thing that I've done that hasn't become something else. Mm-hmm. When you start doing coke, you have a great time. You bring girls home. You put coke rocks in their asshole. They suck dick. Your dick is hard. Everything's beautiful. But after a few years, you start getting paranoid. Your dick goes soft. It becomes something else. Now cocaine becomes something else. It does. The addiction becomes something else. When you do heroin in New York, those kids you grew up with, that half of them used to go into the village. Remember, they get Chinese heroin in New York. You know why the Chinese heroin? It's for the kids from the suburbs that are scared of needles. Mm. So instead of doing, they shoot that Mexican shit, have to melt it with a spoon, they just go to a club and do 2 bumps, they puke, and they get high. I saw all that. That starts cool. You're in the village dancing, and oh my God, is that boy George? All that shit. But heroin always ends up fucking bad. Pills, right? You go to the doctor. You go to the fucking doctor for your ankle. You had surgery. You start eating a couple of Oxycontins. One day you go to fucking ballet, your ankle twist. You keep eating Oxycontins, now you're addicted. Weed doesn't have that. Weed does for me today. Do I call you at night and giggle and act stupid on the phone, Lee? A 52-year-old man.
Almost every night.
Should I be ashamed of myself, Lee? But it gives me satisfaction. It's better than being sitting next to some scumbag telling me, here's a double. Let's drink up. George Clooney. How do I get, what's her name in the movie? I offer her booze. She's a whore. Who sucks a dick for booze? That went out in 1964. He wants to get the chick with the big lips. What's her name? Pretty Woman. He made that statement. That somebody approached him and how do you get her in movies? I offer her booze.
I know you're
Oh, that's so cool. Get the fuck out of my face.
Are you talking about Julia Roberts?
Yeah,
there you go.
Offer her booze. I fucking hate it. I hate it when people come up to me boozy. I want to fucking strangle them. Like it's 2015, you annoying fuck. Nobody annoys you on weed. What do? They bring you cookies. They got lint in their pocket.
Speaking of cookies.
Oh, shit. It's that time, motherfuckers. Let's give some shout-outs here real quick while the party's starting. My main man, Juan Vargas, Benjamin King, Johnny Arch, Harry Henderson, Ty Schwartz, Raised by Wolves, and Kurt Michael. I love you, motherfuckers. Have a great Memorial Day weekend. You understand? Here we are getting fucked up. What's up, Lee? How much you gonna gamble this week, Lee?
Well, the only thing is I won on the Patriots winning.
So you got a yardstick coming to you.
So yeah, I might.
So play with them.
I might bet on the.
But you gotta
UFC.
play smart.
I might bet on because the blackjack.
Don't do parlays. Bet on one at a time.
Okay.
So you're gonna sit in the casino next to me. You're gonna run and one at a time. You're gonna get somebody get like Edwin San Juan.
So don't do a parlay.
One of his Filipino cousins that likes to run and sit them with you. No, parlays are suckers bet. You're gonna lose your money right off the bat.
Okay.
Let's build up a bankroll. Start betting the prelims. Start betting the prelim. Why are you going to put all your eggs in one basket up front? You're there. You're going to be in Vegas. Find out what you don't have to sit with. I don't give a fuck if you're at the show. You think I give a fuck? As long as we're making money, that's all I give a fuck about. So we'll go over the charts on Saturday, and we'll have you running back and forth like a professional. No betting the whole card. No, because if something happens, now you know something else is going to definitely happen. You follow what I'm saying to you? If Weidman fucking loses, or vice versa, if right now, people I think the fucking call would be Cormier, Weidman.
You think Cormier?
I think Anthony Johnson could knock him out like a motherfucker, but if he connects with him, they'll knock him out. But Cormier's a little smarter. Cormier's a wrestler. So is Anthony Johnson. A lot of things could happen there. Cerrone, what happens if the other guy beats Cerrone? Now you have a different card. But you got money. You're playing with their Guinness.
What about
you better parlay early on. Somebody loses early on, you're fucked for the night. And you didn't bet the other guy straight. I'm just trying to teach this dude how to make.
I was also looking at who beat Brendan Schaub, like Arlovsky or whatever. He's like 1,000 years old, but no one thought he was going to beat Schaub, so that one scared me.
But he's fighting. What's his name? Somebody.
Big guy, right? Travis Brown or something.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, so that's going to be
what's going to happen there, though. You know what I'm saying?
But I had a fucked up thing happen. Well, not fucked up, but I hate trying things. I don't know if it's change. Or like
what happened with spinning class? You didn't like it?
I loved it.
All right.
We loved it.
Did you sweat?
Hell yeah.
Did your fucking nutsack get? Did you
super sweaty?
Did you take mama home and give her the stomach?
After a shower.
After the shower, that's a waste. You gotta give her a stabbing before the shower, and everything's fermenting. You understand me? Tell him, Auntie Dolores, and that monkey's on fire after spinning. I'm trying to teach this Jew things, but he don't.
Spinning monkeys on fire.
Fuck
wow.
You.
I don't know, man. I don't know where we're going with this.
That little ballerina suit you women spin with makes the monkey nice and moisturized. And
wow.
You take that motherfucker to the next level. You don't let that. It's like moisturizing the steak, then dip it in water before you put on the frying pan. You know what I'm saying? You don't like that sweaty muffler?
I do, but she wants to take a shower.
Who gives a fuck? You tie her up. You don't have rope? What'd you do with the rope I gave you that time?
It's out back.
It's out back.
Look at him. I love tormenting him. Look at his face. He knows. Anybody can eat a clean pussy. It's when I got some wang to it.
I know, but you like the calories for it.
Look at Marjorie.
You two are so cute.
Oh my god.
I'm like that guy in Goodfellas. I gotta toughen him up. Every day I gotta toughen him up.
He can take it. He likes it.
He loves it. He's Jewish. He's used to this shit. He loves this shit. You know. Jews gotta be like a Walenda. They gotta be walking on a tight wire. If not, their lives ain't good.
They're not good.
What do you think, Auntie Dolores? What's the next product? Drop something on me. What's coming up?
What do you think we should make?
a special Lisa Jewish star, something that glows in the dark, that just makes you fucking pass out. You can find it on the floor. Lee is fucked up right now. Like he's getting hit in different directions. He's questioning his manhood. Look at him. I'm looking at him, and I've never seen him like this. These edibles hit you different. They hit you when you don't attack your senses like that, like gorillas, like we usually do. This takes you to a different level. It's like a slow finger. Look at him. Look at him. Did you just see him transform? It's, it's like midnight for the Wolfman. He just fucking transformed.
How many milligrams are there?
Who gives a fuck? We go by sound. We just eat fucking milligrams. What do you got to worry about? Who gives a fuck?
I just want to know how much I ate.
There's nothing to know about. Maybe listen, I guarantee you, Anti-Dolores it's like the Quaalude people. When we were in the 70s, when you ate a Quaalude, sometimes you ate a Quaalude, it was a dud. But then you ate the other one, you got fucked up because they put that mix. Maybe the oven was this way, and all this shit went to the front. You know what I'm saying?
Every single one in the package is the same.
But wait, how much did you eat of the chocolate chip?
I had half the chocolate chip. I had 3 caramel corns, and I think that might be it.
You're at about 30 milligrams right now.
You're going to be fine.
Okay.
That's 3 doses.
I saw the link. I don't know if I got it on camera because there's a lot of people here, but
I just tell him.
Listen to him.
I would love to get it on camera. If you want to see more of this, come out to the South Point in Las Vegas for 3 days.
Now we got Anti-Dolores.
He's bringing me like an entire suitcase of edibles.
Oh my god, I got so much.
Do you have an Anti-Dolores suitcase?
Oh my god, I got everything.
He had to ship that one.
It's already shipped in Vegas. It's at the hotel.
Oh man, you are slick.
You know how we do it, dog. I want no misunderstandings. Maybe that Southwest guy knows my suitcase and he manhandles it and shit. I put a fucking underwear that's dirty. Like today I went to jiu-jitsu. It's sweaty as fuck. There's a skid mark. I put that on the top. You want my weed?
In the suitcase.
Around the top. So when they open up that suitcase, that's what we see. You see a fucking little underwear with a little brown skid mark in that motherfucker. They ain't gonna go through your luggage, Margie.
You're right. That's a really smart plan.
You think you're dealing with some novice or what?
I mean, I put my recommendation in, but the underwear is a good idea.
But if you put your recommendation here and you're claiming liability, you don't know nothing.
Yeah, well, part of me is being an activist about it.
Please, want to be an activist? Go save fucking whales or something like that right now. We're looking to get stoned. You want to put your and you're claiming responsibility. I'm giving shit. You put a fucking dirty panty up there, but a fat one. Like get like some fat chicks and rub your.
Oh, I should borrow. Okay, got
it. Big chick like me, like a chick that looks like me. You borrow her on because guys don't want to look at that.
Well, I'm going to New York next week. Could I borrow a pair?
Don't smell them. They'll take you to a different dimension, but that's how you do it. You don't fucking put the leather.
You gotta distract the dogs.
I put the edibles right on. I put the edibles right on the security thing. Whether I go to Chicago, whether I go to fucking LA, or especially in LAX, I put the cookie right in the security bin. I just take the label off. That's the only problem you got with this. I got no fucking label now. But so what? You take these peanuts, you put them in a baggie, and you put them in your right there in the plane. No. These are gluten free for fucking hippies. I don't know what they. Oh, this has THC in it. Those fucking morons at TSA. What do they know?
One time we were stopped on the highway coming back from Long Beach by like a row of cops that must have been doing something, and I had video of him right behind it taking a hit out of the pipe. And I deleted it because I got paranoid that they were going to come and search my phone.
This is what I'm dealing with.
Because you had eaten so much that.
Oh my god, it never stopped. Someone asked if like a quarter of a Chiba Chew was enough. Never. A quarter. There's no quarters. There's nothing under 3 quarters.
Yeah, tell them to go hang out with a Girl Scout troop. Selling cookies in front of Albertsons or some shit.
Oh.
We go deep here. The church people, we go deep. Even the Anti-Dolores people that run with the church, they go deep.
That's what you guys should do.
What's that?
Create like a church edible that's like Joey Diaz.
Deep.
Joey Diaz approved.
The
You're never
murky
gonna go
waters
deep.
of the underworld. 250 milligrams.
I love it.
That's the perfect size.
I love it.
Shout out Germany. Shout out to you. Shout out to Germany. All right, we're gonna close this.
So she's got fucking problems. Let's just go to the juice
I
store.
think that's a
Fuck
good
it.
plan. How about a Cuban flag?
Ooh.
That's too much ink.
I'm trying to save you money on the project cost.
Save your money. Yeah.
But I thought you wanted it to be glow in the dark.
That's for you, because you're Jewish, not me. I'm just a fucking Cuban dude. You know what I'm saying? Something mixed with water, something that could float. Something.
You
like
want cereal? Do you want cereal? Like
kind of
floating in
cereal?
milk?
Rabbi.
Shout
out
Edible
to
cereal.
Talk. Shout out to Rabbi. Shout out to everybody out there.
Actually,
We're
these
gonna
are
cut that out.
great.
We're gonna cut
These
that out
are
of the
kind of
podcast.
like those
Okay.
Cookie Crisp.
That's money, though.
We have an employee that eats the edibles. They eats the treatables for breakfast.
Oh, I got a bag in
breaks
case.
them up like
I got them
cereal.
in my fucking in the compressor. In case there's an earthquake, I got one of these too. What do you think you're dealing with? I ate dog bones before when I was fucked up when I was a kid. One night I just ate those dog bones at a party one night just to be an asshole.
Yummy.
Lee, what's the matter?
I'm just writing down the time.
What time? Yeah, no, because I want you to make.
I understand.
That's a beautiful idea, man. That really is serious. Look at
Cereal?
Hey, listen, man. Isn't Starbucks putting weed in K cups, 10 milligrams in a K cup? Is that correct? Did I read that correct? Is it Starbucks or is it a different company? What does that tell you? That tells you that a corporation is actually challenging somebody to put K. Now they're only going to sell them in Denver. Is that what you fucking think? Listen, I travel all over the country. If you don't think people from Austin, Texas, drive to Colorado the way we did when we were kids, let's go to Chinatown and get fireworks. They go into their neighborhood, they tell their friends, listen, I'll get you a cheap and chew for $25. They're really 21. They mark them up and they take rides on Saturday. They drive up to fucking Colorado and they pick up boxes of edibles. Boxes.
Oh my God.
When I travel, people give me anti-Dolores places and places that they should know be anti-Dolores places.
What you talk about, Willis?
I swear to God, because people buy your stuff. People have offered me the brownie on the road. The black one, black on black.
I don't know nothing about
100 milligram. I know you don't know about it. It's not your fault that
We
people
can't keep people from bringing
No,
stuff
that's
out
not-
of state.
that's not-
We know that they do because
They do. I see
it's
it.
the most discreet way to travel, actually, and that's part of why we develop these products, because we feel like people should be able to consume, their medicine wherever and whenever they want, and edibles sort of allows
let me
you to
tell
do
you
that.
something. On a fucking flight, that popcorn on a flight, on a 6-hour flight to New York, when you whip it out, because see, the edible takes you up to the 2-hour mark.
Yeah, exactly.
Any edible you take takes you to 3 hours. Up at the 3-hour mark, there's thin air. It starts wearing down. That's when I bust out the vapor pen. I always bring the vapor pen on the plane with me. I hit that motherfucker right there like a soldier. And I also have another edible for the 3 hour. Once the 3 hour mark comes, you blast another fucking edible. You get a little fucking Bailey's cream on the rocks. And you sit back and you hit your little V pen. I hit the little fucking nicotine pen to keep me balanced on the flight. You know me, dog. I don't fuck around on a flight. If I'm paying fucking $700 to fly to Boston, I'm scratching my nutsack when the fuck I want it. 700. The plane industry has gone fucking kaputs. The cheapest plane I can get to Boston was $580 in August. 700 these plane tickets are going for. Or you gotta fly on Frontier. You know how much fucking Denver? You know how much they wanted to Denver on Southwest from Burbank? They wanted $450, guys.
That's how much I was going to pay for this weekend in Vegas.
Yeah. Right now, to fly to Vegas, I looked out for my wife this morning. It's $500 for her and the baby. It's $5 for her, and there's still flights available for Monday morning. I couldn't believe it.
Oh yeah, it's expensive. I know, but it's people are taking trips now to Colorado and places. It's like when people used to go on whiskey tours.
It's tourism.
They're going now, so
tons of tourism.
of course they're going to bring it back.
They offered me a business to go to Colorado and pick people up and drive them to weed stores and talk about the history and shit. Come on, I got time for that shit driving around. I'll get stoned and get the fuck out of the car. Somebody gets in with no fucking
You're doing 90 blaring.
Oh
with
yeah. Fuck you. I ain't got time to I'm a scenic director. That's TMZ. That's where fucking what's his name got shot. Listen. Get in the back seat. We're going for the magical mystery tour. When I drop you off, I want you to look at me and go, dog, I don't have to do leg squats today. I don't have to do leg squats. I've been pushing against this fucking thing, praying for my life. I brought him back from San Diego in 1 hour and 35 minutes. That's my boy. How long did we take, Lee, from San Diego at night?
It sounds like 1 hour and 35
How
minutes.
fast did we do? What was the least mileage we did? An hour.
Maybe 75 right before the thing, but then we went up to 85,
We
90.
took it 90 all the way. I don't fuck around when I drive. We take a brownie and we go for broke, Jack.
Yeah,
being that high doing that wasn't the best.
For you, for me, it was tremendous. I was just floating on the fucking 5. Anti-Dolores, there's 3 edible chains I mess with, and you're one of them. I think it's fucking tremendous. I think that, because you can't eat the same thing every day because then your body gets used to it.
Yeah.
So you got to mix it around. So the chocolate things are my all-time fucking favorite that you have now. Those little 10 milligrams, that's hard to believe. But we OD'd on them. We OD'd on them. And then I took a picture of them, and that's how he caught it. Remember, I took a picture of the bag because the chocolate bonbons first came on a bag.
Oh, when you misread the
We misread. I didn't know. You said 300 milligrams. I thought there was like 1,000 of those things in there. I was tipping them over. tipping them over, eating 10 at a time and shit, giving him like 18 of them. The next day, he's like, fuck, no wonder I was so high. There were 10 motherfucking milligrams. You don't fucking remember nothing.
That's
Now, are you in Colorado yet? No.
no, not yet.
You're happy just in California. That's all
Well,
you
we're
can
going to be in
handle.
Washington soon, and then Nevada after that.
Now, when does Nevada go into full effect?
It's in full effect. People are building out their facilities now.
People got
getting
licenses.
licensed.
Yeah.
So there's a California license working Nevada?
Vegas is going to be pretty awesome.
Really?
Well, because everybody's drinking, but they want to do something else, and people are going to be able to smoke weed in casinos, or at least vape. You know, it's
No.
Actually, I don't know if they're going to allow that, but suffice to say, there's medical cannabis in Las Vegas, soon to have recreational.
So the law passed already.
Yeah.
So now what
That's the
kind,
happiest I've ever seen.
is it just like
That's
us?
pretty awesome luck.
Is it like California? There's going to be weed stores, or no? It's going to be a little control.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
No.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you look excited.
Medical. And then I think rec is supposed to be on 2016.
Yeah, they're supposed to go recreational in
Can
2016.
you imagine like these young kids that go to the Palms and get fucked up just on weed, and how many blunts will be at those places?
Yeah.
The clouds of smoke.
It's coming.
I'm too old. I would never
The
go.
buffet?
I don't know if they're going to allow.
Oh
Can you
my
imagine
God.
what they would do to the buffet?
I'd like to see the numbers, like food sales now
Oh.
and food sales after.
The waitress came up to me.
Room
Where the fuck was
service?
I last? Where was I last, Lee, before
Michigan?
Michigan? Where was I last week? I was somewhere. No, I was in Oakland. I was in Michigan. The waitress told me Saturday night, she goes, between last night and tonight, our food sales are just tremendous. We've never sold as many appetizers. I was
Fuck yeah, what's better than chicken wings when you're still...
chicken wings when
Oh
you're
my
fucking
God.
stoned.
Hmm.
What do you think, Lisa? What are your plans for Vegas? Mama's not coming with you? You're not going to bring her?
No,
How come?
because, I mean, we're not... I don't know, I'm working. Like, I have the...
We're working. You're not doing nothing with me. At night, you hang out. You smoke some dope and you go to your room. We'll work.
Huh? No,
Hey, Mama,
I'm bringing the recording stuff. No, it's fine.
You don't want to bring her. She don't want to go to Vegas. She'd love to go to Vegas and be in the room with you all weekend.
No, it's okay.
Any Mexican? Tell Anthony Dolores your menu for Vegas. Tell him what the first
Exactly. I was just going to
Wait
ask.
till you hear this shit.
All
He
right.
already has a plan. He's
All
trying
right.
to bullshit me and tell
Oh,
me.
the Stromboli place. That's really good. If you watch Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dies High like I do, unlike the first season, he had the Stromboli place in Vegas. That's fucking amazing.
Oh, wow.
So I'm gonna go there.
We're going to be there in July. You should write down the name for us.
Like the 3 kegs or 4 kegs or something like that.
Now, when you guys go in July, is it a business trip?
Mhm.
And what are you guys going to do there? You were telling me when you came in tonight, you're working a lot of elderly facilities. Is that okay to say?
Oh yeah, we filmed that infomercial a few days ago for this elderly community. It's going to air in their television sets in their rooms and all over.
They're the ones that are really responding. I think like Ari's mom, Ari was telling me the story. They're the ones that are really going, you know what? I never smoked pot. People look like they're smiling. I'm just sitting here next to my fucking husband. All he does is complain. Let's blow some shotguns in his face and take this motherfucker to the next level on our silver years.
Was that the script? Was that pretty word for
That
word?
sounds very similar to what I wrote. Yeah.
Are you sitting there fucking worrying about the corns on your foot or the fucking things on your eyeballs that you can't see? It's over. Come down to the first floor. Uncle Joey's medical marijuana store is down there giving out yum-yums for all you old fucks. Come on down. Mention Woodstock. If you were there, if you were close to it, I don't give a fuck. Come on down. Mention George Washington, whatever, and get a free fucking doozy. I'll be down there for the next 10 minutes. That's the ad you play for. That's the ad you play for old people. They're waiting for fucking something. I'm lucky. Listen, the last 2 years, I've read articles that I never thought I would read in my life, in this lifetime.
Yeah.
I thought that maybe 100 years. I can't believe how fast it's been moving.
Mm-hmm.
Once they sparked it and it's moving. Am I going to lie to you? Am I going to sit here and tell you I ever read High Times as a kid? I never really did. Like I said, I was always just a New York City drug kid, but this was always my drug of choice. It was a gateway drug for me. I love it. I'm happy at fucking gateway and everything. You know how boring my life, you know how uptight I was when I was fucking 11 and 12? I would not listen to rock music when I was a kid because I thought those people were dirty and satanic.
What? Who taught you that?
Catholic school, just people. I didn't like people with long hair. They fucking scared me. Yeah, it was fucking crazy. Like when I grew up in New York, the people they didn't have it. If you had long hair, they called you dirty hair. They called you dirty hair, and especially in Jersey, dirty hair, because you cut your fucking hair. Like, so I never really grew up in that. The people I grew up with were people that were jocks that got high, and I was like, okay. But then they started getting crazier and crazier and crazy. They weren't like regular jocks at regular schools. The jocks I grew up with, mug people. We did fucking THC crystal. We did everything, you know. Usual jocks were like, oh no, I'm worried about my diet. Fuck you. These guys were eating fucking steroids and doing blow. I never did a steroid. I wanted to, but I didn't have the balls. I can't shoot myself with a needle. But this is where it's become. And, you know, every time I go to Jersey and I have a conversation, it's like the third conversation because they think, not you, you're from New York City, so they're more wide open, but there's always the one people, they consider California like out there.
Oh, New
Like
Yorkers think that too.
You people out there, fucking crazy, you're hippies. You're walking around out there at the beach all day. Bitch, we're in traffic, motherfucker. Okay? That's why we need to get fucking Giselle out here, because who could take that 405 traffic without being high? That's the fucking clinker. If you're sitting on the 405 and somebody's selling joints, that's the next money maker. Like they do in New York with the fucking donuts.
Just walking down the street.
No, he just walks in between
Or
cars.
like the papers in the morning.
Like the fucking papers in the morning.
God.
Right on the 405. Fuck it. Some black fucking motherfucker with fucking 8 warrants. What he's got to lose? A Cuban.
Or at the beach, like how at like
In
Jones
Mexico-
Beach,
in
you
Mexico
know, like
too.
they walk on the beach
No,
and
they
they sell
don't.
the water and the food. They
Oh,
could
in
walk
Jones
on the
Beach?
beach.
They still
out
do
here.
music in Jones Beach?
Oh God, I don't know. Yeah, probably. But you know,
Really?
imagine California, guys walking around with baskets selling.
They say in Mexico, you go to Mexico, you're getting sun, and some Mexican comes up to you and asks you if you want to buy a kilo of blow. That's fucking tremendous. I'm putting suntan lotion on, and all of a sudden some little dude comes up to me. Did I tell you? Somebody offered me blow yesterday.
In what context? Like, where were you?
The Comedy Store.
Oh, what did he say?
What do you think I fucking said? I said, give it to me next time. I didn't want to embarrass him. You know, I don't want to tell somebody I don't do blow while you're handing me that. They didn't know.
Did any part of you go like, maybe?
Not even
For a second?
What am I going to do with blow now? My heart would blow up. It's been 8 years.
I don't know.
Everything that I built, fucking done. Just like
Right,
that.
yeah.
This was, I didn't go to rehab. This was all on my word. So that's how God works. When you give you a word and you stop, I made a promise and I stopped over my cat, super bad. Over my cat, because his brother had died. They got Amelia outside when you get anemia, because they were outside cats, and his brother DJ died, and I was doing blow, so I thought it was because I brought the blow in the house. How superstitious I am. And my wife said, DJ died, the soup bed's next. And I was like, I didn't like soup bed too much, but I didn't want him to die either. You know what I'm saying? So I got on my hands and knees and said, God, if you fucking let him live, I'll never do blow again. And here we are, going on 8 years in November with that fucking cat.
Superbad still
Alive.
kicking
still
around.
alive. You see this shirt, all these little holes, that's super bad.
No.
Because he's the only one I hold this way, and he sticks his things in real quick. So now he's not allowed to sit on nice shirts.
Right.
So when I'm home, I got to put this shirt on. I got a bunch of white T-shirts with holes. If you people see me with a shirt with a hole, it's not because I'm holy. It's because these are my cat shirts. So I come home and I throw a guy, her and him and Fucko Gray always cling on to me. Like they always do that shit with that, you know, their claws. But they fucking super bad. His nails come out. He gets really serious. And he gets all fucking hot and gooey with me. I love him. I love that fucking cat. I love my animals. I don't want to lose another animal if I don't have to. So I'm going to start giving them preventive medicine. That was very hard for the house. You know, Sissy lost weight like fucking that.
Yeah, I know.
You got to put that air on, brother.
Okay.
Oh my God, it's fucking dying here. The humidity, it's going to rain. Sissy lost weight. She went from 0 to fucking. She went from 16 pounds to like 6.
Yeah.
In like 6 weeks. We were like, she was fitting. We have railing for the baby.
Oh.
And she wouldn't jump over no more. She would just walk right through the railing. We were like, oh my God. And then Fidel was very slow. And then I think but Fidel did great, but we were just prolonging the pain. We were just putting a Band-Aid on one hole and another one was open type of story. So when I came home, that was a tough one for me. And then when she told me about stuff, you know me, I'm always open-minded. I believe in it now. So I'm happy you guys have this. When I saw that in the box, my fucking dick got hard. Oh, shit. Because I had just been talking about this with the cat. So it was like a premonition type deal. What's that one? A deja vu. Whatever. You've been there before.
That's a great testimonial. Thank you.
It really is when you get something like this in the mail. So now I know I can give it to my cat. So fuck it. They're gonna be doggone. I'm gonna